The blonde babe is impressed. She has more muscles than Sibum, but she can't believe what she just saw. One of the strongest senior prodigies of the academy was just humiliated. She looks at the mountain of muscles that is our protagonist and steps closer, saying she always wanted to meet someone like him. Then teasingly, she says, "Junior, my name is Ernest Vernus, but since it's you, I'll give you permission to call me Mommy's sister." "Oh yeah, Mommy Vernus. I'll call you whatever you want. Sorry, guys." Later, she's in her room thinking about that boy. His strength and muscles were so cool, but now she feels embarrassed about what she said. The scene cuts back to the moment this blonde dude named Wols enters the room, having heard everyone talking about a new prodigy. He approaches the protagonist and introduces himself, to which Mord replies that it's always good to meet a senior. Strangely enough, Wols offers to take Mord to his lord, saying that under his guidance, the boy would learn much more. He almost kisses our boy while telling him he's going to be taken to his lord, even if it means beating him into a pulp. Mord just laughs and accepts the challenge. Face to face, they decide not to use weapons. Wols then activates his impulse gauntlet. He thinks Mord has nothing to show when it comes to warrior skills, but his expression changes when Mord activates the exact same technique. That should be impossible for a beginner who just entered the academy. Before he can even process it, Mord flashes in and hits him with a kick that sends Bro bouncing like a good girl. Wols struggles to get back on his feet, and before he can react, another attack almost turns him into pulp. The fight has barely started and Wols is already shocked. How is a beginner this strong? People said the boy only trained for 4 days, but that's impossible. He's about to say something about underestimating the boy when Mord starts amplifying his mana. The result? We already know. Wols gets completely wrecked and blonde mommy rushes in to help. Life seems too good for Mord, but things weren't always like this. Before coming to this world, he wasn't a car, but Bro had wheelies. Don't laugh at him because everyone is already judging my Hot Wheels Q. He was your average looking protagonist, but the only and one that never fails came back to bite his ass. Instead of reincarnating, grinding, and becoming strong, all he could do was scroll social media and read novels. Wait a second, am I Hot Wheels maxing without even knowing? Bro was about to finish a novel he loved when he suddenly cried with an ugly face because he didn't want it to end like that. It was too sad. Then, out of literally nowhere, the screen popped up. Magician who dominates the world. Before he could even read it, he was already up, with that rice picker face and that 15th century slave build, but at least no more wheelies. He was shocked. Holy cow, I can move my legs. Now I'm screwed since my excuse to stay in the hospital scrolling Instagram is gone. Then a flood of memories reveals the entire life of Mord Vernus. 6'5", muscular build, dark triad jawline, maxed sigma. His SMV was off the charts. Even the real main character would struggle against this dude, yet theoretically he's just an extra in this story. His goal is to change the fate of destruction, the novel ending that made him cry like a baby. The truth is, the protagonist of this world will destroy everything in the end, and now it's his job to stop it. The problem? He was brain rot maxing before, and now he has to save an entire world, but he decides not to repeat his half-paralyzed everyday life ever again. He doesn't care if this is a god's prank or some cosmic joke. He always wanted his body back. And this is a story he knows everything about. Plus, magician who dominates the world sounds interesting. Best of all, he has Mord's talents. Yeah, this life is worth giving a shot. Or better yet, he guarantees he's going to do it. The explanation about Mord Vernus continues as he is a part of the bloodline of Archduke Verners and is a bastard son. Without knowing who his mother was, the boy had a difficult life because a few days after his birth, his mother passed away. The young man began to be called the cursed one who killed his own mother and lived his life as a weakling, unable to withstand pressure and insults from others. We then see Mord in the past with his head down being insulted by several nobles. It wasn't because he was weak or didn't know how to fight back. It was simply because the guilt of being the cursed one that killed his own mother consumed him from the inside out. But there were many things that will become turning points in the poor boy's life. Those who are of the Verners bloodline awaken their powers when they turn 15 years old. They call this awakening the awakening of divine blood, and those who go through this awakening must endure pain comparable to setting your body on fire. But after all this suffering, the person will be blessed with tremendous powers. However, for someone who is not entirely part of the Archduke's family, the chances of surviving the blood awakening were less than 1/5. Mord was different. The boy survived the awakening of Mu blood and being great powers that made him extremely powerful. Taesung remembers the letter he received that said if he survived his 15th birthday, he should go to the Verners family's main house. Our protagonist explains that Mord read the last letter his mother had left for him and went to where the Archduke's family lived. He agreed to undergo a test to be recognized by his father, whom he had never seen before. All of his explanation is Taesung's memories now in Mord's body. The boy thinks that according to all this, he must have arrived the day before at the Verners' house to take the test. The boy considers that Mord is a supporting character in the novel, but Archduke Verners is the antagonist of the story, and so the young man says he knows a lot about that family. This family already has several direct descendants, so it would be difficult for Mord, a bastard son, to be accepted by them as they would despise him. But growing up without parents made the supporting character full of a desire to be recognized as a son of the Archduke. However, his father only wanted to use him. Had he managed to survive the awakening of new blood made the boy so strong that even the protagonist would struggle in a fight against him. Since the supporting character didn't show all this power in the novel, Taesung sees this test as an opportunity to see the true potential of his new body. However, diverting his attention, a bearded man enters the room, calling our protagonist and asking if the boy had forgotten what day it was. Taesung thinks that this guy, according to Mord's memories, is an instructor named Todd, and he's the one who will personally oversee his test. Todd is a muscular man with short hair and a beard, and has various battle scars. In imposing manner, the man asks what the boy was doing standing still. In his mind, the boy knows that this guy was quite ripped, as an instructor should be, and then he goes up to the man, asking if he was Todd. For some reason, man finds the whole situation strange, thinking to himself that the boy seemed a bit different from yesterday, as if his personality had changed. And staring at our protagonist, Todd notes that the boy's gaze was different from the day before, but he thinks that it was just his imagination. Todd asked Mord if the young man had forgotten the explanation about the test he was going to take, and Werner's retorts, asking what kind of test he was supposed to do, as he didn't remember. The soldier explains that it would be a test to see the boy's full potential, and analyzing the young man's body, he assumes that since he is strong, he must know how to fight. Twitting at the situation, Taesung realizes that he has barely gotten used to his new body and already has to fight, thinking that he would have to fight for his life, but for some reason, the protagonist is extremely excited about it, seeing it as an opportunity. Nervous about what was about to happen, Taesung states that he wanted to test his powers, and this would be his first chance to do so. After a short period, we see the boy walking behind Todd through a forest. The instructor asks if the protagonist had also forgotten what he explained yesterday, but Mord is confused and Todd explains that he had already mentioned that the boy should not claim to be Archduke's son. Our protagonist then confirms that he understands. Ward thinks that Todd was talking about the unwritten rules for bastards, but it didn't make sense to follow them since rumors were already spreading everywhere. And there are rumors that Yumi Archduke had already met Mord before, and soon everyone will discover who the bastard is that will become an official warrior. Several muscular students are also standing nearby, and Todd begins to approach them, saying that he had already arrived and noticed that everyone was already there. Werner stays silent, observing the situation, and one of the other students questions if that's the newcomer who will be tested that day. Meanwhile, Mord thinks that the other students seem too young to be ordinary trainees and are probably unofficial warriors. Todd says that he was already assuming that our protagonist knew how to fight, commenting that the way Werner's fights is different from common warriors. The young man begins to explain the serious expression that a Werner's uses weapons when they are not properly trained and prepared. But once they are trained, it will no longer depend on common weapons as they will obtain something extraordinary. And with that family style, they will fight using only their own bodies and hands with their powers. Todd confirms this, noting that of course, those who are not of Werner's blood use weapons, but others learn combat skills. Mord thinks that he already knew about this because the Werner's family is the best warrior organization on the continent, and they achieved this solely through hand-to-hand combat. Our protagonist begins to think that it seemed almost impossible, but there is no weapon in this world that surpasses the physique of the Werners, regardless of the blacksmith who forges it. Todd begins to explain that this test will determine which affiliation the warrior should follow and how they should train, and he asks one of the students, named Vince, if he is ready. Vince nods, then says he's fully prepared as he begins to walk to the center of the training area. Todd orders Mord to fight against Vince, stating that the result of this fight will determine the boy's future, so he should give his all and prove that he possesses Werner blood. The two boys stare at each other for a moment, staying silent as they observe one another, and Vince begins to analyze his opponent. Vince questions Mord if the young man is sure he is 15 years old, as his face does indeed look like that of the 15-year-old. However, something seemed off considering how large the boy is. Vince wonders who the boy's father could be, mocking him afterward and calling him to fight. Taesung thinks to himself that he knew there were other bastards there besides Mord, and it seems that his father wasn't the only Archduke who strayed, asserting that he needed to focus on the fight, because only with power and brute strength could he achieve freedom, and power is very important in that world. And although it's appealing to think about living a calm and simple life far from there, he believes he had no choice in the matter, as he knows what will happen in the future of that world. Werner gets into his fighting stance, commenting that he would have to prove his abilities right there in front of everyone. Quickly surprising the blonde boy, our protagonist charges at him that he to throw a punch. But with a surprise hook, Vince manages to dodge just in time, feeling a bit shocked and surprised by that sudden move. The boy starts sweating, thinking that he didn't know Mord knew how to fight, but apparently the boy had some idea of how to. Taesung begins to spin, affirming in his mind that he was more agile than expected, and he thought that the boxing he learned when he was younger was paying off. He learned his fighty style just to pass the time, but it was better than nothing. So with his spin, the boy takes the opportunity to land a kick against his opponent Vince. The blonde manages to defend with his guard, however, he's thrown far away and barely manages to stop himself. Irritated, the boy admits that Mord was extremely good at fighting, and stands up again. The young man tells our protagonist that he was lying when he said he didn't know how to fight and was probably trying to take advantage of that. However, Taesung seems not to understand and says there's no reason to lie. Still, Vince insists that Mord was lying, judging by his stance. Mord, surprising everyone, replies that he just needed to copy what others do, and hearing this, the blonde boy becomes extremely irritated for some reason. Style leap. He charges at his opponent, some greenish energy in his hand, leaving our protagonist startled. One of the other bastard sons questions why Vince is using mana, asking him to stop, but the instructor interrupts, ordering the two to continue fighting. Even so, the student remains extremely concerned about the situation, fearing for our protagonist's life, but the instructor insists once more, telling them to let the two fight. Mort is impressed that his opponent is using mana against him. However, despite this, the young man takes a fighting stance without hesitation. Vince, extremely irritated, questions how that bastard dared to insult him. The young man said that from that moment on, he wouldn't hold back anymore, so our protagonist should be happy with the lesson he was about to learn. However, even with Vince's mana-infused punch, Mort easily sidesteps and dodges the attack. Vince is extremely shocked and worried, questioning how that boy managed to dodge the attack and how a novice like him had such skill. Our protagonist was about to say something, but Vince continues questioning how that bastard could so easily predict mana combat techniques in more terms, looking at Vince. The boy finishes his sentence asking if now was his turn while starting to conjure various mana particles around his hand. Then he suddenly disappears. Vince thinks it's impossible, raising his guard and noting that he spent years training his mana combat techniques, that he was struggling against a novice. At that moment, Werners lands a solid punch to his opponent's stomach, causing Vince to groan in pain from the blow. Vince faints and is thrown far away with extreme ease. All the other bastards and even the instructor are shocked by the scene, unable to believe what they were seeing. Todd thinks that he had imagined that this kid was just a novice, but he sent a warrior like Vince flying. Staring at Mord's back, the instructor states that the boy was extremely incredible and impressive. After practically defeating his opponent without giving him a chance to retaliate, our protagonist begins walking toward the boy who was lying on the ground. Mord stops in front of Vince and stares at him without saying a word for some time. The boy thinks that it would have been much worse if he hadn't dodged Vince's last attack, also stating that he now understood how to use that power. However, the blonde, who is sitting on the ground, starts making some movements with his hand clenching his fists. Mort takes account that stance, questioning the blonde if he could still stand after taking a blow like that, highlighting the warriors are different. Tesai notices that even though Vince is nearly unconscious, his opponent is about to do something, and the boy is surprised by Vince's determination. One of the students questions his instructor about how Vince was defeated by a novice with just one blow, and everyone wonders where that boy came from. Mort turns to his instructor and says that he didn't know how to control his strength, so he was afraid of killing his opponent if he continued the fight. Todd gets lost in thought, stating that Mord was just a student while he was an instructor. The man thinks that the purpose of an instructor is to measure the potential and power of those being tested, pushing them to their limit, and a test taker should not be able to defeat an instructor. However, he didn't know what would happen if that fight between the two took place. So to avoid further confusion, Todd orders the fight to end, and then one of the other students walks over to Vince, helping him up. Irritated, the instructor approaches our protagonist, questioning why the boy had lied. However, hearing this, Mort is confused. Todd says that the boy claimed he had never learned to fight, but from what he had just seen, approved otherwise. Mort explains that he truly never learned to fight in his life and hadn't lied at any point. But the instructor asserts that he won't believe it since it's impossible for someone who has never learned mana combat techniques to suddenly use them in a fight. Werners, in an attempt to cover for himself, says that he didn't know that was mana, as he could only use it after becoming completely enraged, and he didn't even know what it was. Todd doesn't believe that explanation and asks the boy if he thought he could really convince an instructor with decades of experience with just an excuse. Still trying to keep his true nature hidden, the boy begins to talk to Todd about his blood awakening experience and what happened. It's explained to us that Mord could use mana before his awakening, which is why he's so talented. The god of combat Werners and a goddess of the heavens Aria. The blood of these two gods runs through Mord's veins. This created an incredible synergy, making the boy a miraculous being. In other words, Mord had a blessed genetic heritage. The boy hadn't received even a minimally decent training until he was 15 years old. Yet, in just 7 years, you'll become stronger than Archduke Werners and the strongest successor to the god of combat, and that's how the story evolved. After coming up with an appropriate excuse that was also a half-truth, Todd began to believe it, saying that if it were true, the boy was a monster of talent. The instructor then asked the boy if he had any idea who Vince was, and the boy explained that since he met the blonde for the first time, he didn't know who he was. Vince was a Werners warrior who had been trained from an early age and had gone through an extremely complicated test. And even with all that, a novice like Moore had defeated him just like that. Putting out aside, Todd explained that our protagonist earned 200 points and passed a test that has a maximum score of 100 points, questioning what he would do now. But the boy was confused because he didn't know what to do since the instructor hadn't explained anything. Moore then stated that he still didn't know what this test was for, and his instructor began to explain that the test was to define the level he was at. The Archduke Werners family has 3 basic levels for warriors. If you meet the requirements of each level, you move on to the next, and if you pass the test of the final level, you could be classified as an official warrior. The catch was that these tests were extremely difficult and many saw it as an impossible mountain to climb, and Mort understood what he was saying. The boy asked his instructor Todd if he could place in at the first level, and the man was extremely confused. More say he needed to learn about mana combat techniques from the basics and wondered if they taught that at the second level as well. Todd replied that they didn't, and our protagonist asked if he could move up a level whenever he met the requirements for each one, and Todd confirmed still puzzled by that decision. Despite all the options available to him, Kaesung still preferred to start at the first level, saying this with confidence. Todd just stared at the boy, thinking that he was really serious, and since he was just a bastard, he thought this was the best option for him. The man turned around, agreeing, and said that it's not like he could give special treatment to the boy just because he had defeated a warrior. Then before leaving, the instructor said that the classes for the day were over and that he would send someone to explain the first level to our protagonist the next day. Already lying in one of the rooms in that place, the boy began to think that the test had been extremely easy. Kaesum wondered if Mord went through this whole process that he was now experiencing, since the novel didn't go into much detail about how Mord became Archduke Vernar's trump card. But that made sense as the boy was just a supporting character in the story, and there was no reason to delve deeper into his background. The boy only remembered that the Archduke of Vernars tried to maximize Mord's potential and dominate his mind to use him as a human weapon. The boy recalled that Mord was always beaten as a child and never fought back. As soon as in his past life, the supporting character must have been beaten and stayed at the first level. With all these memories and thoughts flooding his mind, the boy stated that he understood why he had possessed Mord's body. In his past life as Taesum, he wasn't someone significant to the world, but he always fought when he felt wronged. In contrast, in the novel, Mord lived a completely different lifestyle, being the complete opposite of him. The boy got up and began to walk towards something in the room while thinking that he was going to save the world from destruction. And to do so, he had to stop the protagonist of the novel. The one who gathers the world fragments, which are like puzzle pieces containing the essence of this world, could be called the supreme god or the wizard who dominated the world. Just like in the title, the great wizard Aiden manages to gather the fragments and become a being who dominated the entire world. However, at some point, it corrupted him, and with it, he brought destruction to the world. Aiden not only killed his enemies but also killed his own allies, and the novel depicts the struggle between Aiden and his enemies to become the world's destroyer. The next day, watching this summarized, the boy thought that he would stop Aiden, no matter what it took. Because this might be the last chance for him, Taesung, and now he will live as Mord instead of his former self. The Vernars family governs the Archduchy of Vernars and is renowned worldwide in that world. The castle of Vernars, the heart of the nation, is as luxurious as other royal castles. But what sets it apart is the warrior training center, located outside the castle in the 3rd region, which is extremely massive. In a carriage speeding toward a certain location, someone informs the protagonist that from that day forward, he will stay in the 1st level dormitory. Mort thinks that the training center seems much larger than the campus of most universities in his world. However, that was the least to be expected. A loud noise of warriors dueling can be heard nearby, and immediately, our boy becomes alert. A person beside him explains that this is probably the 3rd level training center, and Mort asks if that noise indeed came from a group of trainees. After receiving a yes, the boy thinks that even though these people came from 2nd level trainees, it clearly managed to surpass human limits. Moreover, Vernar's warriors are known for their ability to merge various powers into one. The same man who had previously explained things to Mord says that they will soon arrive at the 3rd region and that the boy's instructor is waiting for him. After stepping down from the carriage, he thanks the person who brought him, and looking to the side, the boy notices that another large man is the 1st level instructor. A large and muscular man with black hair introduces himself as the 1st level instructor, Hayes, and he asks the novice to call him Instructor Hayes. Ward does as instructed, calling him as requested, and immediately after, the instructor questions if the boy's name is Moore and assumes he must have done very poorly on the test to be there. Surprising the instructor and leaving him shocked, the bastard replies that he defeated Vince in the 1st test, and Hayes questions if he had really beaten a warrior. After receiving confirmation, the man is incredulous, not believing what happened and wondering why the young man is there. Mord thinks there's no reason to lie about it since everyone will soon know, and explains that he never learned combat techniques, which is why he came here to learn the basics. Still shocked by everything he heard, the instructor confirms, asking the boy to follow him, while thinking that the novice defeated a warrior without any basic training. The two begin to walk toward the battle center. Hayes explains that there are some people training, so our protagonist shouldn't distract them. The boy thinks that this might be the 1st level, but the instructor must be strong since he's training people who will become Vernar's warriors. Upon arriving, they see various muscular children, and the instructor introduces the new trainee, Mord. The man says that Mord is a novice, and at that moment, our protagonist is sweating, not believing that this level is meant for children. Mord starts to assume that he should have gone straight to the 3rd level, and if he had the option to change, he would have done so. Hayes questions if the boy had never learned mana combat techniques, and Verners explains that he hadn't, but for some reason, he could use mana. The instructor states that just by having gone through the awakening of divine blood, he's already blessed, and since he has no mana, what he's going to teach now will be very easy. Hayes begins to explain some steps that the boy probably already knows, so the final step is learning to control the basics of mana and sense amplification. Our protagonist asks if he doesn't need to learn anything about the basics of combat skills. The instructor then questions if the boy wants to stay there for a long time, because if he does, you will make that happen, but he supposes that the boy wouldn't want that. Werner becomes extremely nervous and says to forget about it, and the instructor remarks that he understands what happened. The man states that he will try to teach the boy a few things, and after that, he'll have to learn everything on his own because of his second level. The instructor will only help with the things he's terrible at. Mord thinks that he needs to learn everything from the basics, and he cannot underestimate himself just because it's the first level. He needs to start from the beginning to master his power. The children are shocked, questioning if it even makes sense since the novice has only been training for 10 minutes. One of the children comments that they think the novice's mana is stronger than mana of the instructors, and it's possible to see the boy surrounded by a blue aura. Imposingly, he asks if that's all or if there's more he needs to learn, and Mord continues to emit a crushing aura. Immediately, and somewhat frightened by all of this, the instructor responds that he has already surpassed the first level, and the boy wonders if that's really it. Now the second level, the boy begins to think that the physical reinforcement lessons at the second level are divided into two sublevels. The first is to strengthen your body, which helps prevent injury even if you get run over. And the second level is to amplify your abilities, allowing you to transcend the limits you reach when you train your muscles, as he demonstrates by striking a wall. The only thing visible after the blow is the hole the boy left, while he also remarks that physical reinforcement is a very difficult skill to learn. Turning and looking at his new second-level instructor, he says that all that's left is the practical test. But the new instructor thinks that the boy has already passed the second level. The man asserts that the boy doesn't need to do anything further and that just with what he's done, he will start the third level the next day. The instructor explains that the second level is easy, but the third will be much harder because as people who are part of the Werner's bloodline. With a serious expression, he states that the boy will face other powerful students without having learned any combat skills, relying only on his instincts. The young man realizes that he hasn't learned anything yet, and Hayes only sent him to the second level thinking he was hiding his power. Then the instructor puts his hand on Mord's shoulder, affirming that up to the second level, brute force is enough, but becoming a warrior at the third level won't be easy. Mord thinks that he already knew the third level would be difficult and in fact was excited to meet the people with the power of the divine blood awakening. The next day at dawn, we can see the quarters where the third-level warriors stay. Some people are talking about the rumors related to Mord as he managed to pass through 2 levels in just 2 days and has Werner's blood. Fian, a red-haired young man who is also part of the bloodline, remarks that people like our protagonist only want to attract the Archchief's attention. With a serious expression of someone asking for trouble, he declares that he will show this rack that there are rankings within the Werner's bloodline. People inform the red-haired boy that the novice has arrived, and shortly after, Mord reaches the place thinking he should have come here from the start. Fian, eager to make his point, approaches the brown-haired boy, questioning if he's the novice, and Mord responds by asking who he is. The boy introduces himself as the captain of the second class. Fian, our protagonist, thinks that this boy is also part of the Werner's bloodline, just like him. Mord also says that he is part of that bloodline and is in the third level, then introduces himself. With arrogance, Werner says that he doesn't know how long he will stay there. Hearing this as an insult, Fian gets irritated, letting his aura leak out, questioning if our protagonist thinks this is a joke. Dismissively, Mord tells him not to take it that way since he wouldn't have come here if he thought it was all a joke, which only enrages Fian further. Werner states that he's not in the mood for a fight right now, so he asks Fian to calm down. But the boy retorts that it's expected of someone from that bloodline, because Mord was enduring his aura, and Mord says he won't be intimidated just by feeling the aura of a weakling, which further ignites his opponent's fury. The boy begins to conjure a reddish aura in his hand while questioning Mord if he thinks the world will bow to him just because he went through the awakening. With his aura leeching and his eyes completely red, Fian is blinded by rage, only thinking about defeating and finishing off that novice. Other students begin to laugh at the novice, saying that no one could stop Fian and that it would be difficult for the boy to stay alive if no instructor stepped in to stop the fight. Fian declares to Mord that he won't hold back since our protagonist is also the Werner's bloodline. Then quickly, the red-haired boy rushes to attack the novice, trying to grab the young man's head with his hands and end the fight immediately. Blinded by rage, he says he'll make Mord pay for defaming that place and teach him a lesson about how the real world works. However, before he realizes it, a massive crash is heard, and a huge cloud of dust rises into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. The friend who was with Fian earlier comments that the power was monstrous, and that the novice was very unlucky to run into Fian, the leader there, but he hoped Mord would survive. As the smoke begins to clear, it becomes visible that one person is standing, while another is kneeling as if they had taken a powerful attack and fallen to the ground. For some reason, all the other students are stunned by the scene, watching someone tremble after being struck by a powerful blow. The one standing is Mord, not understanding what is happening since he thought Fian was stronger and would at least withstand one of his attacks. However, looking at Fian lying on the ground with blood dripping from his nose and mouth, he remarks that Fian was nothing more than a bully who barked a lot but had no dignity. Defeated and with his ego shattered, Fian wipes the blood from his mouth. The young man stands up, still trembling from the blow, and curses our protagonist, claiming that he only got lucky. However, the boy imposingly states that it wasn't luck. It was because his opponent was too weak. Once again, Fian lets all of his aura and mana flow out and charges at his opponent to end the battle for good and prove his strength. Taking advantage of the opening Fian left by being enraged and blinded by anger, Mord easily sidesteps the blow with extreme ease. He uses this opportunity to spin his entire body and quickly position himself behind Fian, ready to land a kick just as he did with his first opponent Vince. Then, coating his foot with mana, the boy takes Fian, sending him flying again several meters away, causing the poor boy to crash into the ground multiple times. After rolling from the impact, Fian stops when he hits a wall, and at that moment, a curtain of dust rises with the impact. Watching his opponent lying unconscious, Mord thinks he overdid it and hadn't expected Fian to be so weak, since the boy was the leader of the third-level Vernar's warriors. Looking in his own hands, the young man judges that his strike was so strong because of the basic mana combat techniques he learned at the first and second levels. Worried, Fian's friend rushes to him, waking the boy to check if he's okay and trying to help him up. However, the warrior doesn't give up, and angry with all the humiliation, he pushes his own friend away, declaring that the battle isn't over yet. Mord, with extreme disdain and pity for his opponent, remarks that the boy had fainted and was unconscious for about 10 seconds. Despite everything, Fian doesn't let go of his pride and insists that it's a lie because Mord only struck him when he was off guard, which is why he was hit. Mocking his opponent, our protagonist says that leaving his guard down while fighting someone who will become a warrior is pathetic. Bummish in all this rage and inner power, Ian declares that just because his opponent could talk didn't mean he could say everything that came to his mind. Thus, a red aura begins to envelop the young man and the students, feeling that immense power, panic, realizing that Fian had awakened his powers. They shout at the novice to flee, otherwise he will die, but Mord remains unshaken and stands firm, thinking that Fian must have invoked the divine blood awakening. But he was controlling the divine blood in a completely wrong way, which makes sense since the boy was also a bastard child and didn't possess pure blood. Amidst all the chaos, someone begins to walk toward the two young men, questioning what the commotion was and trying to understand the situation. That person was an elder, and one of the students called him the third-level instructor, explaining that a fight between Fian and the novice had started. Observing the situation, the elder remained silent, and when his student asked if they should stop the two, the old man replied that they should do nothing and just wait for now. The elder thought that Fian was strong enough to compare to a regular warrior and hadn't had many opportunities to test the boy's true power, but now there was an opportunity. Looking at Mord, he assumed that this boy must be the Vernar's child who had reached the third level that day, so it wouldn't be too problematic if a child died. Red electricity began to course through Fian's body, and with a malevolent and extremely irritated smile, he declared that Mord would pay with his life. Mord, realizing what kind of power was in his opponent's hands, couldn't believe that his enemy could use such a technique. Fian clasped his hands together and quickly leaped towards Mord, attempting to strike from below with several powerful bolts of lightning emanating from his body. Seeing the attack coming his way, Verners thought that this was an advanced technique that uses the body or a weapon as a vessel to create a powerful magical form. The name of this power was Body Impulse, and finally, Fian landed on the ground, almost hitting Mord, who barely managed to dodge the attack of what he may struck. The powerful blow hit the ground, causing the entire area to emit a massive rumble and begin to crack. Seeing the sheer force behind his opponent's strike, Taesun thought it would be bad if he were hit squarely by that attack. But using his new power, Fiam quickly approached our protagonist, telling him not to dare run away. And once again, he conjured several bolts of lightning in his hand, charging at the boy to end his life for all the disrespect he had shown. Before Fian could even react, he was quickly struck by a blow at his face, leaving him surprised. With blood once again flowing from his nose, Fiam was incredulous at having been hit so suddenly, but he remained determined. A flurry of attacks followed, aimed at Mord, but the young man managed to dodge and counter every one of them. Even with his new power that allowed him to endure more hits, Mord was able to evade all of Fian's strikes without even using his divine blood. The students noticed that the novice wasn't taking any hits, but also commented that Mord's attacks didn't seem to affect Fian, as he appeared to be holding up well. However, the elder instructor pointed out that something was off, as the red-haired boy was indeed suffering and gradually wearing himself out in the fight. The red-haired boy became extremely exhausted, and the old man noted that Fian's impulse was weakening. Mord remarked there was time to get a bit more serious, and changing his strategy, it was now Verners who charged and his enemy to land a blow. With a quick punch, the boy struck Fian's stomach, catching him off guard and preventing him from reacting to the extremely fast attack. When he was hit, Fian groaned in pain, with more tomato juice spilling from his mouth. The boy was once again thrown far away, and Mord remained in his fighting stance, apologizing because he tried to hold back, but seemed to have used too much force. Recovering from the punch, Fian angrily told Mord to shut up, claiming that all he had done so far was run away like a coward, trying to set a trap for him. However, Taesun became extremely irritated by this, and really listening to Fian's threats and using them as fuel. Imposingly, he declared that he would stop dodging and that he had been going easy, but since Fian was getting on his nerves, he would end this. Fian thought he had successfully manipulated our protagonist, assuming the boy had fallen into his trap. Hidden charge once again at his enemy, telling Mord not to regret it after being defeated. For some reason, the boy simply stared at the powerful punch coming his way, doing nothing to dodge, just as he had said. With the impact of the blow, numerous mana particles were scattered throughout the area, creating a brilliant light. When the students could see again, they realized that Mord was holding Fian's arm. The boy explained to his opponent that impulse doesn't work when your enemy is stronger, so Fian's attacks were nothing because Mord was stronger. also enveloping a power in his hand but now with a bluish aura. Mord concluded by saying that this was a great lesson. Fayan, filled with desperation, realizes that a user of impulse is supposed to always win against someone who doesn't have that power. It's common sense. But this guy Mord had changed everything. The last thing the red-haired boy sees is a punch coming straight at his stomach, and Fayan thinks he never had a chance of winning. Once again, he's thrown back, groaning in pain, and soon after, the boy rolls across the ground, already defeated. Finally, he crashes into a wall, raising his hand as if to say something, but before he can utter a word, he collapses unconscious, unable to withstand the impact of the blows. The instructor, shocked, wonders where a monster like Mord came from, as a bastard child had defeated Fayan without even using impulse. Watching the scene, he mutters that he has trained many Werners, but he has never seen a bastard child so talented. Mord had managed to close the gap between himself and someone of direct lineage. Mord turns, asking if anyone else wants to fight him, and finally the instructor comments that the boy is only 15 years old and already this strong, which means he's a monster. Basely begins to leave the area, instructing his students to hurry and take Fayan to the medical center, and one of them acknowledges the order. He thinks that if he doesn't do something about this, the chain of command here will crumble. And no matter how talented Mord is, it doesn't change the fact that he's just a bastard child. Imagining Mord as a small puppet, the old man concludes that he needs to find a way to control that boy at all costs. Our protagonist begins to explain that Fayan was seriously injured in the fight yesterday and that he has to stay in the medical center now. Because of the blows he received, the boy fell into a coma and hasn't woken up until this very moment. As a result, Mord was placed in solitary confinement for 4 days, during which he spent time reading some combat tactics in a book. Closing the book he was reading, the boy remarks that this theoretical combat test was quite easy. Considering that he did postgraduate studies in his past life, the theoretical test shouldn't be a problem for him and he would be able to handle it. The boy begins to stretch, stating that staying in the dormitory all day was boring, so he would go practice his mana combat technique. A mysterious figure arrives, telling Mord that he heard he had already caused trouble in the 3rd level training area. When our protagonist looks up, he notices that the person is Todd, and he asks his instructor what he's doing there. The man explains that the Archduke wants to see him. Our protagonist is confused, questioning why such an important figure would want to see him, and the man explains that he'll find out when he gets to the designated location. Todd also mentions that the boy doesn't need to change his clothes as the Archduke doesn't expect him to know noble etiquette, so he's fine as he is. Our protagonist simply agrees, thinking that Archduke Werners didn't care much for noble etiquette even in the novel, and with that, they set off. Todd explains that rumors about the boy have spread everywhere, about how he completed the 1st and 2nd levels and he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He also mentions that he thought the boy was very smart, and that he's sure others think the same. Mord doesn't understand what his instructor means and asks what he's talking about, to which the man replies that it was all a plan to attract the Archduke's attention. However, surprising him, Mord denies it, saying that he wouldn't risk his morals just to gain the Archduke's attention, since if he wanted attention, he could just become a powerful warrior. Todd thinks the boy is wrong and that this is better than the things he has done so far. He then explains to his student that the Archduke received a report about what happened and became interested. Tyson remarks that defeating Werners would indeed attract the Duke's attention, so he wasn't surprised by this. As they approach the Archduke's training area, Todd advises the boy not to do anything wrong. After stepping down from the carriage, the two observe a battle taking place nearby. Our protagonist's father is surrounded by a pink mana shield while several warriors attempt to attack him. He looks at the man with long hair and a beard, identifying him as Archduke Werners, and notes that the aura is powerful, and the man even resembles a muscular giant. The warriors surrounding Werners quickly moving to break the barrier that protects him. Everyone strikes the shield immediately. However, despite the cracks forming, no one manages to break it. Seeing that his guest has finally arrived, the Archduke says that it's enough and begins to do something. A spiraling sphere starts to form in his hand, absorbing the surrounding mana particles, turning a deep red. Suddenly, what was a small marble-sized orb transforms into a large soccer ball in Werner's hand. The enormous sphere rapidly evolves into a powerful and gigantic magic orb that begins to draw everything around it toward itself. For some reason, upon seeing this, Ward seems to recognize the ability, and then Werners prepares to conclude his attack. The boy explains that this is a powerful ability that absorbs both physical and magical attacks and converts them into a shockwave that throws enemies away. The massive magic sphere that was once gigantic concentrates in the palm of Werner's hand, and the man launches it at his opponents like a burst of energy. The blast creates a massive crater in the wall, and a curtain of smoke rises as all the other adversaries are flung back. Seeing this, the boy thinks that the god of combat's reflector is the name of this ability, and he believes it's still being developed by his father Werners. After launching the attack, the man considers that it's still not enough, and our protagonist concludes that even in its incomplete state, the ability is already incredibly powerful. Turning to face the instructor and his son, the Archduke apologizes for making them wait, and the two quickly kneeled, bowing before the Lord. The man walks over and Mord, saying that since he called the boy there, he doesn't mean to follow etiquette and can stand. In front of his son, the man appeared as a giant towering over him. He then says he heard that the boy did some interesting things at the training facilities. Grabbing his son's chin, he asks who the boy's mother was, and the boy explains that her name was Reina. The man states that he remembers her and notes that our protagonist seems to take after his mother more than his father, then asks if the young man has already gone through the blood awakening. Vernars also mentions that he heard Mord defeated an impulse user using only body reinforcement and wanted to see just how strong his son was. Suddenly, the Archduke shouts for someone named Kessner, and a young man appears behind him, addressing him as Your Majesty. The father of our protagonist states that he wants this Kessner to fight against Mord, and the boy questions whether it's really necessary to fight a young man. Hearing this, the man says that this is his son who recently arrived, and he wants to see how strong the boy is, so his subordinate shouldn't go too hard on him. Looking at his opponent, Mord realizes that he is one of those who were training with the Archduke earlier, and Kessner asks the boy to follow him to the duel arena. He informs the young man that he could use any weapon, and that he would wait for the boy to choose. However, Kaesung says he doesn't need one. Getting into a fighting stance, Mord explains that he never learned to wield a weapon, so he'll only use his fists. Kessner lets out a small chuckle, underestimating the boy and asking if he's really serious. Immediately afterward, he charges at Mord to attack him and see what the boy is capable of. He throws a strike at the boy, but the young man easily manages to dodge it. In his mind, Mord thinks that his opponent is fast, which is expected of someone close to the Archduke. Kessner comments that the boy dodged without using mana, getting excited. A barrage of blows begins to come at Mord, who tries to defend himself but quickly realizes that this opponent is on a completely different level compared to Vince and Fian. After the sequence of strikes, the boy is thrown back and barely manages to stay on his feet, still alive in the fight. Kessner begins to emit his alright, which is ablaze, saying that he likes the way our protagonist fights because even when cornered, he wasn't giving his all. Mord starts to sweat from the heat he's feeling, thinking that his opponent is using mana, and judging by the strength, he must be of the Vernars bloodline. The boy also acknowledges that now that he thinks about it, he has never fought with everything he has while observing his opponent walking towards him. The young man begins to summon his mana as well, stating that since his opponent is someone from the Archduke's entourage, it should be worth it to give his all, so he won't hold back. A powerful and brilliant blue energy begins to emanate from Mord's body. The auras of the two extremely powerful opponents clashed like a battle in the jungle. The Archduke was impressed by what he saw, and Kessner couldn't believe that this was the mana of an apprentice. Taezon thought that Mord probably never maximized his potential since he grew up hearing people call him the cursed one who killed his mother. The boy likely never had the chance to use his full power due to the guilt he carried on his shoulders. Now in battle stance, the current Mord begins to think that this time would be different because he was going to do this for the Mord who never got to unleash his true power. With a serious expression in his fighty stance, Taesung starts to provoke Kessner, asking him to come at him. Kessner laughs, confirming, and quickly, with all the speed and explosiveness, charges at Mord, saying he's going to teach him a lesson. Mord manages to defend himself with his arms, preventing his opponent's attack from reaching his face. Kessner admires his opponent, saying he understands why the Archduke is interested in the boy because the rumors were not false. But all that was useless, so with one fist still pressing against our protagonist's guard, the man unleashes an unknown attack. Once again, Mord is thrown back, thinking that he was sure he blocked it, and assumes that must be a technique that doubles the attack's impact. Kessner doesn't give him a chance to breathe, affirming that the boy still has a lot to learn, and quickly charges at him again to end the fight. Before Mord could think about how vast the power gap between them was, he was struck by a powerful blow to his stomach. The boy is slammed into the wall, feeling the impact of the punch and spitting out some saliva. Kessner gives a small smile, stating that he hasn't even started yet, so the boy better not disappoint him. As the dust clears, the Archduke's subordinate knight starts to mockingly ask if that was all our protagonist had. Still hurt from the attack, the young man tries to stand up, acknowledging that there's a huge difference between them, even without the man using impulse. As he struggles to his feet, Mord wonders if he should use the power of divine blood, but he dismisses the idea, realizing that if he did, his opponent would likely do the same. Kessner starts to get irritated, saying that the boys seem to be overthinking things. Mord remains silent, groaning in pain and wiping the blood from his mouth caused by the blow. When he doesn't hear a response, Kessner becomes even more annoyed, stating that if the boy won't fight with everything he has, he'll force him to do so, charging at him again. Kessner notices that the young man is finally about to fight seriously, and our protagonist raises his hand to strike him. However, the man easily dodges, forcing the boy to punch the ground instead. Pleased and excited by the battle, he says this is what he wanted and immediately goes on the offensive again. Preparing his punch, Mord thinks that he didn't want to show everything he was capable of just yet, but getting beaten up was boring, so he decided to hit back. A sincere exchange of blows between the two begins, with punches almost impossible to see. After trying to land a direct hit on his opponent, Kessner dodges the blow and comments that the boy made too many unnecessary movements. Come slightly below, the man remarks that the young man is talented, but his combat skills are still that of a novice as he begins to gather mana in his hand. The man launches the attack at his opponent, but only manages to hit his forearm. Kessner comments that he thought the boy wasn't going to defend anymore. Mord responds, saying that he knew he would do that, and then counterattacks with mana, landing a solid hit on his opponent's vulnerable arm. However, Kessner is surprised to realize that the attack on his arm was the same one he used earlier, double attack. The man notices that his opponent had not only blocked his attack on purpose, but had also copied the movement, replicating it too quickly. Kessner becomes extremely irritated, clenching his fists as he realizes that the boy managed to replicate his double attack way too fast. A golden aura with several lightning bolts begins to emanate from the man's hand, and he says he's becoming more impressed and interested in our protagonist. And because of that, Mord would now have to give it his all. Seeing that his opponent was using impulse, the young man wonders if his enemy is finally going to use his true power. However, the Archduke immediately interrupts the fight, ordering them to separate, surprising Kessner. The elder tells his subordinate that what they had done was enough to test Mord's strength. He begins walking towards his son, remarking that it's incredible to see the young man at this level, especially since he just went through the blood awakening. However, cutting short the moment of pride, the Archduke comments that there's something else he wants to see and begins to prepare a burst of energy in his hand. The protagonist realizes that it's an impulse sphere and wonders why his father is suddenly using it. Immediately, the boy puts his hands forward, trying to absorb the attack to avoid his death. In his mind, the boy curses Werners while questioning if his body can withstand this force. Trying to push beyond his limits, the young man declares that he won't use his secret ability and will endure it with just his body. Memories of the battle against Fian come back, and the young man comments that he only managed to block the impulse because he was stronger than his opponent, so that wouldn't work here. However, if he used impulse as well, he could block it, and quickly the boy invokes a white aura in his hand, stopping the attack. His father smiles, and Todd is stunned, stating that it's impossible because our protagonist just went through the blood awakening. Seeing all the blue energy flowing from his student, the instructor questions how the boy is already able to use that ability. Looking at his own hand, Mort tells that the talents of his body are better than he imagined because he can see someone using an ability and already replicate it. The Archduke is extremely pleased, saying that this is expected of someone of his blood, and hearing this, Mort becomes irritated, remembering that this man uses people. Werners, brimming with pride, promises that he will reward his son since he passed the test, then asks what the young man desires. The nobleman says the boy could have wealth beyond imagination or a mentor to train him, and he could ask for anything. Our protagonist is momentarily confused, noting that she never expected something like this, but she already knew what to ask for. She just needs to collect the world fragments before Eden does, as that's what's necessary to prevent the world's destruction. The boy replies that he doesn't want such trivial things, and his father then asks what his wish is. Surprising everyone, Mord says he wants to challenge the tomb of the god of combat. Taysun explained that there are places called dungeons in the novel. They are dangerous and filled with monsters. The dungeons in this world are a bit different because they have signs of erosion from other worlds. In other words, dungeons form with this world and another overlap. Almost all dungeons overlap with the demon realm, but the tomb of the god of combat is said to be where the god of combat Vernars was created. This place has an overlap with another world, and it's where one of the world fragments is located. Upon hearing his son's request, the Archduke becomes extremely serious and remains silent for a few seconds. He places his hand on his chin, continuing to ponder it, and our protagonist wonders if he asked for it too soon. His father asks what the boy's reason is for wanting to go to that place, since there doesn't seem to be a clear motive. The boy gives the excuse that he heard there are traces of the god of combat Werners there, and he wants to see with his own eyes the source of the lineage he acquired upon awakening. Kessner, who was the boy's opponent earlier, says that this boy is more immature of any thought. He explains that the tomb of the god of combat is the place where the coming-of-age ceremony is held for those of the direct bloodline. And what he's asking for is basically a challenge to the direct bloodline, and a bastard child shouldn't be allowed to go to that place. Unexpectedly, Wernars agrees, and Kessner questions why his master would allow it, but the Archduke says he already knows what his subordinate is thinking. He explains that there have been many instances where someone outside the bloodline went to the dungeon for the sake of an expedition, and this has happened in every generation. Werners asks if his subordinate also wants to go. However, the man says nothing and remains silent. Werners thinks that Kessner has lived a miserable life just for being a bastard child, and he's sure that both Mord and Kessner also want to taste the privileges. However, he tells our protagonist that it's too early for the boy to go, but he'll give him a chance when he becomes an official warrior. Clenching his fists, Mord thinks that becoming an official warrior isn't too difficult, but he needs to be faster than the protagonist of the novel Aiden and obtain the fragment from the tomb of the god of combat. With confidence and hope for a promising future, the boy confirms to his father, stating that he understands. Kester, who had just fought against our protagonist, watches the boy leaving with his instructor, remaining silent. The blonde man asks his master if the boy's name was Mord. However, ignoring his question and surprising him, Werners asks what he thought of the boy given that he had fought against him. The man explains that it seemed like Mord was hiding a lot because he was certain the boy hadn't given his all in a fight. Werners, hearing this, responds that it seemed like Mord had given his all to hold back the impulse sphere and had also learned that ability the moment he received it. Kessner acknowledges that he knew there were people who could learn things quickly. However, the thing that shocked him most about the young man was the amount of mana he possessed, as even though he didn't yet know how to control it, the boy's mana level was astonishing. The R2 comments that Mord's mana had a resemblance to that of Ernat, and he was about to say something more but suddenly stops. Kessner asks what his master was going to say, but the man remains silent and dismisses it, saying it was nothing. Werners thinks that the boy's gaze lacked any desire and was almost lifeless. The eyes of his bastard children were always full of the desire to be recognized by their father, but his were different. Smiling, the old man remarks that the boy reminds him a lot of his mother Rena and that he was an extremely interesting child. Back at the third level training center, several warriors are seen dueling with each other. Mort arrives and takes the opportunity to observe the fight happening among his teammates. The young man thinks that he nearly died of boredom over the past 4 days, but now will finally learn something useful and worthwhile. He turns his attention to a conversation where a background character mentions hearing that the Werners are going to select 5 of the bastard children to challenge the tomb of the god of combat. A brown-haired boy says that apparently this is an expedition to discover a pattern in the tomb of the god of combat, since the pattern changes every time. Hearing all this, Mord thinks that Kessner has also decided to try facing the tomb of the god of combat, and he needs to hurry to become a warrior. Daisley arrives at the scene asking if everyone is present, and a background character responds that everyone is there except Fian. Imposingly, the instructor commands all the students to prepare for training. After saying this, the man walks over to our protagonist, asking if he's the novice, and the boy promptly responds that he is. The elder remarks that Moore cannot participate in this training because it's his first day, and that he should ask his peers for help in learning what has already been taught. Werners becomes irritated, questioning why his instructor doesn't want to teach him since he doesn't want to learn from other students. Daisley, enraged, comments that the young man has given orders right after beating Captain Fian on his first day, and the boy retorts that he has already been punished for what he did. However, this does not calm the situation, making the instructor even more furious. He orders the boy to stop talking back, questioning if this is how he was taught to behave. Mord maintains a firm expression, saying that Daisley should misunderstand since he's only speaking the truth, and it's the instructor's duty to listen. The instructor cannot tolerate being answered back and, consumed by fury, strikes our protagonist. After Mord steps back slightly from the blow, the old man seizes the opportunity and grabs the boy by the collar, calling him a brat and asserting that he's giving him an order. The instructor orders the boy to run laps around the center until the training ends and expects him to maintain a high speed while paying attention to the lessons. With this, the instructor begins to laugh at the psychopathic expression, stating that the boy will be punished if he fails to answer any questions. Moore tries to restrain himself but lets a bit of mana leak out as he clenches his fists in anger at the humiliation he's experiencing. Seeing this and realizing that once again his authority is being challenged, the elder loses control. The old man thinks that this brat dares to disrespect his authority as an instructor. This was unacceptable, and then the old man struck our protagonist again while saying that he was mocking his own instructor. Moore became extremely furious but tried to contain his anger, and at that moment, the old man began to lecture him, asserting that the instructor's authority was absolute there, and if the boy continued to resist, he would be removed as a student, immediately asking Mord if he had understood everything. Wiping the blood from his mouth after taking the old man's blow, a boy began cursing him in his mind and wondered if he should hit him. However, he changed his mind, thinking that if he caused another fight there, it could interfere with his test to become an official warrior. And for that reason, he needed to hold back so he could go to the tomb of the god of war. So the young man responded that he understood, addressing the old man as sir. Seeing that his authority was restored, Daisley questioned what the boy was doing because he should be running. And even though he was silent, swallowing all the anger he was feeling, our protagonist began to run as his instructor had ordered. Watching the back of the student who had defied him, the instructor thought he would ensure the young man was punished for disrespecting him. Our protagonist explained that during the time that passed after that event, Daisley seemed to hold a grudge for what happened and continued to punish him for no reason. It became apparent that the boy was constantly being assaulted by the old man. The boy also stated that Daisley had gone mad with the authority he had and let it completely go to his head. If he felt that his authority was being even minimally threatened, he would punish anyone verbally and physically without feeling pain or remorse. And he always imposed punishment in the form of training for all the students, and because of that, no one could resist since it was something he could do. This was how Daisley governed that place, the third level of the Vernar warriors. After a few days, Mord could be seen doing an exercise using only one finger. However, even then, the instructor kept complaining, questioning if he was disobeying his own instructor. The young man thought he knew why his instructor was doing that, as it was just because Mord had used mana in front of the other apprentices that time. Stating that he wouldn't get a response, Daisley left in anger, realizing that the boy wouldn't answer no matter what he asked. But the man stated that the boy should remain in that position until the end of the day, and if he moved a muscle, he would be punished again. While doing the exercise, Mord thought he held back because he believed the old man had something valuable to teach, but it seemed he was just passing on mediocre training. Inside his quarters, Daisley was sitting, thinking deeply, resting his chin on his arm. The man cursed Mord, wondering how that brat dared to talk back to him, and the punishment he gave the boy should have destroyed anyone's body. But Mord endured until the end, because if he wanted to rebel one day, practically challenging his authority. The man wondered how a bastard child with no training could be so strong, and then he punched the wall. Getting up, he then stated that the boy would fall soon, that he would make sure of it with his own hands. The next day, we hear the protagonist saying that he will take the test to become an official warrior. He is staring at an instructor while the other cadets are shocked at what he's just said. The confused old man asks if he is sure about what he just said, and our hero just firmly confirms it. He's immediately reprimanded by the old man, who says he has never learned anything to become a warrior. But that doesn't intimidate Tim, who says it's because the instructor neglected his job. Then he approaches him and says that in reality, the old man is not qualified to teach. This irritates an elder, who tells him to stop talking nonsense as he is the only one who judges who can take the test or not. But while the old man continues to complain, the protagonist gives a malicious smile, saying that he can't say that. and that he officially challenges the instructor Daisley to a combat god's spirit. Upon hearing what the young man just proposed, the old man begins to be in shock, remembering that the spirit of the combat god refers to the sacred practice of duels. And since all those with great powers also follow barbaric traditions, this duel simply means that the strong one is right. They believe that the combat god gives his blessings only to true warriors, meaning that the duel's winner is always the one who is right. Soon the old man questions how the protagonist knows this, but he says it doesn't matter and that according to the laws of Werners, an apprentice can request the combat god's spirit from an instructor. In fact, this came from a legend where the combat god grew up without knowing his true abilities, as when he was younger, he was harassed by powerful beings. Soon after he took the throne, he told all his descendants that those who dictate over others must have the necessary ability for it. Therefore, in Werners' laws, it is allowed for apprentices to challenge instructors for the combat god's spirit. The protagonist thinks the old man was crazy when he considered this, but now will dare to use it in his favor. However, soon Daisley grabs his collar and says he is just a child to be asking for this, and that he is too young to talk about such an important sacred right. But the protagonist quickly tells him to shut up and not to fool himself, since he does not have the right to demand a combat god's spirit. He then lets go of the instructor's hands and slowly walks away from him, while his back is being washed by the same. The protagonist then prepares to do something with his manner, and shouts for everyone to hear that apprentice Mort requires the combat god's spirit to duel against third-level instructor Daisley. He repeats this message as a shout that echoes throughout the palace so that everyone can hear what is happening. But this displeases the instructor. However, before he can say anything, the protagonist turns around, telling him not even to think about denying his request. But if he plans to do so, he will spread to everyone that you ran away from a disciple. Daisley gets irritated by the brat's presumptuous actions, but our hero remains firm and asks if he still hasn't understood what is happening, and that this is his last chance to prove himself a true instructor, warning the old man that he no longer wants to waste time with useless people like him. Feeling the pressure the young man is emanating, the instructor begins to think he should have come wearing brown pants, and that it seems he didn't show all his power when he faced Fian, thinking that now he can't hold back, and even if he is talented, he is still just a child. Daisley then says that he will regret acting like this and begins to prepare the day of the duel, but before he finishes his sentence, he is interrupted by the protagonist, who explains that the challenger is the one who chooses the time and place, and that the duel will be held in the same place in 1 hour, since he doesn't want to waste time with useless people like the instructor. And as he begins to walk away, he says he won't stop him if he wants to flee, completely scaring the instructor, who wonders where this psychopath came from. A little further from the training ground, the protagonist's shout echoes, making the blonde man standing by the window curious about an apprentice requesting the combat god's spirit against an instructor. The man knew he wasn't an ordinary child, but he never imagined he could entertain him in this way. Soon he calls his servant, who promptly responds, and says they will go to the third-level training center. Then we discover that the man is the one he faced a few days ago. Heading to the training center, we notice a lot of movement with 2 other people in the middle of a hall. The protagonist seems very calm while the people around wonder if this is the guy who requested the combat god's spirit. Then we also see instructor Daisley, fully prepared and equipped with weapons, shields, and even armor. Mort approaches, saying that he really chose to fight instead of fleeing, and is answered by the instructor, who says he will take that arrogance out of him by force. But this threat ends up being in vain, as the MC says that a barking dog doesn't bite. This makes the instructor even more irritated by the young man's insolence, while he just smiles calmly. Suddenly someone arrives, asking if they are late and saying they thought they wouldn't make it in time. Soon both realize it's Mr. Kestner, and they question why he's there. The problem is that hearing the protagonist speak so calmly to the official makes the instructor suspicious. Realizing that the boy knows this official and confirming that he wasn't being arrogant for no reason, as he is supported by someone powerful. Kestner says he heard about what was going to happen there and then asks what he is planning by requesting the combat god's spirit. He is soon answered by Moore, who says that the man is neglecting his role and seems to only have malicious thoughts in his mind. This makes Kestner chuckle slightly as he finds the protagonist amusing. He then asks if our hero really thinks he will win and says that even though the instructor is retired, he shouldn't be underestimated. The old man also speaks up and says he will beat the protagonist until he begs for forgiveness, but that the fight shouldn't start yet since the witness he called hasn't arrived. However, Kestner quickly asks the instructor if he could be the new witness, as the other hasn't shown up yet. Upon hearing that, people in the training center start wondering why Mr. Kestner wants to be the witness for this boy. Even the instructor is confused and is asked by the blonde man if he thinks he's not qualified for the role. This startles the old man, who quickly backtracks, saying that Kestner is a busy man and so on. But hearing the man address him informally, the blonde man questions whether the instructor is disrespecting him and warns not to confuse respect with weakness. This makes the old man apologize and bow his head quickly. But of course, someone as proud as he is wouldn't be happy about being humiliated. The protagonist then apologizes for interrupting and says it's almost time, prompting Mr. Kestner to ask what he's talking about. But he soon understands the situation and wishes the boy good luck, hoping he didn't come all the way for nothing. Mord then tells the instructor that it's time to start, and the old man, so angry from being humiliated so many times, also wishes to be in the fight. He says that the protagonist managed to surpass Fian's momentum with just his body reinforcement. But while preparing an aura on his sword, he says that Mord will regret it if that's all he has. This makes our hero a little more serious. The old man then continues, saying he wants to see if Mord can also block a sword with that momentum. But before he can do anything, the protagonist says he's funny, leaving Gaisley confused. While preparing his aura, Mord says he's completely wrong, and asks if he really thinks an apprentice would challenge an instructor with just that. That he shows his aura spreading across his entire body while looking confident in the fight. This makes the old man realize that Mord is using body impulse and wonders when he learned that. But before he can continue his line of thought, the protagonist quickly advances, gathering all his aura into his fist to throw a punch. But the confident old man says it won't change a thing, and soon the two attacks collide, causing a powerful shockwave. However, the protagonist's fist ends up winning, shocking the old man, who realizes the attack is coming his way. And soon he's hit by our hero's strength, being thrown backward, where he uses all the strength in his legs to stop, becoming extremely confused, wondering how Mord pierced through his attack and sent him flying. But once again, the protagonist advances, already preparing a new attack. This time is blocked by the instructor's shield. He admits that our hero is good, but he won't be able to defeat him with those skills. Soon, Mord notices something coming his way. Then the instructor uses his impulse on the shield, sending a wave of mana that throws our MC backward. As he says that despite being strong, he still lacks experience, and Evie has no deep knowledge of mana techniques. That's why he is too young to fight someone like him, who carries great experience, attacking our hero, who barely manages to dodge. But his dodge wasn't perfect, and a small part of his cheek ends up getting cut. Realizing the situation is getting worse for the protagonist, the instructor says that he has survived maid battles and near-death situations. So someone as weak as him daring to challenge an elder is practically at death sentence, and that he is not a bastard child like Mord, who could be underestimated. With the last attack, the instructor throws the MC far away. He manages to stay on his feet, but is now much more cautious. He knows the old man is right about having more experience, and the blonde man watching the fight says that although the boy is talented, his combat skills are still those of a novice. If he loses here, he will have to leave, and that's exactly what Gaisley wants. So he wonders what the young hero will do now. Back in the fight, the instructor asks if a cat got the protagonist's tongue. But Mord just approaches, saying that even though the instructor is a jerk, his skills aren't bad, impressing the old man with his arrogance. Even so, Mord remains cold and says that if the instructor thinks he will lose, then it's clear he's an unqualified instructor. But the old man just laughs, saying he will train him right here and now. However, the MC says that's impossible, startling the elder, who wonders where all this energy came from. Looking closely at the protagonist, he notices some changes in his physique, in addition to the aura emanating from him. When he realizes that the young man now has completely white hair, the instructor instantly knows he is lost, since his divine blood has been unlocked. Our hero just opens his eyes, determined to finish off his old man. And as he approaches, the elder is now absolutely certain that he should have come to this battle wearing brown pants. Mord says this is the first time he's fought like this, and he doesn't think he will be able to hold back. So it's better for him not to be resentful when he dies and becomes a ghost. After going through the divine blood awakening at 15 years old, those who belong to the Vernar's lineage can use the powers of divine blood. However, most of them stop using the divine blood powers to increase their mana storage, and this allows them to gain incredible powers. Let if someone exists who can fully control the divine blood, that person will gain incomparable power. The people watching the scene in the training room are shocked, wondering if the protagonist is really only 15 years old. Im Kesmir is impressed at how a 15-year-old boy managed to awaken the powers of divine blood. And although he was considered the most talented among several boys, it took him 4 years to awaken it. Yet this young man, who arrived just 8 days ago, has already reached this level. Instructor Gaisley is also beginning to soil his pants, because when he looks into the boy's silver eyes, he is certain that he has awakened the blood. As the protagonist throws his superior instinct aura all around, he finds it unbelievable. Mord then tries to show a little mercy and says that if he wants to give up, he can do so and will only lose his pride. But the instructor shouts, telling him not to talk nonsense. It's even if you manage to awaken the divine powers, there's no way he would lose to a novice. However, before he finishes speaking, the protagonist quickly approaches, telling him not to regret this later. But this attack is something the old man anticipated, and he is fully confident he can defend it. So he puts his shield in front of the protagonist's blow, saying it will have no effect. But the opposite happens as he is sent flying with just one hand movement from our hero, falling violently to the ground as he is dragged across the dirt. Suddenly, it hits him, and the old man realizes that this is the power of divine blood. Mord wonders if his attack was too strong as he still can't control it properly, while the old man is certain he just lost to a 15-year-old boy. Even so, he maintains his pride, and despite his injured shoulder, he doesn't let himself be defeated. He then begins to use all his impulse in the sword, preparing a desperate final attack, charging towards the protagonist and preparing an attack strong enough to eliminate him. But before he can even make a move with his sword, our hero is already close, telling him to drop that pride. Then incredibly, the old man manages to dodge the attack, moving behind him, while shouting for him not to lower his guard, saying that no matter how strong he thinks he is, when it comes to combat technique, he's far superior. The large explosion is seen after the elder's attack, hurting praise even from Kesmir, who finds it incredible that he managed to turn the situation around. However, the most powerful weapon and shield of the Verners are their own bodies, and soon we realize that the sword imbued with impulse wasn't even enough to scratch the protagonist's body, since it won't hurt someone who has already awakened their divine powers. In that moment, Instructor Gately felt true terror, as he realized that the sword he had trained with for decades was doing nothing against a 15-year-old boy. He then starts swinging it frantically in all directions, finding it impossible. But our hero just stands there, receiving the attacks. He soon says that he's disappointed, because not only is he weak, but he also wants to act like the greatest of all. Upon hearing this, Gately gets irritated, preparing another attack with all his strength. But with bare hands, the protagonist stops the sword's movement. It explains that those who are descendants of the god of combat fight with their own hands because there is no weapon stronger than their physique. He then asks if the instructor really thought such an attack would hurt him, while gripping the old man's sword even tighter, and then releases an electric shock using his divine power, making the old man writhe in pain from the shock of over 1,000,000 volts. The elderly man then falls to his knees before the protagonist, and looking down at him, Moore asks if he's in shock and tells him to accept his defeat, or else he swears he will eliminate him right there and then. Gately, who is not only in shock that also soiled his pants, is now terrified of that boy, realizing that from the beginning, he was never able to win against this incomparable power. He then lowers his head coldly and accepts his defeat before our hero. At that same moment, the crowd watching the battle begins to shout that the son of Vernars defeated Gately. Even the blonde man finds it impressive how a bastard son who awakened the divine blood managed to use the blood powers. Not only that, but he nearly killed his instructor in the combat god's spirit duel, so he has no idea how strong he might become. And as he watches the protagonist walking away towards a gate, he remarks that it was a good battle. In the distance, we observe two other people who were spying on the battle. The hooded one says that boy was incredible and mentions having heard that he was quite brave and unafraid of being defeated. We then discover that the hooded person is a beautiful woman named Erna of Vernars, 7th in the direct lineage of the Vernars. Let's now go to the castle Lartu Vernars. There the old man remains seated on the throne while observing the protagonist. He says that the young man became an official warrior and even easily won the duel against Mr. Gately. Moore simply confirms this and says he's there to collect what was promised him. Then the Lord asks if he only requested to combat God's spirit to become a warrior faster. To which the protagonist responds that he actually couldn't stand by while his instructor neglected his role. The patriarch then approaches, saying that the strong are always right, and that's the motto of the Vernars. That's why he sees no problem with his actions. But what piques his curiosity is why he hid his powers before. Our hero explains that he was being cautious with the use of manner and impulse because he didn't know how to control them, as it was his first time using both. The patriarch finds that explanation reasonable. He's sure the protagonist came there just to challenge the combat god's tomb, and the latter affirms this. However, one of the guards present advises him to reconsider his choice a bit, as allowing him to challenge the tomb before the announcement will make some people complain. But upon hearing a subordinate try and give his opinion, the patriarch becomes completely irritated, asking how he dares suggest that he rethink his decision. The man quickly asks for forgiveness from his lord while thinking he should have come wearing brown pants. He explains that a promise is a debt. Soon he allows the protagonist to challenge the combat god's tomb, though he doesn't know why he wants to do so. More than Theol's thanking the Lord for this decision, while giving a small smirk knowing he achieved his goal and will finally collect the first fragment of the world. The two then arrive at the entrance of the combat god's tomb. We see that the one accompanying the protagonist is Kessner, and he says that only one person can enter at a time and another can only enter when the previous one dies. Mord thinks that it's bigger than he expected and that he only knew the combat god's tomb was in the archchief's basement but didn't know it was like this. And soon the blonde man says he can't believe Mord will be the first to challenge it. He adds that all of this is a result of what Mord has done, so he must ensure he returns alive. Mord begins approaching the gate, thanking his instructor, but before entering he stops in front of it because just standing in front of this thing is giving him chills. According to the myth of the Vernars Archduchy, the combat god Vernars had never encountered death. Instead, he merely abandoned his human destiny and became a god. The name Combat God's Tomb is just a name Vernars gave it with a different meaning. Mord then remembers a phrase he read in the novel, which said that divine human remains inhabit this place. Finally, he opens the door and is met with a bright light. As he approaches, he knows that in 7 years, Aiden will obtain the first fragment of the world and that he will also need an assistant. However, at this time, the fragment of the world should still be inside. And soon the gate closes, locking the protagonist in that space. As he walks further into the place, he comes across various extremely bizarre structures. He is startled because it's completely different from what was described in the novel. He knows that the combat god's tomb has 6 spatial sketches, but the one described in the novel was only one of those 6. And no matter which one it is, they should all have a seal. So Yoma needs to find it. The seal should be a stone statue representing the life of the combat god, but soon we realize that something is watching him. After walking for a while, he remarks that nothing in that place seems realistic. In fact, it looks like someone made it in Photoshop and only halfway done at that. But soon something catches his attention as he notices smoke and fire coming from somewhere, realizing that it's hellhounds ready to attack him. Moreover, there are 2 of them, and our protagonist seems cornered as the rabid dogs watch him. Mord, who thought he wouldn't have to face so many monsters, feels a little disappointed, and soon he sees one hellhound charging at him. But with a quick strike, he neutralizes the first hellhound, immediately preparing to go after the second. However, he doesn't even need to get close since he uses his mana to separate its lower half from the upper half. As he continues searching for the statues, he remarks that it's unnecessarily exhausting. Soon he seems to reach his destination and finally find the hidden seal. He sees a statue that appears to be the combat god defeating Etten in his youth, but he doesn't understand why it was turned into a seal. He comments that for him to have placed a statue like that, it seems he had a lot of self-love and must also be the man standing on top of the creature. The protagonist then begins to spread his mana around, and with just one leap, he jumps to the top of the statue, landing skillfully there, and he comes face to face with the statue of the ancestor. Upon observing a statue, he realizes that it's meant to be Werner's at 10 years old and understands why all his descendants seem like they overindulged in the juice. Mord quickly activates the combat god's blood and makes a small cut on his arm. He then approaches the statue of the founder and pours some of his blood onto the statue, thinking that it would have been difficult to find if he hadn't had a hint. And who would have imagined that after awakening the divine blood, one would have to place some on the combat god's statue? Then he quickly jumps down from the giant statue and thinks he should be glad to be the first to do this. But he needs to hurry and move on to the next seal. However, as he is leaving, we notice that the statue is now staring at him, and its skull seems to be cracked in. Sometime later, we see that the protagonist has come a long way, having faced giant snakes, hellhounds, skeletons in armor, and various other monsters. In fact, he is now finishing off one of the skeletons. Yet these monsters continue to appear out of nowhere. He thinks that since the place he's in is just an alley, there's no way to avoid them. As the giant snake attacks him, he thinks it would make more sense for the combat god's test to be more straightforward. He then begins to condense his mana into his fist, deciding to finish off all the enemies that appear along the way. He believes this must be the type of test the combat god is proposing. Some flying monsters observe our hero from the top, but he realizes that these monsters are actually guarding the top of the wall to prevent him from climbing. At least he won't have to worry about fighting them on the ground. At this point, he has already found 5 of the seals and now there's only one left. Then he will finally be able to acquire the fragment of the world. As he advances, he feels more mana, and perhaps because he's awakened the divine blood 5 times, he's also running low on mana. But something catches his attention, making him stop. Mord looks up with a serious gaze. It seems he has finally reached the 6th seal, the giant stone dragon. Like the others, this statue is very large and it looks like it's going to be a challenge to climb. But before he does anything, the noise catches his attention. When he looks back, he sees a huge blue ogre staring at him. He immediately assumes a battle stance, knowing this is a monster that even magical impulse fighters would have difficulty with. The blue ogre roars and prepares to charge our hero, slaying its fist into the ground in an instant, completely cracking the floor. However, Mord quickly dodges the ogre's attack, realizing that this is an ordinary monster since the average height on an ogre is 4 meters. But the monster in front of him is definitely over 5 meters tall. The battle continues with the blue giant trying to hit the protagonist, while Mord uses all his speed to dodge the attacks. As he prepares to counterattack, he thinks it was too easy to be true, and that it will be much more interesting to fight this monster. Mord then begins to unleash a flurry of attacks on the ogre, managing to push the blue monster back. However, while distracted, the ogre grabs him in midair and throws him against a wall right after, causing significant damage to the protagonist's body. At that moment, he realizes he won't be able to defeat it with just an impulse. He sees the massive creature running towards him, throwing its fist back, preparing for an attack. And at that moment, he accepts that he will have to use that technique. But maybe it's already too late, as the ogre hits the protagonist squarely, feeling victorious after easily defeating the boy who was its enemy. But then the ogre is surprised by an explosion from the crater it created. The protagonist speaks, saying that he's just a rookie with the genetics. The explosion sends the ogre flying several meters back. We don't see that the protagonist activated his superior instinct, knowing that if he had taken any longer, he would have died. The furious ogre gets up, ready for round 2. But what he didn't expect was the protagonist charging a massive energy sphere in his fist. As Mord tells the blue giant to shut up, he delivers a blow that explodes the entire area around them, completely obliterating the ogre. Even though he won, Mord feels a little disappointed that he had to activate the divine blood to win. He thought he could defeat it without using it. Mord then walks away from his enemy, thinking that this dungeon is used by 15-year-old boys from the direct lineage. And then it seems battle knowledge and physical training really make a difference. That's why as soon as he leaves, he's going to start everything from scratch. He now reaches the top of the stone dragon and looks at the combat god, thinking there's something wrong with his height. Since his father is 25 meters tall, the combat god, who is supposed to be his ancestor, should be a little taller than that. But the truth is, it doesn't really matter. He pours some of his blood on the statue, trying to attain the fragment of the world. But some time passes and absolutely nothing happens. Mord begins to think something went wrong, as according to the novel, he should have gained a fragment of the world after activating all the statues. And he thinks that maybe he forgot a seal, so he decides to retrace his steps and find each one. But suddenly, he hears a voice saying it's disappointed and that it expected its descendants to be a little stronger. When turns around, he finds himself face to face with a mysterious man staring at him. We soon realize that the man is the statue of the combat god, now brought to life, and he says that if he had been left there, he would have been sad about his descendant. The reason our hero decided to enter the combat god's tomb is because he remembers the protagonist from the novel obtaining a fragment of the world inside. However, the only thing he's seeing is a moving and talking statue. Our hero wonders if this is some kind of hidden text. He then asks the man who he is, but the man ignores him, instead asking how old Mord is. But as Mord activates his superior instinct, he remains determined to find out who this man is, which impresses the elder. The protagonist quickly charges in, delivering a punch that causes a powerful shockwave. However, the attack doesn't affect the man at all, who simply says that Mord is overstepping his limits. He immediately counterattacks, throwing the protagonist backward, causing him to crash into a wall, leaving him a bit confused about what just happened. But then he sees the massive figure leaping toward him, saying it's time to give him a proper welcome. Mord receives a punch straight to his stomach, launching him into the ground like a cannonball. The impact is so strong that it kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Soon we see the protagonist emerging from the crater slightly battered, as he wonders if he's experiencing some kind of illusion, since this was just a stone statue a few seconds ago. The old man then asks if Mort truly doesn't know who he is, while the protagonist responds saying he knows he's the stone statue of the combat god. But the man quickly explains that he isn't exactly a stone statue, but rather the human shadow that the combat god left behind. Upon hearing this, our hero was shocked, as it was mentioned in the novel that the combat god's tomb contained his human remains, and this means the tomb was meant for his human form, not his divine one. However, the novel said that the statues represented achievements in his life, and it probably means they were also imbued with his will. The elder says that although it's hard to believe, it's the truth, but you will show Mord a bit of his power to make him truly believe. The protagonist then sees only a shadow, a hand approaching, while the elder says that reality checks are called shocks because they hurt for real. He delivers a punch to his descendant, who barely manages to defend himself. Excited, the elder says the protagonist is weaker than he had imagined, but our hero doesn't retreat and begins to prepare his Satama punch, which excites the ancestor, who is thrilled that Mord has the energy to fight him. Mord then throws his straight punch, but the hero dodges and moves into the elder's blind spot, impressing the old man with the young man's speed. While Mord prepares an attack powerful enough to kill him, he charges a Kamehameha imbue with his manner. However, the truth is that the elder seems disappointed that he used such a trick, effortlessly slapping the condensed energy sphere away as it approaches. Mord takes advantage of the smoke caused by the explosion to strike the old man, surprising him that the impulse ball was fake. But in the next instant, the old man grabs the boy by the head and throws him far away, saying only a weak and foolish person would use such a trick. Even in the air, the man manages to catch up to him, delivering more blows, while psychotically saying he loves hitting people with his bare hands. As Mord takes the hits, he realizes he won't be able to defeat him with divine power alone. He even wonders if he's dreaming, since the power difference between him and the elder is massive. He is then furiously slammed into the ground, while the elder continues to strike, saying that Mord has a long way to go. He suddenly stops with a smile on his face, since the protagonist is already completely beaten. But even so, he delivers a final kick, sending Mord crashing into a wall. The elder then says he's disappointed that the protagonist had such little strength. He explains that if this were a real battle, Mord would already be dead. But you trembling, our hero stands up, saying it's not over yet. However, he becomes alarmed as his divine blood power summon stops working. This disappoints the old man, as just a few attacks were enough to stop the protagonist's ability, and he wonders how his descendants became so weak. As he approaches, he asks if this is enough proof that he's telling the truth, while the protagonist questions whether he is really the combat god. But the old man replies that here, Mord can call him Vernars. He adds that he has seen many descendants face this dungeon, but Mord is the first to awaken in this way. However, when Vernars learns that 500 years have passed until someone managed to awaken, old man is incredulous that so much time has passed. He says it doesn't make sense since it's not something that should have been that difficult to resolve. Mord explains that after he ascended to the heavens, 2 of his sons got into a conflict, each claiming to be the successor of the combat god, and the loser took his subordinates and left. The old Hulk never imagined it would cause so many problems once he left. He then looks at the protagonist a bit disappointed, saying he shouldn't have revealed this side of himself to the young man. He then turns and asks if the young man has any idea what awakening truly means. With conviction, our protagonist says he has no idea. Hearing this, the old man can't believe it and asks why he put his blood on the statues then. The protagonist responds that he was searching for the fragment of the world. In the novel, when Aiden obtained the fragment, the combat god didn't appear, so he figures that the god only awakened because the blood Mord placed was from his direct lineage. The old man then explains that the meaning of the awakening and the reason he left the shadow behind is to teach about the personification of divine blood. This puts the protagonist on high alert, imagining that the old man's about to teach him how to fully use his blood and power. Mord quickly questions why this knowledge wasn't passed down to future generations, but the old man explains that there's a problem. The first generation that learned wouldn't have been able to pass it on to the second. Since the talent to use divine blood is proportional to the concentration of that blood, this means that with each passing generation, the blood becomes weaker. In other words, the more generations, the harder it becomes to improve, and if someone appears who can't master it, they'll have a serious problem. That's why the combat god's tomb was created. It's a training ground for descendants and a teaching method, since once you can personify the blood and reach this stage, you'll be able to use divine power perfectly. Our hero knows that compared to 500 years ago, the blood is diluted significantly, and the reason the Archduke is the villain is because he broke a taboo caused by this limitation. And although things have gotten a bit more complicated, Mord now has the chance to learn overpowered skill, so he'll have to start training with this old man. Mord eagerly says that if it's training, he'll be happy to do it, and asks how Werners will teach him. But as you can imagine, this old man isn't likely to be a good teacher, so the training method will be simple. They will just fight, and fight non-stop. Upon hearing this reckless training method, our hero begins to feel disappointed. The old man then sarcastically asks if people today get everything handed to them on a silver platter. But obviously, our hero is just afraid of dying, since he recently broke 4 ribs. However, with a malicious grin, the old man says it probably doesn't hurt anymore. When a protagonist checks, the pain really is gone. The old man then shares 2 pieces of good news. First, while he's in this place, all injuries and mana regenerate immediately. And second, he won't be the one facing Mord. This makes our hero curious about who his opponent will be. In the next moment, an enormous wave of destruction erupts from the statue, startling the protagonist and disappointing the old man, who says that this guy always likes to show off. Soon we see a younger version of the combat god, who looks at the protagonist with disdain and questions if this is really the one he has to train. Mord knows that this young version is the combat god at 10 years old, and since his hair isn't silver, he likely hasn't reached the power level to fully use the divine blood. This is in contrast to the old man, who not only has completely white hair but also gray eyes. The old ancestor instructs his descendant to endure as long as possible, while the younger combat god taunts, saying that Mord won't even land a punch on him. He adds that it will be embarrassing to lose to a 10-year-old, frightening the protagonist. But our hero, who is also at the peak of his 15 years, doesn't back down and asks if he came to fight or talk, and that empty vessels are the ones that make the most noise. So instead of talking so much, he should shut up and start battling. Our protagonist says this because he thinks his physique is better than the young man's. However, the young man responds that he won't use divine blood, since if he does, our hero will die. But these words end up irritating Mord. He charges at the kid, hoping those words aren't lies. However, sometime later he finds out it wasn't a lie, since he ends up face down on the ground, unable to last 10 seconds in the fight. Both realize that he is only strong physically and has no fighting experience, so they will have to teach him from the basics. Mord then asks how one of his descendants doesn't know how to fight, but the protagonist says he never learned. This leaves the old man confused about how one of his firstborns doesn't know how to fight. But soon the protagonist explains everything that happened and how the Archduke was distributing his genes. Upon hearing how things are, the old man becomes dissatisfied and says that if he could leave, he would give the Archduke a beating. He extends his hand to the protagonist and says he'll give him a tip on how to beat the 10-year-old. The old man explains that the protagonist keeps getting hit by the same attack pattern, and that to overcome this pattern, he must use the arrogance of the young god of combat. Meanwhile, the kid yawns and says that 2 adults want to beat up a child, and that's shameful. But our hero, who's only 15, starts to get irritated. And so the 11th round begins. Our protagonist tries all possible patterns to hit the young one, looking for an opportunity to tap and turn the tables. But the outcome is always the same, and he keeps getting beaten as he searches for the opportunity. 74 rounds have already passed, and he continues to charge fiercely. But the young one just dodges his attacks as if they were nothing, even dodging the protagonist's surprise attacks, and counterattacking immediately afterward. The tick was so strong that it undid the divine blood transformation. And while the protagonist was wiping the dirt from his nose, he ends up getting punched right in the mouth. But actually, the punch hit the wall next to him. And the 10-year-old god of combat wonders if he got scared, or if the cat got his tongue since he's all mad about losing again. But the protagonist ends up noticing something, a small cut on the young one's cheek, indicating that his attack worked, and that he managed to touch him. The battles continue, and the old god of combat keeps helping the protagonist, until a moment comes when he can see the next moves of the 10-year-old god of combat and how he's going to counterattack. The protagonist then leaps forward and lands an attack as if a meteor shower were crashing down, burying the 10-year-old god of combat's head in the ground. Both the old man and the protagonist are happy since he finally landed a punch on him. However, at that moment he sees a spark of lightning, and soon a hand emerges from the smoke. But before it hits him, our protagonist manages to move away, and he hears the young one saying that he seems to be learning. So now he doesn't mean to hold back anymore. We then realize that the god of combat is quite resentful, especially because it's the first time he's seen his own blood, and also because he had never been hit by anyone before. For this reason, he decides to stop holding back and charges for real, and just trying to block the young one's attack drives the protagonist backward. Realizing that if the fight continues like this, things get ugly, and even his body might end up torn apart. He then jumps back to try to escape, while wondering why the god of combat isn't trying to stop him. And it seems that the silky-haired old man doesn't care about what happens to him. The younger one then approaches, asking if he thinks he has time to be looking elsewhere, and soon delivers a blow to our hero's abdomen, which throws him far back, making him crash into a rock. Ida managing to get a little ketchup out of our protagonist, and looking extremely happy with a sadistic smile. Without giving the boy time to recover, the naked one charges again. And our hero, who has no time to react, can only see his end approaching, as he receives a barrage of attacks. The 10-year-old god of combat grabs our hero's arm and simply throws him into the air like a ragdoll, also jumping right after. In the air, he begins to prepare his final move, kicking him down and making him crash into the ground. At this moment, Mor can no longer use the divine blood. In fact, he can't even move a single finger. However, it is at this moment that he notices something falling in his direction, and when he looks up, it's already too late. A piece of the statue is collapsing on him. Right after the impact, a cloud of dust forms. While the god of combat wonders if our hero is still alive, but incredibly, he manages to raise his fist, making the god of combat admit that he truly has guts to endure all of this. But unfortunately, it seems that's all he has, since his legs have been pinned by the statue. And when he looks down, he realizes he can't move them, automatically panicking. The 10-year-old jumps from the top of the statue, while preparing an attack that will ensure his legs stop hurting. Meanwhile, our protagonist reflects that he can only use the divine blood in at least 8 seconds. Time keeps passing, but he probably won't have enough time to recover, since the attack is practically upon him. But at that moment, he shows all his cunning and says he's curious about something. Then we see something quickly approaching the 10-year-old's eyes, and swiftly passing like a line across them. Mord says that the Werner's lineage has terrifying physiques, but wonders if their eyes are as sensitive as normal people's. Soon, the confirmation of his question is evident, as the god of combat's eyes swell up and he can no longer see the protagonist in front of him. However, at that moment, in a fit of rage, he uses the divine blood, as he prepares to truly finish off a protagonist. But before his punch can land, the countdown finally stops, and the god of combat's attack only creates a crater in the ground, since the protagonist managed to activate his divine blood and dodge, automatically attacking him from behind. When the boy realizes this and looks back, he already sees the protagonist questioning him since he said he would kill him if he awakened the divine blood. But the one who will actually lose this fight is him. Morg then finishes the fight by delivering a solid punch to the kid's face, feeling happy for finally landing a hit. However, reality proves to be much harsher. Or rather, the kid's head proves to be much harder as the protagonist punch did absolutely nothing. The 10-year-old man grabs him by the neck and prepares an attack, saying that this is how you really strike, making the protagonist feel disappointed as it seems the boy is too much for his current power. But at that moment, the old man intervenes, ordering him to stop fighting, and soon the protagonist is thrown far away, leaving him confused, wondering what happened. But when he looks forward, he sees the old man's back, and realizes that he stopped the younger one's attack with just one hand. He unquestions what he's doing, as he told him to teach, not kill. So the training is over. The younger one asks if he would say the same if he were in his place, but the elder just gives a cold stare at his younger self. And like a child who disobeyed his father, the younger one quickly reverts to his normal form and starts agreeing. The protagonist, who is observing all of this, realizes that the younger one is afraid of the elder, and is just happy to have survived. But at that moment, he begins to hear an earthquake. And when he looks up, he notices the entire subspace collapsing, while the elder says it's time to differentiate between dream and reality. He explains that the protagonist has divine blood different from his, and it's likely because he's a descendant of Arita, who is also part of the Vernars. In fact, not even the elder knows what this combination will do, as even though he's the son of the goddess, he never imagines someone from the Vernar lineage would have their blood mixed with hers. He then points his finger at the protagonist's head and says he will grant him the blessing of the body of the god of combat as a reward. The protagonist then begins to feel a small energy taking over his body and spreading through every cell of his organism, granting him immense strength. When he looks at his body, he says that he's never seen this appear in the novel, and then the old man says that's all he can do. He hopes to see him again and even telling his younger self to say goodbye, but the younger one seems clearly irritated. However, his attention is caught by a protagonist, who says that he has only faced weaklings so far, but it seems that he's different and believes the current generation can't even reach his level. For this reason, he thanks him for everything he learned. And although the 10-year-old boy has the physique of a man who's been on steroids for 50 years, his personality is so very easy to please, and he becomes quite happy with the protagonist's compliments. Our hero then wakes up lying on the ground, and as he gets up, he wonders if that whole subspace was just a dream. But when he looks forward, he finds his objective. The fragment of the world, a tool used by great ancestral gods to create the world, is right in front of him. This piece is the perfect world that Aiden used to gain enormous power and eventually bring this world to its end. Our hero then touches the fragment and begins to absorb its essence, while thinking that since he got it first, now the novel's hero won't be able to become as strong. And even though it's disappointing that the protagonist is losing to a supporting character, it's all for a good happy ending. We then return to the real world, where someone is calling for Lady Erna. The man says that Morn has returned from the tomb of the god of war. The young woman explains as why she's creating a plan to appear as a cool sister to her adoptive brother. Unlike other families, the candidates for succession in the Vernar's family aren't just the Deuce's children, but all the children, whether from the direct bloodline or not. Among them, there are 5 candidates who are at close levels to duel for this position: the 7th, the 6th, the 4th, the 3rd, and the Archduke. But the fact that the protagonist completed the tomb of the god of war caused a massive effect on all of them. We then see a young man drinking tea while mentioning that all the successors are trying to recruit Mord. and that he can't let such a talented child fall into the wrong hands. We discover that this young man is the sixth child of Vidin. Next, we move to the Archduke's castle, where some servants are showing the protagonist his new residence. His room turns out to be extremely luxurious, and we discover that he has been sent to the first outer region of the castle, where the richest stay. While most common warriors reside in the second region, he was sent to the third probably because he has Vernar's blood and awakened the divine blood. They even place him near a training field so he could train. In addition, they assign him 2 servants to carry out his orders, making him happy that he's finally living a noble's life. Suddenly, someone arrives knocking on the door and asking if Mr. Mord is there. But when the servant opens the door to see who it is, she gets startled. However, the 2 men completely ignore her and ask if the protagonist is Mord. We learn that warriors can be divided into 4 ranks from common to specialists. The protagonist starts evaluating the 2 and assumes they are probably intermediate rank. One of them pulls out a scroll and begins reciting the words of his young master Bryn, who is impressed by Mord's achievements. He believes that Mord's talents will be of great use and therefore hopes he accepts his proposal to become a warrior, promising good news. The man says that the protagonist should be happy to receive the offer to be his sword. However, he is soon surprised when Mord asks who sent the scroll. Since he doesn't remember who this young master Bren is, and with so many successors in the novel, he can only recall those who survived 7 years later. This petulance from the protagonist angers the 2 men. They approach the protagonist asking if he's looking for a fight, but then someone asks if he knows young master Vidin. Apparently, the 2 men recognize the voice as they turn around scared, and we soon see a blonde man with a scar on his face standing there. Our protagonist realizes from their reaction that this man is probably an intermediate warrior and that Vidin is the 6th young master. The blonde man approaches, saying he's there for the same reason as the 2, while explaining that the strongest should gain the protagonist's loyalty. But these words irritate the other warrior, who asks if he's up for a one-on-one fight. However, what the warrior didn't expect was that the blonde man with a beastly look was actually up for a one-on-one fight, inviting him to step outside and settle it. And if the man is a confident, then he should tuck his tail between his legs and disappear, taking the opportunity to inform him that his young master is a loser. The warrior, unable to do anything, just grits his teeth, while telling Wolves that he'll regret this. Observing the 2 backing down from the blonde, our protagonist realizes that not all intermediate warriors are on the same level. Soon, the man turns in his direction asking if he is Lord Mord, introducing himself as Wolves, while our hero questions whether he should address him as a veteran. But the man says no, since those 2 idiots were older than him but weaker. The true measure of a warrior is not their age or rank, but their strength. Our hero agrees and says that the reason he came is to try and get him to join Vidin's side. Wolf says that's exactly it, and since he's a rising star, he brought this incredible offer. And as he approaches with a menacing look, he warns that he'll do whatever it takes to make him accept following his lord, even if it means using some force. He warns our hero that he might be feeling overconfident after beating some weaklings, but it's time to face reality. Realizing that the blonde man is eager to fight and take him by force, our hero finds it exciting, as it will allow him to see the results of his training. A little while later, the 2 are outside in a training area. Mord asks if the man will use some kind of weapon, since he isn't from the Vernar's lineage. But the blonde explains that he doesn't need one as he has something much stronger. He activates an ability in his hand and explains that it's the Impulse Gauntlet. He heard that the protagonist nearly lost to an instructor while using Divine Blood, and this goblet is an advanced ability that beginner warriors like him wouldn't be able to replicate. And as he says that the chances of defeating him drop to 0, he's shocked by something. He realizes that the protagonist was able to easily copy his Impulse Gauntlet. Surprised, the blonde asks how he learned it in just 4 days, as it seems impossible. But the protagonist quickly charges at him, asking if he really believes that. And that 4 days is plenty of time for him to evolve significantly. The 2 then begin a fight that is almost invisible due to their speed. But Wolves is having trouble keeping up with our hero's speed, and while he tries to formulate a counterattack plan, he nearly has his head hit by the hero's fist. Now on the ground, incapacitated and scared, the only thought likely running through his head is that he should have come wearing brown pants. With just 1 punch, the protagonist was able to create a giant crater in the training room. The blonde realizes that he may have become much stronger in these 4 days or that he had been hiding his full strength. However, he tells the protagonist not to underestimate him. And that's exactly what he does. He starts amplifying his mana even more. Looking at him with a superior tone, he says he was just warming up. Wolf begins to lose confidence, saying that there's no way he almost lost to the instructor with this amount of mana, and that even as a Vernar's descendant, it's impossible to have this much mana. That's why he assumes the protagonist was hiding his strength and questions him about this, asking if he was holding back during the fight with Instructor Daisley. Our hero knows he wouldn't believe him if he explained what really happened, and that he truly evolved in 4 days. In reality, this tremendous evolution is due to receiving the blessing of the body of the god of combat, and beyond bringing innate talent to the surface, his physical abilities and mana gradually increase as a result. Furthermore, the Fragment of the World acts as an almost infinite mana source, and although he hasn't used the mana from the Fragment of the World yet, it's amusing to see them react like this when he's not even using his maximum power. The blonde admits that he underestimated him, but now he will fight seriously, since he would like to see the protagonist's true strength. Watching what the man is doing, our hero starts to feel a little scared. As his clothes begin to tear, and his hands transform into terrifying claws, along with his jaw that resembles that of a dog with sharp teeth, The protagonist wonders who his mother really is. He remembers that in the novel, there are people who suffer from the full moon curse, and when that day arrives, they transform and start attacking those around them. However, among them there are some who manage to overcome and control their power. This fusion between man and monster is called a lycanthrope, and it seems that Wolf, besides having a name similar to a wolf, is indeed a lycanthrope who perfectly controls his powers. He then casts a bloodthirsty gaze and asks if the protagonist is ready. Watching that sinister transformation, the only thing going through our hero's mind is that the guy just got even bigger. However, he charges into the fight, knowing he has more mana than Wolf's. He throws the first punch, but his punch seems to have no effect, leaving him confused as to why Wolf's wasn't thrown back. The monster says that while the hero's mana is indeed better than his, the difference in the physiques is staggering. The werewolf then begins preparing an attack, and before the protagonist can do anything to defend himself, is hit squarely by a punch from the giant wolf. He's sent flying backward, crashing into a wall behind him. The impact is so strong that it leads a crater where the protagonist hit. It even causes some ketchup to spill from his mouth. Realizing that the werewolf is stronger than he imagined, our protagonist still refuses to use his divine blood, as with his greater mana, the fight is still even. He then gets up, asking the wolf what he thinks about ending this. However, the man gets irritated and thinks the protagonist has realized he's going to lose and is trying to end the fight without using divine blood. But the protagonist explains that he doesn't know what will happen if he uses it and fears he might accidentally kill him. This only irritates the werewolf further with such arrogance. So instead of using divine blood, the protagonist decides to use the fragment of the world. While preparing a mana in his heart, he explains that he hasn't used everything he has. He explains that people with a fragment of the world can use it by extracting its mana after completing the tomb with the god of combat. He managed to do this by using a training method he read in the novel. But since he only has one fragment, he can only use the blessing of the body of the god of combat for 20 seconds. But that's enough time to break the imbalance in the fight. Upon realizing the young man has increased his mana even further, the monster says that the protagonist is the real monster. Still, he launches his slicing attack toward the young man, but the protagonist just stands there watching the attack approach. However, with quick movements, he dodges all the slashes. Then he advances immediately to capture the wolf. Mord places his ham on the ground and uses his entire body to propel himself forward. And when the werewolf realizes what the protagonist is doing, it's already too late. The protagonist is concentrating a lot of mana in his hand. With just one blow, the wolf is struck with a shock powerful enough to send him flying and completely destroy one of the nearby buildings. The others who are watching the fight are worried about wolves, while the protagonist is more concerned about his home. Afraid that the werewolf might have died, he quickly rushed to check on him. But it turns out the man is fine. He's just a little sad for having lost and won't be able to face his master after failing. He remembers the conversation he had with Vidin, where Vidin said Mord could become a tremendous help. So he asks Wolves to bring him in, even if it meant using unconventional methods. The werewolf slowly begins to get up, while the protagonist remarks that the fight is over but that he also lost his house in the process. At that moment, something approaching startles him. The werewolf manages to stand up again, but his energy is completely different. A dark aura spreads across his entire body, and the beast now seems to have completely lost control. Mord wonders if he still has another trick up his sleeve, as his form has changed again. And since the man's strength has grown tremendously, the protagonist realizes he won't be able to hold back and will have to use his divine power. However, before he can do so, someone yells for him to stop the fight. And at the same second, something strikes the werewolf's back. The blow sends him flying meters away, halting his transformation. The two men rush toward the person who did this, shouting the woman's name, revealing to the protagonist that she is Erna, the Seneth child. The men are concerned about all this violence, but she explains that if Wolves had continued, he would have died from being unable to control that form. She adds that Wolves will agree with her so that she'd take him to the doctor. We then see that the man is completely incapacitated on the ground. She turns to the protagonist and says that they've never met before, but that she's heard great things about him. As she approaches, our hero notices that her physique is similar to his. However, unlike him, her face looks like that of a delicate girl, while her body resembles that of a gorilla. When she says she wants to be called Big Sis, the protagonist immediately refuses, thinking this girl is very strange. A while later, we see Erna in her room, hunting a pillow and screaming in embarrassment. Her butler comments that this is why he told her not to execute the cool big sister operation. Since Mord is an illegitimate child who has lived his whole life as an inferior, it would be strange for someone superior to suddenly want to be his friend. But that's exactly why she thought he'd like her. She's also impressed that he defeated Wolves without using divine blood. Even her butler is shocked, as despite Wolves' inexperience, his abilities are those of a specialist warrior. Of course, the defeat of Wolves quickly spread rumors about the protagonist throughout the Artucci. Soon, everyone was talking about how he defeated Wolves. As the butler suggests they try to persuade him with a good proposal, someone bursts into the room. Before the woman can say anything, the man announces that Viscount Winsel has declared that Mord will accompany him on the obstruction mission. The next day, we see the protagonist returning home, surprised that it's already been repaired. He thought the wolf would be furious for losing the fight, but in fact, Wolves accepted defeat and even paid for the repairs. However, when he looks out his house, he sees Mr. Kessner watching him. Kessner says that the protagonist has been causing trouble since he returned, but the hero explains that everyone is fighting over him. so it's not his fault. Kestner then says that in 10 days, his subordinates and he will go on a mission and asks if the protagonist will join them. Our hero already knows what kind of mission this it is, and the man confirms that it's to prevent demonification. Demonification occurs when the demon world attempts to contact humanity, causing monsters to mutate and a demon appears, becoming the core of the dungeon. In short, demonification can be separated into 3 stages. The first stage is when an unknown vortex appears. The second stage is when the vortex solidifies, making it possible to enter. The third stage is when the region around the vortex begins to corrupt and creatures from the demon realm become more powerful. When the third stage is complete, a dungeon break occurs where demonic monsters fully connect to the world. To prevent damage from the third stage, it's best to stop at the second. Kestner explains that although it's a good opportunity, it's a dangerous mission where many people die, so he won't force him. Our hero knows that Kestner, the Archchief's right-hand man, will be very helpful in the future, so it's worth the risk. And since he's already gained a lot of attention after the fight with the wolf, it's better to accept Kestner's offer and be under his protection. He then gets up from his chair and says he accepts, asking if he should start training in the afternoon. A while later, the protagonist heads to the training hall with Kestner, where he's introduced to the teen he'll be joining. The blonde explains that this is the boy from the rumors, the one who defeated instructor Daisley and recently bested an intermediate warrior. Mord looks at the team, trying to evaluate them. He notices that none of them seem very interested in his presence, but he knows they're advanced warriors at the very least. They're probably concerned about a rookie warrior being thrown into a special mission, so he has no choice but to prove himself. One of the men begins walking toward the protagonist, and he prepares for a fight. However, before anything happens, the man grabs his hand and introduces himself warmly, saying that he's the rookie everyone's been talking about and that it's a pleasure to meet him. This unexpected attitude leaves our hero confused, as he was expecting hostility, but he soon realizes that everyone accepted him quite easily. Before things get out of hand, Kestner calls for attention, ordering him to focus. For the next 10 days, they will focus on teamwork, and he mentions that he needs to challenge the tomb of the god of combat, so he won't be able to participate. He instructs Eriksson to take care of Mord, which Eriksson confirms. The man starts by telling the protagonist that they should get to know each other first, introducing himself as an advanced warrior, and Reek, who is also from the Vernar's lineage. If the strategy they will use, our hero, will help Reek support Kestner, and since teamwork is important, he hopes they all get along well. However, the protagonist looks at Reek's unfriendly face and wonders how he's going to get along with this guy. Eriksson then calls their attention, saying they don't have time to waste, pointing to the training area and telling them to start. 10 days later, Viscount Kestner emerges from the tomb of the god of combat. Some men ask if he wants to eat something before heading out, but he says he must prioritize the mission. Kestner bids farewell to his subordinates, who urge him to take care. He'd worry about the protagonist, wondering if he has adapted well. But when he arrives at the training grounds, he sees that Morn has adapted all too well. There's a battle happening between 2 people using divine blood. Not even Kestner can immediately identify whose power it is. When he looks at the protagonist, he thinks Mord looks completely different from when he first used the spirit of the god of combat. At that moment, Eriksson approaches and Kestner asks how Mord is doing. Eriksson responds that they taught him mana combat techniques and basic skills, as he didn't know them before. He adds that Mord has also managed to increase the time limit of his divine blood activation, impressing Kestner, who comments that's not something easily trained. Meanwhile, our hero seems to be having fun, engaging in combat training with Reek. He finds it thrilling because every time he learns something new, he feels like he's evolving a little more. He reflects that in the past he had no dreams or goals and couldn't do anything. But now he feels like he can do anything he sets his mind to. A few hours later, the captain gathers his subordinates and tells them they are heading to the mission area. He asks if anyone's concerned about how the mission will go, but Eriksson says no, since with Kestner around, everything will go smoothly. Kestner, however, is thinking that while individual skill is important, teamwork is crucial, which is why he was worried about whether the protagonist could adapt. But it seems Mord is mature enough to adjust to the surroundings, and Kestner finds him to be a bit more mature than he expected for his age. He then asks Mord if he'll be able to handle it, and the protagonist confidently replies that he can't wait to get started. Kestner is relieved, knowing that the hero is confident. He then orders his team to conserve energy until needed and to press forward into the battle. Sometime later, the squad reaches their destination. But when Kestner checks the dungeon situation, he realizes that the second stage of demonification has already begun. One of the dungeon observers arrives, and knowing the agent's capabilities, Tasper questions why the erosion has started earlier than expected. The man explains that it's because a new demonification front has appeared in the region. He goes on to explain that if demonification occurs in 2 nearby locations, the likelihood of them merging increases, which accelerates the erosion and makes it more dangerous. Even though they are tired, Kestner orders everyone to get ready. He leaps forward, followed by the rest of the group as they search for the dungeon's core. Our protagonist, while observing the castle, thinks it looks like he's staring at a picture. The reason for this is that a massive demonic castle stands in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a huge storm of lightning. He deduces that this is likely the dungeon's core. However, it won't be that easy to reach as a swarm of hellhounds appears, all of them bloodthirsty and spewing fire from their mouths. But of course, they aren't the only monsters our heroes will have to worry about, since right behind them, a group of orcs can be seen. Kestner orders the protagonist and Cage to activate their divine blood. At the same time, the 3 begin their transformation, causing a small burst of destruction around them. As the 3 undergo their transformation, those without Vernar's blood simply watch. Even so, the hunt finally began and everyone charged toward the monsters. Each member focused on their objective. Even those without Kesmer blood managed to use a variety of weapons and techniques to hold their own, destroying every demon, hound, and monster in their path. The ogre, realizing that they were actually at a disadvantage, began to grow fearful. As he watched one of the hunters preparing a lightning spear, the ogre tried to propel himself forward to strike. But with just one throw, the hunter unleashed a blast like a cannon after the monsters. Despite appearing to have the upper hand, Kesner still felt something was off. The pace was unusually quick compared to the number of monsters. Reek soon noted that the demonic fusion was already underway. The protagonist added that it was too late to call for reinforcements. Therefore, the plan had to be executed perfectly, and they needed to clear a path to the center as quickly as possible. Kastner ordered the protagonist and Reek to handle the Cyclopses, while he took care of the rest. The protagonist immediately began preparing his attack, once again concentrating mana in his fist, and with just one punch sent several Cyclopses flying backward. Reek was impressed, noting that even though it was Mord's first time facing demonification, he showed no fear. He realized the protagonist was truly different from the normal person. The problem was that Reek became too distracted watching his friends battle, failing to notice a demon right in front of him. The creature began condensing energy in its mouth ready to fire. Reek knew he needed to cast a spell as quickly as possible, but it seemed like there wasn't enough time. However, before the demon could fire, a light descended from the sky, and like a meteor, something fell, eliminating the monster. It was the protagonist who had managed to stop the beast's attack, telling Reek he was there as his reinforcement. Reek nodded in agreement, and the two of them charged at the creature, attacking in unison and forcing it to its knees. This was the moment the protagonist had been waiting for to strike its weak point, its eye, which was now completely exposed. With a simple attack, he managed to eliminate the demon. Watching this scene, Reek was truly terrified. He had thought the boy was different, but the reality was that he was an absolute monster. Before the creature's blood could rain down on them, Reek conjured a shield to protect them, commenting that the Viscount had probably already reached the center, and they should hurry. However, as he looked ahead, Reek became alarmed. The Viscount was standing still, staring at something. It quickly became clear that there were several demons in the distance, 5 of them, indicating that the fusion had already occurred. Kestner explained that the fusion had accelerated the demonification. Moreover, there were 2 high-ranking demons at the dungeon's core, but as the protagonist was following his companion, he suddenly stopped. Something had grabbed his legs. The monster let out a malevolent laugh, and the protagonist was immediately pulled down. He tried to call out to the superior, but when Reek looked back, it was already too late. The protagonist had been taken. He fell hard onto the ground, confused by what had just happened. But soon he heard a voice remarking that he had fallen from that height and was still intact. So he was probably a young man with the blood of the god of combat. Surveying his surroundings, the protagonist began to grasp the situation. He had been taken to the demon gate that connects to the demonic world. This was likely the deepest part of the dungeon, and the man standing before him was its core. The demon introduced himself as Baron Ultrace, chosen by the root of formidable darkness, one who would bring death and chaos. On the surface, Reek informs his captain that Mord has been taken, alarming Kestner, who wonders when it happened. The bald warrior tells him to follow as he knows where Mord was pulled. When they reach the location, however, they are surprised by what they see. Meanwhile, down below, the protagonist questions Baron Ultrace about why he brought him there. The demon explains that when 2 demonic territories merge, one leader must remain to become the core, and in this case, it was him. For now, the other leader is up above having front. Since he lost the duel, he became the core, but with 3 people carrying divine blood, he decided to at least devour the youngest one. He explains that he always prefers the young over the experienced because fresh meat is tastier. Even the protagonist isn't confident about fighting a demon of this level. It's explained that the stronger the demon at the core, the wider the variety of demons spawned, ranging from common to advanced. However, there are nobles ranked from Marcus, Count, Viscount, Baron to Baronet. A Baron is strong enough to kill most specialist warriors, which is why Kestner up above realizes this is bad news. He knows the boy has immense potential but hasn't fully unlocked it yet. Therefore, fighting a noble demon will be difficult. Kestner remarks that the demon is disgusting for choosing to capture the youngest while being confident in devouring them. Reek says he'll help, but as he begins to transform, the captain tells him there's no need. He fully activates his divine blood and says he'll handle it alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist below is thinking that there's no need to test this demon any further. His only option is to fight, and he'll give it everything he's got. The demon, still confident, questions if the protagonist really thinks he can do anything with divine blood. But before he finishes his sentence, he's hit by a kick from our hero that sends him flying. The demon, however, manages to stay on his feet and acknowledges that the protagonist is better than expected, but warns that his end is near. The red-skinned demon clasps his hands together and begins performing a ritual, summoning a circle behind him. From the circle, fireballs are launched toward the protagonist. But as the attacks approach, the protagonist simply readies a punch. He strikes the demon's magic, shattering the entire illusion. What he didn't anticipate was that the fireballs would explode on impact with him. The Baron mocks the hero, saying he hoped to toy with him a bit before killing him. But before he can continue talking nonsense, he's punched straight in the mouth, sending him flying and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. As the demon checks if his jaw is still intact, our protagonist is already preparing another attack. He summons several energy spheres into the air and hurls them all at once toward the demon, causing a massive explosion. Reflecting on how he's fought many people since becoming Mord, this is the first time he's truly gone all out. The problem is, when he looks ahead, he's shocked. The demon, having lost 50% of his health, has entered his second phase, triggering Berserk mode, and the protagonist is stunned that he can still move after that attack. Even so, Mord had anticipated that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this demon. The Baron begins to approach, destroying the ground with each step. With no other choice, the protagonist starts to tap into the power of a crystal, raising his mana to match the demon's. The two energies clash, causing a shockwave to burst in all directions. However, a sword begins to materialize in the demon's hand. Its sheer size alone matches the height of the protagonist. Baron Ultraze readies his first attack, but the protagonist is closely watching the sword's movement. Before the blade can reach him, he charges at the Baron, delivering a punch with all his strength. After the successful strike, another cloud of dust rises from the impact. As the protagonist looks back to see if the demon has finally been defeated, it seems that the Berserk mode took its toll, as the demon's head is now consumed with rage. At that moment, the demon's body begins to fall slowly, and the only thing left floating in the air is the dungeon core. Realizing what it is, the protagonist is left astonished. All the core glows, showing that he finally managed to complete it. On the outside, it seems that Kessner was also successful in his fight. Stubby orders Reek to collect everything, since he must head as quickly as possible to the deeper layer to try and rescue the protagonist. Reek says it's dangerous for him to go alone, and that he should wait for the group, but he quickly leaves, telling the men to stay calm. However, when he gets there, he finds the protagonist unharmed. He becomes startled, looking around and wondering where the demons are. Our hero says there was only one wielding the sword. The other man says that this is a sword used by a noble demon and wonders if he killed him. The protagonist says he got lucky since the monster let its guard down, but Reef thinks that even with its guard down, it would still be impossible for a noble demon to lose to a boy who just awakened. So he says that the money the sword will bring in is quite a lot, thanking the boy and finally considering him a true warrior. We know that Kessner brought the protagonist on the mission so that he wouldn't get involved in the conflicts of the successors. He wanted to become a protective shield until it reached a point where Mortar could choose what to do, and for that, he thought it would take at least 5 years, but now he thinks 1 year will be enough. After completing the mission and preventing demonization, they received a few more, which is why it took a month and a half to return to the Archduchy. There, Kessler explains that in a few days there will be a banquet, where they gather everyone who has completed missions to receive rewards, and it's held every 2 months. Since the rewards are given by the Archduke himself, it's an important event, so he tells him not to be late. Our hero knows that many important people will be there, and he'd assure that the successor candidates will be too. In the novel, the protagonist faced many life and death battles with the Archduke and therefore devises a plan to resolve the conflicts with him. The key to this was getting close to Leon Werners, someone who left the house. He made an Archduke, and after that, the succession war began with Leon Werners at the center. So when he won and was officially recognized as Archduke, the Werners family became an important ally of Idem. Since our hero is against the protagonist and against everyone who is his enemy, the best ally now is the Werners family. So he needs to bring the Archduke to his side, and so far there are 5 strong candidates, and they will all probably be at the banquet, so he must keep an eye on everything that happens. Erickson appears, calling Mord, and when asked if he was waiting for him, he said that probably no one would accompany him, inviting him for a drink after the reward ceremony. Someone then calls the expert warrior Erickson and the common warrior Mord to enter, and as soon as they step in, everyone at the banquet begins talking about the protagonist who managed to defeat a Baron demon alone, talking about his physique and that he might be even stronger than the legitimate sons. Someone then greets Erickson, saying it has been quite some time, and he quickly bows his head, explaining what he truly does, introducing himself to the young master Dren, the 3rd candidate to succeed the Werners. He asks the young master to give him a moment as he would like to speak to Mord alone. However, someone appears saying they don't find that polite and calls him brother. Soon the blonde man with a goatee looks back, questioning what he is talking about, then realizing that the young man is Vidon, the 6th candidate to succeed. Vidon says it's obvious what his brother wants to talk to Mord about, assuming he wants to bring him to his side. However, the man with the goatee says his brother is completely wrong. The man, in fact, he came to apologize for the rudeness of his subordinate. Last time, he sent a letter to the protagonist through his allies and clearly instructed them to be polite, but it seems they were rude to our hero, so he must apologize for not controlling them properly, handing a small golden box to the protagonist, and hopes he will accept it as his apology. But our hero realizes that he is only apologizing in front of everyone, so that he can't refuse. In truth, this man is much smarter than he had imagined and probably excels in socio-political matters. Mord thanks him for the gift while the man remains smiling, but someone who is not all happy is the redhead, watching the scene, who is furious with his brother, thinking he is trying to take more for himself. So he also approaches the protagonist, explaining that he met him through his subordinate Wolse, whom he had previously defeated, but before he could finish speaking, someone calls for the protagonist, and immediately the redhead knows whose voice that is. Soon our hero turns, greeting his sister Erna, while she says there's no need for all that formality. She also turns to her brothers, saying she wants to talk the protagonist for a little bit too. This makes the redhead even more stressed, saying he doesn't want to lose him to a younger sister. His sister says that he's someone who really likes younger relatives and even hurt his arm in their last encounter. But the redhead responds that it was a necessary punishment because she hurt his legs. The bicker continues while the protagonist analyzes that Vidin is the Duke's son, and Erna is the daughter of the Duke's sister, so they likely don't get along well. Looking around, he realizes that there are only 3 successor candidates present: Dren Vernars, who is careful but not very trustworthy; Biden, who is a spoiled daddy's boy; and Erna, who is somewhat odd, though he still doesn't know what her real abilities are. However, at that moment, another person arrives, giving orders to the younger siblings. Erna is surprised that her brother is there since she thought he would be busy. Even the redhead can't believe he came, as he doesn't like banquets. But soon the young man explains that he only came to personally meet the star of the event, introducing himself as the expert warrior Huring. When he shakes our hero's hand, he remarks that his hands are callous, and that he must have trained a lot. He is impressed by his recent feats of defeating a baron with his fists, and says he would like to fight alongside him one day. Our hero remembers that this man was one of the candidates who made it to the end, and that he seems like a nice person with monstrous talent. However, at this banquet, one person is missing, and he starts looking around, wondering where young Master Alan is. But at that moment, his search is interrupted by the man presenting the banquet, who announces that the Archduke wishes to speak. The old man says he is impressed by the achievements everyone has made in these past 2 months, and that now they will begin the reward ceremony. The first to receive his reward is Kessner, who kneels before the Archduke as he speaks some words of honor. The next to be rewarded is our hero, Mord, introduced as a 15-year-old boy who killed a baron demon, and to make the reward match the level of his achievement, besides giving him the trophy, it will raise his rank into intermediate warrior, leaving the other nobles impressed, as he has only completed a few missions. However, since he already killed a baron, everyone assumed he would be ranked as an expert warrior. The Archduke says that our hero has evolved greatly since the last time they met, and that you would love to see his current skills. And our hero, a bit downcast, says he will count the days until then. A while later, everyone is at the banquet, but the protagonist is interrupted by Kessner, who says he needs to talk to him. Then he pulls him aside, telling him not to drink too much since tomorrow he will go to a new place, and he should explain that his master wishes to see him. Sometime later, we see our hero walking through the castle corridors, where he comes across a giant door, wondering if he should open it. But before he touches the door, it begins to open by itself, and he realizes that someone is using telekinesis. Inside, there is a man, and our hero notices that he is someone very powerful. The white-haired man says that he has made a long journey to get there, welcoming Mord and introducing himself as Ilden Vernars. He is the general of the elite warriors legion called the Watchers Legion, and also the older brother of the current Archduke. Even though he was the first young master, he ended up being defeated in a combat spirit battle against his half-brother, the current Archduke. After that, Ilden never appeared in public again, leaving our hero confused as to why he had been summoned to his mansion. The blind old man asks to see the protagonist's face, and as he analyzes the hero's features, he says that he doesn't look much like his father. Then he asks if he knows why he was summoned. Seeing that he doesn't, Ilden explains that he wishes to make him an offer, but first he would like to test his abilities. The protagonist recalls that in the novel, Ilden wanted someone's help to take down Leon, who had tremendous potential due to Aiden's support. However, if he proves his potential here and now, the old man will choose him. Seeing the child before him activate the divine blood makes the old man give a small smile, as he already prepares for combat. With a leap, a protagonist advances quickly, attacking Ilden before he could do anything. But his attack ends up hitting a ball of energy that appears in front of him, and the moment his fist collides with the ball, he's instantly thrown back. Realizing that the ball reflected his attack, he understands that it's not an ordinary impact ball, since it was enveloped in his aura, which is something even masterclass men of fighters cannot do. Moreover, he is controlling dozens of them at once. This is impressive because control an aura is not easy, as it is beyond the realm of mana control. It's only possible to control it this way if one's mana senses are extremely developed. But as he prepares to attack, he thinks that aura is not impenetrable and he should avoid the rebound from his physical attack and push him back with brute force. As the protagonist charges forward, the old man comments that his mana has increased, and soon he begins unleashing several attacks that nullify the old man's aura balls. Realizing that the young man is fast, he still believes he has the advantage since he can create more impact balls. However, this was already something our hero anticipated, so he creates his own impact ball. Like a raising it in his hand, he lifts it and begins spreading the ball's energy throughout the room, causing several other mana balls to appear in the air. Then, like a forest of lightning, all the old man's attacks start being replaced by the protagonist's. Realizing that he managed to nullify his attack by using his own momentum against him, the old man is shocked, wondering where the young man learned something like that. However, soon the protagonist appears behind him, landing a punch to his back. But the punch hits Gildger's impenetrable barrier. Realizing that the old man uses his own aura as armor, he decides to use the fragment of the world to gain much more mana. The old man says it was good that he used his opening against him, but the momentum is decreasing. However, while distracted, he ends up getting hit by an impact right in the middle of his back, which hurls him into the wall, causing massive damage. Mort is happy that he finally managed to land a hit on him, but then he starts hearing laughter echoing through the room. It is explained that there are several levels of awakened divine blood, and the first is when the color of one's hair and eyes turns gray. Still laughing, the old man says that finally, while wondering if this is fate. He believes the god of combat is probably watching this fight. You're then shown that at the second level, gray lightning circulates around the user's body, and reaching this level means one's existence is nearing the divine realm. Before our hero could even react, the man's already behind him, preparing to strike him with his fist, but Mord doesn't retreat and strikes back as well, making both attacks collide in the air. However, in the exchange is only the protagonist's fist that is trembling, and soon, he is thrown against the wall just as he had done to the old man. Looking at the child, he comments that his reflexes are incredible, impressed that he managed to hurt him even while using the second level of Divine Awakening. And on top of that, our hero shows no fear in battle. Gildan says that it's enough and that he doesn't know how far it could go if he is too carried away. Meanwhile, our protagonist remarks that the man lost to the Archduke, he still possesses monstrous power. Soon the old man approaches, saying that his legion needs someone strong like our hero, making Mor ask if that's the offer while the calm man confirms. His desire is for Mor to join the Watcher's Legion. The Vernar's Archduchy has a legion of warriors called the Guardians Legion, meant to be the elite of the elite alongside the Watchers. Since the southern region of the continent has a large demonic territory, the Watchers are responsible for monitoring that area. The White Demon Kingdom has not yet been fully demonized, but it's on the way, and one of the Guardians Legion's roles is to fight against other influences within the continent. Their opponent is an organization that holds nearly the same level of power as the Vernar's family, the renowned Orgar's family. One of the reasons it's dangerous to join the Guardians Legion is the recurring conflicts with this family, which lead to the highest death rate. That's likely why Kessner wasn't too happy, as it's the most dangerous place in the world for a warrior who has just awakened his powers. The old man explains that all the successor candidates want him, and the special treatment and requests will not stop coming from all sides. Kessner is helping him, but he has his limits. However, the White Demon Kingdom is a place where the successor's influence doesn't reach. The protagonist knows he's right, and besides, he stands to gain a lot if he goes there. So he says he has two conditions, leaving the old man intrigued as to what those conditions might be. The first is that the protagonist wants the old man to be a spurn partner for Malon, making him think that Mord wants him to teach him. But Mord quickly clarifies that he just wants to spar, leaving the old man curious, wondering if he believes he'll grow stronger simply by dueling with him. Then he quickly states the second condition, which is that he wants to roam freely for a year under the excuse of being on a secret mission. The old man asks what he plans to do for an entire year, but the protagonist doesn't answer, even though he knows it's a selfish request. However, it is during this time that the novel's protagonist becomes stronger, so he needs to find the world fragments before Aiden discovers their existence. For a second, the old man gives a small smile at this request, understanding that he has no other choice but to accept it, but he will only allow the protagonist to roam for 8 months. This was expected, and it shows that Ilden is very generous with those he holds high expectations for, as was depicted in the novel. Even though he doesn't fully understand why he's given his all to make Leon the Archduke, this is still a great opportunity, so he thanks the old man for his generosity. While he thinks that even a current lord wasn't as strong as him at his age, and as a bastard son, he cannot become Archduke, but he can be the shadow of one. Sometime later, we see the protagonist talking to his servant, asking why those soldiers are there. But he finds out that they are Erna's subordinates and that she is waiting for him inside. Upon entering her residence and finding his sister seated, he begins the greeting, but she explains that he doesn't need to be so formal since they are not in public. She then places a box with some inscriptions on the table and tells him to take it. His sister asks if Dren's gift was good, discovering that it was just an expensive healing potion. Then she quickly said that this is much better than a Sybil potion. As he opens the box, he begins to see a glow coming from it, revealing a crystal ball of blue liquid inside. He instantly realizes it's a treasure that can make any human credited strong. This is his chance to make a giant leap in his progress, and it's called the Tear of the God of Combat. In the novel, Aiden gave this to Leon to boost his strength. However, a side character ended up taking it instead and died. Erna explains that she received it as a birthday gift when she was 10 years old, and it is a very valuable item. But if he can't handle it, it will act as a poison, advising him to take it only when he's ready. She explains that when she helped the Imperial family on an expedition, she received the same gift. So she used the one she got for her birthday and kept this one. Meanwhile, our hero is simply shocked that she gave him a potion that only 3 succession candidates had in the original story. He then thanks her, but she says it's nothing and just wishes to talk more when he returns. Sometime later outside, our hero thinks that she only came to deliver this gift. He won't forget this and the fact that she valued him to this level even though he's not on her side yet. 20 days pass and our hero seems ready to start his journey. However, before leaving the castle, he runs into Kessner, who questions whether he's really leaving, when the protagonist says he just wanted to slip away quietly. The blonde man says that while our hero might be strong, he's only 15 years old and still doesn't understand how dangerous the North is. However, he's surprised when the protagonist simply thanks him for everything and says he will never forget his care since Kessner endured all kinds of pressure from the successor candidates while trying to protect him. Even so, at no point did he try to control him or stand in his way. In truth, he was only being kind to Mord, so the hero vows to repay him for everything he did. Then he tells the man not to worry, asking if he really thinks he can't take care of himself, and that he'll see him again once he returns, bringing a good drink for them to share. Even though the protagonist tries to ease his mind, Kessner remains a bit serious, but soon gives a smile. saying there's nothing he can do to stop him from going, wishing him good luck, while the protagonist wishes him good health so they can meet again. As he leaves the castle, we see that he's being watched from the top by someone. This person quickly jumps from the castle walls, that once on the ground begins blending into the surroundings, becoming invisible. Mord seems to sense someone's presence and looks back, but when he turns around he sees nothing but grass. If then explain that those who learn impulse must go through several levels, and the first is using impulse on the sword and body. The second is using it like a gauntlet. The third is to imbue and strengthen objects with impulse. The fourth is to condense and accelerate it into an explosive power. And the fifth and final level, which most magical artists can't reach, is known as aura. Our hero spent 20 days dueling the building. However, he wasn't satisfied with just duels and taught him several important things during those days. Thanks to this, he became stronger, but is still not close to using aura. However, the small creature before him is capable of making our hero awaken his aura immediately. A few days later, deep in a forest, our protagonist is thinking that the warriors sent by the Archduke to ambush him should arrive soon, since they want to capture him before he reaches the northern territory. At that moment, something almost hits the protagonist, who barely dodges it. And when he looks up, he is surprised as a battalion of warriors is there to ambush him. One of the commanders shouts, "Fire," and a barrage of arrows is launched toward our hero. The man thinks his plan works since there's no way he can dodge those thousands of arrows. However, from the smoke, small lightning bolts emerge, and soon the protagonist is revealed to be unharmed, having activated his divine blood, leaving the warriors impressed that he activated it so quickly. The general then orders the mages to cast fire magic on him, which heads towards our hero. But he begins preparing a new magic, summoning those same impulse balls he used in his fight against Ilden. And when the two magics collide, a massive explosion occurs, devastating the entire forest. Due to the firing heat, the forest is now nothing but ashes, as we see several warriors lying on the ground. The last surviving mage thinks this is impossible and never imagined he would beat the fire using explosive impulse. Realizing that the boy is far better than people said, Mord simply looks coldly at the last remaining mage. Then he quickly advances, delivering a punch to the barrier the mage is summoning. But he's surprised when nothing happens after punching his shield. However, all he needs to do is punch even harder. But before he can finish his attack, he is ambushed by one of the remaining warriors. Upon hitting the protagonist, the man seems to notice something different. He realizes that the MC is using an aura goblet. Thus, he discovers that our hero is now capable of controlling aura. But before he can do anything, he gets struck by the protagonist, who manages to catch him while still in the air and delivers a punch directly to his chin, sending him flying like a meteor. Although the man is severely injured, he remains alive. Meanwhile, the protagonist speaks to him and he knows who he is. He states that his name is Vering, and that he is considered the best warrior. He quickly explained that he saw him once in the training center on the day of the banquet. He asked about him because he was alone in the ceremony and was told that you're the best martial artist in magical combat. He's a cunning man but has a short temper, so it's best not to approach him. The enraged man asks who said that, but the protagonist doesn't answer, of course. Instead, he says that Varen is the loyal dog of the Archduke, so he's sure it was the Archduke who sent him, probably after his fruit. In the novel, the Archduke appears as a powerful but unforgivable villain, and there's a simple reason for that. He committed the terrible sin of consuming his own children. The Archduke's subordinate is shocked, wondering how the protagonist knows this. But the protagonist remains silent, looking at him with superiority. It's explained that in the novel, the Archduke always displayed great combat talents but became alarmed as he started aging. At that time, a secret society called Silver Blood approached him, offering a solution to consume his own bloodline. With the Werner's bloodline as a fertilizer, a fruit that maintained his youth would grow. And since it was more effective when he used someone who had already awakened the divine blood, the Archduke sacrificed all the bastard children, leaving only Mord. The reason was that he needed someone to fill the role of Archduke since 5 years ago the god of combat left the seal of the demon king for his descendants to protect. Once a year, the Archduke must fight against the reincarnation of the demon king in a one-on-one duel. Since the duel doesn't take place in the real world, he doesn't die if he loses, but the seal weakens. However, he can't enter again, so losing is akin to losing his position as Archduke. That's why he needed someone to fulfill that duty for him. We don't see the Emperor holding a twisted apple with veins while someone asks if he's going to see more before leaving. However, he replies that he won't and that he doesn't understand why his brother is taking the boy to the Guardians Legion. He even trained him for several days at the mansion, so he can't comprehend why someone so precious was sent alone to such a dangerous place. But in reality, that doesn't matter. It would be great if Mord swore loyalty, but he's someone who can't be controlled by anyone. So the best option now is simply to devour him. After Mord bites into the apple and closes his eyes to focus, when the Emperor opens them again, his transformation is complete. Lightning bursts from his body, showing that he's in the second stage of divine blood. He enters Devarian, ordering him to bring the protagonist no matter how much power it takes, warning him that Kestner is also keeping an eye on him, so he must be very careful not to get caught. Baron thinks that only those chosen by the Archduke can know about his dark side. And even though Kestner is the warrior the Lord trusts the most, he doesn't know about this place. That's why Varen is determined to prove to the Archduke that he is better than Kestner. But currently the man who is confident in capturing the protagonist finds himself severely injured. Meanwhile, the protagonist questions whether he came to capture him to obtain the fruit. Our hero had guessed this because it wasn't hard to figure out that the Archduke wanted to capture him. For the bastard children, there are only two paths. Considering the fact that the bastard children had been disappearing more frequently, he likely already met with the silver blood. Also realizing that he can't use him, the Archduke must be thinking of simply getting rid of our hero by consuming him. Mord was sure they would send him master rank magical combat artist, which is why he acquired aura by using the tears of the god of combat. Then he approaches the man, telling him to be quiet and explaining that he's going to die here, so he'll be kind enough to explain the future. The patriarch will perish in a pathetic way, and everyone will remember his name as something shameful. Hearing this, the young man remains ignorant, claiming that the Archduke is a divine being with the greatest talents in the world. But the protagonist remains silent, realizing that this man is completely submissive to the Lord. Verin, after analyzing for a moment, thinks that maybe it's possible for this to happen, since just moments ago the boy managed to create an aura goblet, and he's only 15 years old. His talent surpasses even that of his master. That's why he cannot allow such a monster to evolve. He quickly draws his sword and launches an attack on our hero, activating the Aura Blade, technique capable of cutting even the successors of the Werners who have awakened divine blood. However, this won't affect the protagonist as he has the Aura Goblet. But at that moment, Verin begins emitting a strange aura, making our hero realize that he's using his own life force to amplify his power. All of this for the worthless Archduke to whom he swore loyalty. And while Mord admires this determination, there's no chance that Verin can defeat him. Saving the energy balls launched by the protagonist explode, while the charred young man realizes that he combined aura with impulse to make this happen. This should have been impossible since he had just learned how to use aura. However, the protagonist appears, bidding farewell to the Archduke's loyal dog, and finishes his opponent with a well-placed punch. The masked man, who had been observing from a distance, thinks that Mord is much stronger than they were told, and that he knows about the fruit and the silver blood, making him a huge risk to the organization. He immediately starts running to inform his superiors. But what the mage didn't count on was that the protagonist had not forgotten about his presence, finishing him off with a simple attack. As the mage falls to the ground, the protagonist looks at the remaining blood on his hand, noticing that it has a silver hue, realizing that the man was part of the Silver Blood organization. Mord thinks that he got involved with them sooner than expected. It's going to be annoying if they come after him. But that doesn't matter. He just needs to become stronger and eliminate whatever comes his way. However, at that moment he ends up punching the air and hitting something. He then says to the invisible person that he knows they've been following him all along, asking them to reveal themselves. Yet the person remains in a transformation, trying not to be detected. His arrogance irritates our hero, who starts delivering a barrage of punches at the invisible figure. This forces the person to partially reveal themselves, somewhat stressed out by Mord's immediate resort to violence. Mord notices that the young person has pointed ears and deduces that they are likely an elf, a species that bears the symbol of long life, growing and aging much more slowly than humans. But since this boy's ears are smaller than those of an elf, he must be a half-elf, so he asks the boy who he is. The boy introduces himself as Keel from the Guardians Legion and says he's part of the Shadow Wolf Squad, which works directly for General Ilden. It is explained that the Guardians Legion, responsible for preventing Gevinization in the northern region, has the descendants of the Werners as its core strength. However, there are other squads like the Shadow Wolf, which specialize in different tasks, such as protecting allies and assassinating enemies. For this reason, it possesses stealth abilities that are different from the common Wernar's warriors. The young man believes his stealth is the best among all the Shadow squads, but even so, the protagonist managed to detect him. He then explains that his master sent him to escort Mord, and that he was supposed to help him when he was in danger to assure an escape route if necessary. But after seeing how easily the hero destroyed those men, he realizes that Mord is a much greater monster than the general had described. To prove it was a direct order, he hands over a bracelet, explaining that his lord said this would be proof enough. Upon seeing that mysterious item, our hero understands that it was indeed Sir Ilden who sent him, as this is the bracelet he himself broke in battle. When the young man hears that the protagonist managed to break the general's bracelet in a one-on-one fight, he's astonished, while the protagonist tells him to go back home. Turning away, Mord tells the young man to leave since he has already failed his mission, or rather, neglected it. However, the boy knows he can't return as his general would be disappointed. Thus, he says that he will repay his failure by assisting a protagonist throughout the journey. Not only that, but he will also stand guard during the night so that Mord can sleep and take care of basic tasks like cooking. Hearing the young man practically humbling himself, Mord is confused, wondering if he's really willing to do that, and he recognizes the boy's name from the novel. A boy abandoned by his father for being a half-elf, who, when on the verge of death, was rescued by Sir Ilden. When the protagonist and his companions were fighting against him, it was this young man's spiritual magic and stealth that helped a lot. Of course, since he was just a side character, he ended up dying later, but despite appearing young, he's an expert assassination, and considering that Silverblood will likely ambush him, it wouldn't be bad to have him as a companion. Especially since his duty is to protect Mord, a hero accepts the boy's offer. He orders him to start cleaning immediately, and when a young man asks what he should clean, Mord explains that it's the battlefield and all the men left on the ground. Since leaving traces behind isn't a good idea, this will prove how skilled he is. Meanwhile, at the Lord's castle, someone reports that Verin was defeated. There were signs of a battle, but no bodies, leaving the Patriarch impressed, as he didn't know Mord had an escort. Even so, he orders them to let the boy go for now and just keep an eye on him, knowing that the Silver Blood organization likely suffered losses as well. Thus, even if they do nothing, Silver Blood will act on their own. We then return to the protagonist, where Keel is impressed, saying that this was the tomb Mord was looking for, and that it took them 5 days to find. He soon asks what they should do, but the protagonist simply lies down, saying he will wait until nightfall. He orders the half-elf to stand guard until then so no one gets close. The young man tries to ask why they're doing this, but our hero is already deep asleep, leaving the young man disappointed since he realizes Mord won't tell him anything during the trip. By nightfall, the half-elf looks a bit frustrated while lighting a fire. He is a respected person in the Arctucci and an advanced warrior with 10 years of experience, but now he's practically working as a cleaner for a child who is only an intermediate warrior. He tries to calm himself, thinking that this is just a job, but as he's about to curse the protagonist, he hears his name. He quickly pretends that he wasn't talking about anyone, but Mord merely warns him that it's starting. When the young man wonders what is starting, he notices a dimensional rift forming in the air. It is explained that there are secret dungeons that can only be revealed when all the conditions are met. And in this dungeon, there are 3 conditions. The first is that the moon must be in its waxing phase. The second is that nothing must obstruct the moonlight from reaching the ground. And the third requires someone with divine blood to be within 5 meters of the tomb. Initially, this dungeon isn't that important, but the reward inside is of great interest to our protagonist. Realizing that his young master is about to enter the dungeon alone, the half-elf boy explains that Mord doesn't know what dangers could be lurking inside. But Mord quickly reassures him, saying he knows exactly what to expect and that he can handle it alone. Therefore, Keel's job is to make sure no one gets close. Before the half-elf can say anything else, Mord leaps into the dungeon, passing through the portal mid-air, leaving his subordinate completely alone in the forest. Inside, we discover it's the Lunar Temple. In the past, many gods existed, but none remain now. These temples used to be dedicated to venerating them. Soon, something catches Mord's attention. When he looks ahead, he sees several skeletons walking and screaming that an intruder has invaded the tomb. These skeletons are warriors who gave their souls to gods who have since perished, leaving only the madness of their souls behind. Looking around, Mord realizes there are more than 100, but doesn't matter, as he just needs to get rid of them quickly. It's said that these souls are terrifying the real world, but in this realm, defeating them is possible with ordinary methods. All because of the mana, and we see the protagonist easily smashing through several skeletons. Even though they are easier to deal with here, they are still warriors from past lives. So Mord prepares a mana ball using aura and hurls it at the skeletons, causing a massive explosion. No matter how strong these warriors once were, our protagonist is far stronger now. Now that all the minions are gone, he just needs to deal with the Guardian. As he approaches a statue, a goddess with a dog's face, he says this is the core, and the Guardian is this creature now rising before him. We then discover that the Guardian is another werewolf, angered because Mord has trespassed on sacred ground without permission and declares that he will be sacrificed to the goddess. Mord recalls that this lycanthrope was supposed to be a powerful enemy in the novel. Even though Aiden was stronger than most advanced mages, he struggled against the werewolf because it had magical defenses thanks to the blessing. While the werewolf warms up, he says that the protagonist has invaded the sacred realm alone. And though disrespectful, it seems he understands the pride of a warrior. For that reason, he will be treated as one. Soon, all the wolves and werewolves gather around Mord and the Guardian, forming a kind of arena. The lycanthrope declares that the battle between warriors is the most sacred thing, and since Mord came with pride, he will respond in kind. Mord finds this odd, as this didn't happen in the novel. Nevertheless, he says he prefers to fight one-on-one. However, as he prepares, he says he doesn't want to waste time and commands the Guardian to shift into his final form instead of waiting to die slowly. In the novel, the Guardian was revived with the power of the goddess every time Adam and his friends killed him, so it would be better start the fight at the final stage. Hearing these arrogant words, the werewolf says it's rude and wonders what makes Mord think he can say such things. But soon the protagonist reveals his transformation, asking if he should prove it through sheer force. Upon realizing that the young man before him is of divine blood, the werewolf acknowledges that he is qualified to say such things and agrees to do as Mord requested. He begins absorbing the power of his subordinates, growing until he reaches an enormous size, surpassing even the hero's expectations. Mord then charges at the giant werewolf, and the two attacks collide in midair. However, in that moment, Mord is surprised by the light the werewolf emits, realizing he's using a divine shield capable of blocking aura. But just because something can block aura doesn't mean it can block it forever. So our hero starts breaking through the shield with a flurry of punches. The werewolf has no choice but to defend with his body. Yet his strength isn't enough and he is thrown far away. Realizing that the young man is as strong as expected from someone with divine blood, the werewolf considers trying something else, but the protagonist is already in front of him, delivering another attack. However, the strike misses as the werewolf ducks his head just in time. With a malicious grin, the werewolf lands a counterpunch to Mord's abdomen, feeling pleased to have landed a direct hit. But his satisfaction fades quickly as he notices that Mord absorbed the impact through his muscles. Mord then grabs his opponent's arm and remarks that he has an interesting acceleration ability, but in a fight, speed isn't everything. He then throws the werewolf into the air, leaping after him. Mord begins preparing an aura-infused attack. Delivering a solid hit to the lycanthrope's face, the creature is sent flying into the goddess statue, bouncing off it and crashing towards the ground. Our hero uses the statue to change his trajectory, preparing a final blow to finish off the monster. In midair, the werewolf is helpless and Mord knows this is the end. But before completing his attack, he notices a smile on the werewolf's face. However, this doesn't stop our hero from kicking the creature, finally ending the fight, and he feels relieved that he didn't need to use the world fragment or the blessing from the god of combat. Still, he wonders why the werewolf was smiling at the end. Suddenly, a voice echoes saying that the battle was impressive and thanks Mord for granting its warrior an honorable rest. The statue explains that the werewolf wanted to die as a great warrior, but was stabbed in the back by an enemy and died dishonorably. Unable to forget this, he became the ghost of this dungeon, and what the protagonist did for him was a great gift as he freed his soul. Mord understands that this was probably why the werewolf smiled. He finally got the jewel he wanted. The statue then gives Mord a gift for freeing the warrior's soul, explaining that it is a bracelet that when exposed to moonlight, will protect whomever he wishes, whenever he wishes. Analyzing the item, Mord realizes that this is something Aiden never obtained in the novel, and it will be extremely useful when needs to fight while protecting someone. He thanks the goddess, saying he will make good use of it, but soon notices that her presence has already vanished. He moves closer to wrap things up, striking the statue, which reveals the crystal he had been searching for. Mord is pleased that he finally found the world fragment, and as the crystal shines, it captures his attention. Sometime later outside, we see wind spirits swirling around the dungeon, while Keel, sitting on a rock, asks if Mord has finally completed it. Mord notices that these spirits are the half-elf summons, and he stood guard just as ordered. He's starting to appreciate how obedient the young man is. The half-elf then asks if they can go to a village to sleep, but the protagonist says they'll pass through several cities and villages from now on, as they'll be traveling across all corners of the kingdom. Sometime later, we arrive at the merchant city of Luring. We see the servant begging for rest since they have us stop walking, while our buffed Jigakya hero is happy Eddie's managed to acquire 2 world fragments. After completing the wolf goddess dungeon, they finished another one, but it didn't yield any additional rewards. Now their goal is to find a particular object and venture into a specific underground location. The two then find an inn to spend the night. Mord explains that they'll stay there until nightfall, but the half-elf says he needs to leave, hoping his master will stay in the room until he returns, begging him please as he has something important to take care of. Mord lies down on the bed, telling him he can go report to the city leader all he wants, as he already knew everything from the beginning. The half-elf is shocked that Mord already figured it out, but he also explains that he needs to ask for more money, as these expensive lodgings and daily meals have left him completely broke. As he leaves, he says he'll be back, and our protagonist replies that he won't read unless something inevitable happens. Several hours pass and night is almost upon them. However, as Kyo returns to the inn, he notices everything is on fire. He almost feels like he has clairvoyance since something inevitable really did happen. It is explained that as pieces the ancient gods used to create the complete world, each world fragment contains a different element. While one might contain lava fields where fire spirits dance, another might hold arid, sun-drenched deserts. Like puzzle pieces, they can fit together, and once they do, they can grant immense power. Another incredible thing is that when these fragments are united, the user can unlock a mental realm they can access at will. From the outside, it appears as if they are simply meditating, but in reality, the individual is in their mental training. It is explained that the world fragment he obtained from the tomb of the god of combat contained a towering mountain that reached the clouds, and a fragment from the dungeon had a dense forest, but unfortunately, the third fragment didn't connect with either but the other two. However, at that moment, the protagonist feels something. Mord immediately stops in the middle of the forest, sensing a presence. We return to the real world, where the inn he was staying at is under attack. Outside, a woman is screaming frantically for her son, who is trapped inside. She begs the men holding her back to let her go as she desperately wants to rescue him. At that moment, our hero emerges from the burning building, holding the child in his arms. He hands the boy to the woman, who thanks him profusely. However, Mord isn't interested in the gratitude and immediately assesses the damage caused. People are helping each other, and had hired a healing mage to assist the injured, since women, children, and men were caught in the explosion. Seeing this disgusting scene, Mord begins to feel stressed. At that moment, he spots 2 people fleeing amidst the chaos. Realizing that one of them is responsible for the explosion, he picks up a stone from the ground, muttering that he doesn't know who the person is or where they're from, like he will make sure that their coffin stays closed at their funeral. We don't see a man with a ponytail running from a hooded figure. Frustrated that he can't catch the man, the hooded figure fails to notice the protagonist approaching from behind. Mord launches a quick attack, which the hooded figure barely dodges at the last second. Even so, the man had to stop his pursuit and really demands to know who the protagonist is. But Mord dismisses him, saying it doesn't matter and he doesn't need to know who he is, especially since he's already dead. The hooded man with a face tattoo doesn't know who set Mord but calls him weak, saying he won't be able to defeat him. However, in the very next second, our hero appears behind him, landing a solid punch to his face, sending him crashing into a wall. Coughing, the man seems incapacitated as Mord approaches, ready to end the fight. But before he can do anything, the man who is being chased shouts, saying he doesn't know who Mord is, but he shouldn't underestimate this guy. The hooded man takes advantage of Mord's distraction and swallows a pill. As the protagonist watches the transformation taking place, the other man urges him to run. However, it's too late. The transformation is complete, and the man is turned into a hulking brute like Ronnie Coleman. He orders the protagonist to pay attention as he's about to display his full power. But in that moment, all his strength and power are reduced to nothing with a single blow from Mord, leaving the blonde man with the ponytail in utter shock. Mord orders him to come down immediately. Every instinct in the blonde man tells him to flee. As he prepares to do so, he gets kicked in the back, slamming into a distant wall. Our hero then orders the man to kneel and answer his questions, remarking that knocking him out would be the best option. We don't see that the man is already trapped in a chokehold by Keel, panicking as he struggles to breathe. Soon, his mind begins to fade, and he wakes up later in a completely different place. Terrified, he threatens to scream, but the protagonist gives him a warning. Other than answering the questions, he'd better not dare open his mouth. The first question is why he was being chased. Mort explains that the man probably belonged to the organization of the Second King. The man tries to speak but gets punched in the head, and the MC explains that these people are part of the Monarch's Return group who seek to revive the Archlich. It's explained that the hierarchy of mages is clear. There are beginner-level mages, intermediate-level mages of the 4th circle, advanced-level mages up to the 6th circle, senior mages, and those in the domain of the 9th circle are called high mages. The title of Archlich is given to high mages who have become undead, commonly referred to as monarchs, as they command armies of the undead. The Archlich of the Monarch's Return group had a backup plan in case he was defeated, fragmenting his soul into pieces and scattering them. Once all the pieces are gathered, he can be revived, and that's what the Monarch's Return group is seeking. But even knowing all this, Mord still doesn't understand what this man has to do with it, wondering if he's a subordinate of another secret group. The blonde man, realizing that Mord can use aura, knows he must be of Vernar's blood and thinks it would be a problem if the Archduke opposed their group. However, his silence only angers the protagonist, who prepares to punch him again, causing the man to quickly blur out the name of his group. The blonde man explains that their goal is to prevent the 3 prophecies of ruin from coming true, one of which is the return of the monarch. He further explains that if the Archlich that these people worship is revived, the world will practically come to an end. Mord recalls that in the novel, the Lich was easily defeated by the protagonist, and he finds it amusing that someone like this is trying to stop the world-level disaster. He then returns to his first question, trying to figure out why that man was following him. The blonde man finally speaks, saying it's because he stole something important. Mord shows him a key and asks if that's what he's talking about, discovering that it's a key that opens doors to ruins. Since this group called Grumolder and this key didn't appear in the novel, Mord realizes that the story has likely deviated from the original path due to the theft of the key. The resurrection of the monarch happens near the end of the story, and even though Aiden and his friends manage to defeat him, he still caused thousands of deaths. For this reason, Mord decides to prevent the sacrifice of those people and stop the Monarch's Return group. Mord then turns around, saying he's going to keep the key and orders the man to leave. His servant Keel questions whether it's really okay to let him go, but Mord responds that the group isn't that strong, so there's no need to worry. He explains that the current goal is the complete annihilation of the Monarch's Return group. He then states that there are fragments of the Archlich's soul in the ruins, and that's where they'll start. His servant asks if they're going immediately, but Mord explains that they first need to go to the black market. It is then revealed that he purchased a torn book and an old dagger, leaving Keel confused about what he plans to do with these items. The two head to a rather foul-smelling place, and Keel wonders if the great Archlich really left part of his soul there. The protagonist explains that there's a hidden passage in the water, and he instructs the young man to use his spiritual magic to unlock the path. The half-elf activates some of his wind spirits, and has them search through the water until they find the passage. He's pleased that he succeeded, while the protagonist notices that even though Keel complains a lot, he still follows orders. The wind spirit then begins preparing a dust that splits the water like the Red Sea, revealing the hidden path. However, when they reach the door, they find it sealed with magic. The protagonist explains that the dagger will come in handy now, so he makes a small cut on his hand, saying that long ago the gods were at war with one another. At that time, the warrior god lost everything to the gods who wielded magic as their weapon. That's why he sacrificed his own existence to create this weapon, an artifact that only those with divine blood can awaken. Moreover, its function evolved to work as a key for ancient ruins. To use it is simple. Just invoke anti-magic and destroy the magic. Throwing the dagger towards the sealed door, we see it begin to glow and shoot out some lightning, quickly dissipating all the sealing magic. Mord calmly calls the dagger back to his hand. The half-elf is impressed that Mord bought these overpowered items for the price of a beer, but Mord remarks that this is exactly how the black market works. And now it's time to fulfill Keel's wish. It is revealed that before their journey began, Keel wanted adventure into dungeons and discover hidden treasures. Mord then tells him that after they finish off the Monarch's Return route down there, this is the exact secret dungeon he was searching for. The two descend, and Keel is amazed by how vast the place is. He asks if they shouldn't launch a surprise attack, but the protagonist explains that they likely already know of their presence and will attack them soon enough. At that moment, several ghoulish monsters appear, while a group of mages and warriors question who these intruders are and how they managed to enter. Mord immediately charges forward, plowing through the ghouls and heading straight for the group. During the attack, he senses 2 men approaching, so he summons his aura gauntlets to block their attacks, leaving the 2 men confused by the gauntlets and realizing that if those are aura gauntlets, Mord must be at master rank. Mord easily disposes of the monarch's henchmen, and as his eyes glow the golden hue, the enemy mages begin preparing to strike. But before the mages can do anything, they are practically wiped out by Keel's wind magic. who asks what the mage was even planning as multiple wind spirits swirl protectively around him. A little later, we see the same mage crawling on the ground, screaming that he's being chased by a monster. However, in the next moment, this mage will meet Hades personally. Keel, who finished him off, thinks to himself that he's not so bad after all. But of course, they are nothing compared to Mord. He then points to a large door and says it must be the entrance, while the protagonist mentions that first they need to destroy all the magical objects because they are dangerous. After destroying all the cursed items, they finally stand before the door, and the protagonist says that now the dungeon truly begins. He uses the key he took from the man the day before and opens the gate, realizing this seems to be some kind of demonification dungeon. This is a dungeon created by borrowing the powers of demons, but it's not necessarily connected to the demon realm. Since there was no detailed information about this dungeon in the novel, the only thing Mord knows is that it's subterranean and goes down 9 levels. It follows the standard dungeon pattern. The deeper it goes, the stronger the monsters become. It was definitely not supposed to be an easy dungeon, but the two of them cleared it in under 10 minutes. Heel looks quite happy with their loot, hadn't acquired several good magical items, and says that with all these, he won't need to worry about meals for months. Looking ahead, he notices their true objective. We don't see Archlic Monarch seated on his throne. The Lich remarks that it's been a long time since he's seen something alive. Just when the energy alone, the half-elf can sense the Lich's strength. But Mord says there's no reason to be afraid if this is only a fragment of the original. This surprises the Archlich, who acknowledges that despite being an unwelcome guest, Mord knows of him. However, as Mord begins to transform, he says that he doesn't know much about the Lich, nor does he need to, as he's merely a relic of the past, and Ho makes sure to render him even more dead. Seeing Mord's transformation, the Lich recognizes him as being on the Werner's bloodline, and remarks how strangely only the most arrogant seem to pass through here, yet all of them have been eliminated. He explains that the protagonist is nothing more than a remnant left behind by the god, and for that, he will teach him the greatness of magic. He then summons 2 diamond golems, but the protagonist quickly appears behind one of the golems, destroying it and creating a cloud of dust, while the Lich expected him to have this level of power. What he didn't expect, however, was the punch that was about to come his way. The Lich reacts quickly, casting a defensive spell to block the MC's strike. Yet, as he stands there, a wind spell begins to swirl around him, forming a tornado with the Lich at the center. Even so, the Lich finds the trick annoying and with his single stomp, activates the Forest Curse, which suppresses all of Keel's magic. Upon realizing that his spell was nullified with just a single movement, Keel is terrified. But this is the moment the protagonist was waiting for to throw a dagger at the Lich. The Lich finds it irritating that the dagger bypassed his defensive spell but believes it won't do much damage to his body. However, it's at that moment that the dagger begins to glow. As you may know, an Archlich is a being made entirely of dark magic, and the effect of an anti-magic weapon on a creature made of magic is completely lethal. Thanks to the immense shock, even the Lich's robes are torn to shreds, and he can't comprehend how something like this exists. Taking advantage of the opportunity, MC remarks that letting one's guard down in a fight means death. He then activates the non-destruction technique, shattering the Archlich into countless pieces. His skeletal skull rolls across the floor, but it's swiftly caught by the protagonist, who tells the Lich to shut up and that he'll always be a loser, both now and in his original form. And with that, Mord finally defeats the skeleton once and for all. Mord turns to his subordinate, saying that Keel did well in buying time as it made the battle a bit more convenient. As Keel praises the dagger for piercing a defensive spell, the protagonist explains that if it had been an active spell, the dagger wouldn't have been able to penetrate. The two then proceed to search for the dungeon's core, finally encountering the 4th fragment of the world. And when they destroy the core, it finally returns to the real world, with the dungeon's entrance being a fake room. There, Keel looks around in search of something, but when he realizes that the thing he's looking for is not there, he starts screaming in despair for having lost all his loot. Then he looks at the protagonist, who is also a little confused. He then asks if the protagonist knew this was going to happen, and that no matter how much he thought about it, a dungeon that had been closed for more than 200 years maintaining so many intelligent undead is strange, questioning if it was a dream of chaos. It is explained that the dream of chaos is the boundary between reality and a dream. It's like a very powerful illusion, but everything you experience there is real. The problem is that nothing from this dungeon can be taken to the outside world. Mord thinks that his hypothesis must be correct since being locked in this place for 200 years would lead to a mental collapse, but it's different if these minds are fake. He then says that he didn't know this and that he wasn't trying to deceive him, but since he was part of the battle, he will give some loot to compensate for what he lost. He then prepares a punch while warning him not to complain about the loot. That punch was directed at the ground, and the two begin to fall into a secret room that was right below. Upon landing, the protagonist thinks that this place is actually a secret space and that it can only be found after solving the hidden puzzles inside the fake room. Keel, after looking around the room for a bit, is amazed, seeing some objects on altars, while Mord thinks he didn't need to solve the puzzles since he already knew where the place was. Soon, the half-elf mercenary is happy at all those things look expensive. He says that now they are in a place that really looks like the treasure hall. He begins to analyze it by while the protagonist explains that it has a dimension 5 times larger than the space of this room. Not only that, but is capable of automatically retrieving any item from inside and is made so that only the owner can touch it. But obviously, the protagonist is not going to give the OP item to his servant, giving him another item instead. This is the lightning ring, capable of allowing the user to use lightning magic up to the 6th circle. Additionally, it has great defense against lightning tag magic, and it seems that the young half-elf is quite pleased, although he had a somewhat suspicious look on his face as he looks at the ring he received. Among the other things in the room, there's the necklace capable of protecting someone against unauthorized magic use and detecting subtle magic. There's also this golden key that also acts as a mat, prompting Keel to ask how many parts there are in total, discovering that there are 7 and soon questioning if our hero wants to find them all to prevent the resurrection of the Archlich. He says yes, but also because the 7 parts are fragments of the world, and now that they've taken everything, they must leave. But before leaving, they approach the skull that is in the center, and Mord explained that this is the part of the Archlich. What they defeated in the dungeon is the manifestation of a consciousness imbued in this part, and if they don't destroy it, you do come back. In the novel, the protagonist and his friends imagined that this was just decoration and ignored it. As a result, the Archlich was revived. However, now this insect will not hurt anyone else. In front of an apple tree, Ilden picks an apple, stating that it's the last one. He then asks the young man behind him if he believes Mord will be the next to be buried there, and he answers that he thinks so because the Silver Bloods are handling there. There are several secret organizations in this world, but few have lasted more than 500 years. As that was when the Mortal Age began and the Age of Legends ended. The Silver Bloods are one of those, and besides most of their executors having divine blood, but the biggest and best MWDW organization. However, Ilden mourns that last time they were all killed, including Master Varen, and that was definitely a hard blow to their pride. He wonders how much they prepared this time to kill him. Meanwhile, in the dungeon where they fought the Archlich, a red-haired man approaches alongside a blonde woman and wonders what happened there, complaining about the destruction left by Mord. The girl touches the cloth and after analyzing it, states that it's only been a few days since he passed through there, making he should be easy to find now. The guy decider likes the news and drawing his sword says he can already see how all this will end, complaining about how much trouble Fernars gives him. Lasting a wall ahead with a strike, he says he'll make him taste hell, while his partner thinks about how they should enjoy their vacation. A few days later, Mord tells Keel that his plan won't work, making him ask if he's given up, which he answers with a yes, because they'd only waste time. Not everything in MWBW was well explained. Many parts were extremely summarized. Mord remembers what he read, but not the summarized parts. Keel asks what they'll do now, as there are only 3 months left until the promise with General Ilden. With not much time remaining, and need to act on what they already know. Then the protagonist tells his friend they're going to free the cursed witch. They'll do this to obtain an ancient sword. And his friend, already knowing it's not just any sword, asks how he knows all that, and he replies that he has a good informant. Keel asks who it is. Mord replies that he has divine traits that allow him to have visions of the future, but seeing his friend's strange look, he warns that he already knew he wouldn't believe him. Eel finds it annoying, while the protagonist thinks that even would tell him the truth, no one would take it seriously. But it'd be nice if someone believed him just once. The two walk through a forest as Mord says they're heading to the region of the Kingdom of Levton. Days later, already at their destination, a blonde boy comments that the place is creepy and asks if it's because of the witch, getting a yes in response, since she can disorient people. In a village they passed earlier, they were warned of a legend about the swamp witch, the devourer of people. No one has disappeared in the last 5 years, but they were asked to reconsider. Mord explains that the witch uses the mist to affect your mind and control your actions however she wants. The owl says he can feel her trying to invade his mind, but since he's resistant to mental control, he'll be fine. However, right after that, he realizes his friend has disappeared, leaving him in a panic thinking the swamp is also capable of generating illusions. Then he starts shouting for a protagonist. But while trying to call out to Mord, he starts feeling extremely sleepy and his legs begin to move on their own, realizing the witch's power. Looking back, the protagonist sees the confused boy coming back the way they came. The reason he's been given to the swamp's powers is the bracelet he wears on his arm, she got from the wolf deity. Holding Keel's arm, he recites the phrase, "Power of the full moon, protect my comrade." The bracelet glows and energy spreads around them. This wakes the elf, who asks if that's the power the witch uses to eat people, to which the answer is a big no. Mord explains that she guides people away from the mist as safely as possible. Implanting in her subconscious the urge never to return there, being cursed isn't the same as being evil. Even without a witch, there would still be dangers in that forest. Monsters do exist, of course. You could die from the hallucinogenic effects of a plant, and people disappear all the time in forests. In fact, the strangest thing is that no one has disappeared in the last 5 years. That starts to make sense to the blonde kid who now understands what the witch does, not the monster that eats people. In truth, she used to be a beautiful woman from the Ilderves, and all the men in her village and nearby ones fell in love with her. One of them had divine blood. He confessed to the girl, but was promptly rejected. That was when his downfall began. The man possessed powers and came from the most powerful family among the divine forces, even holding noble status. But he broke the family's golden rule by summoning a demonic spirit, which ended up possessing him. Feeling unable to face punishment, the man fled. That's when he met the girl, and after being rejected, he tried to force her. So the entire Ilderva family acted to stop him, but the man, already enraged, killed them all. And the girl fell into his evil hands. At that moment, the skies opened and Maris appeared. The man had been caught by the family patriarch due to the excessive use of his powers. He'd begged for mercy. But upon seeing what had happened, Maris punished him, sealing him into a sword along with the demon he had summoned. Am, a girl, for the sin of tempting a noble being while being immortal, was sentenced to guard the sword until the demon's spirit faded. Only then would she be free from her crime. In the end, the witch was never a monster that devoured humans. She was only the victim of divine wrath. Mord then shouts to the witch that he will restore her name. Someone hears him, and suddenly a strong wind starts blowing the mist forcefully in his direction. But the boy stands his ground, unlike his friend who's already stabbing his knife into a tree to avoid being blown away. He watches as Mord prepares his attack, and once fully charged, it's unleashed against the mist, opening a hole in the mystical curtain that covers the swamp. Revealing two glowing red eyes ahead of them and recognizing it as an enemy, he charges forward at full speed. And upon reaching the creature, he declares that the witch is finally awakened from her dreams. The elf is confused by his words, wondering if the protagonist really said witch. Mord says there was never a promise to be fulfilled as he stares at the figure before him, a monster with crystal eyes covered in massive fur. The creature claims it wants to fulfill a promise. Calling the two intruders, it forms several orbs of energy around itself, launching them at the two right after. Mord saves his friend from the attack, grabbing him and carrying him to safety as the attack explodes behind them. The elf is stunned by the ram attacks, comparing it to an army of mages, and asks what they'll do now and if there's a plan. The protagonist's idea is to beat it down first and then use a keyword to awaken her. But the blonde kid has no idea what the guy is talking about. Mord, leaping away from his comrade, asks him to hold the line for a bit. With the agility of a rabbit, he dodges the attacks around him as he closes in on the monster, finally getting face to face and close enough. He lands a punch on it, releasing a massive burst of energy that makes it scream in pain, and right after, he says the name Elderva, changing the creature's expression. He says that's the name of her species and those who fought for her. This makes her remember the past and a lifeless body in her arms. With that opening, Mord lands a solid tick on the monster, even heavy damage. The witch screams in hatred and pain, and again the protagonist speaks another name, Calvis, as he approaches her, preparing another strike. How is the name of the one who killed her family? Here it awakens the monster's fury, and she is struck again in the face. Mord says the name Mariz, already ready to land another blow, making the creature see in him the face of the god who cursed her. As he unleashes a flurry of attacks, he says there was never any promise to fulfill, only a curse, begs her to remember what must not be forgotten, for the sake of those who died needlessly. In preparing the final blow, Mord shouts that at last she must remember who she really is. Placing his hand on her head, he calls her Sadia. That was the name her parents gave her on the day the sun shone the brightest. He asked her to open her eyes as the glorious child of the spirit of the sun. Keel realizes the attacks have stopped and is about to celebrate his victory when a massive explosion occurs. The sun shines there once more, and Mord celebrates because he had always hoped for this instead of a depressing military life of the kingdom of the white demons. An incredible adventure like this, saving the witch from her curse and helping her recover her beauty. The former cursed witch, calling him the savior of the unknown god who freed her from the curse, asks how she can repay him and what his name is. While Keel stays with the giant girl, Mord introduces himself as a descendant of Verners, god of combat, but the giantess has never heard of him. But considering his power, she imagines he must be an incredible god. The protagonist explains that he's a god who emerged at the end of the Age of Legends, which is why she doesn't know him. The giantess is confused to learn that the Age of Legends has ended, and Mord says the end of 500 years ago, and the only thing left of it was the giant blue crystal in front of them, a fragment of the world, a piece of the perfect world that the ancient gods used to create this one. When the Age of Legends ended, its fragments were scattered across the world. When he touches the crystal, it shrinks. That is the fragment of the misty swamp, starry night and mountain peaks combined with a floating swamp mist. Now the three fused fragments and the two individual fragments are together. Turning to the giantess, Mord speaks about his reward when he hears a loud crash caused by a sudden explosion. Giantess protects him. The ones causing all that chaos and looking for him are three people. One of them says he's there to beat him up, calling him the illegitimate son of Grand Duke Verners. He says they're there to capture him. But he asks who the bombshell behind him is, while Mord questions who he is and whether he belongs to the Silver Blood, prompting the man to ask how he knows that. The protagonist explains it's obvious, since they have divine blood. His attacker finds it strange that the guy can tell whether from just by their divine blood, but that doesn't change his goal of capturing him. The red-haired swordsman is ready to educate the rookie. But before the fight begins, his friend tells him to activate his divine blood first, making him question why, since he just wanted to have a little fun. However, he's warned again not to underestimate him because this guy isn't just anyone. The redhead gets pissed and activating his divine blood says he needs to hurry up and become a high-ranking officer. Meanwhile, the blonde girl on the team looks like a corporate drone, dying to take a vacation already. Their leader, transforming into a wolf, warns them not to kill him. They need him alive. While Keel panics in the background, Mord reflects on the activation of divine blood and recognizes their leader as a descendant of the beast god. The swordsman doesn't know her, but the woman is clearly Mvou, an intermediate officer of the Silver Blood, a 7th circle mage with excellent tracking skills. In her awakened state, she can reach the power of first-class mage. To make up for her weakness as a mage, she depends on the red-haired guy to act as her vanguard and close the distance with their opponents. So he tells Keel to take Sadia and come back later. The blonde boy says that even though he's skilled, his friend can't defeat 3 holders of divine blood. Activating his awakening and turning to his friend again, he tells him to go. The one-eyed mage is impressed by the mana coming from a boy only 15 years old. Seeing his friend distracted as the perfect chance to escape, he calls Sadia and points the way. But just in the direction he pointed, a lightning bolt crashes down. It was the work of the one-eyed woman, who sarcastically asks where they think they're going. She says the blonde kid has a lot of faith in his miyakri, but that won't work with her. Kill tells his friend there's no way, they'll have to fight because their lives are at stake. But Mord says no, create an opening so he can escape with Sadia, because the girl has nothing to do with this. Meanwhile, the enemy group's swordsman says he'll show him how, imbuing his blade with lightning. He charges at the protagonist, delivering a strike powerful enough to create a massive energy sphere that destroys the surrounding landscape. But when the dust settles, both the one-eyed woman and the wolf-faced leader are stunned by the result. Mord isn't just still standing, he also killed his opponent, literally disintegrating his torso with a single punch. What a disposable extra. On the other side, Keel faces the one-eyed mage, creating a tornado of wind to lift her up, while thinking that his friend will find a solution, so he just needs to deal with the mage. Amount of mana and physical strength. Mord has all those traits. The werewolf in front of him is surprised he can use aura, and upon realizing that as it creates a physical enhancement effect, he says he will treat him accordingly. When our protagonist least expects it, he takes a punch which he blocks with both arms. Even so, the force of the blow sends him flying, creating a crater in the ground. Then a series of purple lightning bolts are fired at him, causing a massive explosion. Mord feels the full impact of the attack, which this time manages to injure him. The big wolf admits that he's strong, but from the beginning, this hunting squad was assembled to face him along with any elite companion he might bring, which is why they brought a reinforcement army. The protagonist, watching his opponent approach, reflects on how powerful the high-ranking officer truly is, superior in every way. Besides that, the big wolf is using an artifact. When the mythical era ended and the gods left this world, the artifacts also vanished, but a few mortals with divine blood were granted permission to use them. The werewolf starts boasting about how favored he is, wondering how long Mord can last against the power of the gods. However, our hero is also curious to test something. Now with the 3 fragments of the world, his magical power has grown even if he doesn't yet know how much of the war god's power he can use. As he prepares to strike, he wonders how much his opponent can take, then lands an uppercut to his chin. The big wolf flies off with the force of the blow. Mord's movements and power have suddenly changed, and in seconds, he reaches his opponent while still in the air. Skyfan. Before he can land another hit, a powerful spell strikes him and sends him crashing to the ground. He recognizes the voice behind the spell. It was the one-eyed mage still mocking the wolf for losing to a 15-year-old boy, and the mud agrees with her. The rookie they're facing is giving them more trouble than expected. Mord wonders why the mage interfered in the fight and what happened to his friend. Turns out that on the other side, Heel is being chased by the Silverblood support troops who have just arrived on the battlefield. But now is the time to worry about that. The big wolf in front of him admits he was shaken by the attack and says that after that last spell, Mord won't go much further. He then charges at the boy, promising to make him pay for what he did. It seems like the end, but he halts the attack when he hears a scream. It's the mage from his team whose foot is on fire. She's the one responsible, saying that her savior doesn't want her interference, but she can't just stand by and watch this. It's Sadia, who stares at the sorceress and calls her arrogant for thinking herself a god while being nowhere close to that. Calling them fools, she releases torrents of fire in their direction. The one-eyed mage wonders how she forgot about the giant and how she didn't sense her with her abilities. Sadia replies that the Ildervads share divine power among themselves. The more than there are, the weaker each one becomes individually. However, right now, she's the last of her lineage, and for that reason, she is as strong as is possible to be. Her flaming aura is proof of her power. But for some mysterious reason, she starts to feel unwell and collapses to the ground, wondering what happened to her powers. Since the Age of Legends ended, Sadia should not exist. Using divine power requires giving something in return, and she has nothing left to offer. Mord tells the giant to take it easy. He just needs to focus on the opponents in front of him, and he'd appreciate it if she'd help Keel. The Ilderver protests, but the boy tells her not to worry, because his opponent will fall as long as he keeps punching, and then charges an energy sphere. The wolf in front of him sees the sphere in his hand and says he won't win with just that, charging toward Mord. But what he doesn't know is that the orb in his hand is imbued with lightning, and the consequence of that is a devastating destructive power. Guardian the Thornbush Forest. As he throws his attack, several bolts of lightning hit and trap the wolf, making any counterattack impossible. He wonders why he can't move when right in front of him appears Mord, unleashing a barrage of fast and powerful punches. Voidbreaker, an attack capable of concentrating all his power into a punch with explosive capacity. The beast questions why he isn't hurt after that many hits, until he starts to feel a large amount of energy building up in his chest, realizing what's happening. The blows delivered by Morg had concentrated his energy in a single point, creating an explosive sphere of pure power, capable of turning his opponent to dust. The battle is over. The attack was enough to wipe the one wolf off the face of the earth. It's all over here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sadia uses her fire powers to trap the weaker troops of the Silver Blood. Then, using her powers as the Swamp Witch to immobilize them, she gives Keel the opportunity to take them down with his sword techniques. The protagonist is glad to see they don't need his help, now only needing to finish off the one-eyed mage. After the fight ends, Keel says he thought he was going to die and asks why he killed the blindfolded woman. Mord explains that high-ranking officers have bans placed on them. When they try to reveal important information about the silver blood, it transforms into enraged, monstrous creatures. This information makes Keel understand the group's danger. He says he sometimes came across members of theirs in the White Demon Kingdom, so people like him in high positions receive some intel. He then asked his friend how he knows so much, and Mord repeats it thanks to the prophecy given to him by his divine traits, but the unlucky guy doesn't believe it. Sadia understands what he meant and asks if one of Verno's powers is to see prophecies. Keel asks if she really believes him, and the giantess asks why she wouldn't. Mord answers her question, saying that lately there haven't been as many revelations. Sadia asks if he means divine powers, and he says yes, since things like prophecies are a thing of the past. That he picks up a sword on the ground. It was the weapon of one of the enemies, the blue sword. Mord hands it to Keel. The elf immediately glows with joy. Shaking his ass behind the protagonist is finally paying off. As for the small army that was chasing them, they turn into a bonfire, all thanks to Savia, who made sure no one would rise again. She even sealed their spirits. That makes Mord wonder how powerful a god really is and how mortals don't even compare. After finishing, the giantess talks to her savior, saying she still owes him a reward and asks what he was talking about earlier. What he was going to ask for was the sword she was guarding, the cursed weapon, because he knows a way to break the curse. The reason the sword is so dangerous is the demon that resides within it, an object with a consciousness capable of driving its wielder insane and leading them to ruin. Mord just needs to invade the sword with his own consciousness and get rid of the soul, but Seiya questions whether that's really possible. And in fact, that when she was cursed, it wasn't. But now that the demonic soul has weakened, it is. Aiden freed himself from the curse in the same way. During a battle, Mord realized that the second level of divine blood isn't something that can be achieved just through training or talent. He had observed Kester and Ilden since they reached that level, but only now it became clear. You need to do something grand enough to be considered a legend, if the only way to achieve this status. Only a great victory can grant it. Mord achieved that today with a significant victory over 3 people at the second divine level. And the one responsible for wiping out the entire race of giants, Vikalos, is perfect for that. He asks Sediet if she can place his consciousness into the sword. Excited, the giantess agrees. Now the preparations for his grand battle are ready. Marius, the king who rules over countless gods, sacrificed his own blood to create the sword capable of sealing Vikalos, a being so powerful that even Meras would struggle to defeat him, so sealing him was a great achievement. And every being is now facing Mord, laughing a bit strangely, celebrated his new chance to escape. He offers our hero the power to dominate the world, but he makes a pact with him, calling him a fool if he tells him to shake his hand. That way he'll possess him and regain his physical body to kill Marius and establish himself as Demon King once again. But Mord calls him a liar, saying Attack the Skull is lying because he'll possess his body and never give it back until he finds his original one, which by the way doesn't even exist anymore in this world, something even a big skull didn't know. After he was sealed, the world went through huge changes. His empty body was probably devoured by other demons, turning him into a wandering soul. In other words, the dead guy is about to die again. That leaves the cosplay Geth God furious, shouting if he really thinks he'll walk out alive after speaking such nonsense. Mord then decides to play Jojo and bets his life that he's telling the truth, telling the skull guy to use his magic to confirm it, and he accepts with pleasure. The two scare each other down, both determined to prove who's right, with Vikalos calling him arrogant. Saying the mortal will regret this, the demon uses his magic to summon a reaper and binds the protagonist with chains. The boy then repeats that Vikalos' body was completely devoured by countless lesser demons. The skull refuses to believe something so cruel, to think he was eaten until not a single bone remained in his body. That shatters the demon, breaking his pride to pieces, and collapses to his knees before Mord. Not satisfied yet, Mord asks what it feels like to have witnessed the truth. In fact, it's amazing that Vikalos managed to preserve his sanity for so long, but upon learning that his body no longer exists, he crumbled from the shock. And now, approaching him is his death. With everything finished and Vikalos' consciousness destroyed, Teal admires the now divine sword and already excited, asks Mord if he can have it, but it already has a rightful owner. The pointy-eared trickster asks who, but his friend warns that he wouldn't know even if he told him. Besides, he just got a sword. Mord asks what Cydia will do now. She isn't sure. She's a being that shouldn't exist, doesn't know where she'll die, and has nowhere to go. She believes she doesn't have many options, but the protagonist says there's still a chance for revenge because Marius exists in this world as a member of the Silver Blood. The giant is shocked and asks how that's possible, and Mord explains that he'll look different than she remembers since a lot has happened. She understands, and even though she doesn't know what happened since her sealing, if Marius still exists, then she has a reason to be here. This world denies her existence, so she has no choice but to seal herself until the right time comes, when she enters the door behind her. She will be sealed. She then asks Mord to carry with him the key to her seal. She became the strongest witch of her kind and is certain she could kill a god. However, such power is meaningless if she can't use it. So handing over a key, she asks Mord that when he fights Marius, he breaks the seal so that she can have her revenge. He asks if she's sure about that, and the giant replies that she is, so our hero agrees. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the old god laughs. Someone asks him what he finds so amusing, and Marius responds that he feels his power being unleashed in a fog-covered swamp. Then he's asked if there were still traces of his power in this world, and why he left them behind instead of reclaiming them. He answers that he would have died if he tried, and that's why he planned to retrieve the sword and the fragment once he had gathered a few more. But someone went and did all the work. Normally, that would be a problem, but in this case, the old god is grateful, as it spared him from seeing someone he didn't want to see, and so, when he recovers his sword, he intends to reward the one responsible. Back to our main group, currently breaking through a mountain of punches. Keel is stunned to see it's actually possible to reach a treasure in the ruins just by breaking the surrounding walls. There, they find 6 relics left by an ancient mage long ago, but they're all for magic users. Only one of them is useful to the elf, the golden bracelet. It's capable of summoning a fire spirit, which can be controlled to cast its spells. The blonde kid again questions if that's really possible, and Morn, already tired, explains that it was made by a mage with divine powers, and divine powers make the impossible possible. Keel is a valuable teammate for the protagonist, but he still falls short, considering what lies ahead. The solution our hero found was to strengthen him with magical spirits. Morn has already decided who will do some too. As for the rest, he'll use them himself. The rig he put on his finger can detect ambushes and then raise a protective shield. The bracelet, meanwhile, allows him to store mana for later use. All the items are quite powerful. While they eat, Mort explains that the Silver Blood have trouble locating them, but they have a huge problem, which Keel will discover soon. Taking the cue, the elf asks that his friend also feels the strange atmosphere in the place with people whispering around. As they continue commenting on the weirdness of the area, someone approaches them and asks if the two are mercenaries, causing Keel to go silent. Moore asks if the guy needs a mercenary, and he replies that ogres have been appearing for the past 2 weeks. Ogres are terrifying creatures, far too much for humans to handle. The stranger had heard of them before but never seen one. Luckily, his village is made up of skilled warriors and they managed to defeat the creature, but that wasn't the end. The monster invasions continued, and as the number of wounded increased, so did the fear that followed us. However, 3 days ago, a guy appeared, and the moment he saw the state of the city, he offered help. He tore apart all the monsters. Even the new ogres that keep showing out now bear the mark of his sword. But after going out this morning to kill more of them, the swordsman did not return. Mord seems to recognize this person, and to be sure, asks what he looks like. He's described as a muscular man with brown hair tied back carrying a large two-handed sword. Now more eager to confirm his suspicions, Moore asks the guide to show him the way to this mysterious figure. The path there is covered in the bodies of dead creatures, looking like a small-scale hell, almost like a dungeon break, but it's not that. Keel wonders who the village's hero is. His actions have earned him quite the reputation. Moore believes he's probably someone from the Vernar's lineage. But the elf reminds him that the figure uses a giant sword, and his friend explains that it's not a rule that descendants of that lineage fight unarmed. He could be in disguise. In MGVW, Leon told Aiden that while passing through a rural area, he coincidentally found the ruins that gave him the blessing of the god of combat. After walking a bit, the group reaches what seems to be the origin of the area's demonization, where there's a large vortex of dense red energy. Moore believes the ground collapsed after an earthquake, revealing the ruins and making that spot the source of the problems. As he gets closer, he's sure that the monsters are coming from there, and he feels lucky enough found the ruins, because thanks to that he's about to meet the character he's looking for. Inside the tower, a man is mewing, while his opponent comments on his strength, but questions why the hell he uses a sword if he's so bad at it. Wiping the blood from his face, the fallen warrior asks what kind of question that is. The man activates his divine blood, and by observing the fighting style of the undead, it becomes clear they were made from the remains of the Vernar's lineage. One of the skeletons laughs at the boy's arrogance for still fighting, but doesn't mind as long as the fight continues. However, the boy's divine form dissipates, and he wonders how the remains of his ancestors ended up here. At the same time, he already tastes death in his mouth. Still, even if he dies, he refuses to give up. Right after saying that, one of the undead reaches toward him, ready to attack, happy that the boy will fight to the last moment, since that makes it all much more fun. But before it reaches him, it's struck by a blow and collapses to the ground. The one who did it is Mord, arriving all flashy while one of the undead questions his interruption and asks who he is. But shamelessly, the Vernar's descendant throws the question back at him. He says those creatures aren't the core of this dungeon, and in fact, everything is being controlled remotely through some trick, so he asks again, who is he? Getting up after being dismantled, a monster complains about how Mord is underestimating him. Calling him an arrogant bastard, he wants to see how long he can hold out against the group of undead. Immediately, the skeletons, who ironically have noses, rush at the boy, preparing to strike him. But they receive an uppercut imbued with energy, and without wasting time, Mord charges toward the rest of the opponents. And without giving them a second, he hits them with a flurry of blows, tearing through their formation like a beam of energy. Right after, he launches a series of energy spheres that hit the skeletons precisely, causing a massive explosion. In the end, he didn't even need to activate his divine blood. Mord asks why the man in front of him was being so dramatic while playing with those puppets, but before he gets an answer, the skeleton on the ground starts talking. He no longer had mana to regenerate and introduces himself as Count Wordven from the demon world, saying he'll never forget the humiliation he suffered. Tired of all the drama, Mord punches the skull and destroys it, saying she was the only arrogant one there. The boy next to him, watching everything in disbelief, wonders if that was a man or a monster, believing he wouldn't be able to beat him even with his divine blood. Teal arrives shortly after and calling the boy Leon Verners, asks what he's doing there. But aggressively, he responds by asking who they are and whether they were sent to bring him back to the main house. Liev is the 5th successor to the Verners lineage Grand Duchy, but 5 years ago, he gave up on the succession competition and left the family. In MBUGW, he meets Aiden after that and becomes an important ally. Jill replies that they only can at the request of the villagers. The young man doesn't believe that, but Mord says that if he wants, he can just leave. It's his choice. Because if he doesn't want to believe the person who literally saved his life, then he can go to hell. Besides, he's in no position to resolve the demonization of the area, especially after getting his ass kicked. Teal then awkwardly approaches Leon, saying that he knows him because they had seen each other before, and even if it doesn't look like it, he's also an advanced warrior. But in the eyes of a former noble, it makes no sense for this boy to be on the same level as him. Meanwhile, the elf introduces himself as an affiliate of General Ilden. He explains that the Verners couldn't care less about him, so no one will come after the boy. Not embarrassed, Leon agrees with Keel's words, which Mord observes quietly. In Amdru GW, he was arrogant and hot-headed, but here he's acting a bit different, even thanking them for the help and apologizing for his suspicion. Since he was very young, William Verners was compared to his talented brothers and never had support from his family. As he grew up, opportunities became scarcer and even his mother died of an illness. Little by little, he kept falling in the hierarchy until he finally left his family, eventually obtaining the inheritance of the god of combat in a ruin, thus becoming stronger than his brothers. 5 years later, he met Ida, who saw his potential and convinced him to enter the competition to become successor. And with his support, he achieved the rank of Archduke at the same time. He was given all the fragments of the world, believing he would be the savior to protect the world from evil. But that trust would be completely shattered. Handing a rent potion to Keel, Moore asks him to guide Leon outside, prompting Leon to ask at he being kicked out of the raid. The protagonist explains that he doesn't know what will happen next, so it's not a good idea to bring along someone who's injured, even if the fake swordsman insists he can still fight. But Mord repeats that he should leave and asks if he really wants to become an obstacle to the one who saved him, just to feed his own ego. Swallowing his pride, the young man decides to comply, leaving his savior relieved that you won't have to knock him out and carry him outside. Heel says they're heading back and asks if his friend will keep going, to which he's told yes, and that if he needs to find him, he just has to use the wind spirit. As the two head out, Mort recalls that after falling into a trap and ending up in those ruins, he obtained the inheritance of the god of combat. He wonders how he'll find it, and no better idea comes to mind than destroying the whole place. And it seems to work, because that way he finds the record of each person defeated in battle by the power of the Verners family. A series of books teaching and explaining combat techniques, he's not sure if they have any value, but since he has a magic bag, it will hurt to take them. Looking ahead, he sees a coffin he recognizes as the box that can only be opened by someone with Verners blood, like with the inheritance he's seeking. Touching it, the door emits a glow and opens, revealing a fragment of the world. That would be 8 when combined with the ones he already has. 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 equals 8. Alongside the crystal is a stone plek, and he wonders if it can summon the god of combat. Touching it, a bolt of energy flows from the stone through his body as if a wave of power were running through his soul. Just touching that thing making Craig a fight. It's definitely not an ordinary plek. It apparently makes you feel the same as the deceased god of combat did. Moore believes that the inheritance of the god of combat that helped Leon awaken his hidden talent. Dragons are creatures that no longer exist. Digging through the coffin, he finds an item made from parts of these creatures hunted by the god of combat. The combat belt. At that exact moment, Keel returns and asks if that item is a magic object, and he's told no. It's just an ancient relic made from dragon hide. That makes the elf wonder why this piece isn't enchanted, considering all items of similar rarity are. Moore thinks it's because the god used it up until the moment he ascended. But in any case, Bufikit looks really stylish, with Keel even asking if his friend sent Leon away just to avoid showing him the artifact. Meanwhile, outside, the said boy is still sulking about someone so powerful being left out, until he finally notices movement at the dungeon entrance, from which Mord and Keel emerge. The blonde says he went in excited to find a demon, but there was nothing left, and the protagonist asks Leon if he's feeling okay, and the boy confirms he is. He then takes the opportunity to ask the name of his savior, who introduces himself and says he's from the other side of the Vernars family. He had already expected him to be a descendant of the lineage, but doesn't know anyone by his name, so he asks how old Mord is. He answers that he's only 15, leaving the poor guy in shock and making him collapse. Teedle even agrees it's hard to believe. Leon asks if the boy already uses aura, and when that's confirmed, he questions how he's a master rank in both combat and magic at only 15, and whether he's been training since birth. Moore replies no, and even if he had, there's no reason for him to share that. Thinking he might have upset the boy, Leon says he's just shocked, but didn't mean to be rude. As he walks away, the 15-year-old starts to leave and tells Leon to get some rest, but the guy asks them to wait. Mort says they'll stay in the village for a few days before leaving, but the fake swordsman asks if they're going anywhere related to the family, and is told no. So the long-haired guy asks if he can come along, surprising the boy. He wonders how his personality could be so different from the novel, then asks the reason behind the request. A bit nervous, Leon tries to explain, but giving up, Mord looks at him with hatred in his heart, waiting for him to say the reason. Then he gives up and turns toward the village, saying he'll give him one day to think about it and explain the reason tomorrow, so he can decide whether to listen or not. The poor guy even gets a little scared after hearing that. Keel tries to smooth things over, telling Leon to come eat with them. After all, the whole village is waiting for him. That same night, the village lord asked what they wanted as a reward for stopping the demonization of the village. Keel asked for money and Leon for a new sword. Moore asked for a place completely isolated from the outside world and was taken to an empty hall, where he placed the stone plaque on the floor. Then he spilled his blood over it while in his divine form. Immediately after that, he was transported to his mental domain, but it doesn't seem like he had control over what the place would look like, until someone arrives behind him laughing, commenting that it's a good place to take a quick 5-minute brawl. Hidden says it's been a while since he saw a descendant. Mord recognizes him as the same figure who appeared to him last time, something confirmed by the figure, claiming to be a projection of the will of the god of combat. He asks if the boy wants to continue the last lesson, something confirmed by Mord, who then raises a question. Why is the god shorter than his descendants, and does having potential come with some disease? The god doesn't understand the question, so Mord explains how the Vernar's family has changed and the things the Grand Duke is doing to avoid aging, leaving the god quite displeased. The boy explains how the Grand Duke is called a reincarnation of the god of level 4 divine blood, but he ages very quickly. Verners responds that it might be due to mixed bloodlines. His family has existed for 500 years, so it's normal for them to mix with other races like the giants, if you consider their height, and among them, there are people with short lifespans and great strength. Interrupting the boy's train of thought, the god asks if the questions are over. Eager for a fight, he says it's been a long time since they fought and he still feels bad for losing last time, so he plans to go all out now. The two activate their awakenings and prepare to fight, but Mord senses that something's different this time. Werner is the demigod born from a union of Arita and a human woman, and by using the power inherited from his father, he became a god through his own achievements. The blood Mord uses comes from him. But Werner's is now using Arita's divine blood. It's definitely a different kind of power, though it feels familiar to Mord. The deity charges toward him, but in a matter of seconds, he is taken down. On the ground lies the Werners from 5 months ago, the one defeated by Mord, and next to him appears a different version of him, congratulate him for it, because he finally managed to master his aura skill. But it's not a reason to get cocky, since just like him, the god learned that ability when he was only 12, and now he'll show him the next level to reach, aura acceleration. This ability consists of moving a large concentration of aura and accelerating it at the exact moment, producing an overload of destructive power. The boy also knows how to use this power. He trained it countless times in his mental domain, but never used it in a real fight, and this is his chance. So he lands a powerful punch on the god, tearing him apart completely and causing a massive explosion of energy, splitting the deity in half. The young man wonders if he won, because that was too easy, and a new version of Vernar's appears, saying that unexpectedly, yes, he did win. But Mord doesn't accept that. The deity says that in skill he was superior, but his arrogance was his poison. His descendant says you can't be a legendary hero without luck, even if they're skilled, and Verners asks if he's trying to comfort him, to which he's told no, because the boy doesn't feel like a winner. The god apologizes for disappointing him and says that his 23-year-old self won't let him down. His version introduces himself and says he will do his best for his older self. This time, this projection of Verners has an appearance closer to the divine, and he has it awaken his divine blood or release his manner. He's closer to Mord's level, the true monster. His time to start teaching him something worthwhile. The boy charges at the deity, who easily dodges the attack, only getting grazed. Then he distances himself, impressed by the boy's speed. But that's no reason to be impressed. You know it's not shown to us. The truth is that they've already fought over 500 times, and Mord has barely laid a finger on him. The god says that's surprising after just 500 battles, as he was taking it seriously, and still almost got hit in the face. But the boy doesn't care about that, because in that place, even if he recover from physical damage, the mental damage persists, and the more he fights him, the more monstrous he seems. Even so, he plans to punch him in the face no matter what happens, but just as he's about to charge, a voice brings him back to reason. It was the 23-year-old Verners, asking his older self how many battles remain. The older one replies around 100, thanks to the collective fragments, and says he may soon need to awaken his blood. But the younger god isn't so sure about that, because Mord seems to be reaching his limit. However, his older self emphasizes that he could be wrong. 520 fights later, young Mord is still under pressure, enduring the deity's relentless attacks. 559 clashes later, and nothing has changed. He's still getting beaten by Verners. After a clean hit, a massive explosion occurs, forcing even the older deity to retreat as the stone he was standing on was destroyed. That was already in his 60th battle, and the 23-year-old Verners boasts that he was right about not eating to unlock his divine blood. Poor Mord lies on the ground, slumped against a boulder, completely wrecked. Lost in his thoughts, he reflects on his frustration at not being able to land a single blow. But the more exhausted his mind becomes, the stronger the feeling of something bubbling inside him. Until a voice speaks to him, awakening him, and above his body, the figure of an unknown god appears, surrounded by tornadoes. It tells him there's no need to think. He must simply let his instincts take over. The 20-year-old god asks if it's over already, because this would be the perfect moment. But it's not the end yet. The boy rises, surrounded by a whirlwind of mana, now using all of his power. Even the younger Verners notices something is different this time. It's as if you could see an image of a different god within the boy. Mord charges forward, surrounded by energy, toward the god, who quickly begins activating his divine blood in an attempt to escape the attack. The boy lands a punch on him. Despite defending, Verners is still thrown back. But there's no time to rest. Mord rushes toward him again, making him fear for his fate. An explosion of energy and shattered stone erupts, and the god says that if he hadn't dodged, he would have died in that absurd vortex of energy that had formed. Lying on the ground, no longer in his divine form, the boy wonders what that was and how he did it. Werners explains that it was the divine blood of Arita awakening within him, the power of the god of paradise. His instincts recognize that this force lived inside him. The older deity tells him not to forget that feeling, even if for now he only awakened part of Arita's power. With that manifestation, he can finally rival him. This makes Mord finally understand the meaning of the phrase, balance is important. His power is immensely strong, but it can weaken the human mind, so it's necessary for him to use the blood of the god of combat as a base so he doesn't go insane. Werners would like to train more with the boy, but unfortunately, their time is up. But as a reward for defeating his younger versions, he will be blessed with the physique of the gods, and he can't wait for their next encounter to see him mastering the power of Arita. He also asks the boy not to monopolize all the power for himself and to let others have it cubed so he doesn't get bored, and with that, Mord is sent back. After returning from his visit to the mental domain, he finds Leon, who is waiting for him to explain why he decided to follow him on the journey and why he left his family. His father was part of the main family, but ended up losing a fight against the demon lord, and his mother's family didn't have enough influence to make up for his loss. One by one, their supporters left them, and others began harassing them, and the pressure grew heavier and heavier on him. Compared to the other successors, he had no talent. Becoming a warrior, he realized that while he was seen as talented, the others were seen as geniuses. Unlike them, he crumbled easily under pressure, and words, his family, especially his mother, were hard to endure. Is this all you can do? You should be better. Are you trying to become the shame of the family? You useless bastard. His mother started brainwashing him, and as time went on, she became more and more hysterical, to the point of assaulting him when he didn't meet her expectations. He just wanted to run away, but Erna was there for him. However, she turned out to be a genius, and the comparisons kept growing, making him stop seeing her with a smile and instead view her as a threat. That made him hate himself and decide to leave the family. Eventually, his mother died of illness, and looking at him with demonic eyes, she cursed him with painful words. See, that was hell for him. On the day of her funeral, he left the family for good and away from the Werners. He felt free and strong again. But he realized all that was an illusion. He was unlucky enough to meet enemies stronger than him who pushed him to his limits, making him feel powerless. He only learned this at guest door. But then Mort appeared, as if the world were giving him one more chance. That made him feel like it was fate, and that's why he wants to go with him, to figure out exactly what he felt in that moment. Mort, tired of it, asks if the monologue is over, leaving Leon confused. Our protagonists actually enjoy hearing something that wasn't an "en venu d'Yadayu," but the guy just talks too much. He then warns the boy that this journey is more dangerous than he thinks because they're being hunted by the silver blood. Leon says he's heard of them, that they work as mercenaries, but he wasn't sure if they actually existed. Mord says they're even stronger than the Werners. The boy doesn't know when they might run into them, so his relatives should think more before deciding, but the desperate guy doesn't want to think and just wants to join the group, because he's sure he'll be useful in battle and can repay them for saving his life. Even though he's unsure about the boy's motivations, Mord decides to accept him. After all, he's still a Werners, and with the right push, he'll be strong. Liev is happy with that. I'm just surprised because all this time Kiel was in the room and asks if it won't be a problem to take him morph with them, to which he's told no. Leon says they don't have to worry because now he's just someone who gave up on the succession competition and won't bring them any trouble. Finally, Mort tells everyone to head to their rooms now because they're leaving tomorrow, and Teal asks where they're going this time, being told they're heading to the country of Palos. Already at their destination, they notice a lot of mercenary activity in the area drawn there because of the monsters coming from Mount Limos. Keel changes the subject and asks why the lion bought that thing. Any holding a giant sword says it's to hide his identity as a member of the Werners family. Even with Mord on the team, fighting bare-handed. Besides that, he's already used to using a sword since he left his family. Keel roasts him by saying that's why his combat skills suck, because he dueled several times with Mord on the way there and got beaten every time. As a way to defend his honor, Leon says the kid is a master, so it's not fair. Ogelf keeps teasing him, saying the master is 15 while he's in his 20s. Our protagonists start off the fight, saying they need to find the black market. Keel gets excited at the idea, and Leon says he knows a way in. After they pass through there, he asks why, out of all things, Mord bought something so small, and the boy asked his friend to pour blood on the object. Obviously, he asks why, but after some reluctance, he just does it, dripping a tiny bit of blood onto a shard of, I don't know what that is, an old toenail? My grandma's in-ground toenail starts glowing, and then it grows, turning into a relic called the Giant Glove Stone, capable of increasing the user's defensive power. Seeing that it's actually really strong, Leon asks if the boy truly wants to give him that. The truth is that ever since they started traveling together, Mord has been trying to make him stronger, because he took what should have been Leon, so it's only fair to give him this item. Along with that, he also shows an Eller earring, which contains a spirit that warns of danger and boosts your senses during battle. After explaining what it is, he hands it to Keel, noting that he'll need to pierce his ears to use it. Then the elf, saying his friend bought 3 things, asks what the last one is, and Mord explains it's a continuation of the last item he bought previously. Ian pulls out 2 books, and Keel recognizes one of them. After both are placed on the ground, they begin to float and fuse into a single volume, which Mord picks up from the floor. When he opens it, a map appears on the pages. The rest of the work the boy will have to do on his own. He asks to pose a question to Leon while putting the book away, and asks if he knows where to find informants, but before he can answer, Teal volunteers to find out. and asks who the boy is looking for, to which he replies, Aiden, a mercenary mage about 15 or 16 years old. Sometime later, the three head to a location and the elf asks where they're going, getting the answer with the real reason that there is a gungeon. Liam then asks who Aiden is, and Keel replies that he's someone with divine blood, an enemy of the Silver Bloods. The boy asks what lineage he comes from. The blood explains that it's a god who appears in the form of a hermit to help others with his wisdom, the Tao the Forest and knowledge magenta. Nowadays, it's hard to find someone who inherited his blood, especially in the field of magic. That's why Aiden is the only one capable of awakening and controlling the power of that lineage. Because of that, he's called a genius mage, but of course, all that talent was only possible thanks for sacrifice. His older sister grew up hearing the voices of divine power inside her. When a Silver Bloods ambushed their family, she sacrificed herself to save Aiden, awakening his divine power in the process. By dying, she turned herself into a blessing, which was passed on to her brother. The result of that was the divine blood inside him finally awakening. After that, he started working as a mercenary in Palos and slowly made a name for himself despite being very young. Keel asks what Mord will do when he finds him, and he replies that he doesn't have any immediate plans. The thing is, the future is changing because of him, so he needs to see how much Aiden has changed before making plans. Finally, the three reach their destination, a huge waterfall that doesn't even look like a dungeon. In the near future, Aiden would find there his first fragment of the world with details about what they are. This dungeon is made up of puzzles and traps, in other words, a ruin-tech dungeon. Upon hearing that, he'll comment that they won't be able to complete the dungeon without solving the puzzles and scolds his friend for stepping around randomly, but he's already stepped right onto a trap tile that activates several suits of armor that, looking in their direction, throw spears at him. But he's the guy and takes it all the chest without even flinching. Then, focusing his aura into his hand in the most Cayman way possible, he punches the ground and breaks everything. Because if there's no puzzle, there's nothing to solve. Leon comments that he's never been in other types of dungeons besides demonization ones, but that definitely wasn't the right way to clear one. But farther ahead, they find a stone statue shaped like a gargoyle. Looking at the structure, Keel asks what this room is supposed to be, but Leon says it doesn't matter. Mord can just smash it like he always does. The Alpha agrees but says it takes the fun out of it. Realizing the panel in front is a puzzle to match in images, Liam asks where it is and Keel says it can only be seen with magic, but become a mage. But who needs one when Overmord can just punch the puzzle? His mildly gentle way of solving the problem ends up attracting the stone statues, which turn into gargoyles and surround them. Keel comments that there are at least 50, while Leon says they're just oversized bats as Mord is already getting his hand ready to punch. However, besides the flying creatures, the wall next to them begins to move, revealing itself to be a gigantic stone golem. Our 15-year-old barbarian says he'll take care of the golem, and they can handle the rest. He then charges toward the creature, already landing a strike. The spot where he gets the monster reveals a kind of red crystal inside, and as it glows, the parts of the arm destroyed by Mord reattach to its body, restoring themselves. This makes the boy realize that the magical power in the room is being amplified by the golem, possibly because of the core inside it, which means it won't be destroyed until that's broken. On the other side, the gargoyles fire energy blasts toward Lien, who's able to dodge but can't land an attack. He complains that they're slippery opponents, but Keel asks why he doesn't just fight using his fists. He then uses the power of the spirits he controls to stop the monsters from flying. His attack manages to trap the creatures, immobilizing them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the elf surrounds himself with lightning and leaps toward the gargoyles, slicing them to pieces in a single motion with no difficulty. Looking back, he sees each of the creatures falling. Meanwhile, more teeth pressuring the golem. Seeing that the monster keeps regenerating even after all those hits, it's clear the core needs to be destroyed. But for that, he'll need more than just punches, so he uses aura acceleration. With a powerful attack, he shatters the creature's entire body into tiny pieces, blowing it up completely. The small red core inside is hit, turning into glitter. Liam is stunned to see that the boy destroyed that giant golem. He had seen geniuses before, but that was a monster. Looking back, Moore asks if he's still not done. Realizing he'd been standing still, the other Vernar's descendant drops his sword and decides to finish this quickly. Jumping at a gargoyle, he learns a solid punch on it, and starts taking out each of the creatures flying around. Keel, watching that nonsense, wonders why he didn't use his fists from the start if he's so bad with the sword, even losing to the elf in their last duel. Anyone can see that this dummy is way better fighting barehanded. They finally arrive the final room but see nothing there, until they hear a voice congratulating them for making it that far, and that only people with courage and wisdom can reach this place. Something dumb to say considering the old room the room. The voice keeps embarrassing itself, saying that people who rely only on brute strength could never get there, and that all these trials were to find out who is worthy to receive divine power, and since they've proven themselves, they must now receive their reward. It hopes they'll use that power wisely. Upon saying this, a stone chest and a plaque are presented in front of them. Seeing the writings on the plaque, Heel doesn't know what it says, wondering if it's an ancient language. It contains explanations about the fragments, which would change Aiden's life. Mord destroys the plaque so the mage never gets to read it, prompting Keel to ask why, and he answers that he just felt it was dangerous. After that, a blue light is emitted from the chest. It's a fragment of the world. Liam wonders what that is, already feeling an immense power coming from the crystal, and asks Mord why he's collecting them. The boy responds that it's to save the world. Meanwhile, he touches the fragment. His blood awakens. In the previous times, he felt a slight change in his body, but this time the change is greater. The fragments don't just bring out the owner's power, they also change them. The more he absorbs, the more his power grows. This is the fragment on the cliff. The 3 pieces found earlier now form one. A great stroke of luck for Mord. Leon asks what he means by saving the world, but the boy changes the subject, saying the dungeon is going to collapse and they need to leave quickly. This annoys the guy for being completely ignored, but Teal comforts him, saying his friend is just like that. Still, Mord's words caught him off guard too, but he knows he's not the kind of person who lies. Even without knowing what he's talking about, he's sure his friend is trustworthy. In a swamp where Sadia was found, a battle is taking place. The last survivor among the fighters from the Silver Blood asks who the 3 figures in front of him are. Getting no response, he asks again who they are. One of the attackers replies that he had high expectations for the fight. His companion says they're just as weak as expected. The last survivor recognizes them as elite members of the Dark Wolf Squad. He had found it strange that 3 users of Divine Blood were killed, but now he understands why. He definitely has no chance of winning there. His only option is to release the giant within his body, causing him to grow and tear from his clothes in the process. With a devilish look, he says he'll drive them to hell with him, but his throat is immediately slit. The one responsible was one of his enemies who decided that act before the fight could escalate. In the end, he found it all far too easy. Disappointing even. But they were all pawns, and it would surely be dangerous if the lights had been sent. Turning to a young man seated nearby, he says that if he feels tired, he should give a warning in advance, because they'll be in a bit of a hurry now. Standing up from the rock he was sitting on, he asks loudly what kind of person Mord is, for them to have to go through all this just to meet him. That really makes him curious. After leaving the dungeon, Mord looks at his own hand and realizes he's truly gotten strong, and even used them to recover. As for the divine physique he received from Werner's, it's exhausting to use but very useful in the right situations. Back at their lodgings, Heel heads to his room and informs that he's returned with the results of his investigation. He's found Aiden. Opening the door, the boy asks where he is now, and his friend replies that he's currently outside the city. That surprises the Vernar's descendant. Aiden appeared in Palace 5 months ago, where he worked with a mercenary until he met Levin, a mage who made him his disciple. Levin was an advanced 6th Circle mage, popular among the dark families of Palos, which is why no one messes with the organization he's affiliated with. Last mate, an unidentified group attacked the base of that organization, causing the deaths of dozens. At the moment, guards are tracking down the culprits. Apparently, Aiden left through the eastern castle gates and headed inland at his mentor's request, but informants say his mentor did it to keep him safe. Moore reflects on how the future is changing, or was said occurred in the latter half of last year, but Levin couldn't have predicted it. In the novel, he sacrificed himself to save him. MGW begins with Aiden setting out for revenge. He grew up as the son in a prosperous family in the kingdom of Loveton, living like a flower in a greenhouse. But he lost his family in an ambush by the Silver Bloods, and because of that, he hated himself and blamed himself for the deaths of those close to him. But things are happening differently this time, making Mord wonder if the Gramalder massacre led to this. Not only did it cause him to return as an enemy monarch, but also as a dark sage. A future he didn't know has now begun. So he asks Keel what happened to Levin, but it seems he's been missing since the last ambush. The boy says he understands, and the elf asks why his friend seems so eager to get involved in all of this. Mord replies that you may have to face the one behind it all in the future. That makes Keel think about the number of enemies his friend already has at just 15 years old, and he asks where he plans to go now. Mord knows that Levin created several secret locations throughout the city for situations like this and magical research, so he's surely in one of those places. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a tired and nervous man complains that his workplace has been destroyed, while a group of people confront him. Their leader says the man in front of him is quite skilled for a tavern owner, but that's all he is, and understands that he doesn't want to reveal Levin's location, so he'll kill him now. But before anything can happen, someone yells for them to stop. It's the 6th Circle mage Levin himself, offering to go with them as long as they stop the chaos. But the friend who had been hiding him tells him not to be stupid, as they definitely won't let him live after this, and that's why he told him to hide. The blonde apologizes for dragging him into something so dangerous, but the tavern owner says it's not a problem, and that he'll hold them off for as long as possible, so we should hide quickly. The villain laughs at that, calling their friendship adorable. Then he calls him number 29, which makes the mage angry. Pointing his staff, the villain refers to him as a disciple of the dark. The tavern owner asks what they're talking about, and Levin explains that those in front of them are the leaders of an organization called the Dark Mages, who refer to each other as disciples of the dark. Long ago, there existed a great mage known as the Dark Sage. His name was Erickson. He fell into his enemy's trap and was sealed. His disciples laid their hands on his consciousness and used the seal to attain his knowledge and power. The villain, once again calling him number 29, says they've been looking for him for decades. But Ledham refuses to be called that. Still, the blonde doff insists he is indeed number 29, an experiment, a vessel, and that it won't be painful if he just obeys. But it won't go that way just because he says so, and unleashing a magical attack, he tells the bastard to go back and lick Erickson's boots. Seeing the attack coming, the masked man says he has no choice since the mage is so eager to go to help. With a demonic look in his eyes, he says he'll give him what he asked for and fires 2 purple energy blasts in his direction. That attack is familiar to Levin, it's the sealing jar, coming at him like a vortex of purple flames. The villain also says it's no use waiting for the guards or making noise because as an order that's existed for years may know how to avoid drawing attention. That place is surrounded by a barrier from which not even sound can escape. The bastard's attack charges at Levin, and when it's about to hit, he uses a spell called Partition of Darkness. With that, the blow is partially blocked, but his defense breaks and he's still launched away. That makes him drop his staff and fall to the ground. His block wasn't enough. Calling him a vessel, the masked man says his merit is just as good as his, but not enough. However, he notices something strange. Looking back, he sees Mord entering the place having taken down the guards. Fortunately, it's not too late. The villain asks who the boy is. But like everyone who's fought him before, he won't get that answer, though Mord knows the villain is a disciple of Erickson, because his eyes look like something out of a horror story. That makes the masked man realize his opponent knows who they are, and in that case, he needs to get rid of him quickly, so he casts a spell called Execution of Light. But when his magic is about to hit the boy, Mord calmly watches it, and with cold, mere surgical precision, unleashes his own attack. Mirage Destruction, beam of golden energy that overrides the opponent's spell and hits him in an instant, so fast that he can't even believe or understand how his end is coming. The power of the attack is so strong it launches him far away, dragging him through the city by the force of the impact until he crashes into a wall. That's the end of him. Levin can't even believe it. How could that be possible? Such a devastating blow against such a powerful opponent. Unbelievable that an unknown person could eliminate a disciple of the dark like it was nothing. A person he feared his entire life was already gone. Turning to Moore, he asks who he is, already guessing he's from the Vernar's lineage because he fights barehanded. And cocky as always, the punk insists that the mage doesn't need to know. The boy explains that those dark followers show their faces here, and he ended up saving the mage as a consequence of hunting them down and crushing them. This surprises Levin, who can't believe the boy doesn't even know who he is. Keel and Leon arrive right after, saying they'd already taken care of the others around. Our fake swordsman questions how an advanced mage wasn't a match for Mord, but he ignores the question and says the silence barrier is down, so they need to go now. But before they leave, Levin says that even if they don't know each other, he'd like to know if there's anything he can do for him, and the boy replies there is one thing, that he doesn't get caught by the dark sage, but also that he doesn't need to fear him for long, because soon he's going to crush him along to all his followers. The mage says that's a ridiculous claim, but thinking it over, he actually believes there's a chance, especially since he took out a disciple all by himself. Levin had always lived in fear, never knowing when he'd be ambushed, but finally, this might be his chance to be free. So he thanks his savior and asks if he may know his name, and Mord finally introduces himself. The mage says he'll never forget this, and it may not be much, but he'd like to repay him, and asks if the boy would accompany him. That surprises Mord a little, but if that's what the guy wants, and there's no reason to refuse. Kill helps the tavern owner by giving him a hew and potion and wrapping his wounds, and 5 of that head to a more private place. As they walk, the elf wonders how long a structure like this has existed. Not believing the mage built it all by himself, Levinman says there's still an hour of walking ahead, but suddenly they're interrupted by a loud crash, making them wonder if it's the disciples of the dark. But the tavern owner says it's actually just the sound of the explosives he planted collapsing the passage. Leon asks if the man is sure about that. Since that would also destroy his tavern, he replies that for him, there's no way to keep living in that place anyway. He then nudges his long-haired friend and says that now, with his tavern in ruins thanks to Levin, he's going to follow him around and take the chance to collect some debts. That scares the mage, and his friend adds by asking what he thought would happen after all that he did. In the end, he thanks the owner, who says it's all right, as long as he does his best to pay off the debt. But changing the subject, he asks why that masked man called him number 29, and what that means. Then the mage has no choice but to explain. That was his name as a test subject of the Dark Sage. That organization conducted cruel medical experiments to turn him into a vessel for the spirit of the Archmage Erickson. He doesn't know how he became a test subject, but his childhood memories were erased. However, they made a mistake. It couldn't completely erase his essence. He managed to escape using the magical powers resulting from the implantation of Erickson's spirit into his body. Hearing all that left Leon and Keel outraged at the situation. Seeing that, Moore realizes they had the same reaction he did when he read MVWDW. It's been 10 years since Levin escaped. Several other test subjects were used, but none of them withstood Erickson's spirit. That's why he's so important. The tavern owner asks if that's the reason the mage has nightmares, and he replies that yes, he's always afraid and anxious. With the first time, it seems like that's coming to an end. All thanks to the boy who appeared in his life. After some walking, they finally arrive at their destination. Levin pushes a column, revealing a box hidden inside the wall. Mort asks why he didn't use magic to conceal it, and he replies that there are mages better than him, so using magic would have made it easier to find. He then takes the box and hands it to the boy. Inside is all the information he gathered over time about the Dark Sage. Among the writings inside, there are clues about his hideout, as the same material he would given to Aiden as his final wish in the novel. Using the details contained there, the boy would find the organization's hideout and use it for his revenge, and in the process get involved with the Silver Bloods' his main target. Mord asks what he'll do for Manhwa, and the mage replies that he'll leave the city and meet up with a contact inside him. And if he ever needs him, he just has to go to the Red Dragon Drunken Frenzy on 23rd Street and ask for him. Hearing that, the boy thinks maybe Aiden fled there. Returning a favor, he says that if Levin ever needs him too, he can ask for him at the Guard Legion in White Demon's Hell. There's no guarantee he'll be there, but it's the closest he'll get to finding him. Balingame says he'll do his best to remember and thanks him for the consideration, also wishing him luck in his future encounters. As he leaves with his friend, Heel and Leon comment on how sad his story is and that they're glad they could help them. Cove, as always, Mord decides to leave too, and with that, the story of Aiden as a vessel who would conquer the world ends. His master didn't die and he left Palos early. But the question remains, how will these incidents change the future? Leaving the underground passages, Mord now knows that the wheels of fate have begun to turn, and now it's time to guide the story toward the future he wants. Then we see a beautiful castle and someone saying they're in shock. Sitting at a lovely table with a cup in hand, the man tells Ruth he never thought he'd be capable. Then he completes the sentence by saying so incompetent. The man saying misses the senior executive, Silverblood, 5th Prince of the Kingdom of Luckman Salen. Ruth, senior executive and noble, smiling, puts a hand over his heart, saying every word pierces him like knives. The man goes on to say he didn't expect things to go so wrong and is curious to know whether Mord is truly blessed by the god of luck, and Salent asks about the route. A man with binoculars is in the middle of a forest watching a group of men ahead. He then confirms that the 4 best are there but says he doesn't know how many people were sent, and Salent questions why those so far for the arch-juice bastard. Ruth then continues, saying he doesn't know why, but that Mord must be very important to the blind monster, and Salem complains that all of this is a pain. The man continues saying that fighting against Bilden just to present the bastard to his father seems like a losing bet no matter how you look at it. Salem says that's because he thinks like a businessman, and that he couldn't even capture a 15-year-old boy. Ruth defends himself, saying the boy was being protected by the blind monster, while the other man yells and slams the table angrily, saying the monster didn't even show up. As a cup finishes wobbling and spills its entire contents on the table due to Salen's punch, Ruth says he will send reinforcements. The prince then yells for him to deal with this once and for all and to take care of the little Northern dogs loyal to the blind monster as well. Ruth then, with blood in his eyes, says he likes the proposal and that he'll get rid of the brat before he falls into the old monster's arms. Sometime later, Ruth counts the reinforcements Salen sent, some divine bloods, some elite silver bloods, and all of them are full executives or higher. He then asks the men if they know who he is and says he will be the commanding officer of this mission. Then he asks if they're ready to hunt the newborn pup. Leon says it's strange to ask at now after everything is over, but that the man said the guys they encounter are the returning marks. He then continues, saying they already have everything they need to defeat the Sage of Darkness, so why face the monarchs first? Then Mord explains that they would have to face both anyway, and that he has other important matters to resolve. Mord then thinks that what he's looking for must be around there. Then, without warning anyone, he prepares a powerful punch and breaks the ground beneath them, making them fall into a room that looks like an office. Leon says Mord really loves breaking the ground to find hidden rooms, while the man says there are a lot of people in that world who like to hide things like that. The elf then asks what place this is, and our hero says this is the monarch's vault. They don't notice it's full of expensive things like magical herbs and potions and costly magical items, but Mord thinks the box he's looking for must be there. After searching a bit, he finds a box stained with what looks like blood. He then reaches out his hand to it and touches it. Next, he lifts the lid and something inside emits a blue glow, and his friends look astonished in its contents. The elf then looks at the contents of the box and can't believe what he's seeing. They recognize the tear of the martial god, which granted magical martial artists the chance to evolve beyond their capacity. Mord then remembers that in the original manga, Aiden gave this item to Leon, and that thanks to this item, Leon was able to progress explosively. The elf explains that it's an extremely rare medicine, and that the group of monarchs must have stumbled upon someone who had it and stole it. Then he thinks that he had always heard about it, but never thought he'd see one with his own eyes. He reached out his hand to touch the item Mord was holding, and an idea crossed his mind. The elf asks Mord if he doesn't think about taking it, because the risk is too high for someone already as strong as he is, and the man says that he already took it once. Shocked, he asks when Mord took it, and if that's why you learn Aura at 15. And Mord says the item doesn't work twice on the same person. Next, our hero, with a smile on his face, tells Keel that if he wants strength, Mord will give the item to him. But the price for that is a gamble with his life, because the item might end up killing the person who ingested. On the day General Aiden saved him, he received a dream, or rather, a wish. He wished to become someone strong enough to fight alongside Aiden. The boy then trained day and night tirelessly to make that dream come true. And then he earned the honor of escorting the general's favorite Mord. But then he was reminded of the limits of how far hard work alone can take someone. And of course he invited Mord, who unlike him, possessed brilliance and talent. But just as a supporting character cannot be the main character, a person must make the best of the hand they've been dealt. All he could do was accept his fate and give up. But what if the only way to break that barrier was right in front of him? He thinks he wants to drink it, but he is a loyal soldier to the general and wonders if it's fair to gamble his life on something other than his mission, on personal goals. The boy ponders, asking himself about the mission. His hand begins to close into a fist as he questions whether he is fulfilling his mission properly. He then tells his friends that he feels a little humiliated to ask the next question, but that he'll ask it anyway. Lowering his head in front of Mord, he asks if he is of any use to them. Mord then thinks that they've been together for 2 months so far and that Keel has proven himself capable of adapting to the many variables they'd encountered. He remembers how much he has already benefited from the boy's stealth skills, and of course his ability to manipulate spirits. Without him, the journey would have been much more grueling and their progress would have been far less. But the decisive factor in giving him the potion is the boy's iron will, capable of throwing himself to death to save Eldon. In other words, Keel is a loyal companion. So he finally answers the boy that yes, he is of use to the group. He then catches himself thinking about why he used the word companion when thinking about Keel and wonders if he's growing attached. He then continues by telling Keel that he is definitely a great help. But he also says that the Silver Bloods will keep sending stronger and stronger people after them, as so far it's only been regular executors and mercenaries. And he finishes by saying they have no choice but to grow stronger. The Elfin thinks it's true. Stronger enemies will come, and in the last battle, he barely managed to help and will surely be a burden in the next ones. So Morn hands him Matir, the martial god. He finally makes his decision and says that not being a burden to others is the best reason he has to risk his life and take the potion. Leon then shouts as Keel drinks the potion, telling him to wait, that this decision is too drastic and he hasn't thought it through. The elf's feet lift off the ground as lines of magical power form around him. A gigantic lightning bolt strikes toward him as he is taken higher and higher and more magical energy pours out of his body. Then finally, when the lightning hits him, Keel screams in pain. Leon asks Morn why he's exposing himself to such danger. He continues saying he doesn't know how important this work he does is to have so many assassins after him, but that he could always just run away. Morn replies that he can't just run away with his family, that the Silver Bloods are after him to fulfill the Archduke's wish. The warrior is in shock upon learning that the Archduke and the Silver Bloods are working together to Targan, and Mord says that this has been going on for quite some time. To delay his aging, he has been feeding on the Werner bloodline. Liam is in disbelief and says that this is absurd. Indignant, he says that the Archduke is a living legend and is revered and he can't be feeding on children to stay young, while Mord says it's the true truth. In the original manga, Liam was a bitter man but believed himself to be a most devoted of all to Aiden, and when he saw it his efforts went vain, he became the most desperate. Mord remembers not wanting him to go through that while reading the original work, but he feels he doesn't have the eloquence to convince him to make the right choice. So he just hopes that he makes the right choice, while saying that if he doesn't believe in the man, then he should leave. After all, risking yourself for someone you don't trust is frustrating. Leon stares at Mord with a serious look, or Mord wonders what that look is. Our hero then notices that the warrior has a bitter expression. In his thoughts, Leon still struggles to accept that the Archduke is that kind of person. However, he thinks about many of the adventures they've had in the past few months and remembers questioning Mord about his motives, which always boiled down to saving the world. He remembers wondering what the other expected him to say after saying something as ridiculous as saving the world, but he finds it strange that those ridiculous words always seem to comfort him somehow. Mord then says you will trust Leon. The warrior then explains that he doesn't know the Archduke and has only known Mord for a short time, but if he had to choose who he knows more, it will be Mord. And he says that he will believe in him because he was the man who saved his life. Our protagonist then shows a small smile to the warrior. He then notices that behind them, Heel finally lands on the ground and that the magical fireworks show is over. Mord then turns around while Leon looks on in disbelief. In his thoughts as he observes the elf, he says that the boy actually managed to do it in the end. A man paces back and forth thoughtfully in front of his desk. Then we see the leader of the monarchs, Derek, wondering which soul fragment had been completely destroyed. 70 years ago, he found the Archlich's soul and made a contract. 40 years later, he himself became an Archlich and formed the Monarchs group. He had managed to expand the organization to its current size, and the only thing left for him to do is gather the soul fragments for the resurrection. Then he thinks that since he only has one fragment, it's very difficult to find the others as they retain the memories of the Archlich Lord, and he wonders if it's still possible to resurrect him. His Archlich is frustrated and wonders we could have defeated all of his forces in Lurien, and the fragment tells him not to worry. It then continues saying that it's possible to be resurrected with fewer fragments, and that there is a way to transcend his former form, and also that the second piece is on its way. The Archlich then says that indeed he received a message informing him that the second fragment had been found, and with it, it would be easier to find the others. Smiling, he then begins to say that it's far too early to despair. Then he feels something that makes him stop mid-sentence. His body begins to tremble as he tries to understand what is happening. Then he says with a trembling voice that the group that had found the second fragment had vanished, and he wonders what it could be. The fragment then confirms, saying yes, another one of his fragments has just been destroyed. Mord then, standing before one of the fragments, hears the monster say that he can't believe he lost to a child, while our hero tells him not to be upset. After all, he's already a second one to lose. Our boy then thinks that he has finally destroyed the second soul fragment of the Arclic Lord. Recalling the fight, he thinks that this fragment was slightly different in terms of magic, but in combat, it was basically the same. Clearly, it made things easier for him, and it was easy to defeat it. It hasn't even been 2 months since the fight in Larine, and he has definitely gotten stronger. Looking at Keel, he thinks that Keetle was definitely the one who progressed the most. Keel then looks at Mord, asking how he managed to defeat it before them. Leon thinks about how incredibly strong the elf became after drinking the potion made from the tear of the martial god, and even though he still can't manifest aura, he's become much more skilled. The Archlich has been summoning advanced undead, even bringing forth Death Knights, which are the pinnacle of necromancy. While Mord fought the Archlich, he and Keel battled before Death Knights. And then he thinks that, if he were to consider the actual contribution in the fight, the elf probably accounted for 8% of what was done. The elf turns to the warrior and says he'd be faster than Mord if he stopped using that sword, and Leon tells the elf to stop getting in the way. He knows other people won't understand why, but he gives very good reasons for using that sword. The sword to Leon symbolizes the freedom from a past as a prisoner, and if there's one thing he wants, it's to live freely. The group then looks at the table with some tomes and books. On the ground in front of them are 4 treasures: a die, an iron circle, a potion, and a book. Mord thinks that he destroyed the golden throne and took the 10th fragment. Even if it didn't match any of the others, at least he got it. But he really wanted to find something useful, and looking at the 4 items on the ground, he says half of them are useless. The book is an ancient text that allows him to make a contract with a powerful demon, something he doesn't need, saying with the die. He doesn't recall any information about that silver bracelet, so he'll keep it with him to evaluate later. And then there's the potion. He bends down to pick it up and examine it. Tossing the potion to the elf, he tells him to drink it while the boy asks what it is. Then Mord tells the elf that it's nectar. The Arclic Lord had been preparing it for his resurrection. Nectar is the name of the drink that was only allowed to the greatest of gods according to myth, and is supposedly made from the essence of the Tree of Life. They say that if a human drinks it, they'll gain divine powers. With a trembling voice full of emotion, Keel asks if that's the drink of the gods from the myth, and Leon asks why he gave it to him instead of drinking it himself. The warrior then asks if the man has already drunk it, and he says no, that if he did, it would bring more harm than good. Liam asks for the reasons, and Mort says it would be too complex to explain, and he thinks he was about to drink it, but when he held the potion in his hands, his instincts whispered something to him. Surprisingly, he knew it would be poison for him. It didn't matter when it was just Verna blood in him, but now that Arita has awakened, he doesn't know what would happen to the balance of powers he drank for nectar. But if Keel drinks it, it will make him stronger and allow him to possess fragments of the world as well. Only those with divine power can absorb fragments of the world, but that doesn't necessarily mean having divine blood. People who receive strong blessings or were combined with something that holds divine power, or those who consumed nectar, all meet the requirements. Mord then thinks it's obvious that he's not going to share the fragments of the world with Keel, but there's something else he's concerned about: the creation of the new world. In the new world, all the people who loved Aiden would have their memories erased about the destruction of the old world and would live happily as victors. The new world would be like a model garden created for Aiden, a model where the only real people would be Aiden's friends, while the rest would be mere fake models of people he created. Aiden didn't dream of a world like that from the start, but the new world his enemies wanted was made from their desires and fantasies, and that's not what he wanted. But the more fragments of the world he collected, the more he was drawn to that model of a world. And in the end, he created a world far more terrible than the ones dreamed up by his enemies. Mord then thinks that if collecting fragments of the world makes you unable to resist the temptation of a new world, he thinks then that it's probably wise to keep a trusted companion who can share the world fragments if needed. After leaving Palos, they only did 2 things for 20 days. They destroyed the Monarch's secret bases. They also found a soul fragment that not even the Monarchs had discovered yet, and they destroyed it. And now they're heading to the base of the Sage of Darkness, according to Levin's information. Leon thinks he didn't like that Levin was attacking the Monarchs from the beginning, knowing how dangerous it was, but he's happy that they're finally going to face the Sage of Darkness. The elf looks up and starts thinking how strange the sky is that day, and then he notices something. Stopping the group in front of the hill, he points toward the city, showing something in the sky. Leon says it's a demonification, and a big one at that, while Keel says that several high-level warriors must be here too. Mort thinks that the first demonification he saw was about 500 meters tall, but this one is swallowing half the city and is incomparably dangerous. Liam points at the anomaly and says that maybe that's where the Sage of Darkness's base is, and Mord says yes, it was probably swallowed by the demonification. The warrior asks if they shouldn't wait for the high-level warriors to deal with the demonification before going in. Mord then says no, that there's someone there he has to repay a debt to, while noticing something inside him has changed, that his perception has reached different dimensions, an activation of the 7th sense. If even the 6th sense is considered human, a 7th sense is a divine sense. Only those who have access to the power of the heavens can see the essence of the world through this 7th sense, and this 7th sense is telling Mord something. He says that Erna Verna is there. A camp is set up with raised flags and assembled tents. Erna Verna says that going in now is impossible, while a man lying on the ground in front of her says that if they don't go in now, something might happen to him. The man begs them to save Viden, who stayed behind to save them, while Erna says they can't, they need to wait until the emergency squad arrives. The woman looks up and thinks about the feeling she's having. Soon after, she realizes where she's feeling is divine blood. 3 guards are standing by and ask if they need to find Miss Erna. They then ask Leon to remove his helmet and say they can't let him in without knowing his identity, and yell that he can't because he has a terrible scar on his face. Mord then thinks about how stubborn the warrior is, that if he'd known Leon would be such a disturbance, he would have left him behind. He also understands the warrior, since Erna was important relative to him and he wanted to see her, but couldn't because he was ashamed of having abandoned the family. Thinking then that he'll have to enter in a more forceful way, he begins charging men around himself. The guards then shout and ask what he's doing and if the divine blood intends to fight them. Ketil says Mord is crazy and asks if he really wants to fight the military principality of Verna, but he says he doesn't want to fight, he's just trying to get her attention. While the elf wonders what he means by that, a woman drops in among the guards in front of them. Jaw drop, Heel and Mord stare at the newcomer, who says she knew the divine blood felt familiar to her. Smiling then, the extremely strong woman welcomes Mord. Our hero then pulls his power back in and kneels, saying it's been a while since they last saw each other if she agrees. She then tells them to escort the group to her tent, and one of the guards becomes furious, saying they couldn't even verify the identity of the one still wearing a helmet. Erna looks at the man in the helmet, sizing him up. He then looks back at Erna, also sizing her up. She then says it's fine and he can come to the tent too. Erna's tent was the largest in the camp. Sitting at the table, she says she thought Mord would head north and asks why he's there, while he says he's on a secret mission for General Ilden. The guard next to Erna gets irritated by how casually Mord speaks to her. Then Erna asks him that if the mission is secret, why draw so much attention to himself like that? Then our hero says he came to repay his debt, that he was saved by the tear of the martial god that she gave him. Erna then asks if he consumed them, and he says yes. Showing a power in his right hand, he says that when he consumed it, he learned aura. She's shocked and questions how he learned aura at 15, and the guard next to her, surprised, thinks that not even Earl learned aura that young, and she's a genius. Frightened, he looks at the boy and wonders who he is and how he managed it. Smiling, Erna says he's very talented and that it's only been 3 months since he left and many things have changed. He even learned aura. She says he even has friends now, mentioning the elf and the warrior. The elf then introduces himself and says it's a pleasure to meet her, and she says the same to him. Leon then introduces himself as Payton, a mercenary. She then keeps looking at him while he stares back silently, creating a terrible atmosphere. Erna then asks Mord if he knows who the warrior is, and he confirms and asks if he's always been like that, and she says no. She then says she recognized Leon from the beginning. Erna thought he didn't want the others to know who he really was, which is why she brought them there and asked if he really thought she would recognize him. Then taking off his helmet, he asked how she knew. She says they were very close and it would be very strange if she didn't recognize him. Erna goes on to say she heard he had been wandering the continent working as a mercenary and never imagined he'd end up alongside Mord. The man is completely speechless before Erna. She was an adorable child. Liev considered her like his sister, and she's the same person who made him confront his disgusting dark side. He kept his distance from her out of jealousy, but she had always been thinking of him, so he knows he's having a lot of complex emotions now. Smiling, Leon says it's really good to see her and that she's much taller than the last time he saw her. She then says it's been 5 years already, and that he knows she's 20 now. Mord tells Erna that she noticed him because of his divine blood and asks if she can distinguish individuals of the Vernar lineage just by their divine blood. She then says yes, but it's limited only to people she knows, and then asks if it's the same with Mord. He then confirms her theory and says it's the same for him, restricted to people he knows. Erna thinks it's only been 2 years since she learned that skill, but Mord can already use it even though he awakened only a year ago. She then smiles and thinks that with divine blood detection and aura, she completely underestimated the man. The woman then says she'd love to catch up. The current situation is far too urgent for that. She says that if the city's demonification reaches level 3 and a dungeon break occurs, it will become a historic disaster. Then she adds that both she and Vidin were dispatched to prevent that from happening. Leiden arrived at the location first and went in saying he would lead the attack. The result, of course, was a complete disaster. Half the squad had died before Erna even got there, and she only heard the news because one of them managed to escape. The biggest problem now is that Vidin is still trapped inside. The 3 heroes are surprised by the news she gives. She then says they requested assistance, but it will only arrive in 3 days and that they can't do anything until the help gets there. The core of this demonification is likely a demon of feudal lord rank, and are assuming it's the domain of a demon count. Besides, a demon count from the demon realm commands an army led by other feudal lord rank demons, and Erna's squad alone can't handle that. Looking at the 3 of them, she says she has a proposal. That with their help, maybe I'll have a chance to rescue the survivors. Mord thinks that in the original work, Biden doesn't appear, which means you must have died there, but something's bothering him. This Erna also doesn't exist in the original story. If the reason for that is because Erna died before Iden's story began, then there's no guarantee she won't die here. He then thinks that this is a good opportunity to prevent her death and see if she's a good candidate to become the Archduke. There's also the fact that if he earns more achievements associated with his main, like defeating a feudal lord-ranked demon, they'll be very valuable for reaching level 2 of Divine Blood Awakening. Later, gathered outside her tent, the one who reminds them that the mission is to rescue the survivors and retreat. Mord then thinks that Erna's squad has 15 people. With the 3 of them, that makes 18 in total, 4 of whom have Divine Blood, and that should be enough. Then he remembers that he take Kalmar Leon since he won't use his Divine Blood to avoid revealing his identity. Then they detect monsters coming from ahead. Actually, no, there are monsters coming from all directions. Erna says they'll need to open a path in the direction where Viden is, and Mord says he thinks he knows where he is. She then points in a direction, and he says yes. The woman then smiles and says she'll trust him and calls everyone's attention. They then initiate the divine blood release. The three of them open their divine blood, and magic swirls around them, showing how powerful they are. Viden clenches his teeth, thinking he has to admit he was impatient. He then places his hand on the wound in his abdomen and says it's all his fault. Then, surrounded by orcs, he apologizes and says it's because of him that they're all going to die there together. The orcs surrounding them look on with sharp weapons, ready to kill. One of his men tells him to stop joking and focus on the upcoming fight, while another tells him not to give up, that they still have hope. Above them, wings spread open as a demon says that human meat with special blood is a delicacy. He then says that divine blood is the best of all and that their flesh will be served at the Count's dinner that night. The demon then says that at least they to taste their flesh before sending it to the Count. The dark-haired boy asks if that's the high-ranking demon who leads that group and if the situation just keeps getting worse, while the blonde one says to take care of Viden. Then he says he'll try to open a path for them. Fighting shouts for Wolfson to stop, but he has no idea what he's doing, while he asks if his master remembers anything. One day, he was cursed with lycanthropy and nearly burned alive by the villagers because of it. Then he says that if Ida hadn't saved that boy that day, he wouldn't be alive in the world now. Looking at the full moon in the sky, he begins to grow fur and shift into a different form, saying that he'll finally be able to repay what was done for him that day. Fully transforming and letting out a loud howl, he tells him to promise never to give up again. The demon licks his lips and says the Count won't mind if he eats the lycanthrope. Then he shouts to the group that he'll show them who the real prey is here. The werewolf then assumes a battle stance and prepares to charge. The wolf bites one of his enemies with ferocity. He then tears a large chunk of flesh from his opponent. The demon then seems to notice something. Looking at the werewolf, the demon realizes that he consumes the flesh of enemies to recover his mana. One of the orcs below holds his mace, and the tip starts to glow and emit a faint, unusual sound. The werewolf seems to sense something coming from that direction and looks at the orc. It then leaps, dodges the others, and prepares a target attack. Flying toward the orcs, he slashes through, tearing off limbs and destroying the enemies around him. The demon then smiles and says he's pretty strong and that he won't be upset since he let him play for a while. Then he casts his magic, Light of Execution, toward the werewolf, and the spell hits the wolf's abdomen directly. Eyes wide, the wolf feels the blow and begins to fall. The demon then descends from the skies with his spear in hand, ready to strike the wounded werewolf. He lands the first blow on Wolfson's chest. Then he unleashes a brutal sequence of strikes on the werewolf. Another blow is aimed at his abdomen with force and intent to finish him off. The demon's strike is so powerful that it sends the wolf flying a great distance. The werewolf then crashes into a stone wall, causing a tremendous noise from the impact. Vigen tries to intervene, but Botan doesn't let him. He says to let him go. It's more honorable for them all to die together as warriors than like that. The demon then turns to them and, charging forward, says not to worry because he plans to send them to the werewolf shortly. Behind the monster, a sequence of lightning bolts strikes the orcs around and continues toward him, and he quickly senses the attack coming from behind. He then flies, gaining some altitude, and sees that his orcs have been defeated and thrown to the ground. The demon then sees a flash in front of him as he wonders who the hell just showed up there. His then hit directly by the destructive mirage attack while Viden and Botan watch with their mouths wide open in surprise. The destruction starts spreading around them, and Botan grabs young Master Viden and says they have to get out of there. He then lifts Viden in his arms and hides behind a boulder, getting out of the spell's range of destruction. Botan looks back thinking that was a rain of impulse orbs and wonders who showed up with such power. Looking behind, they see someone's feet coming to rest on top of a boulder. As soon as the man lands on it, the boulder crumbles, taking the good part of the surrounding ground with it and leaving the demon stunned. The white-haired man then gets ready, taking advantage of the demon's dazed skate, and focuses his attack. Staring directly at his target, he stretches his hand forward as waves of magic swirl around him and pulls the demon with telekinesis. Then he grabs the demon by the head before he can react at all. Frightened and bleeding, the demon is still slack-jawed in shock at the appearance of this new enemy while his head is being held. And then he sees the white-haired man preparing the other fist for a probably fatal punch. The man then strikes the demon directly in the middle of the head, making it disappear. The demon's headless body then falls to its knees in front of the man. Viden and Botan look on as they see the man defeat the demon, mouths open at the absurd power they just witnessed. They then think that only a master-rank magical combat artist can use telekinesis. Viden then sees something heading toward the white-haired man. Next, the werewolf flies toward the man, preparing his fierce attack. Effortlessly dodging the werewolf's attack, the man grabs his arm and looks at him. Viden, from atop the ridge, shouts not to kill the werewolf, and he can't tell friend from foe in that state, and the man says he knows that. Bringing his face close to the beasts, he calls him by name, Wolfson. Smiling, he says the werewolf is a better warrior than he expected. The man then punches him hard in the center of the chest. The beast collapses beside him, unconscious. Viden then wonders when this man that Wolfson before and asks himself if he's ever known a divine blood as strong as him. Taking a bit, he finally finds the man's name. Then, looking at the man, he calls him by name, Mord. Viden asks the man if he is Mord, and he replies yes, saying they're half-brothers even though they don't look anything alike. Botan thinks, jaw dropped, that this is the bastard everyone's been talking about while Viden asks why he's there. Mord then uses a potion to Viden, telling him to give it to Wolson first and then take it himself. The warrior grabs the potion and upon looking more closely, sees that it's a healing potion. Then Mord asks why he entered the dungeon first. He should have known how irresponsible that decision was. Vidin starts stammering, his gaze thoughtful. Mord then asks if it's because of the successor competition. He then lowers his head and confirms, saying yes. Next, Vidin adds that it's also because of Erna. That same Erna, now covered in blood with a huge smile on her face as she defeats an orc. The race for succession is intense, and currently, the man closest to the Archduke is the family's eldest son, Alan. After him comes the third son, Dren, and the fourth son, Haran. Those two threw themselves into the battlefield early to start building their careers, providing it was hard to close the gap between him and his brothers as he joined the competition late. Obviously, he had no intention of giving up. He just had to figure out exactly how far behind he was and try his best. However, Erna took that from him. She was called a genius at a very young age. Erna joined the competition 3 years after him, even so, she was on the verge of surpassing him. He then began signing up for every possible mission to gain credit, and at first, it started working. Then he started to create a distance between himself and Erna once again. But at the beginning of the year, he made a big mistake. During a mission in the White Demon Kingdom, the renowned Ordar's family interrupted and caused great damage. The failure of the mission alone was already a significant impact, but being caused by the arch-enemy family left a major blemish on his image. That's when he was paired with Erna for the mission, and he was overwhelmed with panic at the thought that she might surpass him. He had to make sure he would come out better than her in that mission, so he decided to go ahead and clear the entrance. He ended up using senseless logic to justify his greed and ended up pushing several of his innocent subordinates to their deaths. He keeps saying that he should have waited no matter how anxious he was. Mord thinks he didn't know why Erna wasn't in the original story, but he knew that the woman had the best mana of all, though it was clearly not just that. The warrior then asks why he came there to save him, since he has no reason to do so. Our hero then says that Erna asked him to go there and save him while her squad distracted the enemies. Just as he finishes speaking, someone appears behind them saying that they finally found them. Mord says she arrived quickly, while Erna explains that there were some strong monsters, but she thinks the deeper into the kingdom they go, the stronger the count makes them. She and Vidin finally exchange a glance and acknowledge each other's presence. The girl then says he should thank Mord because if it weren't for him, Vidin would be dead by now, while the man questions why she saved him. Not understanding the young man's question, she turns to face him while he says that Mord told him Erna has to save him. Then he questions her again, saying that they are rivals and wouldn't it be good for her if he had been defeated? The girl then says it's true and that they're not even related, but she doesn't need a reason to do a good deed and save people. Besides the fact that saving him won't stop her from anything. Full of confidence, she points to herself and continues, saying that she already knows she's going to become Archduke. Vidin then stared at her, surprised by the woman's confidence. He then lowers his head and thanks her. He also says that thanks to her, Boattown and Wolson are safe too, and that one day he will repay that debt to her. Meanwhile, Erna thinks that he should be all angry, saying he won't give her the Archduke position, etc. But both she and Leon are surprised by the man's response. Vidin and Erna then look at Liam, who probably showed a much bigger reaction than he should have. Liam clears his throat and apologizes, saying that was rude, while Vidin says he wants to ask them a question. Then he asks why the heck Leon is wearing that helmet. The rest of the people present start questioning while looking at him, but saying it couldn't be, since he's using a sword. The rest of the group keeps wondering why Averna would do that, but that Master Vidin wouldn't lie, and some others even thought the voice sounded really familiar. Then, taking off the helmet, half irritated, half smiling, he wonders how the heck everyone knows who he is. Vidin, shocked, asks if he was trying to hide his identity, and he says yes and doesn't understand why Vidin is so shocked by that. Liam then asks how the heck he recognized him, and Vidin explains it was because of the bracelet. He even thought Liam was trying to play a prank on everyone, but in the end realized he wasn't. Leon asked Vidin if he remembers it, and he says yes, because he always wore the bracelet his mother gave him when he became an adult. Erna, clearly upset, says that he had something like that on him the whole time she didn't notice. Mord then says they can talk about all of this later and asked Vidin, since he's feeling better, if they could leave. As soon as he says that, someone behind him asks if he's really leaving. Viancity then says that they arrive, cause a mess in his house, and now want to leave just like that, without even apologizing. Erna then says that it wasn't a strategy to lure them inside, but rather to lure them into a trap. The voice coming from the fire portal says that's right, descendants of Werners. Having such esteemed guests, how could he let them leave without a proper welcome? As orcs begin to emerge from the portals, the voice says you would love to serve them a banquet, but the preparations ended up being completed sooner than he expected. Liam then asks if he is the demonic count, while the voice replies that yes, he is. Then the voice coming from the fire portal introduces himself as Lotace. Countless flying and ground demons come out of the fire portal, filling the fields, as Lotace says that soon he will feast on their blood and flesh. Erna then tries to count the enemies and says there are at least 2,000 monsters and a few dozen demons. Mord notes that all the demons are on the level of feudal lords. Erna asks who the woman flying in the distance with a fiery aura is, and Mord says it must be the Baroness, but he doesn't know why she's just standing there, waiting for something. Mord asks Erna what she wants to do, since there are enemies coming from all directions, while she asks which side he prefers to fight on. He then notices that the enemies to the east are stronger. The enemies to the west are noticeably weaker, as if they want them to fight there on purpose. Then both Erna and Mord unleash their divine blood, changing the color of their hair and eyes. and together, they made the same decision. They will fight to the south. Given that the demons made one side appear much weaker than the other, our heroes are left with the choice to go either north or south. Since going north means delving deeper into the kingdom, the decision is obvious. Our heroes face a horde of monsters coming toward them with a flaming tornado behind, and they all decide to head south. Noticing the monsters approaching, Erna seems to spot a warrior-type baronet. She also notices a mage-type baron. Mord says he'll handle the baronet, asks if he can lead the baronet to Erna, who smiles and says of course he can. Erna and her squad then begin to charge for the monsters. The baronet, looking at the girl, starts laughing at her, asking who she thinks she is to face in alone. The demon then strikes with his sword, hitting Erna directly on her shoulder as the monsters charge toward the group of heroes. The armies begin to clash while our heroes seem to gain the upper hand. The baronet says he's impressed with the girl but asks her how long she thinks she can endure fighting and matching strength with him. Then she says she's not sure and that it was something she was just about to ask him. Erna then invokes her power, Wind Rift, and lands a direct hit on the baronet. Next, she lands a powerful punch to his chin, sending him flying meters above them. She prepares a jump to chase after the baronet while he is still airborne from the previous punch. The baronet then starts to concentrate his flames into his sword as she flies toward him. He then invokes his red flame frenzy power and unleashes it against Erna. The demon seems to notice something within his red flames. Erna emerges from the whirlwind of fire he summoned with her power and her kicks ready. She then spins, channeling all her power into her right leg. Then she uses her mountain-splitting strike and the sky shines as bright as day for a few seconds. The girl then lands on a hill near her friends. With her power coursing through her body, she looks at them, smiling, victorious from her duel against the baronet. Leon, with his sword in hand, thinks about how strong the girl has become in his absence. He then wonders why she no longer seems so absurdly talented. Everyone then notices a huge noise and massive tremors. Mord uses his power and it passes through the heart of the mage-type baron. He then crashes to the ground with a loud thud. The pages of his grimoire fallen around him, catching fire. Mord then gracefully lands atop a nearby mound and stares at the defeated baron before him. He stands there looking down at his fallen enemy, thinking about the next step. The allies then think that for a baron and a baronet to have been defeated so easily, it might mean they really have a chance. The rest of the group then thinks they can't just stand there relying on the two of them for everything and prepare to enter the fight. Everyone then charges into battle with their swords and fists forward, aiming at their enemies. They notice that the three barons from the other side of the realm have appeared there for the fight. The baroness, still observing, thinks that she didn't expect that side to fall so quickly, and that those kids must be unimaginably strong. Mord watches her from the ground as she, smiling above, says she should put an end to all of this. He knows it's common for a demon to imbue power into their subordinates, but to view a body with power and consciousness to reach a level almost that of a count, you've never seen that before. Mord concludes that the demons really do seem to be getting stronger. The baroness then draws her two swords and says she'll ensure him a quick death if he surrenders now and asks him to make his choice. Mord calls Erna to fight the count together and says it's the only way to defeat him. While she's worried about their friends, Mord tells her to trust them. She then tells Vidin to take the position of commander while she and Mord fight the count, and he asks her if she's sure about that. Erna thinks that she can't win against the demonic count with that amount of mana and tells Vidin that if they don't do this, everyone will die. She then continues by telling him to do an excellent job while she thinks that she's going to have to use absolutely all the mana she has available. Charging her mana, she flies toward the count, who is possessing the baroness's body, and prepares an incredibly powerful punch. The punch connects directly with the count's blade, which blocks the blow. She then takes the chance to use her Wind Rift strike, which seems to have no effect. The count then yells while smiling at her, saying that cheap trick will never work on him. Erna then, also smiling, says that in that case, it's not enough. Coming up beside her, Mord channels his mana and lands a punch on the demon's abdomen. The blow was so strong that it threw the count to the ground with a loud crash. Irritated and on the ground, he grits his teeth in anger as he looks at the two above him. Wasting no time, Erna and Mord prepare another joint attack, falling from the skies toward the count. The count then, desperate, stretches his hand to the sky. He then conjures his ability Massacre Flash, which hits Erna's left arm. She then, with her arm burned, crashes face first into the ground from the power of the attack. The girl gets up, trembling and seeing her arm completely burned by the count's attack. One arrives at her side and gives her a healing potion, and she tells him to wait, and as the fight will be tough for him too, and asks him to give her 30 seconds. Our hero tells her not to worry because he will use a card of his sleeve, and since he's decided to use it, he's going to be the one to end that fight. The count says it seems the boy has some useful ability or artifact, and that it's been a long time since he felt pain, so he will show no mercy to him. Then the enemy conjures his ability called Dance of the Burned Swordsman, and 100 flaming swords fly toward Mord. Mord leaps forward and tells Erna to stay safe behind. Running and tries to dodge the flaming swords as best as he can. The count then, still in the baroness's body, brings his two swords together and starts focusing blue flames around himself. Then he says he will emit now and charges toward Mord with his swords full of blue fire. As he rushes toward the boy, she seems to notice that something happened. Suddenly, Mord's hand is already in front of her. She somehow manages to bring her swords together in front of her just in time, blocking the surprise punch that would have hit her square in the chest. The power of the punch was so great that she had to use her swords stuck into the ground to help her body stop being pushed back. Mord then appears in front of her wearing the second blessing of the god of combat, Divine Body, while the count thinks that should be impossible. The demon, desperate, asks how he is using a technique of the Verners, while Mort responds saying he is a descendant of the god of combat. Ermina, mouth agape, stares at the divine body at Mord and Vok and remembers only having heard about it in the legends of the Verners and thought it was just an exaggeration. Before the end of the Age of Legends, many giant races existed in the world. Then the god of combat, to lessen the gap in power that size provides. He created the divine body, a technique that forms a body of light made from the power of divine blood. Mordben, charging toward the Baron, thinks it feels like he's controlling a robot and notes that his weight is 30 times greater due to the mass created by the divine body. He also says it consumes a lot of mana and makes it difficult to use abilities that require more precise control. Then he lands a direct punch on the Count, making him drop one of his swords and crash violently to the ground. The Count then once again stretches his hand forward and prepares to attack. He then encounters countless energy rays that mutilate and damage Mord's divine body. While he focuses on dodging the rays, the Count smirks and runs in to make another attack. His next attack, using the weapon he still held, targeted the head of the divine body, managing to pierce the mass of light. Thinking he came out victorious, the Count says it wasn't that hard, and unless Mord is the god of combat himself, the fight is over. Mord then says he's going to test the mana bracelet he got in the ruins, and that even if the divine body takes damage, it will only harm his mana and not him physically. Then, regenerating a lost arm of the divine body, he says that it only takes a bit of mana to restore the lost and damaged parts. Taking advantage of the Count's moment of shock, Mord grabs him with one of the giant hands of the divine body. The Count, terrified, stares at Mord. Mord, inside the divine body, says now is the time he will end that fight, and saying that he defeats the monstrous Count, leaving his body splitting too. Soon after that fight, they went deeper into the demon kingdom, and since Lotezen used all his mana to possess the Baroness, it's easy to defeat her. Then with the city free from demonification, the group breathes a sigh of relief because 1 second more and the place would have become a lifeless desert. Back in the city, sometime later, Mord says he wants people to know that it was all Erna's effort and that he wants no glory for himself. She gets upset, asking if he wants her to take credit for his work, and Mort explains that the bigwigs can't know what he's been up to. Then thinking, he realizes he's come to appreciate just how skilled she really is and that she has about 50% more mana than he does. Remembering her strikes and attacks, he thinks she'll catch up to the other competitors very soon. That looking at her, he thinks that he wants to make her the new Archduke, and that it's important she earns many more achievements for that to happen. Mord tells the girl that she can consider this as his gift to her being paid, and he thinks he's worried about which side she'll be on after discovering the truth about the Archduke, or whether she'll even believe that the man who is a national hero has such a dark secret. Thinking about this, and knowing he'll eventually have to kill the Archduke, he asks her if promise that she'll trust him when he has to make a decision in the future. She then asks him what he means if she doesn't understand what he's trying to say, and he tells her she'll know when the time comes. He continues by saying that even if it's hard to believe him in that future, if she could support his decision. Erna breathes and gives a relieved smile and says yes, it's okay, and the boy looks at her, asking if she's really sure about that. The girl says she might end up regretting it, but that when she saw the Count, she knew that even if reinforcements arrived, everyone would have died if he hadn't been there. Then, smiling and blushing a bit, she says that he's her savior, and that she can't deny a favor like that just because she might regret a decision. Erna then tells Mord not to worry, that this decision wasn't made lightly because her mother taught her very well the power of a promise. Mord then thanks her while she's surprised to see that he can smile like that. To finish, Mord says he would like to keep this incident a secret even if someone she trusts asked about it, and she accepts the condition. He tells her that the technique he used was only possible because he met the god of combat himself, and he intends to tell her how to find him too. Sometime later, Viden is resting in bed, talking to Mord about how things would be different if he were a normal human. He'd be in a much worse condition. Then the young man pulls out a box and says he prepared a gift that he's not sure Mord will like, but it's a token of thanks for saving their lives. Opening the box, Viden says it's his divine blood stone, and Mord and his thoughts says he's never heard of anything like it. The warrior then explains that this stone is passed down from generation to generation, made from the blood of the originals, and he created it to one day pass on to his future children. Mord asks what it's for, and Viden tells him to try infusing a bit of his divine blood into it, and it should elevate the realm his blood can reach. Closing the box, the warrior says he wants to ask him something. Then Viden asks if he intends to support Erna as a successor. Mord responds that yes, he intends to make Erna the new Archduke. Laughing, the warrior says he already knew, and that with Mord supporting her, it's going to be much harder, but seeing him made him want to give up on a competition even less. When Mord asks why, he says that the warrior says that knowing Erna isn't the strongest in the world, that she has Mord's support, makes him want to fight this battle even more. Mord breathes a sigh of relief and says the guy is very optimistic, and he likes that. As our hero was leaving the room, Viden said that the next time they meet, he's going to surprise him a lot, that he should wait and see. Dredd and the other son didn't recognize Mord's true value then, so what would Alan say if he saw him in battle? The group stayed at Erna's camp, and she provided many of the supplies they needed, like healing potions and so on. He was finally able to evaluate the silver bracelet, seeing that it increases agility and cognitive abilities for a period of time. Keel was extremely happy to have received the bracelet and spent the festival walking around taking care of small tasks. Leon and Erna had lunch together and talked about their past. And one night, Leon went to speak with Mord, saying he needed to ask him a favor. He then asked Mord to teach him like a Vernar warrior. He continues, saying he learned a few things while following him. One of them is that the path Mord is walking is one worth seeing to the end, and not to follow him on that path, he needs to leave behind his useless obsessions. Mord then asks the young man if that means he will no longer fight with a sword. Resigned, he looks at Mord and says yes, he's abandoning the swords. Happy, Mord thinks that his gaze is completely different and determined, and that he's been waiting for this moment. Then he says that if he really wants to begin, he'll have to start with a book, while Leon asks what that is. And we see a book on the floor, black with a blood-red symbol on the front. In another place, someone asks Erna if she is a direct descendant of the Vernar bloodline. And also at another location, we see the same person asking the same question to Leon. The god of combat then says he is anxious and happy, and he wants to know how much of his blood runs in their veins. The Sage of Darkness is a shadowy organization created for the resurrection of the great mage Eriksson. Unlike the return of the monarch in this organization, the key members are all human, manipulating families and acquiring resources in humans for experimentation. The barony of Darren is one of their main bases, as they control all the organizations and families, making it a safe place for them to operate. With the festivities celebrating the heroes for preventing demodification, the timing was perfect for the organization to prepare something. However, at the base of the dark family of Darren, we see bodies scattered everywhere. We then see the face of a man sweating and panting heavily. A blonde man with black eyes, terrified, asks who the people in front of him are. Someone then tells him that this harvest was even greater than expected. Morn and Leon then tell the man that they have finally found the left hand of the sage. The organization of the Sage of Darkness is controlled by 12 elite individuals, and of those 12, 3 are at the top. The mouth of the Sage of Darkness, the right hand of the sage, the left hand of the sage. And the only thing they have in common is that each one possesses a fragment of the world. That's because the vessel for the resurrection of the mage Eriksson is the fragments of the world themselves. 2 years from now, the organization will manage to collect all the fragments they need and will succeed in resurrecting Eriksson. They end up getting all the necessary fragments because of Aiden, and Mord must prevent that from happening at all costs. So he needs to eliminate these guys who will eventually bring about the destruction of this planet, and in the meantime, obtain the world fragments for himself. Mord then tells Leon to be careful because this is one of the strongest among the dark disciples, and that he also possesses a fragment of the world. Since our hero currently holds around 10 world fragments, it's easy for him to detect others who possess them as well. Leon turns to Mord and asks to let him fight this guy. He then says he wants to test the new strength he gained after going to hell. The blonde man then sees that he is a divine blood of Vernar, and says that's why they're so confident. He continues by saying that in reality it's just arrogance on their part. Mord, smiling, asks if Leon is sure because he can see that the enemy has more mana than him. Leon says he wouldn't have even started if he was afraid of something like that, and the enemy uses his ability Serpent of the Eastern Lands. Countless serpents charge toward Leon. Our warrior then, dodging the snake attacks from the dark disciple, gets right in front of the enemy. The disciple then tells the insolent child to bow before his incredible magic. Leon widens his eyes as he hears the enemy's ability being called Curse of the Soul. The Mavis attack hits Leon directly in the chest. The dark disciple then, laughing, asks our warrior how unbearable the pain he's feeling is. He then lunges forward, preparing his next attack and saying he's going to finish him off while Leon raises his right hand and begins charging his power. Before the enemy could react or dodge, Leon brings down his right hand, striking the target and knocking him to the ground, causing massive destruction and a huge crash. Laughing, our hero mocks, saying that pain was supposed to be unbearable. And remembering his training, he says he was beaten nearly to death 200 times the day before by the god of combat and realizes that he may have killed the die. Mord then congratulates Leon and says that now he can use the divine body in battle, and the warrior says yes, but it's still not like Mord's. While our protagonist tells Leon not to rush, and that he's made great progress, something makes a noise behind them. A hidden man thinks about what he just witnessed and is stunned that an elite member was defeated so easily. He doesn't think that he hasn't been seen yet, and that the subordinates took all the secret files, so all he needs to do is get out of there quietly. Suddenly, Keel puts his sword to the man's neck, saying that he found the rat hiding. The man then, looking at Keel's other hand, asks what that is he's holding. Looking behind the elf, the man sees other defeated members while Keel says they can rest easier knowing that it's no longer in their hands. The man, desperate, says that's not possible, that they should have taken a secret passage. Laughing, Keel says a kind of thing is his specialty. Sometime later, Keel asks something about the White Demon Kingdom. Mort says yes for going after the Legion's guardian, and the elf says that's fine, but the general gave them 8 months and only 4 have passed so far. Our protagonist then thinks that the Silver Bloods will soon be coming after them, and he wants to force them to use their trump card early. He still needs time to get stronger, and at this pace, he can't guarantee that both of his friends will survive when they face the Silver Bloods. Liam has already received the blessing of the god of combat, but still needs time to refine his techniques. Keel also gained aura after drinking the nectar, but still isn't used to using it. He thinks that even if he had skill, talent, and extensive knowledge of the future, he only managed to collect all the world fragments he has thanks to Keel. Then looking at Leon, he thinks that the warrior was also useful in some way, while wondering why he suddenly feels like trash. Keel breaks the ice and asks Mord when they're leaving on their journey then. Mord replies that they're leaving now. 2 men are talking and one of them says they left the barony and that they're smart, asking if they notice they're being followed, and the other replies maybe. The first man then says it's fine because they already have people waiting. And then says they'll find them right there, and with a malicious smile concludes by saying he hopes it'll be fun. Keel asks Mord if he's sure the Silverbloods are really following them, and he replies yes. Our hero warns that they won't be able to avoid them much longer and tells everyone to stay alert. Right after saying that, Mord notices something ahead of him. He then stops his run and sees something falling and breaking the ground just ahead. A man then steps in front of him and says it was smart of him to leave the barony and that they missed him. Mord, wasting no time, channels his power into his fists and charges at the man. Then he unleashes his ability Mirage Destruction. The enemy, still smiling, swats Mord's ability aside like it was nothing. The powerful ability destroys the surrounding trees as the man smiles after having deflected Mord's magic. Our hero keeps a serious gaze but is impressed that the man dodged his techniques so easily. Then, noticing how he redirected the magic's course, Mord thinks it might be some item or specific ability of his and that he needs to stay alert and prepare. The man insists to Mord that he really does seem impatient. Our hero then tells the man it's obvious he's a Silverblood and says that even if he weren't, his reaction would be the same considering the number of armed men hidden around him. The enemy then says he has good senses and was about to introduce himself, but Mord interrupts him saying he's level 4, 424 hours, and white silver. Or maybe he could be called 16 Steps of Heaven. The enemy then asks how he knows all of that, and Mord explains it's the third time he's fought the Silverbloods and says it would be stranger if he didn't know. The man then thinks that the white silver 24 hours part is fine, but people inside the organization don't know about 16 Steps of Heaven. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he doesn't have a good feeling about this kid and that he needs to deal with him right here, no matter what it takes. Mord then does it count and says there are 27 of them, which is less than he expected. Then he thinks that maybe because they didn't want to draw too much attention, that brought fewer people. They don't tell the enemy that he imagines it must have been difficult for them to follow his group. The An again says yes, and he was always moving from one place to another, and they couldn't wait for those who couldn't keep up. While Keel and Leon prepare themselves, a man continues, saying not to worry, and finishes by saying that they have more than enough to capture them. Mord then counts 5 divine-blooded enemies and the rest are at least intermediate execuors or higher. He then turns to Leon and says there are 27 of them, which means 9 for each, and asks if he can handle that. Leon says maybe he can, but leaves 3 more for Mord and takes care of only 6. The enemies then activate their divine blood and say they are being underestimated, asking the leader if they can begin. The leader says yes and tells them they can kill the other 2 except for Mord. Then, launching their impulse orb abilities, they hit the ground and destroy everything in their path. One of the divine-blooded enemies tells Leon that a Werner is really strong. He then asks the enemy if he only figured out now. The man then locks his gaze on Leon and says this is going to be a lot of fun. He will stand still with his sword while 4 enemies surround him and run in his direction. He then shouts for someone to answer to summons, while channeling magical power into his left hand. Then he uses his Wind Spirit ability, which strikes the enemies around him. He then sees 5 of the surrounding enemies fall to the ground while the Divine Blood remains standing with weapon in hand. The enemy then says he is surprised they weren't warned that he was a master-level magic artist. Keel, with wind spirits swirling around him, then says their informants are really bad and suggests he take the chance to replace all of them. Jumping toward the elf, the man says he'll think about that after eliminating him. Keel is surprised by the man's speed when he suddenly appears in front of him. The elf then quickly blocks the enemy's sword strike. Upon blocking, he notices something strange about the strike he just deflected. Keel then jumps back trying to gain distance from the enemy. The man then says he can fight all he wants as it's been a while since he defeated a master. Our elf then looks seriously at the enemy, thinking about his next moves. The leader then asks Mord why there are only 3 of them and where the rest of his group is. He continues, saying that the blind monster should have sent all his elites to try to keep him alive as long as possible and asks where they are. Mord gives a smile and thinks that maybe the enemy doesn't know he was the one who single-handedly defeated all the other squads. Then he says that if they had used all their forces to stop him from the beginning, then he might have had some trouble. He adds that even now there are only a few members of the 24 White Silver Hours. The enemy leader says he talks that he knows everything about them, and then it's better to deal with him now before he keeps wandering around talking nonsense. Then focusing his power to tell the successor of the Werners, Mord, to come to him for combat. He then introduces himself as Ruth, the successor of the god of the lake and peace, and says he will show him what it means to fight him at the side of the lake. Mord then notices that the man have the 2nd level of the Divine Blood Awakening and still possesses an artifact. Ruth then says they formed this squad thinking they would face more enemies, and Mord thanks him for the little introduction. Then staring at the silver blood, he tells him to look around before he starts getting arrogant. Taking a quick look around, he realizes that those aren't the sounds of others fighting. Then scenes of his battalion being slaughtered are shown, and a woman resembling Erna walks over the fallen bodies. Someone then shouts that there's another Werners there while Erna asks Mord, beside Leon, if she's too late for the fight. The night before in an alleyway, Mord meets with Erna. He then tells her that since she trusted him, he will tell her the truth. Mord decided to repay his get to the woman for trusting him despite the risks, so he finally decided to tell her disgusting secrets of Archduke Werners. And he also told her about how he eats his own children in exchange for delaying his agent. After telling her, he shows the proof he has, messages between the silver blood and the Archduke. Erna then comments that she knew the truth would hurt and to think that her greatest hero, the Archduke, was the devil himself. Returning to Mord's fight against Ruth, the enemy asks him if that was his backup. The man says that although it was unexpected, the result will be the same. He'll eliminate Mord right there. Our hero says he'll take him down first and that Lexian didn't like deaths by ambush. Then he asks that his blessing isn't specialized in preventing ambushes. The enemy, surprised, then asks if he knows about Lexian's divine blood. In the original work, the god of the lake and peace was very famous, mainly for his defense, and his successors were known for not dying in ambushes or assassinations. That Mord continues, saying the blessing is quite powerful because it's limited to being near a lake, and comments that extending the blessing to all allies has been annoying. He then says he'll deal with him first and then defeat all the others, while Ruth, clearly affected by Mord's words, calls him an arrogant bastard. What he says to squad will defeat Mord's allies. An arrow flies from the middle of the forest toward Ruth. The enemy then interrupts his speech and his blessing activates, protecting his flank. Right after, he shouts what the hell is going on. Someone in the forest tells the hidden archer, but they warn him it wouldn't work. But he says he wanted to see how the blessing functioned. Then he and his two friends, all dressed in black and wearing masks, say it's quite interesting. Keel and tell the elite group, the Shadow Wolves, that they took their time getting there. They don't say they simply followed the instructions to take an alternate path to ensure they weren't seen. They go on to say they'll deal with the enemies quickly to make up for being late. One of the members of the Shadow Wolves drops among the enemies and causes a great impact, cracking the ground and making a loud noise around him. Ruth then thinks that the blind monster is truly willing to keep that bastard alive if he sent master-level people. The archer then positions himself and fires an arrow toward Ruth. The enemy warrior then prepares to defend against the arrow coming in at incredible speed. Stretching his hand forward and summoning his defensive magic, he deflects the Shadow Wolves member's arrow. The archer then realizes that he actively blocked his arrow, which means his blessing doesn't block all ranged attacks. Ruth, while assessing the archer's strength, wonders how many master-rank magic artists are there with Mord at that moment. Even so, he keeps thinking that a master-rank magic artist is an extremely valuable asset to the country, with very low numbers and hard to recruit. He ends his thoughts wondering just how much the blind monster values that bastard. Then Mord pulls him out of his thoughts by telling him not to worry. Our hero then continues saying that the two of them will fight each other and asks if that's comforting enough for him. Next, Ruth says he admits they're outnumbered. Then, launching into an attack, he tells Mord not to assume they already won just because of that. Ruth is a level 4 elite member of the Silver Blood with extensive combat experience compared to the rest of the White Silver 24. He's already hunted countless Divine Bloods before, including members of the Silver Blood Orders, and among them was also Avernars. Avernars might have a better physique, but only a few reach the second level of Divine Blood Awakening and most lack a comeback-oriented artifact. Then descending into an attack on Mord, Ruth uses the Impulse Ball Rain ability, closing the distance between him and our hero to strike with his sword. Our hero then, blocking the sword strike, thinks that using the impulse balls together with a sword attack is kind of annoying. Stamor uses his triple Mirage Destruction ability. Ruth sees our hero's attacks passing close by. Next, Mord appears behind him preparing his strike, while Ruth is still wondering where the next attack will come from. His blessing activates as he's attacked from behind by our hero. Smiling, he shouts at Mord that he's an idiot, and that he already warned ambushes wouldn't work. Mord then lands a punch right in the middle of Ruth's face, surprising the man. The violet blow knocks him to the ground, not understanding what just happened. Mord then says it's not an ambush if you saw the blow coming, and that the punch could have finished Ruth, and that he feels sorry for him. While Ruth is recovering from the blow he took, our hero says that now he understands. Then he begins to awaken his divine blood while saying he won't use tricks anymore. The enemy warrior says that even if he were a genius, how is this even possible? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Erna detects the aura Mord is manifesting. Keel, also in another area of the battlefield, senses the power from afar. Mord then manifests the second level of Divine Blood Awakening. Erna thinks it's impossible, even if he proved to be a genius, for him to have trained enough to elevate his Divine Blood Awakening to the second level in 6 months. And she still wonders if it was because he had defeated the demon count in a one-on-one duel, but even that wouldn't be enough. Mord then, with a faint blue aura around him, scares at Ruth while everyone wonders what he had been doing until now. A battle against the Baron of the Demon Kingdom. He fought against the Silver Blood troops, as well as Varen, a warrior of the highest level. The destruction of the Archlich and 2 high-level mages, and defeating the witch cursed by a god and freeing her. And finally, the battle against the demon count a few days ago. Mord then punches Ruth, who blocks with his sword. The enemy grits his teeth while wondering how he's this strong. Our hero then says that the artifacts passed down among the Divine Bloods are copies. Preparing more attacks, he wonders how durable they really are. Mort, with his level 2 Divine Blood Awakening, begins preparing his next attack. He then uses his destructive Mirage Strike, and Ruth blocks it with his artifact weapon. After the block, our hero asks the enemy if mana, Divine Blessing, and Artifact are all he has to show, or if there's more. Ruth then thinks the power difference between them is too great, and he never imagined it would be this wide. Something shines and draws attention to the right of the men. The enemy, irritated, asks what's happening now and how much of his power he's been hiding until now. Mord then uses the enemy's distraction to charge forward and close the distance between them. Ruth manages to bring his sword up and block our hero's punch. Then he tells his rival that the reason for his defeat was not predicting the limits of his own power. Ruth's soldiers are standing still, trying to catch their breath and scared at what they see in front of them. Mord then finishes his statement to Ruth, saying he also didn't know how to predict the strength of his companions as we see Keel emanating power. We then see an elder elf with a ball of energy in his hands. To possess the blood of the elder elves means to be a noble elf, descendant of those who fought against the gods and successors of the Tree of Life. But for a half-blood to use the power of an elder elf, one cannot imagine what it would take. Then Keel smiles, thinking that's exactly how surprised they should be. After all, he himself was surprised. After drinking the nectar, he managed to access and successfully activate his divine blood. Keel remembers Leon being surprised when he showed him and Mord, and the warrior asked if he was a monster, just like our protagonist. Mord explained the theory he had at the time that Keel had gone down a completely different path than them. He explained that with warriors like them, the aura only comes after the divine blood, but Keel was already a magic artist beforehand, so all that was left was accessing his divine blood. Keel then uses the speed bracelet and charges at the enemies, surprising a divine blood enemy who barely had time to defend himself from the sword attack. Dead in the blink of an eye, he was already behind the man. Keel then delivers a powerful kick to the enemy's back, sending him flying several meters with the impact. Not understanding the enemy, he falls face first to the ground. As he tries to get up and recover from the blow, the rival wonders what kind of speed that was. He then hears Keel telling his lightning ring to activate. Looking back, he sees the elf above him using the ability Thunder Dod's hammer. Desperate, the enemy stammers as he begs him to wait. Keel then strikes, causing a column of lightning and thunder to fall directly on the enemy, visible from kilometers away. Ruth elsewhere places a hand on his chest and groans in frustration. Mord then, once again taking advantage of the opportunity, approaches the target and lands a blow right to the face. Then the honest exchange of punches begins between Mord and Ruth, who tries to defend himself the best he can. Soon Mord gets the upper hand and lands a solid hit to the enemy's face. The strike makes him crash into a tree behind him and throws his body even farther. Our hero then says that, as expected of someone blessed by the god of the lake and peace, he's surprised Ruth is still alive even after breaking the artifact. Ruth then begins to beg for his life to be spared, saying he's a high-ranking member of the Silver Blood and can provide useful information to Mord. Mord says he doesn't need his information because he's only level 4 and the truly important intel is restricted. He wouldn't be able to speak it. As our hero gets in front of him, Ruth starts pleading, saying he's sure he can be useful if Mord spares his life. Preparing the final blow, Mord responds to the man that no, he will not spare his life. Mord then delivers a powerful final blow to Ruth. Somewhere far from there, a man notices that something strange has just happened. He then tells the man in front of him that it looks like a need to replace one of the White Silver 24 members. The man in front says it's not a big deal, considering he was only level 4, but the other says the problem is where the screams they heard came from. He goes on to say that he was able to see a great monster. It's as if a monster that spells disaster for them had awakened, opened its eyes, and annihilated one of the White Silver 24. The man in front then says that's interesting and asks if this monster is of divine blood, while the other replies that probably is. He also says they'll see it better once they return. However, he still doesn't know how long it will take to finish what they were doing there. Someone with large hands and protruding nails welcomes the Silver Bloods. We don't see a half-man, half-blue dragon figure. Next, we see a conversation where someone asks where this guy came from, and another says they don't know either. And Keel then tells the masked man not to try to apply the same logic to him as they do to normal people, and that's coming from someone who knows what he's talking about. The masked man then says the elf was a good soldier, but he didn't think he could get that strong, while our elf says it was only possible because of Mord. The masked friend thinks that, aside from being a master-level magic artist, he thought bloodline awakening was only possible for full-blooded elves. Then he warns Keel that if the White Forest elves find out about him, it might cause trouble over a half-elf having access to elder power. Our elfin says it doesn't matter what those trash pointy ears say. Keel flashes back to his childhood of being cast out and stained with impure blood. The other elves saying he was the scum of their race, and that he should vanish from that forest immediately. Our favorite half-elf then says he'll kill all of them if he has to, and the masked man says he'd better stop talking about that and comments that he's gotten more violent since their last meeting. Laughing, Keel then asks if he really has gotten more violent, and finishes by saying it's probably because he's been following that guy around everywhere, as he points to Mord. Erna is all happy with a box full of items in her hands as she asks if it's really okay for her to take all that for herself. She hands the loot to one of her men and asks where Mord is heading next, and our hero says he's going north to the White Demon Kingdom. The girl then wishes him luck, saying that place is really dangerous, and he tells her she has to be careful from now on too. Mord thinks that now is really dangerous for her because she knows the arch-huge secret and plans to do something about it later. Eden says he doesn't recommend she spread the truth or increase support for it right now. The girl gives a big smile and asks if he's finally starting to worry about her. She then says it's not a problem because she and don't really know each other yet, and asks who else she should be worried about. Mord then names the 10 people the Archduke trusts. He then remembers that actually since Verum was taken out, only 9 remain that even knowing the truth, they still chose to help him, except for Castor. Erna then asks if he doesn't find Lord Kessmer suspicious. Our hero says he trusts him, and thinks he knows the man doesn't know the Duke's secret because of Teal. The woman confirms that he's not the kind of person who lies or deceives others like that. But then she remembers that Alan knows the truth and still chose to follow the Archduke willingly. Alan is the firstborn, the one far ahead in the succession race. He's probably the one they have to worry about the most. The girl smiles and extends her fist to him, thanking him and saying now they're finally on the same page. Still smiling and slightly blushing, she tells him she's sure they'll meet again very soon. Mord then extends his hand to hers and says they'll meet again in the north, and that he can't wait. Leon then asks Mord why the hell they're going east and not north, and he explains that there's a place he needs to go first. From the shadows, a man steps out and asks the group if they're really heading east across the border. The man who stepped out of the shadows is a member of the Shadow Wolves named Lowen, and he asks the group why they're doing this. Leah is surprised and wonders if the man had been following them the entire time without him noticing. Two other shadow warriors appear and ask Mord if he knows what he's doing, while our hero says he knows better than anyone in the world. He thinks he needs to keep collecting as many fragments of the world as possible and says he must, and that in any case from there, they will head north. Lowen then says he won't accept it, that Mord is putting himself in huge danger for absolutely no reason, and Mord cuts him off saying that's fine. Then our hero says he appreciates all the help they've given up to this point, but they don't need to follow them any longer. Mord then continues saying that the Shadow Wolves can continue on and head north by the shortest route possible, but they will take the eastern road. Lowen insists that he is of great value to General Ilden, and that their mission is to get him to him safely. He then continues to saying he is an intermediate warrior from the Legion of Guardians, and asks if Mord doesn't think he should follow his command considering they're together. Keel thinks that Lowen has the highest seniority among the Shadow Wolves, and that what he said makes perfect sense, but he doesn't know how Mord will handle it. Mord then says that Mr. Lowen seems to have misunderstood something extremely important, and that he will try to be as clear as possible with them. He then says that first of all, he is not currently affiliated with any organization. Second, he has absolutely no intention of joining their squad. And finally, he was promised the right to come and go freely for 8 months by General Ilden. He finishes by saying that it is Lowen's duty to protect him until arrival in the north, and that he only seems upset because the mission will be prolonged by taking a different route. He then continues by telling Lowen not to try to tell him what to do just because he values his own comfort more, and goes on to say he has two choices. Either they go with the group and help them, or they part ways and meet again in the north. Lowen then, quite angry, says Mord talks too much and starts drawing his sword. He then points the sword at our hero's chest and says if he won't follow his orders willingly, then he'll follow them by force. Our hero looks seriously at the Shadow Wolves group and asks if he really thinks he can force him to do anything. Leah Men from behind tells Keel that maybe he should stop this unnecessary fight, and the elf tells him to wait because it's not a bad idea to show who's stronger here. Lowen with his sword prepares a strike toward Mord while he charges his power into his fist. Then the impact of their blows creates a monstrous crash followed by a shockwave. Our hero thinks that this man saw him fight every battle so far and still challenged him to a duel. While delivering another strike at Lowen, he thinks the man must be very confident in his skills. The Shadow Wolf then delivers a powerful blow with his sword toward Mord, who defends but is pushed back a few steps. Liam then says the man is stronger than he expected, and Teal says Lowen's a legend in their squad. The elf goes on to say that he has already defeated Orders with level 2 Divine Blood Awakening, and he didn't even try that hard in the last fight because they had the upper hand. Leon then asks if Mord is at a disadvantage fighting Lowen. Smiling, Keel says no, but even though he's very strong, Lowen is still only a human, while Mord is a monster. Our protagonist then uses his destructive Mirage ability and lands a direct hit to Lowen's chest. Lowen recalls receiving reports that the first time Mord awakened his divine blood was 6 months ago, and that it's impossible for him to be this strong in just 6 months. Then concentrating his energy around himself and to his sword, he thinks there's no point dragging things out and that he's going to finish the fight with this devastating attack. Our hero then thinks that Lowen is trying to compete with him using brute strength, and he's fine with that as he concentrates his power around his fist. The two then prepare their strikes and leap at each other. Someone tells them to stop because they've fought enough already. Then, a man with a magic shield around him steps between the two. Lowen recognizes the young master as the boy says anything more than this would be problematic. Mord notices the boy, short black hair and an eye patch over his left eye, and thinks he knows him. He then introduces himself as Farwell Nair, a friend of Aiden, and says it's a pleasure to meet young Master Mord. The two men then withdraw their attacks while Farwell Nair, still with his shield ability active, stays between them. Lowen then tells the young master to leave it to him, that he would take care of this small inconvenience. Farwell says that won't be necessary and that it's not like Mord is wrong or anything, but that he seriously doubts Lowen would be able to handle him, and that our protagonist is skilled enough to teach him a lesson. And as he says that, his magic shield breaks from our hero's strike. Lowen is shocked when he sees the magic shield break and thinks that his own strike didn't even scratch it. Farwell then looks at our protagonist and says they need to talk. Looking at our hero, the man calls him by name, and then he says he has business to discuss with our protagonist. Sometime later, away from the others, Mord asks why the man wanted to speak with him privately, and Farwell asks why he's speaking so casually with him. Our protagonist says that he can speak casually too if he wants, and the other says he's not too comfortable talking that way. But okay. Farwell then formally introduces himself to Mord again. He says he's a mage from the Shadow Squad, while our hero thinks that he already knows this because he's one of the main characters in the original story. In the original story, he's the boy who taught Aiden, who lost his family and mentor. The pain of losing a great friend. His family had been massacred by an organization of divine blood half-breeds called Prexeras, and for that reason, he joined Aiden's group to get revenge. The two were very alike, which helped them grow close quickly, and for 2 years they fought side by side, and went through many trials together. They managed to severely damage the organization of Divine Blood Half-Breeds and the Sages of Darkness. Farwell then ended up dying without getting his revenge while trying to protect Aiden. More of them remembers that this only happens 2 years from now, that at this moment the two of them don't even know each other. Our hero wonders how the hell he ended up here, while asking the mage why he came to find him. He then says it's something personal for him and that General Ilden said our protagonist would be Illistova's problem. Mord asks what this personal matter is while the other man asks if he recognizes the name Prexeres. Farwell doesn't wait for our protagonist to answer and begins explaining, saying of course he wouldn't have heard of them, until Mord says yes he has. The mage's croon is surprised that someone has already heard of the Prexeres. Our hero then explains that it's an organization that hunts divine bloods and intends to become the gods of the modern era, and then asks what about them. Surprised, the mage asks if that's really the kind of people they are. Then he asks, still shocked, how Mord knows those things, and Mord thinks that in 2 years he'll meet Aiden, and at this point, he still doesn't know much. So he thinks it's safe to assume that at this point the mage knows almost nothing about the Prexeres and says that it seems like he knows more about them than Farwell does. The boy begins to speak again, but Mord cuts him off, asking him to get straight to the point and asking what he wants for him. He kneels in front of the warrior and says that he will help Mord and asks for his help in getting his revenge. The mage says that General Ilden told him Mord should be able to locate and eliminate Prexeres. Mord then asks what the mage could offer him, and the man says he's a high-rank 5th Circle mage and noticed that Mord doesn't have a mage in the group. He then continues saying that he will use his abilities for the good of the group if they help him get his revenge. Simply and abruptly, Mord then says yes, while the boy is once again startled by how quickly he made such an important decision. Our protagonist then thinks that he's as good a mage as Aiden, and that it won't be hard to get rid of the Prexeres since they're a small organization. Recalling the original work, he says that the organization will disappear at some point in a conflict with the Silver Bloods. But he also thinks they'll rid the world of a lot of evil it would cause until then and take the opportunity to recruit one of Aiden's group members for himself. Then he thinks that just getting the mage into his group is already a great achievement for them. He thinks and thanks Aiden mentally, saying he'll take Farwell for his group. Already sitting with everyone around the campfire, Mord says he'll have to work for the Legion of Guardians for a while for his own growth. That means Farwell will have his revenge immediately, and he asks if that's a problem for him. Leon arrives behind Mord with a box of items while our hero says he can use this time to prove he's capable of helping the mage get his revenge. The mage, seeing the box of items, asks what that is, noticing a scepter, a book, and some other things inside the box. Follow picks up the scepter and immediately thinks he can already say with full confidence that it's better than his current staff. There's also a necklace from the magical archive and mana containment earrings. He continues analyzing the items and sees that the spellbooks are things he would probably find in some ruin or ancient dungeon. The mage points out that they don't have any mages in the group and asks why they have those things, while Leon says it's precisely because they don't have a mage that they keep them. Mord thinks that magic is something very hard to level up without external resources and says there's a massive amount of magical knowledge in the world. In other words, it's much easier to use external resources to evolve your magic than to try to create something new from scratch. Our hero then thinks that he's a more competent mage than Aiden at this moment, that he's 15 years old and already a 5th Circle mage. He also thinks this is the perfect chance to help a mage like him become truly strong. The boy then says he felt he was reaching a plateau in his magical studies and that he'll pay for the items somehow to the group. Mord then says he doesn't need to because that was for having persuaded Lowen. Looking at Leon and Kiel, he says it's really fun making the members of his group stronger. And then looking at the mage, he thinks it'll be nice to see how fast he can grow. Farwell then asks our protagonist how old he is, and he replies that he's 15, while the mage is completely shocked upon hearing the information. The mage says the world is huge, and that maybe he'd never meet someone as monstrous as him at the same age, and Moore asks if he just called him a monster. Farwell then apologizes and says he couldn't think of a better word to describe him, and that he's excited to see where he'll take him. Our hero then, smiling, says he won't disappoint him. Later, in the northeastern corner of the continent in the Kingdom of Efert, Farwell says that even though there are 7 of them, it was pretty easy to cross the border, while Kiel says they're good at this kind of thing. Lowen then asks Mord what he intends to do now that they'd arrived, and our protagonist says they won't do much. Then, turning to his group, he says they'll just destroy a few places. Lowen of the Shadow Wolves. What kind of person could he be? He spent 20 years serving in the White Demon Kingdom, gaining immense combat experience. The warrior was used to battles, fights against monsters, demonification dungeons, and regular dungeons. And even so, he found an ancient ruin about which he had 0 information. He then went to a random village near the border and used a random spell in the basement of the village hall. Out of nowhere, the path for those ruins appeared. Lowen thinks that our protagonist must have already known about the existence of that dungeon, and the older the ruins are, the more you have to watch out for traps. He then sees that Mord is simply destroying all the traps in the dungeon. Our protagonist then tells the group that their roles will be important from that moment on. Pointing behind them, he says they'll be attacked from that direction and asks them to take care of it, please. Then he says that a circle of light will occasionally appear and that one person must be inside it at all times. He concludes by saying that if they don't do that, they'll be attacked constantly, and that would be annoying, while Lowen remains in shock, shouting to ask something. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind the group, and they look in the direction of the noise. Magical Dalims emerge behind them and begin walking toward them. The magic circle appears right at Lowen's feet as he watches. The Shadow Wolf then says it's exactly as Mord said and wonders how it's possible that he knows all this beforehand. With the golems defeated and lying on the ground, he thinks that due to the short time they have, they can't go through all the ruins and dungeons. He continues thinking that they will visit every place they can while advancing north and take all the loot they can get. Leda holds a jar with a golden liquid inside and asks if Mord is sure he can drink that. Happily, he says that's real nectar. Then the rest of the group says they only heard of it in stories and legends, while the mage says it was definitely worth coming here. Mord then says yes. Unlike the fake ones made through the Silver Blood's evil methods, this one was indeed made in the era of legends. He then thinks that this was part of the reason why the Silver Bloods attacked Aiden's family. Nectar from those days was made by sacrificing divine bloods who hadn't awakened yet. He thinks that two of the five he knows to exist have been used, and that he needs to consider the best way to use the third one, which he knows is in the north. Mord observes that Leon's lack of talent will be compensated by the nectar, and that he'll probably reach master level in a few days. Follow then asks our hero what the next stop is, if it's some ruin or dungeon, while Mord says no. Then looking at the mage, he says if the next thing they'll do is a cleanup. Somewhere nearby in a dark forest, a group thrown to the ground screams at someone in front of them, asking why he's doing this and saying that if it's money he wants, they'll give him money. The assailant then says he can get money easily without meeting them, but that he'll answer why he's doing this. The blonde assailant continues drawing a symbol on the ground with his dagger, saying it's simply because life is just like that. He then goes on saying that unexpected tragedies happen all the time in the world and that they were just unlucky enough to be the ones as happening to this time. The blonde man then says it's finally done and stands up, when the man asks what he just did. He then says that the sacrifice must be made while the victims are still alive. The assailant begins forming a triangle with his hands and says the man did well to stay alive this long. One of the victims looks at him in shock and asks what's going on. The man then brings his palms together and the circle he drew with his dagger around the victims begins to glow. Then we hear the screams of the victims from a distance as they are consumed by blue fire. After some time, the victims vanish and the circle stops glowing. All we see the blonde man still smiling with his hands pressed together. Still with a wicked smile, he says that was a good sacrifice since they were magical combat artists. Still looking at the circle, he says that now he needs to find some money. As he checks the card the victims were using or introduced to the man as Emmett, one of the main candidates for godhood within the Prexuras group. There are many secret organizations in that world, and Prexuras is one with a very simple goal. They just want to become gods. Their name is Prexuras, which is also the name of a relic left behind by an ancient god. The relic chose 9 people and grants them powers whenever they make valuable sacrifices. The sacrifices vary, living humans of unique lineage. They can also be strong humans with a lot of mana, and of course, divine bloods. Emmett thinks he heard that the other chosen ones are getting good offerings, while he's here playing the role of a common bandit. He thinks that soon the time will come for him to invade a village and hunt someone truly strong to offer. Then he opens a door and announces that he is back. As he sees no one in the beautiful house, he wonders where everyone is. Next, he hears someone asking him why he's so late. Our hero then, from the top of the beautiful mansion stairs, looks at Emmett while he asks who he is. The bandit then asks more what he did to his employees. Our hero says that he defeated both as they were eating human flesh, and that he still has a complete slaughterhouse set up in his basement. Getting nervous, Emmett says that he knows him then and asks if the one who sent him to do that was another candidate chosen by the relic. As Leon and Lowen join more, he says that unexpected tragedies happen all the time in the world, echoing Emmett's words to his victims. Then the bandit looks up and sees our hero's entire group preparing for battle. Mord then finishes his speech saying that it just so happened that this time he was the victim. Farwell recalls the entire nightmare he went through every time he closed his eyes. The metallic smell of blood in the air permeates through the rain. The screams echo throughout the whole village. A woman pushing him off a hill. As she pushes him, she says that he needs to survive. Then he returns to reality looking at something on the ground in front of him. We then see Emmett missing one leg and both arms with a swollen face sitting on the floor in front of a broken wall. Leon says that this has been going on for almost an hour already, and that every time Emmett is attacked, he regenerates and wonders what the hell the thing is. Falloff thinks that it is an extremely powerful regenerative ability and that he wouldn't be able to defeat someone like him at that moment. Looking at Moore, he thinks that our hero was able to defeat him with great ease, that the enemy didn't have the slightest chance. Our protagonist then turns to the mage and asks if this is one of the men he would like to take revenge on. He then says that you will leave his fate in the mage's hands and that he is weak at the moment, so it should be quite easy for Farwell to decide his fate. The mage thinks that this is a gift he's receiving, that he can get to know his enemies better with his own hands. He then asks the enemy if his name is Emmett and says he has many things to ask him. Next, stretching his hand toward his face, our mage asks that he please not be defeated so easily, and on that day, one of the 9 candidates ceased to exist. Sometime later, Mord's group finally arrived at the White Demon's kingdom in the north. In the meantime, the group destroyed the 3rd soul fragment of the Archlich, leaving only 4 more to be destroyed. They also attacked the county of Huven, which was one of the main arms of the Sages of Darkness, and they also collected more fragments of the world, leaving Mord with a total of 13. Meanwhile, within the county of Huven, a man is surrounded by scattered corpses and the ruins and wonders we did that this time. We then see Mord entering a room as a man says he is early. Mord then, with a serious look, greets the man in front of him, who is none other than General Ilden. Our hero then thanks him for the backup he sent. He continues by saying that in the past, the difference in power between them was immense, and that he always held back during training. Then, approaching Ilden, he asked to train one more time. Excited, Ilden ends up breaking the stone under his hand, saying he intended to let him rest today, but if that's what he wants, then it's fine. The general Lin says he wants to see how much he has improved during this time. Then, already shirtless, the general says that they don't need to worry about how others will see them. Next, he says they don't need to hold back, that they can go wild. Mord thinks that he doesn't need to hold back and study the enemy, and that he will go all out from the start and jump toward Ilden, already activating the second level, his divine blood opening. Defending Mord's strike, Ilden is surprised that the boy has already reached the second level of his divine blood opening. Ilden then thinks that our hero is someone truly talented, and that maybe he is the monster that will surpass even the current Archduke, someone who can transcend his hopes and even the impossible. He then finishes by thinking that if it really is him, maybe they can even defeat Harden. Noticing the tremors and absurd sounds of the battle between the two, Kiel and Leon wonder what the hell they are doing. Meanwhile, the battle continues between Mord and Ilden. Our hero thinks that using the divine body won't make sense against the general, because he is a human like him. In that case, he jumps toward Ilden, preparing his next attack. Our hero thinks that he will activate the divine body to increase his weight tenfold, and that he will also activate the world fragments. He then thinks that if Ilden doesn't give it his all, he could end up dying from the attack. Mord then crashes down on Ilden with all his strength, making the entire ground around the general explode into pieces from the force of the blow. After the dust settles, the general starts laughing and says he can't believe it. He continues saying that he can't believe it even though he lived the same experience himself, that Mord forced him to use that form of his in order to defend himself. Our hero then notices that the general has opened his divine blood at the third level, a level where one embodies the divine power itself. The general then says that he doesn't know what Mord did, but his weight increased a lot, and our hero replies that his did too. Mord thinks that just by looking, he sees no difference in the general, but he doubled his weight and theorizes that he must have used a bit the power of the divine body as well. He continues thinking that only he and Liam have full authority over the divine body, and that the attack forced Ilden to open the third level to defend himself. The general then says that he only managed to understand his power after reaching the third level of his divine blood opening, but that Mord was able to do it much earlier. Ilden then says he assumes that this is due to Mord's journey so far, while Mord thinks that of course it is, since he fought against the god of combat himself. Our hero then asks the general if he is jealous, and he laughs, saying that Mord makes it sound as if he could give him that power whatever he wants. Then Mord says yes, he can. The general is surprised and asks him what he means. Our hero then says that he will be able to fully control that power with his teachings. Then he continues saying that it won't be for free, of course, while the general asks what he wants. Mord then, looking at the general, says that he will want two things. He then says that the first thing is honesty, and he wants them to talk about everything and anything directly, without fear or avoiding any topic. While the general ponders about honesty, Mord thinks that he was never completely honest in the original story. So without delay, Mord then says the second thing he will want, and he says he wants Kiel, the half-elf, for himself. The general then jokes, saying that he sounds like a suitor asking the girl's father for permission to date her. Then he makes a counter-offer saying that he can have Lowen, he doesn't need a scary guy like him. Ilden then asks if there's any special reason why he specifically wants Kiel, and says that the half-elf was just following his orders while helping him. Mord then says that the fact he was following orders doesn't change the fact that he risked his life several times to save him. Staring at the general, he then says that he will take Kiel with him. Our hero reaffirms to the general that he wants Kiel on his team. Ilden then says that our protagonist values Kiel more than anything in the world. Then he says that it's fine, he can have the half-elf, especially since he intended to form a team with Mord as the leader anyway. Our hero then says that he barely joined the organization and is still an intermediate warrior, while the general says it would be stupid to keep him as an intermediate. Then the general tells him to follow him so they can continue this conversation in private. Sometime later in the general's office, Mord says he was expecting this while having some papers in front of him. Then he says that those three are the only people he would consider for his team. Kiel, Leon, who had been with them for some time, and Farwell the mage. The general says that the mage seems to be truly obedient to Mord, and that it's always good to have a mage on the team. He wanted the mage to grow by his side, but his desire for revenge was too intense. He then continues saying that it's a good thing the mage liked him, while Mord finishes by saying that those are the people he wants on his team. The general then asks how much he got from this journey, while our hero thinks about how vague the question was coming from the man, but what he meant was obvious. Then Mord says he knows but completes in his mind that the Archduke is a monster who consumes his own children to maintain his youth. Ilden then says that if he told Erna, it means he considers her capable of surpassing the Duke in power, and that he trusts her. Mord says he believes she is worthy of becoming the next Archduke, but that he finds it irrelevant whether she becomes more powerful than a Kerr one or not. He continues saying that it's irrelevant because it will be him who kills the Archduke. He says he knows the general is looking once a year for someone who can face the seal of the Demon King's incarnation to protect the seal. In the end, he assumes that's why the general is helping him. The general then stands up and asks him how he knows that since only a few people know the truth, and Mord says the divine blood inside him told him. In his mind, our hero says it's obvious he wouldn't believe it if he told more details of how he knows, so it's better to be more direct. The general starts to ask how, but Mord interrupts saying it's time for him to start asking the questions. Then he drops the bomb right away by asking what is the real reason the general wants to kill the Archduke. He then says that taking both of his eyes and stripping him of the Archduke position are not enough for him to want Hardin dead, but Mord says no. He adds that he has to face the Archduke and put his life on the line for him, that at the very least he deserves to know the real reason if he's going to risk so much. The general then says yes and agrees to tell him more. Ilden says he will then tell the story of what happened between him and Hardin. Meanwhile, a blonde man writes a letter in his office. Then he looks forward and asks someone if they came to make excuses for their uselessness. A magical flame appears in front of the man, and it asks if he will allow it to present itself before him. All the warrior responds yes. The flame then becomes a well-dressed blonde man who begins to introduce himself as a second-level executive of the 8 Silver Star Bloods. Then, opening one of his eyes, he introduces himself as Killian. The man then says he's jealous of the boy, to which the boy seems unsure why. He says the boy's exterior looks so youthful despite the ancient and powerful monster inside him. Killian laughs and says that's embarrassing. The man then says that to maintain that youthfulness he needs very high-level magic, and that he must have to transcend far beyond the Knight's Circle. He then asks the young man what he would like to say, and the boy says he came to ask for forgiveness for his failure. The boy says that Mord was Ilden's favorite, that you should have been better prepared, although he wasn't. The older man says it took him a while to arrive in the north as well, and that you must have overestimated his abilities. The young man sincerely apologizes for that, but says he brought something to try and at least partially make up for his failure. Then he conjures a potion in his hands and says it is nectar. Nectar is called the drink of the gods in legends and has the ability to enhance the power of divine blood within a person. The boy then says that it's usually diluted in water and used to reward soldiers, but since it's to express his apologies, you can have the pure concentrate. He then says that before getting the nectar, he would like to ask a small favor, and the man asks what favor he wants to ask. He then asks that they be allowed to intervene in the north to defeat Mord. The man then says that he will eventually have to face Ilden, and the boy says he knows that. Pondering about it, he thinks it would be much better if Ilden were loyal to the Archduke, but currently Ilden considers the Duke an enemy. Then he tells the boy in front of him that you will consider his request, while the boy thanks him and says you will return soon to see him and receive his answer. The young man was about to leave when the man asked him to wait and answer a question. He then says that he probably wasn't the first to work with them and asks who was the first. The young man says that's an easy question to answer. He then says that the person he worked with years ago was Ilden Vernars. Vilden tells Mord that if he was considered a genius, then Hardin was considered a monster. He then explains that he learned to open his divine blood at 16, and Hardin learned at 15, not even half a year after awakening. That didn't matter much to him at the time because he knew he would become Archduke if he focused on doing his own thing. Then men began to talk about Hardin's feats in the streets, saying he completed the demonification mission very quickly, and that he was also in Need Labyrinths. The rumors kept circulating where people said he was the very reincarnation of a god of combat, but the successor should be someone else. Development of divine blood, aura, all the things Ilden learned with his sweat and blood, Hardin achieved as if they were nothing. What sealed the deal was when he was chosen for the duel between the representatives of the Kingdom of Sar and the Empire of Urfin. His friend said that if he did while there, new doors and opportunities could open. It was a shame he was the second, but he could take on anyone. The opponent had chosen a representative from House Ordis, while the Empire chose House Vernars as its representative. As both houses had been rivals for a long time, the result of that duel could stain the image of the losing house for decades, if not hundreds of years. The Kingdom of Sar had control of the western lands, while the Empire of Urfin controlled the east. The conflict that had occurred in the gray area between the two kingdoms led them to war. Despite everything, neither kingdom wanted a large-scale war, and so they decided they would each choose 5 warriors to fight. If the winner of the duel wished, they could continue fighting the next opponent. In the end, the stage ended up being completely Hardin's. No opponent was able to last more than 5 minutes in a fight against him. After that day, everyone on the continent knew who he was. Ilden then began to drink and become very anxious because if things continued that way, the position of successor would be stolen from him. And that's when the Silver Bloods came to him. Mord then asked the general if he made a deal with them, and the man says yes, that they said they would make him a successor. In exchange for help, they would give something they called nectar. Our hero thinks they must have asked a lot from the man to give him nectar as a reward, while Ilden said that he didn't care much about their goal. They seek to create a world where only the divine-blooded reign, and for a Vernar, that's natural. The problem was when he discovered the secret of the nectar. Entering a room full of bodies and pure juice of terror spread everywhere. Young Ilden asks what the hell is going on. A divine blood smiling says that there have to be sacrifices for the greater good, and that those men had very weak divine blood and had no use in that world. The man adds that they should be happy to be able to help in some way. He then understood that the nectar was made from the sacrifice of innocence, while the man said he understood that witnessing animals being sacrificed for shocking at first. The man continued saying not to worry about the promised nectar, but Ilden waited no longer and struck the man in the face. Then Ilden ended up defeating all the silver blood numbers who were present that day and realized he had been complicit in the crime without even knowing. The general then says that was how they began to hate each other and that they tried to interfere in everything he did, and behind the scenes they help Harden become the successor. Seeing that this continued, he then tried to make another decision and went to speak with Harden. He then said that he wanted a spirit of the god of combat, knowing that it was a challenge Harden had no reason to accept. But he accepted Ilden's god of combat spirit, thus accepting the challenge even without meaning to. The result he already knows, and that as a good warrior, he did not deny the challenge and defeated him in front of everyone, ending up becoming the Archduke. He then says that Harden asked him to lead the Guardian Legion and that he didn't see it as an act of mercy or pity. Harden had given him a chance to go to a place far from the whispers of people, and that during the duel at least they acknowledged each other as worthy opponents. Thanks to that, it was possible for him to escape the pressure of his family and the Silver Bloods to become a warrior and only a warrior. However, the Archduke began aging far too quickly without a known cause, and that gave the Silver Bloods the chance to get close to him. Unlike Ilden, Harden accepted working with the Silver Bloods despite knowing or not knowing what they were doing. The Silver Bloods used Harden's obsession with the title of Archduke to manipulate him. In the end, he truly believed he was the only one who could protect the Demon King's seal, and ended up becoming a monster who justified his cruel actions that way. Bilvin couldn't let Harden continue being manipulated by those Silver Blood monsters. That's when he started to hope to find someone with the potential to defeat him, someone who would restore the freedom of the Vernars and a Harden. Mord is then glad he asked the reason why he wants to kill Harden, realizing it's not just for the title, and feels admiration for how righteous Ilden is. He then continues thinking that maybe that's why so many people believe in him and are loyal to him, while the general asks if that is enough. Then our hero says yes, and that he wants to thank him for telling that story. He then asks if Ilden knows about something called the Postscript Stone Tablet. Sometime Megert Teal surprises Mord in the hallway saying he heard that he asked the general to take him along. He then continues saying that the general told him to stay by Mord's side even if it means going against him one day, and asks what the hell he said to make him say that. The elf then asks our hero to do just one thing for him to grant the general a wish, that if he accepts it, he would gladly risk his life for him. Mord then agrees, and the elf says he will make Ilden's wish come true no matter the cost. Then he gets happy and says it's okay, but he knows our hero is a man of his word. Hill pulls our hero, saying he should go see Leon because he heard he has to start from zero due to hiding his identity for so long. Little did the elf know of the great calamity that would befall him the next day. Keelan, just like Leon, had to join the organization and start from zero. Mord says that the identities of the Dark Wolves members were always meant to remain a secret, and that he can't help with their ranks. Our hero says that at least they weren't asked to retake the soldier test, while they question the fact that he's an intermediate warrior and also a team leader. He feels a bit bad for them and imagines it must be like a colonel or lieutenant colonel going back to being a second lieutenant, and decides he'll try to be nice to them. Someone approaches our hero and asks if there's anyone else besides them. Then the major arrives and says he feels like the squad still doesn't have enough people. Mort says that's just how it is, that there'll be a small elite squad. Taking advantage of Farwell's comment, our hero asks him if it isn't a good opportunity to let everyone know about his abilities. He then says he's from the lineage of Britas, one of the 5 stars closest to the moon, and that his authority is very good for research but not so good in combat. However, when he opens his divine blood, he can use his left eye, which remains covered by an eye patch. Keetle then says he thought he was blind in that eye, and he confirms that he is, but when he opens his divine blood, he can use it. When he does that, he takes control of mana residue with his left eye, and Keel quickly asks what mana residue is. He then explains that normally no one can use their mana 100%, and that eventually some mana gets left behind when used. He then explains that he can use that leftover mana with his left eye, recovering someone's mana or amplifying effects. Mord says they can test the real effects during training since they don't have a goob reputation right now for not accepting more members. That means they'll have to prove themselves and raise their ranks within the organization. Leon and Keel, who had their ranks lowered, quickly got excited to level up again. Mord then explains that since they don't have enough members to form a complete squad, they can respond directly to superiors or join up with others. In other words, there's not much they can do at this first moment except train hard during this time. Meanwhile, in the White Demon's Kingdom on the border of the demonified region, a group of 3 warriors is surrounded by orcs. The bald member of the group says that warriors do not retreat and tries to motivate his companions, telling them to hold firm. His name was Aduit. He thinks that there are at least 500 of them against thousands of orcs. He also thinks they called for emergency reinforcements, but it will still take time for them to arrive. Besides that, their opponents are ice trolls. He delivers a cross slash to the ice troll in front of him, nearly splitting its torso in half. Next, he starts observing the wound caused on the troll as it regenerates the cut it just received. The troll then glares at him menacingly. They face the monsters scared yet still with swords in hand. The beast charges at them already with his wound fully healed. The bald man thinks that all of them will end up defeated if things keep going this way. Suddenly, a huge boulder falls on top of one of the giant trolls nearby. The bald man is surprised to see the rock that fell on the monster in front of him. He then thinks about what he should do as an intense light shines above the heads of the other beasts. Then 2 of the trolls look up, just a bit too late, and see something coming down toward them. An explosion caused by the impact of whatever descended into the middle of the trolls sends them flying, while the bald man watches everything shocked. Then we see Mord stepping out from the column of snow and dust he caused by landing among the trolls. Leon says he hopes they didn't arrive too late, as the dust clears to reveal the entire group came down with him. The half-elf then says there are at least 1,000 ice trolls. It should be enough to earn them a promotion. Leon then smiles and says he wants to make a bet on who can defeat the most monsters. Keel agrees enthusiastically, and both prepare for battle. The bald man, still watching and listening to everything, is left speechless and awkward, just staring at the group. The mage says they receive an emergency help request. Making the tip of the staff glow, he begins to say that they are Mord's squad. Somewhere in the snow, we see a beautiful small cabin with footprints and stains marking someone's path up to it. The cabin door opens, and we see a hunter in leather clothes carrying a bear as he enters. Another man, already inside the cabin, welcomes him. He then drops the bear on the floor near the entrance. Right after, he closes the door and grabs a cloth to clean his mace while looking at the masked person and asking what he's doing there. The masked person then says that the general means him. The man, actually revealing herself to be a woman, asks what he needs from her. The other man politely asks her to join the Guardian Legion and help someone. She then asks for a month to finish what she came to do there, while the masked man says that's fine. Then the man asks her name. After thinking for a moment, she says she will use her real name, and he says again that it's fine, Lady Ario. Over time, Mord's squad continues to gain reputation within the Guardian Legion, and people's opinions about them begin to change. Lowen was hired by Ilden to be the new combat instructor for Keel and Leon. Farwell received help from Mord to master the 5th circle and begin preparing for the 6th. Mord also trained for his next mission, fighting against Ilden throughout that entire time. After some time, Mord's squad received their second mission, to prevent demonification together with Hether's squad. Already in the mission region, red-eyed wolves roam freely. The bastard son of Vernars, the intermediate warrior Hether, tells the frontline fighters to rotate quickly, while Mord's team provides support from the rear. Mord quietly watches the combat movement against the wolves from a distance. He then asks Keel beside him why he is using strategies that way. Observing the battle, he says that this amount should be easy enough to handle with brute force alone. Keel then thinks that Mord is only 15 years old and says that he's doing it that way so that the squad numbers can gain combat experience. Our hero questions the need for experience, and the elf says that not everyone's like him, that it's a process people go through to strengthen the squad's potential. Then he points to a tired group of soldiers and explains that sometimes they purposely take on easier missions to train new soldiers. Mord then thinks that he didn't have to go through any of that because of his physique and talent, and that he still has a lot to learn from them. Hether then tells the members of his squad that they're almost at the deepest part, and that the place isn't big enough to have a lord-level demon there. He then says not to let their guard down anyway, and just as he was about to continue speaking, an explosion occurs. A huge beast appears, saying that this is where the Vernar's warriors are then. Hether identifies the beast as a demodified black orc and says it shouldn't be too hard to defeat it if they fight the way they trained, but Farwell says something feels off. Looking into the beast's red eyes, Mord tries to identify the monster. The beast then thinks that they're all in the same place, the human who humiliated him and the group who humiliated the Count of the demonic Tundum, while Mord says he didn't recognize him. The demon, possessing the black orc, then screams, asking if he's trying to humiliate him again, but pulsive energy is already flying in the orc's direction. The blow hits directly, destroying a large part of the area behind the monster, and the impact causes a massive shockwave. Mord then asks if he's only now understanding what's happening, and asks if he's always this slow. The demon then, imbuing the orc with even more power, says that he'll make him regret everything he's doing and saying. Hether then shouts to his squad to get into formation quickly. Next, he says that the monster is a lord-level demon, and looking around, he sees undead monsters appearing from all sides around them. He then thinks that he heard demonifications have become unpredictable lately, but to think it would happen to them now. 50 undead, plus 4 death knights and 1 lord-level boss. He then starts to wonder if it's even possible to make it out of there alive. Leon tells his friends that now is the time to get to work. He adds that now no one can say they're not doing anything. Someone behind Hether then says that they will help too. Looking back, he sees a fist starting to glow with power, while its owner says they'll clear the path and leave the rest of them. Mord then points his glowing fist toward the monsters. One of the Death Knights, laughing, asks what he did since nothing happened. A few seconds later, only half of the monsters' bodies remain to tell the story of what Mord had done. That Hether looks more closely and sees that, in truth, practically all the undead were annihilated with a single blow from our hero. A demonic eye appears in the air then, its fused pupil witnessing the scene that just happened. Mord says he found it suspicious that he could influence things even without having entered the demonification dungeon, while Hether is still in shock from the whole scene. But there's only one explanation for why he seems capable of doing things that should be impossible. Mord then says that he definitely must have a fragment the world with him. The demon then wonders how he knew. Our hero then tells Keel to take care of things there, as he had something to settle with that demon, but the elf says things are basically already taken care of. Our hero then says that undead don't fall that easily as some begin to regenerate. With a burst of speed, Mord leaps toward the demonic eye. The demon, frightened, looks at our hero, who upon crossing through the eye, ends up in the same dimension as him. Hinen backs away and asks what he did to the demon, being a living armor known by the name Wurgun. Mord sees that it's an imitation of reality and wonders if that is really Wurgun's true form. Our hero also notices that he possesses 2 stable world fragments, and that's why he's able to use an alternate reality as a bridge. As far as he knows, there are only 2 ways to do this. Either work together with another world fragment holder, or have many more fragments than the other. Mord says the demon seems to have 2, but something feels strange. World fragments should be linked to the real world because of the divine pact. There's no way to take the fragments to another world, which is why the gods left the fragments behind when they ascended to the heavens. Our hero then says he has many questions he would like to ask the demon. Since he has more fragments than the demon, he can't tell how many the demon has. He can probably only sense that he has many more. The living armor then tells our hero that he is insolent. He thinks he can defeat him in a duel. Mord then looks at the demon and wonders what he's doing and senses someone coming in their direction. Then, looking up, he sees someone breaking through the barrier of the world created by the demon. The monster then stares in shock. Next, he is struck head-on by a giant club. Our hero, still stunned by the sudden entrance of someone into that world, stares at the person who came in and smashed the demon with a hammer. Then the person says that General Ilden sent her there and that from now on she'll be part of his squad. Mord then sees the girl, black hair, blue eyes, and gigantic club, and connecting the dots, he concludes that she is Arya Ranfalos. He then thinks that she is one of the villains from the original work. Arya Ranfalos was a villain who appeared halfway through the original saga and left a strong impression on Aiden. In the original saga, which is full of very powerful characters, the villain cornered Aiden several times, even though he was an archmage. He doesn't know how the girl ended up there, but if Ilden asked her to be there, it must be because she's an ally. In any case, Aling understands how she was able to interfere in the realm created by the demon. After all, she has 3 world fragments, and the girl interrupts his thoughts to say there's something below them. The two then, floating in the void, look at the same point. The demon then appears, asking how they dare mock him, and says he'll make them pay for it. He then tells the girl they'll talk later, but first they have to get rid of this demon. She agrees. The monster then says they are too confident and stretches out his hand, preparing an attack against them. He then unleashes his attack, the Ray of Carnage. Quickly, Mord activates his divine blood at level 2 as the demon's blow comes his way. Dodging the ranged strike, our hero closes the distance while the demon taunts him, telling him to come in. At their punches clash, he tells Mord he'll take him down right there. The demon then notices the girl coming from his flank and asks what she's trying to do. She then starts to create ice crystals around herself, drawing the monster's attention. Meanwhile, Mord asks the beast where the hell he's looking. He then charges at the demon, saying she's not his only opponent. The beast then thinks he's at a disadvantage, that its cord is from the humans. A beating is delivered to the monster as he pleads for them to stop. Mord then says he'll ask only one question. He asks how the beast, who only existed within the demon realm, managed to cross over with 2 world fragments. The demon then says there's no point in hiding it anymore and reveals that he used to be an armor with a special power. He could create more armor, splitting himself, and could share it with others through a contract. He gives the example of the orc Mord eliminated. He also says the weaker ones didn't even need contracts. They naturally submitted to his power and became his possessions. He used them to explore several dungeons, and eventually he found a world fragment at the bottom of a ruin he was exploring. Mord then thinks he must have gotten the other one the same way and tells the demon he'll end the fight like then. The beast begs him to wait, saying he still has things to say, and if Mord defeats him there, the fragments will shatter, and he'll never find them again. Our hero thinks there's no reason to let thousands of people perish over just 2 fragments, so he tells the beast there's no need to think too much. He stares into the flames where the armor's head should be and says it will be defeated here and now. Hether, on the outside, wonders what the hell is going on and what that glow above them is. Leon then says that the girl who appeared jumped into it, so they can too. Lockheil says they don't know if they could get back out. The mage asks them to calm down while something is clearly happening with that thing. Suddenly, the girl with the club and Mord come out of the portal. Heedle asks if he's okay and what happened, while our hero says Wargun really was a count of the demon realm. He explains that they fought the beast and defeated it, while Keel and Leon say that's just like Mord, and Hether wonders what kind of conversation that even is. Then Mord calls Hether, snapping him out of his little world. Our hero then says he did well on that mission and congratulates him on a job well done. The man stood there frozen, not knowing what to do while receiving that praise, and finally he thanks him. A conversation happens where someone asks the girl if her name is really Arya Ranfalos, and she confirms it. She then continues saying that from that moment on, she's part of his team. Mord then says that's fine, thanks her, and says that without her, the fight would have been much more difficult. Our hero then asks her if she could explain it better, how she ended up in his squad, and she simply says she owed Ilden a favor. As she says she's to stay with the group until this dream comes true, Teal and the mage listen closely while she continues. Our boy thinks she's cold in the way she speaks, but doesn't see any bad intentions, especially since she let him keep the world fragments. In the original work, she would take down everyone who had a world fragment and take it from them, but that was after the fight with the fragments escalated. Mord then thinks he has to ask her a different question and says he wants to make sure of something. So he asks her if she has dragon blood. She says no and asks what made him think that. Our hero says she used their power in the fight and asks if he's wrong. The woman then says that doesn't mean she's one of them, that she has no dragon eyes, no dragon tail, and definitely no horns. He then thinks that she's really not a dragon. She's even superior. She's a descendant of a true dragon that fought in Hedvigic gods. Wrapping up the interview, he says they can rest now. Everyone watches the girl leave the room in silence. Leon asks Keel if he knows her, and he says he's heard of her, that she's a secret member, that he'd never seen her before. Leon doesn't understand what Teal means, but puts a hand on Mord's shoulder and asks if she's strong since they fought together. Mord calmly says that, at the very least, she's as strong as he is. Everyone around feels a chill in their bones at the girl's power, because after all, everyone there knows how strong Mord is. A red room with low lighting and several cells is shown. Inside one of the cells, Ario is lying down. She then opens her eye as she hears a man with a cruel face approaching and staring at her. The girl then wakes up, coming out of a nightmare with a scream. Ario clearly suffers when remembering the things she dreams about. In the White Demon's realm, the group walks calmly through the courtyard, with Keel frustrated, saying that Farwell is already an intermediate warrior. He says he's already frustrated enough for still being a normal warrior after a year, and now they go and promote the mage. Mord then says there's nothing they can do about it, that Farwell is an advanced mage and was treated accordingly, while they haven't done enough missions to level up. He continues saying their image improved after the mission they did with Hether, and that he thinks it's time to test their skills. Liam then, seeing what was ahead, says that maybe that really is the best place for it after all. This mission will take them to the depths of one of the White Demon's dungeons to defeat all the monsters there. The monsters, all looking like Edis or ice giants, sarcastically greet and welcome the humans. Then they charge at them, saying they will become their food. We see Mor using his triple destructive mirage skill and hitting a group of monsters head-on. The monsters ask them to wait as our hero's attack struck them. One of the monsters points at our hero and says he has divine blood. Mord, laughing, says it's too early for them to be in shock. He then says that every member of his squad is unique. Sometime later in the depths of the dungeon, they comment that there are Yenis and demons, but this dungeon is truly excellent training. Kiro smiles, saying all the hard work was worth it. Then the group enters a room full of gold and treasures. While Arya fights the demons and Keel gets emotional over the gold bars. Mord says that the same god must have built other dungeons like this. He goes on to say that the existence of this god was forgotten because he lost the battle and control of the north. Farwell says that God must have been very powerful. While Aryo Komi watches the group, Mord says it should be a problem for them. Sometime later we see Leon panting and saying that one was a bit tougher. He continues, saying it was a little dangerous, but it was worth it because it definitely helped with training, not to mention they got some useful items. Mord comes up behind Leon and calls him. He shows him a glove and tells Leon to wear it, while Leon asks what the glove is. Our hero says it's a relic that only those with divine blood can use, exudes a chilling aura, and that if he studies the item, he can use it together with his aura or impulse. Liam gets emotional while Mord thinks it's good to strengthen Leon considering how fast he's evolving, and that he might find another glove in the future. Teal then says they don't need to worry about being weak anymore, but Leon thinks he's talking about him and they start arguing while Mord calls them. As our hero prepares a punch, Leon turns to Teal and challenges him to a duel later to see who's the strongest among them. Liam and Keel are terrified by the sound of the punch our hero lands on a nearby wall. Our boy starts smiling as the dust begins to settle, and he sees that he's finally found the 16th world fragment. Mord approaches the massive fragment and places his hand on it. Meanwhile, from a distance, Arya watches in fascination and approaches to get a better look. The girl then finally calls our hero by his name. Then, with a serious expression, she says she needs to talk to him. Mord then takes her to a distant corner and asks her what reason she has for wanting to speak to him alone. The girl, slightly shy, asked if he heard anything about her from General Ilden. On the day the independent mission was offered to Mord, Ilden also spoke about Aryo. He said that Aryo had been asleep somewhere within the White Demon's realm. 3 men from the distant east found the girl. They called themselves half-dragons despite having immense resentment toward dragons. They performed countless experiments on Aryo, which ended up tormenting her. The 3 needed more people for their tests and started kidnapping humans from nearby villages, which drew the attention of Dilden, who ended up freeing Aryo. Even though she was free, she never got rid of her traumas, and in the original story, she ended up becoming a villain even after getting a revenge. The girl looking at our hero says that's fine then, she won't need to explain anything. She then asks if there's any way to remove that world fragment from that place, while Mort asks why she wants to do that. The girl says she has 3 world fragments, one for each monster that experimented on her, that in trying to hold back her hatred. She says she hates having those fragments. She says she hates having something in her body that belonged to them. Mord then thinks for a moment and says it's relatively simple, while she's surprised and asks how he does it. He then says she just needs to give the fragments to him. Mord says that if someone can be a vessel for world fragments, removing them from her body is relatively simple, and that if she wants, she just has to give him the fragments. To be a vessel for world fragments, one must have divine blood, possess the power of the ancient elves, or be a descendant of a dragon. She then, apprehensive, asks our hero if he's sure it's a simple process, and he says yes, that he doesn't lie and wouldn't lie to her. Next, the girl asks our hero why he is collecting the world fragments. Mord then gets serious and looking at the girl says he collects the fragments because he intends to save the world. She makes a face that shows she doesn't believe what she heard, and Mord thinks he's getting tired of getting that same reaction every time. Then she asks the critical question, if he'll take the fragments from her in case she doesn't want to give them to him. Mord calmly says there's no reason for him to do that. He then tells the girl that he respects her wishes while thinking that the bull isn't for him to use them, but to stop someone from monopolizing all the fragments, and that if he ends up obtaining all the world fragments himself, then he'll become the one monopolizing them. The girl then says fine, as she'll give him her fragments while Mord thinks that was way too easy and asks her if she's sure about that. Arya says it's fine, that they're trash to her, and if he wants them, he'd have them all. Our hero thinks that in the original work, she would do anything to gather as many fragments as possible, and didn't expect that she hated them so much. Then after giving him the fragments, she suddenly screams in fright, asking what is happening, while he wonders why she's so shocked. Then finally, he feels something begin to happen. Mord's vision starts to blur as he sees the girl running toward him. The last thing he sees as he feels something swallowing him are the girl's hands trying to reach him. Next, he blinks and finds himself in a completely different place, wondering what the hell is going on. Then he sees the world around him is in flames and a huge red dragon stands in front of him. While people run in desperation, the dragon lifts its head to the skies, which seem to be on fire. Looking up, Mord sees another dragon, white, flying over the area. The flying dragon opens its mouth as starts charging its power, ready to unleash its skill upon the ground below. As the white dragon releases its magical ice breath, the red fire dragon breathes flames upward. Then someone behind him calls him a fool and asks if he knows what he's done. Mord turns around and asks if the man brought him there, while the old man says he still doesn't understand what's happening. The fragment Arisu gave him contains the power of the Eastern man, which ended up pulling him into his mental realm. Then Mord realizes that the old man before him is one of the ones who tortured the girl, and he asks him why he brought him there. Our hero continues asking why he's showing him those scenes, and the old man says those scenes are truly horrible, and that dragons are evil by nature. Kieran says they did everything they could to stop that from happening, but Mord ruined everything. The old man then, nervous, says to return the fragments to the dragon descendant girl, because the moment she opens her eyes, destruction will begin. Mord then says he won't return them because he doesn't want to, and says the old man was defeated a long time ago. Why bother showing him all this? Meanwhile, our hero says this mental realm was created long ago by that man. He can't tell whether he's lying or not. Then preparing for battle, he continues thinking that one thing is certain. The old man is trying to mess with his mind to make him hate dragons. The old man then, staring intently at Mord, calls him a fool once more. He conjures a circle beneath our boy's feet and says that if he doesn't plan to return the fragments willingly, the old man concludes that he has no choice but to take the fragments himself, while our hero feels something happening to his body. Soon after, both dragons that were fighting the sky descend, one on each side of Mord, while he remains trapped in the magic circle. The red dragon begins charging its flame breath. Our hero looks at it, thinking that of course this had to happen now. The white dragon begins charging its ice breath on the other side at the same time. Both breaths collide in the middle, where our hero stands, causing a massive explosion. The old man laughs and says this is his mind's realm, he can do whatever he wants, and demands that Mord give him the world fragments. Our hero asks what the hell the old man is talking about, and clearly shocked, the old man looks toward the dust from the explosion caused by the dragon's breaths. In the middle of the destruction, Mord, activating his divine blood at the second level, flies toward the old man. As he charges forward, our hero thinks that this mental realm is definitely a curse embedded in the fragment, and that the girl has to endure this problem as well. Then he remembers the original story. After she was freed from that hell, all the girl could feel was freedom. A freedom with being abandoned in the middle of a desert. Not knowing who she was began to drive her mad when the army of treacherous dragons seduced her, claiming they would help her recover her memories. In return, Arya became the dragon's hunting dog, exterminating countless villages and people. Mord then tells the old man that now he understands, that it was his plans that caused all those disasters. Then he concludes the thought that he'll make sure this won't happen again, while the old man says he can't do that. In a blink of an eye, our hero closes the distance between them, telling the vengeful spirit to shut up. Then he lands a precise blow straight to the face of the evil spirit. The hit is so powerful that the mental realm begins to shatter. Next, our hero hears his name being called louder and louder. Then he feels himself returning from within his mind back to the outside world. The girl is in front of him asking if he's okay and what happened. Mord then remembers that in the original story, the girl only recovers part of her memories and ends up being used by the dragons without ever truly learning her identity. He then sets a new goal for himself, not to let that happen again, while thanking Arya for the world fragments. In another place far away, we see someone welcoming everyone as we are shown a beautiful stained glass window. A hooded man that asks what happened to Eltane as he doesn't seem very happy. Another hooded man says it's because he couldn't predict that situation, and that they don't have a good reason to be gathered there today. Then a third hooded man says they've already talked enough about personal matters. He continues by saying that since the executives of the Silver Blood are present, they have many things to discuss and should begin the meeting. As the meeting begins, one of the men asks if the negotiations with the treacherous dragon army succeeded and assumes they didn't, since they're hard to please. Elte then replies, more or less, explaining they concluded that neither side intends to cross the seas for the next 3 years. The other manman says it's good that their expansion has been delayed since they already have enough to deal with the Gold Branch guys. It then adds that he had a very strange dream. One of the men says that considering the other's powerful prophetic abilities, that could be dangerous, and asks what kind of dream it was. The man who dreams says it was kind of blurry. He saw the three of them in the dream. However, there was a fourth person. This fourth person was trying to do something and the three of them were trying to stop him. It seemed like a very serious issue when he can't remember anything else. Another man then says it's hard to predict what could be happening now and asks to be informed if he dreams of something like that again. Then they move on to another topic and question if it's really necessary to talk about that bastard Werners, who is responsible for the mess in the White Silver 24 hours. One of the hooded men then says that Gildan, the blind monster, must really value that boy. The hooded man then fixes his eyes on the topic list while thinking about the name Mord Werners. Elsewhere, far away, Morn and Arya are training in combat. The girl is more terrifying by the day, and Farwell and Keel wonder if she can even control her strength, while Lowen says that's what he was wondering too. Leah then recalls the beating he took from her and says he doesn't know what he was thinking when he suggested training with her. The only person who could keep up with someone like her is Mord, and in the middle of combat, she stops the training and asks him why. She then asks him why our hero doesn't freeze and says that everyone she's fought so far has frozen. Mord then says the girl isn't using her abilities properly and she asks him if he's calling her weak. He says no, but she's strong and that her very existence is strong. However, her ice abilities are tiny compared to her potential, while he thinks that her true identity is only revealed after Aigen is defeated. But our hero can make some assumptions and thinks. A dragon disillusioned with what she is. A being that came from another world alongside the creation of this one. A true dragon with ice powers, and Aereo is a descendant of that dragon. Her ice powers are very weak considering where she came from, so Mord says that her being able to fully use those powers is what will guide her on the journey of finding herself. The girl then, with her giant club, asks him if that's really, and he says there's no reason not to try. He continues by saying that to truly know what she is, they'll need to try many different things. She then, convinced, says that yes, he might be right about that, and that she'll do as he says. Our hero then says it's been a year since he started living Mord's life, and that many things have changed in the process. He thinks he's already collected a total 24 roll fragments, and that if he can combine them, the first phase of his plan will be complete. In the original work, at the moment, Adam managed to form a whole piece of the world using the 24 fragments. Only then was he able to reach another level. Someone then outside the training arena calls out to Mord. Hether says the training arena is wrecked, and that Mord should be thankful it's not completely destroyed, while Mord sees another Vernars behind the man. The man then introduces the other Vernars as Yurik, a newly promoted advanced warrior who is leading his own squad for independent missions. Yurik then approaches Mord and says he's heard a lot about him and introduces himself again as an advanced warrior. Mord introduces himself as an intermediate warrior and asks the man what he's doing there, to which he replies that he needs to ask our hero for a favor. Yurik then asks our boy to support his squad. Our boy asks what kind of help he needs, while the man says they already have the necessary permits and that it's an important mission. He would really like his help. Mord thinks that in the last independent mission he collected several world fragments and that he might get something out of this one too, so he accepts the invitation. Someone else behind them calls out to Captain Yurik. The captain, smiling, says he was going to introduce them anyway, but Mord already seems to know who the man is. The man who is calling the captain that arrives with red hair and recognizes Mord, asking if it's really him. The captain then, laughing loudly, says he didn't know the two used to train together. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy feels the joy drain from his body, thinking how happy he was about his first mission ever. Then he thinks he never imagined he would do his first mission with that bastard. He remembers clearly the day Mord beat him up so badly he had to be hospitalized, and he wonders what would happen if our hero decided to give him a beating again. Then our hero looks at him and asks how he's been. Next, he asks what happened to his boldness and what happened to his face. Our hero also asks how he ended up in that squad, and the redhead explains that after he got out of the hospital, he realized the world had changed. He also remembers that Instructor Gaisley had been fired. Mord asks if he was really fired or just retired, and the redhead says he was actually fired because of the spirit of the god of combat. He then continues saying that the Archive opened an investigation against him after that, and everything he did came to light, and the redhead had to go into hiding too. He ended up wandering for 8 months until he heard about the shortage of men in the north, and that any divine blood who applied would get a spot, and that's how he ended up there. Mord then says that independent mission squads are complicated and asks if the other guy is ready for that. The redhead says that if complicated means having a chance to do something great, then yes, he's totally ready. Our hero then wishes the guy good luck, while clearly the guy wasn't expecting that reaction and is surprised. Next, the captain, who's walking ahead, tells them to listen and turns around to say they can't fail this mission. Then he reveals that the enemy is the former arch-nemesis House of the Vernars, House Ordar, the son of the sun god Radis. He punished all who challenged his god, carving a path of defeated enemies toward the throne through countless battles. He was truly considered retribution incarnate. However, in the process there was someone who blocked order numerous times, and it was none other than the son of the sky god Arita, the god of war of the Vernars. The battle between the god of war and the god of retribution showed no sign of ending and continues as a family feud even 500 years later. The captain continues the explanation, saying he heard that the Order clan wiped out the support troops of the kingdom's army, and now they entered this demonification dungeon. He goes on to say that the dungeon is in the 3rd stage of demonification, which means a dungeon breakout could happen soon. The captain then thinks the Order Imperial Army will wait for the monster escape to happen to flee, since they're especially good at hiding. Mord then says they won't have time to look for the Orders because the dungeon escape will happen first, and the captain asks if he has a better idea. Smiling, our hero says he certainly has a better idea. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the dungeon, the 3 Ordars are talking among themselves, saying they went so far that additional forces were sent to get them. One of the men is named Tefa Orders, and he says those bastards from the kingdom of Vert must really be grinding their teeth. Another man apologizes and says he ended up selling them all, that it wasn't even supposed to be such a difficult mission. Then a girl places her hand on his shoulder and tells the captain not to blame themselves so much. Her name is No Orders, and she says it won't be long until the dungeon escape happens. She then says they should find a place to rest in the meantime. Dickel Orders, a captain, then turns to the girl and says she's right and thanks her. The captain then feels something strange and says someone has entered the dungeon. He then says 4 of them are Werners and that they came well prepared, thinking that it's not just 1 Werner, it's 4. The girl then asks the captain what they're going to do. The captain thinks that if you consider individual combat abilities, the Werners have the advantage, although that's not always the case, but they are outnumbered. He then says it's too dangerous to face that group and that they will retreat. The captain thinks he'll wait a bit longer and try to use the monster as a shield when the dungeon breakout begins. As soon as he finishes that thought, they feel a massive tremor coming from the back wall of the room they're in. The wall then suddenly explodes with debris flying everywhere. Then our group of heroes emerges from the exposed hole in the wall, declaring that the Orders will pay for the sin they committed. Rewinding a bit, we see the plan Mord proposed to get there before the dungeon escape occurred. The idea was actually quite simple. To clean the dungeon, that way to break out won't happen, and the Orders will have nowhere to run. The captain thinks Mord's voice was so full of confidence that he approved the plan that we still had a strange feeling about it. That strange feeling quickly disappeared when he saw how fast they were clearing the dungeon. Mord's unit led them quickly to the dungeon center. The monsters were completely crushed as soon as they appeared, and while the captain's unit was considered veteran, there was no comparison with our hero's unit. He continues thinking that the rumors weren't exaggerated about this group. In fact, they might not even do them justice. The captain of the Orders then says he tried to avoid unnecessary fights, but now he has no choice. He then tells Tifa and Mill not to let him give in his all. He says they will crush those Werner bastards and escape that dungeon unharmed. The captain says those are bold words and says the one who will be crushed is him, and then introduces himself as Pirate Werners, and the other introduces himself as Dickel Orders. Mill then shouts, calling the tall guy, while Leon points to himself and asks if she means him, and she confirms, saying she's calling the tallest of him. She says she doesn't like how he looks all tall and brainless, and says she'll face him, introducing herself as No Orders. Our boy Leon introduces himself, slightly offended by the girl's comment. Keetle starts mocking Leon, saying he's always popular with the girls, while the warrior tells him to shut up. In the original work, it's tradition for the Werners and Orders to announce their names before a fight, so the winner will always remember the loser. Looking at the 3, Mord wonders who his opponent will be, seeing that only one is left. Both Mord Werners and Tifa Orders introduce themselves, while Ario in the background looks sad for being left out of the fight. The other Orders' present state of Werners are full of confidence and prepared to enter the fight too. Ario, who had been watching, concentrates her ice power while eyeing the other Orders. Suddenly, an ice barrier forms in front of them, blocking their advance. Then, standing on top of the ice wall, Keel tells them they have no manners, interfering in a family dispute like this. He goes on to say that their opponents are the rest of Mord's group, Farwell, Heel, and Ario. The fight between the family members begins with Dickel firing a kind of yellow lightning at his enemy. He then thinks he's tired of this kind of fight and that he has to finish off his opponent quickly to go help his friends. Then Tifa shouts Dickel's name, and he looks back to see him being choked by Mord. Gasping, he tells Dickel to run and save himself. Our hero, holding Tifa by the neck, says that even in a guaranteed defeat, he still puts his friends first. Dickel is shocked as he hears Mord say that Tifa Order's determination is impressive. Byron jumps at Dickel, shouting and asking where the hell he was looking, that he didn't pay attention to his opponent. Then, just before landing on the enemy, he yells for Dickel to focus on him. Mord, who is nearby, watches the ground being shattered by the impact of Irik's blow. Our hero then senses that something strange has happened and looks toward where the other two are fighting. Dickel then says he warned them not to do that, while our hero thinks that it's a second-level divine blood awakening, but something is different. The opponent then yells that he warned them not to let him get stronger. Pyrik is leaning against the wall where he was thrown, with the wall behind him completely cracked and crushed. He then wonders what the hell is going on, that the commander can't fight anymore. Bidert then wonders if he should use that. He keeps thinking that if he does, he could definitely bring him down, and as he looks at Dickel, the floor and walls around the man start to crack as he walks. In just a second, the Order leaps at him with an open hand aimed at his face. Face to face with him, the Order says he'll take care of him first since he's the squad commander. Then he strikes the Vernar with force, picking up a ridiculous amount of dust from the power of the blow. When the dust clears, we see Dickel shocked because Yurik had blocked the blow despite its strength. However, it wasn't the commander who blocked the attack, but Mord, who says their commander can no longer fight. Then looking Dickel in the eyes, he says that from now on, he will be his opponent. The commander's body lies stretched out on the ground while someone shouts that he's still alive. Next, some men bring a stretcher and place the man on it, and another says to take him out of there as soon as possible, no matter how. The rest of the men shout that they'll join the fight and put an end to the Order scum, when they're interrupted by someone telling them to stop. The mage Farwell then explains that Dickel's unique power makes him stronger every time an enemy is defeated, and that if he keeps getting stronger, it could be a big problem. He then tells Leon that he especially can't defeat his opponent too quickly, and Leon says he understands. Mord then thinks that this is exactly what he'd expect from Farwell. He saw the change in Dickel and immediately understood what was happening. Commander Order then jumps while carrying a giant energy orb in his hands and prepares to attack our hero, saying he will avenge Tepa. This energy orb splits into several arrows when the commander uses the ability rain of flaming arrows on the enemies. Dodging the arrows, our hero closes the distance between him and Dickel. When he is close enough, our hero uses his mountain-crushing strike. The blow lands squarely on Commander Order, who is thrown backward by the force applied. He then manages to stay himself on the ground after being hit and thinks that he cannot let Tefa's sacrifice be in vain. With hatred in his eyes, he believes that only he is capable of avenging his friend's death. Then those shouts his name from behind, fall into the ground in her fight as Leon. She then apologizes and says those bastards are ridiculously strong and begs him to run and escape. Dickel yells, telling her to stop and wait. He will find a way to deal with that situation. Farmo shouts and tells Leon to stop her from taking her own life as our warrior runs to close the distance between them. The girl then, smiling, tells Dickel to survive and apologizes for not being able to help him more. She then presses her blade against her own throat while Dickel watches from afar. Commander Ordar is in shock and begins to pan heavily. He then mentally apologizes to his friends, remembering seeing Mord defeating Tifa while his friend begged him to run. He then remembers Mill saying the enemies were ridiculously strong and he should run. Then with a scream of despair coming from his throat, he thinks they were only defeated because he was an incompetent leader. Mord puts his hands in front of his face at the explosion of power with this by Dickel as he screams in despair before him. He then says that running is something he cannot do. Keel and Arya look wide-eyed at Commander Ordar. Liam and Farwell also look at the enemy commander, thinking they couldn't stop the girl from taking her own life. Mord then thinks that the commander has reached the second level of Divine Blood Awakening and still possesses the weapon and artifacts given by the Orders. He concludes his thought by affirming that he was definitely the favor of the Orders. As tears stream down his face, Hickel makes the promise that he will defeat all of them personally. Keel asks if they should join the fight alongside our hero, but he tells them to step back. The elf then asks if he intends to face him alone, and Mord confirms that he does. Then face to face, the commander asks if his name is Mord Werners, and our hero confirms, saying the name Dickel orders. The enemy commander says he doesn't know where those monsters came from, but that he will defeat all of them there that day, while our hero says that won't happen. The two then begin to fight at incredible speed, destroying the ground as they go. At the base of the Guardian Legion, Ilden senses two great forces clashing. On one side Mord, and on the other, a descendant of Ordar, then says they have finally met. Someone then asks Ilden what that means. He then apologizes and says he was talking to himself and asks what brought the woman there after so long without contact. She says that Ilden doesn't seem happy to see her, and he defends himself by saying that every time she appears, it's because something bad has happened. The woman says that it's true and that it's always better that they don't meet. She then says that the Silverbloods seem to be observing someone in the north. Asking if he knows who it is, Ilden replies that it is two people, but he can't say exactly where they are, though he knows one of them. The woman then asks if he can tell her who that person is. He then says he will inform her once he asks both of them. Watching the fight, Leon says it's impressive and Keel agrees. The battle's like the definition of war. For a split second, Mord gets the upper hand and lands a solid punch to Dekel's gut. The commander thinks if not for his artifact armor, he'd be toast. Dragged back by the punch, he decides the fight can't drag on. Grabbing his sword, he vows Mill and Tefa's sacrifice won't be for nothing. Gritting his teeth and focusing his power, Dekel gears up for his next move. Suddenly, he calls out to Mord Werners, and he's all, "I'm totally gonna take down our hero," while his sword's on fire, like literally, flames everywhere. Then he goes full power mode with his massive flaming sword, busting out the final flame sword move. Mord, checking out the attack, is like, props to Dekel for the effort. He's all, gotta match that energy. Our hero gears up with a secret Werners move, only for those who've mastered the second level of Divine Blood Awakening. It's called Skybreaker. Dekel, seeing the moves coming, is like, this is it. The powers clash, boom, massive explosion, ground's toast. When the dust clears, Mord's standing, and Dekel's on his knees, calling him a monster. He's like, dude, you could have ended me anytime, but you played with me. Mord's all, just wanted to give you a fair shot. Dekel's like, that's the strong being generous, and mentally apologizes to Mill and Tifa. He tells Mord his bro's gonna avenge him, so be ready. Our hero's quiet for a sec, then goes, cool, I'll be waiting. Next thing, Dekel's down, totally beat. Mord senses something weird around him. It's like a massive energy, like someone's watching. He looks up and sees what looks like Ordar's himself. He's feeling this intense anger and wonders if it's 'cause he beat his descendant. Then a voice behind him says he did well. Werners shows up telling Ordars to chill, the ancients shouldn't mess with the young ones' battles. Suddenly Mord's back in the hall with Dekel's body, still confused. He's like, getting a god's attention means something big's coming. Attracting Ordar's attention means he's crossed a line, so he's gotta get ready and level up 'cause something's on the way. Later, in his room, Commander Ulrich's thinking he blew his big chance, letting greed mess it up. With a serious face, he wonders if he should have used that. Phaon walks in, checking on him. He asks if the commander's okay, and says his unit's getting a reward soon. The commander asks if Mord was always this epic, even back at the Grand Duke's castle. Phaon's like, not this level, but he was always a beast, even among outsiders. The Grand Duke's bloodline does that. The power gap's so huge it can break you. Then standing up, the commander calls Phaon's name. He's like, no need to chase this so hard. He says it took him half a year to break out there and that effort never betrays, so trust and have hope. Phaon's tearing up at his commander's words. He runs and hugs him, promising to do his best and work hard. A new day kicks off at the Guardian Legion base as Ilden asks Mord how it feels to have a senior warrior badge. Our hero's like, no big deal, and the general's like, it'll make things easier now, and your squad got promoted too. Ilden says the Empire sent the date for the body delivery. There's this unspoken rule between the Grand Duke of Vernars and the Great House of Orders. When they fight, the winner collects and returns the bodies. The general says they want Mord to deliver the bodies and asks what he'll do, if he'll go or not. But the hero didn't expect to be picked as the delivery guy. Talking about Dekal's threat involving his bro, the hero asks if the request is linked to it. The Lord thinks it over and figures it's Sorkal Ordars who's calling him out. Sorkal Ordars is a new gen talent, raised with top-notch care, a strong heir candidate. And since Mord's now on Sorkal's radar, he agrees to go. He knows he's gotta own up to the beef he started. So, the Lord says they'll head out in 2 days to get everything ready, but he also mentions someone else wants to meet the kid. After getting prepped, they set off at night. Mord's brain is on overdrive, thinking about this Erisvain dude the old man mentioned, who's somehow linked to Lord Ilden. In the world of MWDW, there are these top-tier gods called the Five, but way back in the day they split up again. There was Arita, the sky god, and then there's Meltis, the land, and Pesaita, the sea. These three were the OG primordials, and serving them, a secret squad called Erisvain popped up. Mord's clueless about what they want from him, but he's sure he'll figure it out soon enough. Out of nowhere, Mord gets this creepy feeling. He tells his squad someone's on his tail, but he's got no clue who. As he bounces, his friends just tell him not to take forever. Mord's on the hunt and stops right in front of this person who's acting like he's invisible. But she doesn't ghost him. She's all, nice to meet you, Mord Vernars. She pulls back her hood, revealing she's Luisa Urusgalda, a saint in the Erisvain crew. Mord didn't think he'd meet her this fast, and even though she looks all sweet, his gut's screaming danger. Like, way worse than anything he's faced before. To test him, Luisa steps forward, and Mord steps back, matching her move, which makes her grin. Seems like he's already figured out her range. Luisa chills him out, saying she's not here to slice him up, but with her being in the crew and packing 2 long swords, it's sus. Mord asks if she's a celestial swordswoman, leaving her speechless. The celestial sword is this cursed skill, said to come from Urus Rera, the sky god's forgotten daughter. She tore herself apart and scattered her pieces, merging with those who could become swordsmen. At least one of her incarnations pops up each generation, rivaling godly descendants, the so-called celestial sword. Mord had hunted for one before but never found it, so he cuts to the chase. Luisa, curious about what Mord knows, rolls with it. She says the crew wants to protect the hero with silver blood. Mord says his squad's got him covered, but she thinks he's being cocky. Still, she says there's more to chat about. Turns out, Mord's the first in 3 years to inherit the sky god's blood. That's why she's here, to check the rumor with a relic buzzing with Arita's vibe. Mord gets that the relic drew him in, and again, Luisa's curious about his knowledge. But then, the blade shines brighter than a TikTok trend, and Mord notices too. Boom. An explosion happens, but instead of wrecking stuff, it teleports Mord. When he asks if the person in front of him did it, it's clear, yep, it's the sky deity herself. First thing Mord says is, he thought Arita was a dude. The deity explains she uses avatars to show up. For gods, gender's no biggie, but since she usually goes male, it's a common mix-up. Finally, Mord asks why he's being hunted, but turns out, this is round 2. Before he rewound time and got the power to mess with fate, Arita saw his end. Mord Vernars, the illegit son of the Vernars house, born at the cost of his mom's life. The one who devoured his mom to be born. On his 15th B-Day, after surviving the divine blood birth, he followed his mom's last wish to the Grand Duke. There, he found the dream he always wanted. A blood-tied man but never called dad, that was hardened to Mord. So, the kid decided to get stronger to earn his nod, no matter what, until the silver blood noticed him when he swiped the relic from Luisa, whom he offed. That day, Mord found out the sky god's blood ran in his veins. So, his situation turned him into the Grand Duke's puppet. Having done some seriously bad stuff, like taking out his benefactor Kesney Winsel, Mord's got a rep. Back when they first crossed paths, Mord was already missing a few marbles. During a mind control ritual, some group decided to off him. Talk about bad timing. Now, with everything flipped, Arita just wants to know who's chillin' in front of her. Turns out, even gods don't have all the deets on time loops and stuff. Arita tries to break it down, saying Mord's more of an effect than a cause. She can peep into Mord's future, but it's like hitting a wall after that. Being both his ancestor and descendant, Arita promises a gift and says they'll meet when he's ready. Boom. Mord's back in the real world. He asks how long he's been gone, but Luisa's all confused. Time was on pause while he was having his divine chat. Luisa senses Arita's got some interest in Mord, thanks to his sky god blood. Mord thinks it's no biggie, since he's got Arita's blood running through him. But Luisa points out, if that was it, he wouldn't need to prove anything. Luisa's like, join the Erisvain. We'll help you with the silver blood. Noticing her vibe shift, Mord's down. shakes her hand, and is hyped for what's next. Later, in the carriage, they finally hit the border. As they hop out, a dude rolls up, asking if he's talking to Sir Mord. Mord's like, yup, and the guy's the local count, Kelpus. He tells Mord the body transfers a go once the Odar's crew shows up. But as soon as Mord crosses the wall, he spots them. No need for intros, the gates swing open, and Mord clocks Sorkal Odars from the crowd. In a flash, they ask Mord who he is again. Sorkal's like, you're way younger than I thought. Feeling a bit roasted, Mord fires back, calling him old. Everyone's got beef with Dekal's killer, but Mord's chill. He tells Sorkal his bro's last moments were honorable. Even though Mill and Tefa Odars were foes, they fought with respect, calming the Odar's crew. Out of nowhere, a blue bird spirit lands on Mord's shoulder, making him curious. But he's more shocked by the message it brings. Mord's like, we gotta bounce ASAP. But even with the heads up, they can't dodge the Silver Blood's trap. Somewhere else, a fallen blonde dude's like, whoa, impressive. He got attacked to make an opening, and an info spirit was summoned. He expected nothing less from a celestial swordsman, and since it's Luisa Uroscalda, he gives her props for living up to her rep. Switching gears, he says getting out of this trap won't be easy. With Sorkal Odar's caught too, it's a bonus. He yells that the kid from before is ready to face him now, but Luisa cuts him off, realizing he's just a puppet. After wrapping things up, she's curious about Carrion's plans. Sorkal wakes up in a new spot, realizing he's in a dungeon. His crew rushes to help, along with Mord's squad, already awake. Sorkal's like, why didn't you do anything? And Mord explains he wasn't there to fight. Since Mord tried to warn them when the dungeon appeared, it sounds legit. Judging by Mord's reaction, he knows something, so he asks what the blonde knows about the Silver Blood. Sorkal drops a bomb, saying he was asked last year to be an executive. Whoa, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So Mord's all like, whoa, these Odars are getting super aggressive, and since Ilden's a Vernars, it's gonna be a tough gig for them to pull off their sneaky plans. Word on the street is that the Silver Blood crew will do whatever it takes to hit their goals, even if it means hunting down Divine Bloods. Yikes. So, being on their hit list is what got him into this sticky situation. The blonde dude's like, oh snap, this attack was totally aimed at me, and judging by their timing, there's definitely something fishy going on. If something went down during a house-honoring meetup, things would get messy, making this a super sneaky move. Finally, our main guy's like, yo, Sorkal, what's the plan now with your squad? He's got two choices. Team up to clear the dungeon or go solo. But Sorkal's got a wild card. Take out the Verners right there. The hero's like, fair enough bro, you do you, and they're ready to rumble. But plot twist. Sorkal's down to team up with the hero's crew until they escape. Mord's like, sweet deal, even if it's just for today. Then out of nowhere, some dude up top's laughing, saying it's hilarious that two enemies are teaming up. He's part of the Silver Blood gang and drops a bombshell. He spills that this dungeon's a god-made trap to weed out the weak, but Mord's not sweating it, cause it was made before warrior gods were a thing. Rumor has it, those who bite the dust here become power-ups for the survivors. Trust issues much? But Sorkal's not about that shady life. He's like, I don't need to off Mord, I'll just hunt down the Silver Blood dude and level up. The hooded guy's fuming at Sorkal's cockiness and kicks off the dungeon madness, but not before teasing a special surprise for Sorkal's big head. Boom! A giant magical golem shows up to teach him a lesson. Sorkal's like, hey hero, no holding back, alright? Mord's grinning, easy peasy, let's do this. They tell the Silver Blood to chill for a sec and vanish, reappearing right in the golem's face, causing a massive smoke explosion. The hooded dude's watching the chaos on a magic screen, not too thrilled. He knew they were strong, but not this strong. Suddenly a sidekick pops out of nowhere, asking about Amal. The sidekick's like, maybe he needs backup, but Amal's all, nah, I got this. The divine blood that bites it here makes the survivor stronger, so I'm gonna handle it. The sidekick's like, alright, but don't say I didn't warn ya. Amal's got a solid crew ready to throw down. After smashing a bunch of golems, both teams are like, dang, these Silver Bloods came prepared. Mord's ready to tackle the root of the problem, but then, boom, tremors hit. Uh-oh, something's up. The Odar's house members start transforming out of nowhere. The hero's like, only those who've hit phase 2 can keep going. That leaves Sorkal and Mord as the only ones who can transform. This dungeon's got some serious divine power blocking mojo. The hero remembers someone special, the great mage Carrion, a big shot in the Silver Bloods, and a top-tier powerhouse in the West. Even though he hasn't shown up yet, his puppet's a tough cookie. Just when Mord thought he had it all figured out, a portal opens up, and out steps someone, giving a nod to our warriors, Mord and Sorkal. Game on, and there he is, Amal, the dude who locked everyone up, flexing his status as a third-level member of the Silver Blood, and he's got one of those 16 celestial steps. He's all, yo, me and my crew are gonna lead you guys to a future that doesn't suck. Mord's not having it though, and he's like, bro, you don't know squat about the future. Amal's just chillin' transforming, and he's like, same goes for you, hero. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they see the enemy busting out divine release. But our hero's like, nah, let's trim down these numbers first. The silver-blooded soldiers are shaking in their boots because boom, the hero's second release phase kicks in, zooming forward. The place was built to squash divine power, so it's no shocker that power's getting nerfed. But that doesn't work on the big shots, like the great Duke Vernars or anyone rocking a world fragment. Knowing this, the hero's like, yo Keel, time to transform. Keel's grinning like he just won the lottery, unleashing his powers, and he's like, is numbers all you got? Then he busts out the Thunder Spirit dance, zapping 3 baddies like it's no big deal. Everyone's losing it because they can't wrap their heads around a half-elf wielding ancient power. But no time to freak out, cause more baddies are charging in. The girl in the hero's squad is causing chaos, and the enemies are like, why's she so OP? One dude's ticked off, unleashing his solid ice magic, freezing everything in sight. But she's just like, nice try buddy, deflecting it with her sword, teasing him to freeze more. She's got a feeling she'll learn something cool from it. Sadly, the hero's crew is getting worn out from the endless enemy waves. Leon's told they gotta hustle while they've still got juice left. But if his buddy transforms, he's like, I've only got 30 seconds. No biggie though, he's determined to make those 30 seconds count. Leon senses something funky in a magic circle under his feet. He's like, hey, besides buffing muscles, I threw in another spell. So Leon transforms to honor Farwell. With Farwell's spell and Leon's gear, the Stone Giant's gauntlet and storm gloves kick in, unleashing the broken mirage attack. Amal's getting salty cause his plan's going sideways, but the hero's like, yo, where you looking dude? He's right there with Sorkal, ready to throw down. Amal's getting ticked at their cockiness, so he unleashes a scary energy vortex, I don't know how you transformed, but it won't change the endgame. Cause duh, the hero realizes Amal just used the 3rd phase of divine blood release. Our hero's not scared, so he charges in with a mega punch to the gut. But of course, it's not that easy cause a shield blocks him like it's nothing. Amal's all, confused bro? Surprised by my power? This is the Kragis shield, a unique authority that's both defense and attack, like blade shields. Amal's like, you should be proud dude, cause using this power means you pushed me to it. The hero's mind's clear as day seeing this shield authority. There's only one god who's got warriors' backs with shields, and that's the shield god Kragis. Only the Eklund lineage nobles can pull off this authority. But then, another enemy's magic lights up, showing it's from the Papers lineage, the guardian god of records. Even in this mess, the hero's not whining. Cause when he peeks at the other side, Sorkal's soloing a bunch of baddies, so he's gotta keep up, no slacking. Mord's impressed by Amal's hustle, but he's like, dude, this ain't gonna end well for you. Another punch slams into the young dude's shield, and the enemy's starting to sweat about our hero's power. In a flash, he totally shuts down the enemy's authority and dodges those shields like a pro. Amal's thinking the hero's a total beast, but that just fires him up more to take him down. The boss tells Ezda to push the kid, trying to lure him in without any slip-ups. So, she jumps in, casting some epic 8th circle magic called Annihilator Inferno on the hero. But our hero's rock solid, dodging before the magic even gets close. Mord's got plans to boot the girl out first, but Amal's onto him just in time. He bolts, yelling that he won't let that happen. No way. He yells the hero's name, chucking his shields at him, but the hero's grinning, totally unfazed. He uses those shields as stepping stones, moving forward like a boss. With just one more hurdle, Ezda's freaking out, and Amal's yelling for her to keep it together. There's still a shield, and she's about to bail on her mission. Then, trusting the shield in front of her, she powers up for a counterattack spell. But just as she's convincing herself Mord won't take her out, her staff snaps, and she's hit so hard it's almost sad, making Amal lose it completely. Ezda crashes to the ground, slamming into a wall from the impact. Amal's wondering if Mord really took her out, cause no matter how strong that shouldn't be possible. But when he looks into the hero's clear blue eyes, it's like staring at the sky itself. Amal calls the hero by name, skipping the last name, realizing he's not really from the Werners clan. That crazy aura around him screams celestial god vibes. Facing such a tough opponent for the first time, Amal's shaking, but if there's even a tiny chance of winning, the rewards are huge. So his hunger to get stronger keeps him pushing forward. Mord's gearing up for a massive counterattack to end it all, and their attacks collide. What Amal's seeing now is the 3rd stage of the aura, which makes 0 sense. But he's still in the fight, ready to flip the script. After all, with the God of Shield's authority, he knows no hit can break them. But right after saying that, he coughs up blood and has a big realization. In his last moments, Amal gets how Ezda was taken out. Mord just threw a punch that transcends space, bypassing physical defenses. Still alive, Amal says he's got a favor to ask. Even if it sounds selfish, he wants the hero to deliver a necklace to his family for his brother. Seeing no bad vibes in his words, the hero agrees to help. In the end, Amal gives the hero a heads up about the 8 stars, and lying there, drained, he thanks him, wishing him luck in his epic quest. Later on, in that dungeon, Keel's feeling some energy, and everyone gets that same vibe as when they drank the nectar. Turns out the dungeon's power-up effect is legit, with 2 peeps hitting the 3rd stage of divine blood liberation and others biting the dust. Even the hero felt the boost in his own bod. The catch, though, is divinity. Cause when he met Arita, he got a blessing to control the sky god's blood power. But for someone like him, with 2 godly bloodlines, he's gotta balance both to level up. And to do that, he needs to tackle tougher battles like the one he just faced. The barbarian girl from the crew strolls up to the hero, saying it's a bummer. Cause when she tanked the freezing attack, she was starting to learn more about herself. Finally, the hero says if she felt that way, she's close to leveling up. And while she's deep in thought, Mord notices no one on Sorkal's side bit the dust. Sorkal's worried, realizing he pushed himself too hard. With his buddies not fit to fight, it's the perfect setup to get wiped out. So, before anything else, Sorkal offers his life to the hero. But as his last wish, he asks him to spare his crew from the same fate. He knows it's a big ask and stakes his honor and name on it. The main dude just shrugs, saying he has no clue what's going on, but plot twist, he hands over a box of healing potions for the injured, and even lets them grab some loot if they want while they get ready to bounce. So, when asked, he tells the blondie to hurry up so they don't hold up the squad. In the end, even with a chance to finish off his foes, Mord sticks to his word till the very end. Flashback time, Sorkal's bro interrupts his training sesh. But it's just to say he looks up to him and wants to be a legendary warrior too. Sorkal promises to get his lil bro out of this family drama, and even though he missed his growth spurt while he was MIA, it's clear Dekal leveled up to a top-tier warrior. Despite their beef, Sorkal shouts out the main dude's name and gives him props as a legit warrior. He also warns that this won't stop him from avenging his bro. But, even if he flops at revenge, he says he won't hold a grudge, so the hero's all hyped for it. The portal opens, and the hero remembers Sorkal's past, dreaming of being the family boss but losing to a rival backed by the silver blood. Later, under the new boss's orders, he met his end against Aiden's crew. But now, like them, this Sorkal got a power-up from the dungeon's blessing. And because of this, destiny might just take a little detour. Fast forward to the next morning, everyone's back safe and sound. Party time. Mord chats with Count Kelpas, who's got a burning question. When the dungeon popped up, a survivor the boy helped escape mentioned it was a silver blood trap. Then he asks if the boy's beefing with them. Kelpas knows them from past dealings. The Count wonders why they attacked him. Even Odar's squad was there. Without spilling all the tea, the hero says he's embarrassed them too many times, so now they're enemies. Keel jumps in to break it down better. From the chat, Kelpas realizes he doesn't know the full scoop on the organization. So, the blonde warns if the Silver Blood crew gains power, the world's gonna be run by divine bloods. Kelpas gets the gist, but Keel says it's even sketchier, because they're not just after power, they want everyone in the same club. For the Count, uniting the whole continent is a pipe dream, but he gets there serious, so he says he'll keep it in mind and be picky with allies. Later, the main dude gives the elf props for spilling the story without flinching, but Keel says it's no biggie. After all, he just told the Count what he wanted to hear, way easier than the real deal. But then Keel asks if uniting the continent isn't one of their goals. The hero explains it's not needed to rule the world, but as his crew gets more curious, Mord spills the beans that the main goal is to wake up the king of the gods. Meanwhile, a bit away, while a noble's doing his thing, blue flames pop up in front of him. Out steps a mage, bowing to show respect, and with a chill but kinda scary grin, he says it's been ages since he saw the great Prince Alan. Just as he says hi to the prince, the mage asks about the Duke being MIA, but gets told to mind his own biz. He's a bit miffed by the sass, since he's a big shot in the organization. But Alan's not fazed, even with his dad not around. And smartly, the mage says he'd never try to boss him around in his own crib. In this case, Alan grins, bringing panic to the visitor as others show up. After all, since the young dude left magic marks everywhere, it's clear he's ready to flex. To have spotted the spell of a top mage like him in a flash, the intruder knows there's someone just as strong. He's shocked someone can see through his spells and thoughts, and even more so by Alan having a squad like the Dark Elves backing him. These are elves who went for immortality, info wizards who can mess with reality in an illusion. Judging by the vibes so far, the others there were definitely Dark Elves. The elves in turn admit they're dealing with a pro mage, but suggest he think twice before acting. Finally, Alan's like, "Spill it, dude, and bounce." So the young guys all, "I'm gonna stir up the golden branch and make them step in up north." The prince is like, "Wait, you wanna mess with Ilden and the elves?" But the young dude's like, "Nah, that's plan B if everything else tanks." Cause the real tea is about the prince's half-brother. Later that night, in a spot with ancient Greek vibes, some guy's bragging, "This is way too easy for me." Grand Duke Hardin Vernars can't even enjoy fighting the dude in front of him, who's the Demon King. Once a year, the Grand Duke's gotta guard the Demon King's seal, who lost his name after getting wrecked by the God of War. Every time the Duke wins, he levels up, and the Demon King gets weaker. But if he loses, he can't guard the seal anymore. Anyway, Hardin's never lost, so he decides to give the demon a shot. He fights at the level his ancestor was when he became a legend. The Demon King's super annoyed by the human's cockiness and charges, saying he'll make him regret it. With the demon's new form, the Duke's like, oh, now it's getting spicy. Their fists collide in an epic clash, debris flying everywhere. The demon dodges and whips up some magic, planning to mess with Hardin. He casts a spell of 10,000 swords at the Duke, so the Duke's like, not today, and uses his Mirage Destruction move. It wrecks the demon's attack and shatters his defenses, making him scream in pain. At this rate, Hardin's getting bored again with how the fight's going. To spice things up, he lets the demon power up to the level he was when the old Duke had him. Trying to boost the demon's fighting spirit, he really gets back into the battle. So, Hardin's ready to play Seal Protector against a powered-up foe using only the third release. Back to the heroes' chat about the Silver Blood's goals, he talks about bringing back the Divine King, but there's more to it. The divine race is basically divine, but the Blood's just a leftover from when the gods pieced out to heaven. Knowing this, the Silver Blood can keep the god's blood and wants to revive the Divine King to snag his blood too. But the hero knows the plan's gonna flop, and the focus shifts to gathering fragments scattered worldwide. This is why the war over the fragments is heating up. Suddenly, the protagonist's got this stressed look and says it's nothing. But deep down, he definitely felt something like true death. At the Silver Blood HQ, aka the Hall of the Gods, that wizard from before is strolling through the halls until he bumps into a familiar face. He's like, I rushed here to check something. Didn't expect to see Duke Eltine, a tier 1 big shot. As they walk, the wizard's like, ran into some trouble with some jerks I left with Duke Maris. Finally, Eltine's like, the Golden Branch folks must be getting rowdy. He also says he'll send nectar bottles for the wizard to recharge, basically keeping him on the job. And it's true, cause the wizard hasn't trained his apprentice to take over yet. But Eltine knows finding someone the young guy will accept is tougher than training him. Soon, it'll be time for Karnak's divine power to be restored, and when it happens, the wizard's gonna be blessed. By the way, he asks if the Dukes heard about Dark Elves and an Archmage in the Vernars. Then, if they hadn't kicked the bucket, Eltine says they should have even more. She says she fought them once, 350 years ago, when they found Maris's first reincarnated body, so it was clear he knew. And the wizard asked about the process, making the Duke say it's stuck as usual. It's been stalled for 19 years, long enough to call it another flop. The way to bring back the Divine King was set from the start. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So, they've got a year left, right? But no way they're giving up on trying new stuff. The dude's got this weird vibe, like he's been here before. Total deja vu moment. The Duke? Not usually into premonitions, but lately, nada. What's really trippy is he feels like someone else should be in this mix. Back to our main squad, the crew's all, yo, did we mess up and hit the wrong spot? But nah, the dude's like, we're good, just as this massive monster starts popping up. After they drop off Tikal's body to Sorkolodars, Mord's crew dives into this white mirage, hunting down 24 fragments. They hit the final ruin, and not long after, they're staring at this super black rock. But plot twist, they get close, and boom, it's a living thing, going full beast mode on them. No one saw that coming, so Keel's like, ice spirits, let's go, trying to fight back. Farwell's in the back, casting spells like a wizard boss, activating his spiritual armor, and rallying all the ice spirits. They charge the giant, leaving a mark on its face. Mord's watching, but things aren't looking great for the squad. The giants all, feel my icy wrath, and blasts them with cold. While everyone's freezing, Mord's like, nah, I'm out, and flies at the enemy, sending a clear message. He'd said before, using Arita's power was tough, only for emergencies. So if he's using it now, it's do or die time. The squad's rushing to beat the monster, and it's about to cast some magic, but bam, it gets smacked from behind. The barbarian girl's like, surprise, and slices its neck with her sword. Leon and Keel jump in, taking advantage of the opening and deal some serious damage. The giant's down on its knees, but the main dude's bummed he didn't get to flex his muscles on it. In no time, the giant's face planting, totally KO'd. Keel's thinking, we're toast, but the hero's like, nah, this is a god's minion. Just like the god of eyes and ice guarded the ruins, this one's doing the same. Suddenly, a new character pops up, giving props to the crew for their win. This entity's like, mortals, you didn't even need blessings or artifacts to win, mad respect. Keel's curious if the monster was supposed to be tougher, and surprise, it was, cause it had all its relics. Mord's not wasting time, demanding the god cough up the reward. The deity's intrigued, offering 3 blessings, but only for 3 peeps. First off, the elf's out, cause he's not human. He's got ancient elf powers, so no blessing, but the god's like, I'll fix your gloves and bracers though. Then the girl's up, but she's not eligible either. Mord's like, can we at least know what she is? But even the entity's stumped. It's like, she's not a dragon, but calling her one isn't wrong. Maybe she's a magic doll? Frustrating, but Mord rolls with it. In the end, 3 team members can't get the blessings, so the hero's got a request. He doesn't want the full blessing, just help balancing the 2 gods' blood inside him. The entity's totally mind-blown that he can keep his shape with 2 rival powers buzzing inside him. So, cutting to the chase, he says he'll dish out blessings and hopes his crew does epic stuff with them. Later, after a bit of wandering, the main dude finds what they were hunting for. There it was, the last piece of the world, chilling inside the altar of the nameless god. So the main dude grabs the crystal, bumping the fragment count to 32. Out of those 32, 24 fused into one mega crystal, making the dude's half-baked inner world way more lit. In this scene, he squats with a rock in hand, doing a move that zaps the rock into his new inner world inventory. Here, Mord hands his subspace bag to Farwell, since it's kinda useless now. And he also shares one of those world fragment crystals, not just with him, but with the whole squad. With crystals in hand, they start glowing in everyone's hands, like they're vibing with their bodies. Then, out of nowhere, everyone feels this wild, unexplainable transcendental thing. Of course, Mord calls Ariu, but she says she doesn't need this kind of stuff. Mord explains that, even though it reminds her of the rough time with the half-dragon, it's not the same deal. He promises no more bad vibes and says he'll handle everything. So Ariu trusts him and goes for it. Finally, Mord gets everyone's attention, having mentioned the items he was collecting as myth leftovers. But today, he spills the tea that these things are officially called world fragments. Keel nails it, saying if they gather all of them, it'll be something that can decide the world's fate. And to explain why he got 2, Mord says it's 'cause he's been around longer. Farwell points out that if someone holds them all, they'll basically have the world in their hands. But he also wonders why the main dude's sharing them instead of hogging them. So, Mord explains that if one person hoards them all, it's not gonna end well. They say the world fragments wake up the primal urge to create in everyone. His mission is to snag as many fragments as possible to stop this, but no need to snatch them from non-enemies. In the end, the big goal is to keep things balanced and not let one person take over. Obviously, the hero's a bit iffy about this balance, but he trusts his crew, so he asks if his squad's down to stick with him, even if things get sketchy later. And as they all shout, "Heck yeah," together, Mord cracks a small smile. The next day, he's asked if the main dude nailed his mission. He says he did, 'cause he even found the thing his boss was meant to find. After giving props to the main dude, the Lord wants the scoop on what went down at the border. Now with a celestial sword, the hero spills the tea from the Louisa adventure to the ambush Amal set up. Here, the Lord says the Odars must have realized how awesome they are, and judges Amal's part, but mainly hypes up the boys' wins. He always knew Mord was a legend, but never thought Arita's blood was in him. Switching gears, he's asked if he's got a plan for what's next. Mord says getting the nameless god's blessing was one of his moves, and he plans to use the divine bloodstone, which he hasn't spilled where he got it. The hero reveals he got it from Baden as a thank you for saving him earlier. They say the divine bloodstone's a one-time use kinda deal. The elder asks the hero to ditch this plan, and, to explain why, asks to use his own stone. Ilden was famous for making only one of these ever, and offering it to the hero was unheard of, even in Sadakma. Mord agrees without a second thought, then gets called for the blessing ritual at the God of War's temple. But before that, the hero says he's got something for the Lord, which is, surprise surprise, a world fragment, even though Keel already spilled the hero's plan. Ilden still doesn't get why he's being given this. He's stoked that Mord trusts him, but doesn't think he's the best guardian. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So the hero's all, "Hey, you wanna know the real deal about this thing?" to the elder. Fast forward a bit, and Mord's chillin' in this epic research chamber inside a temple. They walk in, and boom, someone's like, "Yo, long time no see." Meet High Priest Houston, who's ready to kick off this ritual party. Our hero's all, "Hey, I'm the new kid." And Houston's like, "Heard a lot about you, dude." Ilden's like, "We're here for the divine bloodstone ritual, remember?" Houston's super curious cause the big boss himself set this up. Finally, they're told the ritual's good to go. The hero and his buddy meet the squad who'll run the show. Ilden's like, "Just follow the steps, easy peasy." He grabs the divine bloodstone, and bam, it lights up like a Christmas tree. The energy's so intense, it's like a windstorm just hit. Suddenly, the hero's getting how this whole thing works. Ilden's divine blood gets absorbed, boosting not his own power, but the God of War's epicness. But hold up, the ritual ain't over yet, cause someone steps up. 6 priests, including Houston, gotta channel Vernar's will. They gotta throw down with the hero, and the first one's all in, charging like a rocket. Boom, they clash, and it's like a mini explosion. Smoke and rocks fly everywhere, but guess who's still standing? Our hero. The second priest, down in a minute flat. The third, same story, much to the elder's shock. Then the fourth, and finally the fifth, who's the toughest yet. As he battles, his blessings level up, showing off different God of War vibes. Like, the third priest's got the god's 15-year-old and 23-year-old looks. It's a cool nod to the god's different stages. And the hero's all, "I'll give it my all for the last priest." He unleashes his aura, turning the hall into a storm zone. His fists are ready to rumble, crackling with energy. Yustin dodges, jaw dropped, asking if Mord's really just 15. With a proud grin, the hero's like, yup, making Yustin feel the hype and call it a wrap on the ritual. A few hours later, the hero's off to chat with the wizard. When asked, he spills the tea about meeting Ilden, which took a hot minute. By taking down the 6 divine officers, he maxed out the blessing ceremony, boosting his god of battle blood. Farwell's like, thanks to you, I hit the 6th circle, but Mord's got another surprise from his subspace, ready to hand over. To the boy, it looks like a high-level wizard's spellbook, but the hero's like, nah, it's from an archmage. Farwell's eyes go wide at the archmage title. The hero gets it, 'cause being an archmage is every wizard's dream. When he and Keel found this magic book in the divine blood sorcerer's ruins, Mord knew he'd give it to Farwell if he ever joined up. But to even peek at this book, you gotta be 6th circle level, which Farwell finally is. Mord warns it's a special book, not just 'cause it's from an archmage. Turns out the archmage himself acts as a teacher through the book, which sounds bonkers. But Farwell's not doubting, just pumped to check it out ASAP. He cracks open the book, and bam, he's in a whole new world. Like, literally. In a blink, his room's now a mysterious forest. As he strolls, someone pops up, saying the book was a backup plan, not expecting anyone to crack it open. Then asks if he's the young dude who triggered its magic. So the archmage is all curious about his young apprentice, wondering if he's got what it takes to hang in his lessons. But here's the twist. Farwell's got it all wrong. The dude in front of him is actually his master. The kid's not tripping. He knows this guy taught him magic before. Thing is, the master supposedly bit the dust in some tragic hero moment saving him. Farwell's all confused, so the archmage spills the tea, saying he's not the master Farwell's thinking of. Apparently, he looks like the mage who left the biggest mark on him. But realizing he's poking at old wounds, he decides to switch up his look. And boom, he turns into someone from the Legion of Guardians. Farwell's had enough of these shenanigans, so he transforms and tells them to quit it, unless they're trying to mess with his mind. The mage can tell from Farwell's stance that he's no stranger to throwdowns. But with a killer glare, he warns him not to do anything dumb. His aura hits Farwell like a tornado, making it tough to handle. Plus, Farwell's divine blood starts flying around like water in a fan. The archmage introduces himself again, saying he's just a leftover image. He drops the bomb that this is all an imaginary world and gives props to Farwell for being part of the Breathius lineage and carrying a world fragment. As for his name, the archmage rolls with his title. He brags about beating the gods but got cursed, losing his name and face. Without wasting time, the archmage kicks off the lesson, saying he can teach in all sorts of ways thanks to the fragment. Instead of explaining, he shows off by making walls of flames. Farwell's clueless about where it came from, and the teacher says he'll pass on a creative spell for each level Farwell's at. All of Farwell's spells get locked, except for the 1st and 2nd circle ones, plus the new ones he'll learn. Under these conditions, Farwell's told to cross the fiery forest behind him, and just like that, the teacher vanishes, wishing him luck but leaving Farwell in a total mess. Back in his room, the hero's shocked, 'cause Farwell pops back looking rough. Farwell's shaking, but says he felt like he burned to death twice. 7 hours flew by outside. Now, Farwell's starting to get how the hero felt learning from the god of combat. Seeing Farwell's reaction, the protagonist thinks maybe he was too quick to suggest the book. But just as he's second-guessing, the mage says it was a solid experience. He spills that he whipped up some creative spells during the challenge. Looks like the teacher's not jumping to 7th circle spells, but is slowly dropping 6th circle ones. The protagonist offers to hook him up with 7th circle books for reference, and Farwell's all in. For a moment, Mord sees Farwell as a true genius, not lagging behind Aiden. According to the Dead Mages trilogy, the two are supposed to be rivals, so the protagonist's hyped to see how far Farwell will go. For the castle crew, things are finally looking chill and secure. They've been on 3 back-to-back missions, so they're thinking it's time for a proper chill sesh. Switching gears, a red-haired kid tells Captain Ulrich that the squad's back, specifically, Mord's warriors. Ulrich's thinking peace is a myth, 'cause they're hearing about them again. Anyway, the day's done, and he should hit the tents while the redhead can kick back. But when he gets there, after moving the tent flap, Ulrich's like, who's there? Then, some fire magic thing says it's been a while. It says the plan's in motion and soon the kid will keep his promise. To make up for the wait, a little gift's left on the table. Everyone's heard of the God of War's tears, and they say it's kinda like that. So if Ulrich drinks it, it'll help him get stronger. But judging by his face, he's not too keen on chugging it down. Back with the squad in the icy mountains, the elves all, uh-oh, we're stuck again. They thought they found the ruins entrance, but nope, stumbled into a demon nest, and it was a whole mess. The squad's main gig was to dig up ancient history in the White Demon's turf, but surprise, surprise, it's crawling with tough baddies, like the one they just spotted heading their way. And from the hero's POV, it's a Baron-level demon, at least in Demon World terms. The demon's all, does this cocky human think he can just waltz in and leave without a scratch? He brags about other lords bringing their armies, but Farwell's like, nah, they won't. Especially since he already intercepted all their spirit DMs. but he knows if there's another way to chat, he might have slipped up, which, judging by the demon's face, isn't the case. For some reason, the Baron's got this deja vu with these humans. 3 of them are divine blood warriors, and one's from the elf squad. The Baron's all, are these the dudes who wiped out the Count and his crew? Still, he's clueless about why these punks are in the white demon zone. Facing a Baron-level baddie, Farwell's ready to transform and throw down. But the hero's like, nah, let Leon handle this one. He figures it's a solid chance for Leon to level up against a tough foe. So Leon's like, cool, I'll hang back and support. Leon thanks his buddy for the chance and transforms, buzzing with excitement. Leon's all, finally, time to take down a Baron demon. Being treated like a stepping stone ticks off the demon. But Leon's like, know your place, monster, and charges at the same time as the demon, yelling that the Baron's his prize. Leon's life was all about epic battles. When his mom, who always pushed him, passed, he felt free, not sad. Leaving his fam, he realized he'd been stuck in a tiny world. Without those chains, he could finally live wild and free. But looking back, it wasn't a life worth living. Leon craved epic battles, but the front lines were full of weaklings. Life was meh until Mord showed up, talking about saving the world, and now Leon's all in. Only after teaming up with the hero did Leon get it. So, fighting for the world, there's no bigger mission. On his knees, the Demon Baron's cursing Leon as a cocky brat. He whips up some fire magic, claiming he'll end Leon, casting Devouring Flame. But Leon's like, nah, and lets the magic hit, then splits it with a wind move. His fists pack a punch the demon's never seen. Scared, the Baron's all, can this kid keep aura up all the time? But too bad for him, he realized it too late. Now, with the upper hand, Leon delivers the final blow. Even after winning, Leon's not thrilled with how hard he had to try. Keel's teasing him, saying he can't keep aura up for more than 30 seconds, and Leon's like, I'll master it soon. The hero thinks the outcome's solid. Since they're gonna keep exploring, they'll have to beat more demons like this. Every time they meet a Baron, Mord lets Leon take the lead. But, even though Leon's all about fighting, it wasn't exactly what he imagined. A bit after the last chat, words out the hero wiped out 7 demon bases. When asked if it's true, he confirms, having taken down 3 demon Viscounts and 5 Barons. With that kind of damage, demons are definitely on high alert. So, the hero knows it'll be tough to hit their HQ again, even though they're done there. Finally, the hero's squad gets major props for being super important. But the boss wonders if it was too quick, cause there might be payback. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get a glow up. The Lord's all, yo, escaping was pure luck, but Keel's not buying it, saying they don't roll with luck. They totally ghosted everyone while moving, keeping their eyes peeled like hawks. Since they can't pull that trick again, the squad's like, let's go all out next time. Everyone gets a pat on the back and a good job sticker for their efforts. Every time stuff like this goes down, the hero's like, this is sus. He drops some wisdom, saying where people gather, drama's bound to happen. But here, the folks who should be on their toes are just chillin', which is obvious to his crew cause Mord's got Ilden's back. Anyway, Keel's like, chill, no worries, if stuff hits the fan, I got this. Switching gears, the elf's all, how long we hangin' here? He wonders if they should bounce after conquering the ancient ruins, but the hero's undecided. They know they gotta hit the continent to find the world's missing pieces. On the same day, 2 warriors have a chat that's never happened before. Leon gets asked if he's cool and he's like, yeah, but I'm shaking. Ilden's like, dude, why so tense? The elder's got a question, and since Leon's all ears, he asks if Leon still got the same thoughts as before. Ilden's curious if Leon's still not down to compete for the successor gig. Leon's like, Mord's got Erna pegged for the next Grand Duchess. So he's confused why Ilden's asking if he's jumping into the succession race, wondering if it's cause he's tight with the hero. Before ditching the fam, all Ilden heard was Leon had a mega inferiority complex, but the elder's all about giving props for Leon's glow up over the past year. With his new skills, Ilden thinks Leon could totally aim for the successor spot again. He asks Leon's take, but Leon's like, nah, not interested in being the next Grand Duke. Leon thinks it'd be whack for someone who left the fam in shame to come back now. Plus, with Mord backing Erna, her win's a done deal. Back when he was in the running, Leon was surrounded by power-hungry peeps, making him see life differently. His mom was one of those power chasers, but life's got bigger fish to fry. Only after meeting Mord did Leon finally cut those ties. So respecting Leon's choice, Ilden's like, cool, won't bug you again. And since they finally had this one-on-one, the elder's like, I'll handle the hero's request. Apparently Mord didn't spill the beans, so Ilden's like, the request's just to see how much Leon's leveled up in real combat. Even if it sounds sketchy, Leon's got no choice but to roll with it. Back in the Ice Kingdom, the squad's footprints in the snow mark their arrival at the target. Mord's like, is the half-dragon's crib under this cabin? And Ariu's like, yup. Just thinking they were chilling on top of the enemy's base gives the hero the creeps. But Ariu's unfazed, sword ready to go. She charges at the cabin, no hesitation, causing an epic ice explosion. which was her plan all along. From the ruins, a hole appears looking like the entrance. Then, they dive in, free-falling until they land safely. Mord's shocked, cause he thought the place would be trashed. But it's even worse than he thought, which makes sense since Eryu went wild. They wander through the abandoned lab, and in no time, Eryu spots it. There's the specter she mentioned, found after avenging the half-dragons. Even if she wrecks it, it'll come back, so she decided to break it up and freeze the pieces. Mord sees it's not alive, just sealed in ice, not destroyed. Eryu warns the hero to watch out cause things will get real close. Maybe reacting to his presence, the freezing stops, and the dark being wakes up, showing its true form. Finally, seeing it up close, the hero gets why it's called a specter, cause it looks just like the girl. Spooky, right? First thing the girl asks is what's the plan, so he's like, let's team up and take it down. 2 versus 1. Easy peasy. But in a blink, the specter zooms in on the girl and zaps her with some wild magic. Mord's all, what the heck is going on? Then he spots a purple horn popping out of his buddy's head. Dragon vibes much? The hero checks in. You good? Inside Eryu, the specter's all, yo, hero, you divine or what? But then it's like, nah, just leftovers, and gets all salty about teaming up with him. The girl's new vibe is like, I'll deal with this later. But seeing a divine servant ticks her off big time like, ugh, gods and their sneaky plans. With sword ready, the specter's like, attack you divine wannabe. Boom, another explosion, making the mess even messier. The specter, still in Eryu, gives props for dodging, like, not bad for a non-divine dude. Then it's ice skating time, zooming forward on an ice platform. Who knew ice could be so extra? Mord's trying to figure out her new level while dodging like, what's her power-up deal? The hero's clueless on how to fix her, but he's like, wake up or I'll kickstart you myself. When they clash, it's like fireworks on steroids. The specter's thinking, Mord's onto me, so it's like, no more hiding, and goes full dragon mode, roaring like a white dragon boss. As the power hits, the hero's thinking, dragon god power, no divine blood needed. Eryu's power-up is like divine blood awakening, thanks to her specter merge. She knows she can't crush someone who's been through so much, so she's like, who are you? After a pause, the hero's like, Mord, and it messes with her head big time. She freaks out, backing off, cause his name gives her a major headache. The specter's confused, thinking it's some illusion trick. Eryu's mad, yelling, you'll pay for this. Her ice magic's unleashed, and the specter's like, Mord's frozen solid, serves him right. But with a flick, Mord breaks free, showing he's got more tricks up his sleeve. Eryu realizes it's not his power, but something borrowed, and she's curious. She's like, who's this divine servant, and what's going on? Then, bam, another person shows up, asking the same thing. Ilden pops in between them, like, what's the deal? He senses Eryu's energy, knowing she shouldn't be attacking. Mord's confused, like, why's Ilden here? Mord only told his crew, so he's puzzled why Ilden's first on the scene. Ilden's like, I came solo, so Mord's like, how'd you know to come? Ilden spills, felt some crazy mystical vibes even from way out. No wonder the Silverbloods think he's a handful, but before he can spill the tea, the hero's all, yo, Elder, give me a hand here. Eryu's watching this chat and thinks, oh, they think I'm a noob, huh? I mean, one more divine power shell? Pfft, no biggie. Before he can unleash the dragon vibes, Ilden's like, sorry girl, and charges with his glowing fists. Then bam, he sends her flying like a snowball, promising to wrap it up quick. Ilden's all, too easy, and the hero's nodding. Yeah, we got the numbers, bro. Eryu's chill, not hurt, but she's not sleeping on that blind warrior's skills. Still, she's like, even if you two team up, I'm still the boss here. The hero and Elder are powering up their fists to the max, ready to rumble. Meanwhile, Eryu's gearing up too. And then, boom, they clash. Ilden knew she was tough but didn't expect her to be this OP. He's all, we can't keep brawling like this, guys. The Elder's aura trick, total game changer, causing more chaos than ever. Eryu's getting pushed back, trying to figure out what's up with this power surge. She's wondering if they're really that strong or if she's just having an off day. Again, she admits they're strong but wonders why she's feeling nerfed. Mord's like, I didn't do squat, and asks about Rampaloye and the third avatar thing. Eryu's confused, cause that's not common knowledge, but she's ready to spill. But when he tries to explain Rampaloye, he suddenly feels super sick. And then, poof, he can't even remember what he was on about. Way back when, some folks crossed the sea on a wild quest. All cause of some horn, not knowing what chaos it'd bring if the dragon god got it. Anyway, they found what they were after, so it was all good. They discovered the true dragon's avatar. Eryu wakes up from this wild dream, seeing her squad staring at her. The hero's like, you good now? And she asks why everyone's here and why Ilden's chillin'. Plus, Eryu's got a headache, so Mord's ready to explain. The hero asks if she remembers anything, but she's like, nah. Still, she mentions some horn memories popping up in her head. It crossed the ocean, learned about Eryu, and spilled the beans. After the half-dragons dug up the horn, they felt Eryu's vibe, the true dragon's avatar. Rampaloye is probably the dragon's name, making Iryu more godlike than the rest. To the hero, she could be anything from a cousin to the dragon itself. Even though she's not sure, Iryu's grateful. Thanks to him, the half-dragon's curse is toast, and she's got a clue about her past. So, to return the favor, she promises to help the hero however she can. Later that day, back at the castle. In his room, Ulrich's getting comfy with his new powers. The martial arts god's blood, total game changer. First time he took it, he was burning up and had some annoying side effects. But once he bounced back, he was like, whoa, I'm OP now, living up to the hype. Seeing Ulrich's grin, that mysterious voice pops up again, saying the sickness was normal. Cause after drinking the blood, his skills leveled up. But anyway, his life ain't just a party, it's a heads up that the time's now. After the heads up, the flame's like, Ulrich, you're late, dude. Ulrich figures the voice doesn't chat often cause of the risk. He mentions it's been over a month since he got the blood drop. But the flames got new intel on the target, realizing they're not ready. To Ulrich, that's a lame excuse, knowing he can't trust these folks much. The voice talks about Mord's crew, and the captain says they bounced 3 days ago. Alright, so here's the remix for you. So, the whole plan they worked their butts off for? Yeah, it's getting postponed again. Next time, the big brains better be ready to jump into action. No slacking. Back with the squad, someone's all, why you care so much about that dude? Saving Revan now just cause he's beefing with the Silver Blood crew. Ain't cutting it. Then, the main dude spills the tea. Revan asked for a favor. Back in the day, he saved Revan, and Revan was like, hit me up if you ever need a hand. But Leon's catching on, realizing the hero's really chasing after Aiden. Why's Aiden such a big deal? He's like one of the world's Destiny VIPs. Keel's all curious, and Mord's like, his choices? Total game changer for the world. Leon's like, is this kid the main character or what? Mord's got no chill, can't deny it. But then the kid's all, nah, Aiden's more like the heroes. Twin. Since the main dude became Mord 2 years back, everyone's Destiny's got a remix. And yeah, he agrees, but says Aiden's more like Farwell. I mean, the dude's got divine blood and mad magical skills. In Sadakma, they were bros, bonding over shared scars and vibes. Farwell's all hyped to meet this magic prodigy someday. The main dude's like, chill, it's gonna happen. Switching gears, Keel's like, can we hang in there till we get there? It's a 10-day trek. Hero's like, already sorted it, and everyone's shook. Blondie's like, did you call in the general? Hero's like, nah, just got a hookup. The spot they were heading to in 10 days? Total inferno, and Revan's in deep trouble. He's facing a wild enemy who torched the whole forest just to nab them. The enemy's all, surrender or else, giving them another shot. Revan's not feeling it, but knows escape's not an option. Instead of bailing, Aiden grabs his spear, ready to take down the leader. Quick, Sadakma's main dude asks Cecil if there's an escape plan. Cecil's like, fighting's got better odds than running. With the forest ablaze, Aiden's sticking to his escape plan. Even without divine blood, if the forest and wisdom god bless him with wrath, he's got this. Honestly, taking everyone out would be easier than plotting an escape. But if that mystery force from the sky chases them, they're toast. Finally, the enemy leader gets it. This kid doesn't know how to quit. And then she's like, no mercy, finish them. The villain's all, no hard feelings. But then, boom, a force crashes down, cracking the ground. That power? Not on the bad guy's side, nope. It's clear when the villain's crew starts getting wrecked by 2 swords. One baddie tries a sneaky attack from behind, but blink and he's sliced up like a human jigsaw puzzle. The assassin wraps it up, no emotions, and asks if she's facing Mage Revan. She's like, Mord sent me to help, and the crew's still shaking in their boots. She's Louisa, nice to meet ya. Boom, it's confirmed. Louisa's the backup the mage called in. Louisa's like, whew, thought I'd be late, but we're good. Seeing this, the enemy's like, who the heck are you to butt in? Louisa's all, right back at ya. The villain's confused how she's involved without knowing them. Louisa's like, don't know you, but I gotta step in if you're messing with my peeps. The blonde's like, I'm with the Dark Sage Elixin, enemies of Grimolder and the Red Feathers. Hearing all this, the blonde's like, are you in some secret club too? Louisa's got this vibe, you know? She knows those tiny folks won't get it, even if she breaks it down for them. So she whips out her sword and is all, hey, why don't you guys try that again? See what happens. Finally, after what feels like forever, the battle wraps up. The hero squad rolls in, but there's not a single body in sight. Keel's like, man, that Dark Sage is sneaky. Mord's been hearing whispers from the Erisvan wizards, but he never thought Louisa would show up herself. Word on the street is, the hero's crew is chilling safely in a city south of Pestle. Just a few clicks away, there's this epic showdown going down. Miss Louisa, who saw it all, says it was like 2 archmages going head-to-head. Keel's stressing, and Farwell's picking up on some dark magic vibes. He's sensing necromancy and some gnarly curse magic in the mix. Why were they duking it out? Probably to snag the space below, which he guesses is some ancient ruin. Based on all this, Mord's got 2 archmages in mind. First up, Lord of Akrik, Krex, and then the Dark Sage Elixin, but they never threw down over any ancient ruins in Sadakma. They were brought back at different times, but Aiden's crew took them down. So, if they're back now, that's a curveball no one saw coming. Mord's like, we gotta hit up Pestle and get the scoop from Revan. In the chill town down south, the red-haired gang's kicking back. But Aiden's not thrilled, cause they went through all that for nada. After the last brawl, Revan bounced solo cause he was being tailed. But with Elixir in the mix, Aiden knows he can't leave his master hanging. So, he jumps up, ready to jet, even though he promised to wait for Revan and the crew, especially since someone just trashed his detection setup outside, which is a big red flag. The girl's down to tag along, but she's gotta fill in the others. Aiden's got mad confidence in his escape and hide skills, and his buddy's the same, so she just wishes him luck. And with a "be right back," Aiden zooms off. He'd set those spells up in key spots, so someone showing up ain't just a fluke. As he bounces, he spots someone chilling on a rooftop, waiting for him. Without a second thought, he blasts them with some epic electricity. Magic, blowing up the roof. Aiden's all, yo, who are you? But just when he thinks he's won, the other mage is like, nice magic, dude. Already behind him, ready to strike back. Aiden tries to zap Farwell with more spells, but turns out it was just an illusion. The redhead's getting seriously stressed, especially when he realizes too late the real deal's right behind him. He throws up a magic shield, and now it's Farwell who's gotta watch out, cause the redhead's getting serious. Their magic's going wild, and they're trading high-level spells like pros. Aiden's baffled at how he's getting pushed like this, but Farwell pauses to ask if he's Revan's student. When Aiden confirms, Farwell's like, I'm with Mord's crew, Revan hit us up. Still on edge, Aiden's like, how do I know you're legit? Then, someone else pops up to back up the story. Before anything else, they tell Aiden to chill. No need to be so jumpy. But Aiden's on high alert cause he wants to know who this kid is that tricked him and slipped past his spells. First thing the redhead thinks is how awesome our hero is, wondering if it's some Vernar's family magic. He also notices the kid's super chill using his name, and to add to the confusion, the hero's like, aren't you being a bit too careful? Mord's all, yo, we came from way out cause of your SOS, but Aiden's still acting like they're about to throw hands. Then, the redhead's like, my bad, been on the run so long, trust issues, you know? And yeah, he also says sorry to Farwell for the whole attack thing, but the boy gets it, even gives props to the redhead's mad skills. Even though he's a mage too, he admits Aiden's got some next-level magic going on. Mord's just happy they're vibing, even if they met in a totally different way than planned. Finally, Aiden stops dragging his feet and tells the crew to roll with him. He's gonna lead them to Revan. The hero took forever to find Revan's hideout, cause it's underground with a secret entrance, sneaky stuff. When they get there, Luisa's all smiles, waiting for them, giving the hero a warm welcome. Mord's like, thanks for showing up. And she's all, no biggie, a promise is a promise. Turns out, this spot's hooked up by one of the Erisvan allies. They've got connections for days. Apparently, the Dark Sage broke his seal and came back, which they couldn't just ignore. So, the girl leaves it to the hero to chat with Revan about the deets. Revan shows up, giving Mord a shout-out for all the help. Mord's like, my disciple's super proactive, sorry about that. And when he finally does, he gives the redhead a good old lecture. In Sadakma, Aiden hated getting caught up in drama he didn't start, and it only got worse with each disaster. In the end, Aiden's world fell apart after losing everything, driving him to madness and tyranny. But now, things are different, and the hero's curious about the help request. To his surprise, the redhead steps up to explain, but first, he mentions overhearing something from Farwell. Aiden's like, wait, you two are the same age? And asks if they can drop the formal talk. The boy's like, sure, even shocking Revan, who had no clue. Finally, the story kicks off from when his master headed to Sidon. Revan and Andon laid low for a bit, dodging the Dark Sage and leveling up. They started taking down the Dark Sage's bases, getting stronger. They hit a temp base and a research lab, snagging 2 Dark Disciples. Then they scored intel on some ancient ruins they found. Once they had the scoop, they knew they had to beat the Sage's crew there. If they ran into the Sage's forces, no biggie if it was just a couple of Dark Disciples. But, plot twist, the Sage himself was there. Seeing him, they knew fighting meant game over. And just when things got dicey, Archmage Krex crashed the party. Ironically, that cursed dude helped them escape alive. Anyway, the redhead says the Sage isn't fully back yet. His mind and body aren't in sync like they should be. When asked, the hero spills he took down Darren and Heuven. Plus, he nabbed 5 Dark Disciples in total. Mord's like, the Sage is my enemy, so Aiden's got another question. He wonders if now that the big mage is back, things will stay the same. In the hero's mind, since their goals match, teaming up shouldn't be a problem. But Mord's got doubts, even though he says he's down to help. Aiden laughs nervously, calling the hero something else. The redhead explains if the hero bailed, they'd train more cause they can't win yet. If they had to bounce, Mord suggests joining the Northern Guardians squad, especially since Ilden's there to protect Aiden and his crew. For the redhead, it doesn't add up for this general to shield them from a disaster that wrecked nations. So, the hero agrees the Archmage is a disaster, but he points out the world's changed a lot, hinting Elixir might be weaker now. But besides that, He also wanted to check one more thing. The hero asked what the two archmages were hunting for in the ruin, but Aiden was clueless. All he knew was that whatever it was, it'd be super valuable. However, the hero thought it might be some mythological leftover. As Farwell pointed out, just like the three Aiden had stashed away. Once upon a time, a dude found himself locked in a basement, totally hating life. This was the Dark Sage, who, against all odds, was not a fan of being alive. A few days back, he got wrecked by Krex and lost his world fragment, which was bound to happen given his battle state. The sage had tricked his enemy to distract him and break the seal where the world fragment was chillin'. Taking over the ancient dungeon wasn't in his game plan, but in the chaos, he lost the most crucial thing, which made him so mad he almost punched a wall. If Aiden hadn't shown up early, Elixon would have sorted it ages ago. In the end, he did find the world fragment and broke the seal, but felt totally embarrassed. Feeling this way, he swore the redhead would wish he'd been KO'd right then, and he bounced from his prison, hoping those silly warriors were ready for him. Back to the chat, Aiden asks how the hero knows about his fragment. Then the hero asks if he's already in the loop, causing some serious confusion. Mord explains that someone with more world traits can sense if someone with fewer has them, just like Aiden did, knowing the other four had at least one. Mord doesn't say if he wants anything, but lets his buddy explain more. So, Keel jumps in, even though he's not super keen. Finally, he introduces himself and asks if the young dude's down to hand over his 3 fragments. Aiden's like, nah, that's not how deals work, especially for priceless stuff. But the blonde says value's all about perspective and there are bigger fish to fry right now. Keel asks what the boy would do if they didn't help him against the Dark Sage. Aiden's grateful but turns down the help if it comes with strings attached. Actually, Keel says it was just an example and pitches a real deal, offering all the 6 circle reference spells and 5 7th circle spellbooks. Since finding his master, Aiden's leveled up so much it's wild, but after finishing all his master's spells, the only way to get new ones was through research or sheer luck. Compared to long research, learning from books was a solid hack, but he wasn't about to ditch the world fragments just yet. That was until info about the silver blood was thrown in, making Aiden more wary than curious. In this case, Keel explains that when he asked around, everyone said he was digging for info on it, and suggests Aiden should watch who he chats with. Indeed, Mord notices the young dude gets emotional when they mention the silver blood. Makes sense since he lost his whole fam to them, but it's still his call. Especially since if they wanted to snatch them by force, they could have done it already. So, in the end, the redhead wraps up the deal, still a bit skeptical. As promised, the silver blood info was spilled. This is one of the biggest secret squads on the continent, where only divine blood folks can climb the ranks. Also, their reason for hunting divine blood folks, which is to brew potions like nectar, the elixirs, which basically spills the beans on why they wiped out Aiden's whole family. Mord explains that in the 3rd and 4th ranks, you don't need mad combat skills, but he makes it clear that things get real from the 2nd level, especially when the 1st level's almost godlike. Aiden can't wrap his head around gods existing or an organization led by one, but the hero's face doesn't flinch. Naturally, the redhead asked why fight them, and Mord said he was hunted as a sacrifice, so he's down to share the load. But switching gears, he asks the boy to lend his hand for a sec. Aiden's cool with it, so the world fragments he's got start transferring to our hero. With this, he's now rocking a total of 31 fragments, counting the ones with his crew. For now, Aiden's safe from getting wrecked by the fragments, but they gotta keep an eye on him. Finally, the main dude hits up the redhead again, telling him to pick between 2 choices. First choice, head north, or second, throw down with the Dark Sage with Mord's squad. A bit later, a young dude's all thanks for the help in Phalos. Oh, and he's cracking up that they're just now swapping names, and he's Pulse. Then, another person jumps in, chatting with the main dude. She's Cecil, and she's a pro mercenary. No biggie. The hero's like, nice to meet ya, but he kinda saw this coming. She's the one who rolled with Aiden in the OG story and taught him about losing someone special. But now, that's getting flipped cause the Sword of Sedea that took her out is chilling in Mord's subspace. Anyway, since everyone's here, the main dude's like, sorry for being late, but he's more focused on someone Aiden shouldn't know. This person rolls in, saying it's their first chat with the Verners, and he's Redrick. In the story, they weren't supposed to meet for another year. Mord's like, is that really your name? And Redrick's like, yup. Then the hero cracks up, saying it's gotta be tough pretending to be human when you're actually a dragon. Everyone's on high alert hearing this. Redrick's like, what are you talking about? And Cecil's like, that's nuts. But the hero's sticking to his guns, saying there's no point in pretending, especially since he knows Redrick's with the Dragon Force, sneaking around despite the silver blood deal to hunt fragments. Anyway, he's claiming to know all about this dude. In MWDW, Redrick's alliance was always sus, cause he just jumped into a fight offering help one day. He said he had beef with the silver blood too. So, Aiden's crew, desperate for strong pals, took him in without asking, which turned out to be a mega fail. Redrick was a vanguard warrior secretly sent by the shady dragons, aiming to swipe the fragments, and because of his backstab, Aiden lost his love, starting his downward spiral. A buddy who faced danger with them but flipped when it mattered most. This was the warrior now questioning the main dude's claim. If Redrick keeps faking, the hero says he'll drop names that can't be ignored, but the redhead himself calls out his buddy, asking why he's so jumpy. Cause if it wasn't true, he wouldn't be acting all sus. Naturally, Redrick tries to keep it up, but then Mord drops names like Iratisha, Berenshian, and Hartion. Then he's like, need me to keep proving how much I know? Redrick's yelling, asking who the main dude really is and how he knows the Dragon Blood clan names. So, Mord's like, you're a terrible spy, dude. You cracked in seconds. Anyway, the vibe in the room's totally busted, and knowing this, Redrick tries to bounce. Clearly, the dude's freaked but has a plan. He wants to rally his crew and spill the main dude's identity. But he didn't see the boy being faster and catching him during the getaway. After smacking the spy hard, the heroes chill, analyzing everything. Redrick's back in his true form, whining about the effort for this disguise, and says he'll take out the main dude, which, even though he's never seen him like this, doesn't faze the hero. Redrick's ticked off by the divine blood meddling, and using his dragon god power, goes elder mode. Lightning's flying at Mord, but he's zooming faster than they can hit him, and moving quicker than his transformation magic, he lands a solid punch, sending Redrick crashing down. While the main dude's fighting, no one dares to step in, cause it's clear Mord's owning the spy solo. While taking hit after hit, Redrick realizes the hero's not even transformed, and sadly, he figures out the worst thing for his pride, that he might just be a practice dummy for him. In the end, the main dude tells everyone to listen up. To keep up the human disguise, Mord spills the beans that at least 10 real sacrifices should have gone down over the years. So, our heroes all, don't feel sorry for this murderer, okay? And with that, he zeroes in on the spy, ready to make him pay for all the lives he snuffed out. The beatdown was so epic it lasted till the crack of dawn. Now Mord's sure he's flipped Aiden's future, with Redrick already in the squad, so he calls out to the young dude. After exposing the traitor and flexing his strength, he wants to ask again. The same question. Is the boy heading north, or ready to throw down? And after that wild show, Aiden's all in, joining the hero's crew. After all that chaos, Pulse is so mad about Redrick being a traitor, he punches the wall. Aiden's like, hey hero, and the protagonist's all ears. Remember, the boys decided to fight with everyone against the Dark Sage. But heads up, not everyone's in, just him and his master. After finding out about the traitor and seeing the power gap, some folks lost their mojo. But Aiden and Revan? They're high-level mages, tossing around 6th circle spells like it's nothing. And with Aiden's divine blood, he's a total game changer for the squad. The hero's curious why the redhead didn't just head north. Aiden's like, thought about it, but joining the army just for protection? Nah. So the hero's like, can I ask Louisa a favor? Louisa's down, and he asks if she'll spill the tea. On the silver blood to Aiden if he joins Eris Vaughn. She's stoked, nothing to lose. Being the hero's wish, she's in, and it's a win-win for the team. She even asks if the boy's gonna fight the Dark Sages and pledges her support. Then Mord's like, even if we face an archmage? Louisa's chill, saying she's already taken down 3 supreme mages, one by her blade. Mord's super grateful for her backing, thinking she's living up to her celestial sword rep. Once things chill, everyone does intros and swaps greetings. Redrick's world fragments get handed to Keel Leon, but Aiden's not really into it. Now, Mord and his crew have 37 world fragments. Switching gears, the hero's planning to wake up the Dark Sages. The plan? Crash one of their spots and stir up trouble, cause Elixir's bound to show if they cause enough chaos. Even if it sounds reckless, Aiden's in. Taking out Elixir's just the start. Better to wipe out the rest of the crew, leaving right after they chow down. The hero gathers everyone to remind them the missions to take down the Dark Sages and their boss. They all came from different places, but they're united against a common enemy, the Silver Blood. The more people rally against this foe, the stronger they'll be. Elixir's an easier target than the Silver Blood, but after beating him, they gotta keep leveling up. So in the end, they can come back alive and claim that epic win, the goal everyone signed up for. In a not so far off place, a wicked ritual's going down, with dark energy swirling with crimson red. The minions are all like, whoa, is this for real? Their leader's even tearing up, cause her lord's back. Elixir's giving props to his crew for holding it down while he was sealed. His dreams were on pause, but not his destiny. Proof? He's back with his squad, and the big moment's here. From now on, they're gonna reshape the world to their liking. Suddenly, there's a noise outside. As the sage wraps up his speech, the hero's crew rolls up, and Mord steps up to Elixir. Mord's like, dude, you're not all you're cracked up to be. Then the mage goes, wow, sharp tongue for a home invader, huh? But he's more interested in spotting 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Elixir's mind is blown seeing so many of them with world fragments, and by the looks of it, he starts thinking they're way more capable than he thought. Meanwhile, from what he can see, only one of them isn't carrying a single fragment. Obviously, Elixon can't believe the leader's without one, but even if so, he calls the invader to step up, saying he's gonna make him the first sacrifice, personally. A while back, there was this epic party for the start of a new era. A dark follower was all, "With our lord back, no more hiding or fearing other factions." But for such a big day, someone else was like, "Weird, no one's here." So the follower goes, "Chill, we just gotta keep the branch safe." But plot twist, right after, a soldier rushes in with bad news. He yells that the Hurain branch got attacked and they lost contact. The organization was shaky lately with all the drama, but an attack now? Yikes. Out of nowhere, they hear species number 29, meant to be Elixon's vessel, was involved. Then, the commander gets all fired up, declares an emergency, and tells everyone to gear up for battle. They can't afford more losses before Elixon's back in action. Gotta fix this mess. As they're heading to the base, Mord asks Revan if he knows how dark disciples are made. Revan spills that before being sealed, Elixon kept his blood and flesh forever. Then, he put this into humans, giving them his powers. Since Revan's a specimen too, they could probably track the mage by his traces. And when the mage asks how Mord knows this, the hero just drops it. In 10 days of fighting, they've already wrecked a research facility, 5 small branches and 3 big ones. But all this time, the top warrior leader never showed up. Meeting with his strongest might be normal, but Mord feels something's off. He thinks the mage might have gotten into another mess or maybe got absorbed by the silver blood. Suddenly, everyone freezes, feeling something different. The hero tells his crew Elixon's definitely nearby, so the epic battle's about to kick off. Back to now, from Mord's view, he's wowed by how many fragments Elixon's got. The hero thought he'd find 5 tops, but the mage is rocking 7, meaning the Elixon now is way stronger than the one who fought Aiden's team in Sadakma. In the hero's eyes, maybe it's because he's a god of war descendant. But instead of giving props, Mord mocks, asking how long Elixon's gonna keep running, ticking the mage off. Finally, recognizing the young man's Werner's lineage, Elixon says he'll make him pay for attacking his branch and attacks one of the monsters. He starts a strength contest with Mord. Even though it's not human, the hero sees the effort put into this servant. Elixon, on his part, says he dislikes them now more than before. He mentions if it wasn't for that Vernars who crushed his army with bare hands, he wouldn't have been sealed. Anyway, the mage figures the culprits are probably long gone now, but still, he's satisfied to show despair to one of their descendants. Elixon activates his execution light style and throws the 24-fold set at the group. It's heading for the first hit, which is Keel, so the boy starts to worry. Compared to past enemies, not just him, but the others see Elixon's on another level. Keel charges with his fire magic sword and slices a big chunk of that dark magic. Iryu jumps in too, hitting hard at another of the mage's spells, but at impact, she notices something. Farwell and Leon catch on and get ready to react. Cause suddenly, a black hand touches the girl's arms, and as the main character explains, it's the arm of a demon. Elixon's all hyped about the protagonist's eagle eyes for spotting this. He brags about taking down some big shot demon count and turning his arms into his minions. Instead of just yapping, he shows off by sprouting black arms from his back, telling them they're lucky to face him like this. Boom! In a flash, a mega light show lights up the whole mountain, so intense it starts raining. The protagonist's crew scrambles for cover and Keel's just glad he's not toast. But just as he's about to check on Farwell, the dark mage swoops in, right in their faces. No doubt about it, this dude's Renabas. Mord spills the tea, saying he's the dude with both bad luck and good vibes, the rain and flood god. And yep, as predicted, the rain and floods crash the battlefield party. Elixon's ready to rumble, so the protagonist's squad gears up too. The mage locks onto Iryu, sensing her dragonkin vibes. He teases her, saying she'd make a rare science project, which ticks her off big time. Iryu's all in for taking him down, and Mord's already on that train. But first, they gotta handle some pesky problems. Before they can act, something slices through the darkness. Luisa zooms past the warriors, thinking this ancient mage will be epic practice. But she lets the protagonist take the lead, promising to handle the demon arm when it pops up. In the side battle, Leon and Keel are giving it their all. Keel realizes they gotta wrap this up fast to help the hero. Suddenly they pause, noticing something. Boom! An explosion right in front, and though worried, they know they should help. But before they can jump in, Farwell shows up, saying they can't just rush in, especially with so many dark sages lurking, so the trio needs to focus on their tasks. Leon gets it, but he's still annoyed, and Keel's feeling the same. Finally, Farwell leads them to take down the Archmage's minion solo. Back at the main event, Elixon's starting to sweat. Even though he's fresh out of the seal, he's transformed and got loads of fragments. But still, just those 3 warriors are enough to corner him. Mord's feeling the adrenaline, ready to go all out. He's got a good read on the enemy's power, and it's game time. Elixon's more freaked out than ever. The protagonist's energy screams he's a fragment holder too. Elixir thought it was odd when they met, but never guessed Mord had more fragments. The mage was fighting without even noticing something so obvious. So, feeling the heat, he knows he can't slack on caution anymore. Elixir figures the only way is to take out Mord before making another move, and of course, snag all those world fragments for himself. Back in the zone, the mage slams his hands down, activating the Legion of Storms. But the protagonist just laughs, knowing there's no way the mage can react in time. Before the magic kicks in, the hero smashes it with a sky-breaking punch. All that power crashes down on the mage like a tidal wave, and he's shook. Then the protagonist's energy wraps around the mage, and in his final moments, Elixir curses his luck. But at least he spots something in Mord's eyes that explains it all. In the end, as he fades away, he realizes Mord's not from the Vernar's line, but a direct descendant of the Sky God. Elixir never expected to meet such a rare being. Finally, it's all over, and the protagonist's crew, who also won, comes to celebrate. Aiden almost whines about Mord finishing up before they could jump in. Keel announces they've wiped out everyone tied to the evil cult. Finally, Aiden calls the protagonist, and when he answers, the redhead says he learned what he needed from this battle. His vision now, with Mord, will definitely find and crush everything of the Silver Blood. So, with the chance to join, Aiden asks if he can team up with his master on his journey. For a moment, the protagonist's mind is blown by how much the future's already shifted. Redrick, who was supposed to backstab them later, is gone, and Cecil won't die trapped by the cursed sword. So, the hero's answer is to welcome the new squad members. From this moment on, Mord had no clue what kind of dude Aiden would turn into, but he was sure Aiden would be way different from the tyrant he knew in Sadakma, especially since Mord was going to make sure that tragedy didn't hit replay. Deep in a dungeon, Krex realizes Elixir's magic just poofed, gone. Last time they threw down, Elixir cast a spell to track him. Krex wasn't sure what was up, but he wanted to get the 411. Then, out of nowhere, someone pops up to greet his lord. The wizard Carrion shows up with some juicy news, which obviously gets the leader hyped. Carrion spills that the Dark Sage's branch got exposed and Archmage Elixir got wrecked. Plus, he mentions the ones responsible are heading their way. But Krex just grins, asking if he looks like someone who'd go down easy. So, Carrion admits he was stressing for nothing and vanishes, telling his buddy to stay safe. Once alone, Krex calls his sidekick Derek to warn they're being watched by someone serious. He orders the base to move and all members to gather ASAP. Elsewhere, Mord asks Farwell if they're in the right spot. Farwell confirms, guided by Elixir's map, this is the ancient sanctuary of the god of war. Keel wonders if there's anything there, cause the note said Nada, but Mord warns that Elixir only judged what he could see. Looking around the sanctuary, only one way to unlock its secrets came to mind, and that was exactly what the boy was doing, approaching the chalice. He uses a blade to make a tiny cut on his hand, letting his blood drip into the water, which triggers an instant reaction from the sanctuary. As expected, it worked, but even Mord didn't see what was coming next. Suddenly, the hero's zapped to an open place he doesn't recognize. Then, from a structure's top, a young man says it's been ages, and Mord, spotting him, agrees, since he knew the god of war Vernar's well. Grinning, the god of war asks why Mord's being so formal. Mord thinks it's cause he hears how others talk about him. Back to chill, Mord asks what this sanctuary's deal is, and Vernar says it's just something built by his fans. After that, Mord had a long chat with his ancestor. Vernars thanked him for taking down some Order's family members, and Mord shared his run-in with the sky god Arita. Since Mord had gathered many world fragments, Vernar says he's in for a wild ride. He's pumped to see Mord still full of energy, and because of this, he guides him to see who's above them. Something Mord was expecting, cause he couldn't meet Verner's without a strength test. After some time, our hero finally opens his eyes. Ariu, who was closest, said she'd been waiting for him forever. She tells Mord about the others outside taking turns watching over him, and about how much time passed. Today was day 6. Even though time flew inside, 6 days was still a long haul. Makes sense, as he battled various versions of the martial god countless times. And finally, Mord reached the point of using the 4th phase of the aura. Keel rolls up with the crew, welcoming the hero back, and Mord returns the vibe, but spots something off. So, Ariu explains they were as shocked as he was. During those few days he was out, Farwell somehow aged. Despite appearances, Farwell insists he's the same old him. More confused than anyone, the boy's puzzled, but Mord thinks it's a Bredius thing, the god of specialists. It's said to be natural as someone's specific divinity levels up. In Mord's view, his buddy soaked up tons of knowledge from magical tomes, causing this. Then, someone else calls Mord's name and he wants to know what's up. Cause Aiden, usually all smiles, looked worried. Keel couldn't believe the hero just woke up and was already back to training. He thought this was totally over the top, and Revan was on the same page, even if he kept it to himself. Deep down, the wizard gets Aiden's feels, but he's not vibing with his dramatic flair. Honestly, Aiden's being extra emotional, more than his usual self. The redhead points out that Farwell and the crew have mad skills, but he still insists he's the one who wants to take down the Silver Blood. So, since he's lagging in power, he knows he needs a solid game plan to level up. In this scenario, the hero asks if Aiden's down for some one-on-one training. Mord checks if the kid's ready, and Aiden's all in, no hesitation. Then, boom, he's in his divine mode, charging ahead, no time for chit-chat. Aiden clocks the hero's speed, realizing it's way out of his league, but he's got a hunch he might block him with some magic tricks. Mord's coming in hot, showing he's not playing around, and Aiden's sweating bullets until, bam, a massive explosion hits. The hero just blasted through all the redhead's magic with a shockwave. Now Aiden's got to brainstorm a way out of this mess. Seeing this, Mord explains that mages usually keep their distance, but just defending with magic won't cut it. He hints that Aiden's speed could skyrocket if he amps up his aura. Just as he drops this nugget, Aiden turns into a light beam, and the hero follows suit. Keel's mind is blown, like how's a mage even doing this? Aiden's keeping up with Mord, even impressing Revan. Revan always knew Aiden had skills, but this was next level. The mage admitted he joined thinking the redhead might not fit, but now it's clear there's no issue. Aiden kept his distance for a bit, but if he dragged it out, he'd be toast. Finally, even though Mord did better, he gives props to the redhead. Despite the quick rundown, Aiden nailed the aura acceleration tip. So, seeing his potential, Mord agrees to train him whenever he needs. And, duh, Aiden's all in with a solid handshake, officially becoming a disciple. Later, after thanking everyone, Revan pieces out from the squad. The mage had smashed his goal of beating Elixon, and Aiden was bummed about his mentor leaving, but Mord thought he'd bounce back. Maybe inspired by Aiden, others wanted a shot at the hero, like Leon and Keel, though the elf chickened out before getting wrecked. But then Farwell calls Mord over and finally asks about the flame that's been tailing them. Revan had left a hardcover artifact that reacted with Farwell's. Then, out of nowhere, the two merged into this mysterious flame, and it stayed quiet until it casually mentions it's got something planned for the future. The flame says if they're hearing it, it means it never came back. Guessing they'd ask who it is, the magic introduces itself as the Black King of the Great Lukbachan Kingdom, the one known as the Great Mage Krex, who Mord realizes is the same name as the skeleton he knows. Back at the Vernar's base, Ilden mentions he's been MIA for a while cause he's been swamped. He's asked about Mord who went north, so the old dude says he's still kicking. Then someone else pops up saying it's been ages since they saw Ilden. The old man agrees, kinda reluctantly, and greets Hardin, who's standing there. Ilden asks how long his buddy plans to chill on the Archduke's throne, knowing the competition's wrapping up soon, but Hardin's not sweating it and just asks about Mord. So, Ilden wonders why his old pal's so interested in him, but Hardin thinks it's pretty obvious, no need to ask. After all, being curious about his own kid isn't exactly shocking. Switching gears, Hardin says he loved the times he sparred with the old man. The last race to the finish line is still his top challenge, but he awkwardly mentions the old man won't give him those moments anymore, so he's banking on his son. Ilden tries to steer Mord out of the spotlight, but Hardin clarifies he doesn't plan to cut off the one who's gonna save him. In some secret base, the redhead assistants all, "I can't handle this training anymore. I'm so bad compared to everyone else." They've got another dungeon raid tomorrow, and he's worried he'll just slow everyone down. Ulrich's like, "Dude, chill. No one thinks you're a burden." He tells him to keep grinding, and he'll get strong eventually. The redhead grins, thanks the captain for the pep talk, and says he's lucky to serve him. But Ulrich's too shy to agree with him all excitedly. Anyway, he quickly sends the redhead off to rest up for the mission. Later, back in his tent, Ulrich walks in looking a bit puzzled, especially since Helsa's there, waiting for him, which he totally didn't expect. She tells him she's there to say he'll get some news soon. Instead of spilling the beans, she just says it's coming and has one more thing to add. Turns out their crew, Silver Blood, decided to let him join the squad. Even though the captain's playing hard to get, she doubts he'll say no. She warns him to get ready, cause saying no isn't an option. Joining Silver Blood means betraying and sacrificing his own crew. From his face, Ulrich already gets it, but he doesn't say yes right away. He asks if they can convince Fionn to join too. Helsa's like, "No way that kid's gonna join after seeing you betray everyone." But Ulrich insists, cause he sees Fionn as his little bro, and if he can't get help, he'll convince him solo, which Helsa doesn't argue with. Before anything else, she hands him a gift. It's some gear that boosts what Ulrich's been doing for the team. Conveniently, they've already set up a demon dungeon test for the captain, so soon all the plans would kick off, and Helsa couldn't wait. The next day, chaos breaks out at the camp. A soldier asks what's going on. The informer says the dungeon their troops entered just went full demon mode. He adds that it's already hit the second stage, and they need backup. The listener's like, why'd they hire this clueless guy as an intelligence agent? But before he can apologize, someone else shows up, asking them to hold up. With his crew, our hero wants a clear explanation. Seeing Mord there, the informer's all flustered. Finally, he spills about the demonic dungeon with a crazy vortex at level 2, and he warns there's a unit inside, so Mord has a flashback. There was tech that moved demon dungeons, and the Silver Bloods made it. Mord asks which unit's inside and who's the captain. Already super worried, the guy reveals it's Captain Ulrich's unit. Fionn, on the ground, knows this is the worst case scenario. With endless demon waves, most of the units gone, and the survivors face doom. Worse, a huge monster just showed up, taunting them. It's a demon realm baron, already counting his win, saying he's gonna have a blast. Still, the redhead spots the captain still standing, so he clings to hope. Helsa suddenly yells to the captain that it's time to use it. Fionn's clueless about what it is, but Ulrich gets it and goes for it. His hands fill with demonic energy, activating the Devourer ability. After an explosion, the baron's trying to figure out what just happened, but there's no keeping up with the captain's new speed. So, after the demon's fun with them as puppets, it's his turn to bite the dust. The impact causes destruction like never before. Fionn can't remember when his captain got this strong, but he senses something shady's going on behind the scenes. Suddenly, Sir Jake yells, telling smaller demons to back off. Fionn focuses on his buddy, but the captain calls his name, unfazed. Obviously, the redhead yells for Ulrich to help save his friend, but the captain's all, Jake's fate is to die here. In any case, Ulrich says there's a way for Fionn to bounce out of here alive, and then he stretches out his hands, inviting the dude to roll with the Silver Blood crew. Fionn, still kinda clueless, tells the captain to focus on saving Jake first. But then, out of nowhere, someone pops up whining that things ain't wrapped up yet. And right away, they start grilling Ulrich about what's going down. That mage from before, with the silver blood, wants to know why some dude's still kicking. So, Ulrich spills that. Except for the redhead, everyone else has already met their fate without even getting their hands dirty. But now, Fionn's got questions. The redhead's fuming, finally getting that his captain sold them out. And he doesn't even hesitate before launching at Ulrich to get payback for his crew. Ulrich, though, just sidesteps and, for now, knocks Fionn out with a quick neck chop. So, naturally, the redhead blacks out and hits the ground totally defenseless. In the end, the mage thinks it's all kinda lame, but Ulrich says it's none of his biz. Even if they leave this dude alone, the sorcerer still wonders why Ulrich hasn't gotten his hands dirty. He asks if the warrior chickened out when it was go time, even though he knew they'd all bite the dust there. And since the captain didn't answer, it was pretty obvious. Finally, without more blah blah, the mage says he'll clear the way for him. And of course, welcomes Ulrich to the Silver Blood squad. Sometime later, the redhead's eyes pop open and he wakes up super freaked out. He jumps up asking what went down, and seeing his captain fighting just messes with his head more. Especially cause there's this dark energy around Ulrich, nothing like he's ever seen. At first, Fionn thought it was aura, but aura's always like a bright light, not dark. Anyway, he was about to bolt until the mage from before rolled up to him. As a hello, the sorcerer asks if he's talking to the weakling who can't even activate his own divine blood. This makes the dude mad, but obviously he can't do squat about it. Carrion thinks offing him is the only way, but Ulrich tells his buddy to chill a bit. About his powers, Ulrich says he's good now, but needs more time in this state. Meanwhile, the redhead's grilling his old captain again. He wants to know why he betrayed them and why he was the only one left standing, but the answer's just one word: revenge. In Ulrich's eyes, the dude should get it, cause they were both illegitimate kids hustling for recognition. Ulrich was the same, craving his dad's approval like crazy. He just wanted to hear once that he was a source of pride and worthy of being his son. But right after becoming a warrior, he lost 5 years stuck in a dead-end gig with no shot. Turns out, his dad's wife was behind it, not wanting her hubby to hear good news from a side kid. So, as soon as he found out, he jumped ship and took the Silver Blood's offer. Now he could punish the man who doesn't deserve to be called a dad and take down the woman who doomed him. Anyway, even if others don't get it, Ulrich knew Fionn would. And so, once again, he offered a spot by his side, promising mad power. Things seemed chill until suddenly the walls got wrecked, grabbing everyone's attention, and wrecked by the protagonist's crew who barged in, griping about how long it took to find them. Carrion had a hunch something like this might go down, but it was still a pain. To get here, they must have plowed through a bunch of demon hordes. Then the mage admitted the protagonist really had skills worthy of the hype. But before they could throw down, Fionn saw this as his shot to strike. Sneaking up on the mage was something neither Ulrich nor Mord saw coming, but obviously it was a dumb move, cause Carrion wasn't gonna show mercy. For his stunt, Fionn got his gut skewered by the mage, and Carrion, more than anything, was grossed out by a puny bug daring to take a swing at him. In a blink, the protagonist vanishes and smashes that magic arm the mage whipped up with a single punch. Then, once again, Carrion gives props for how much the kid's skills have leveled up. After all, he almost got tagged. Meanwhile, Ulrich wasn't thrilled about this. He grabs the mage by the collar, reminding him he said to leave Fionn alone. But, despite wanting to back his buddy's dreams as much as possible, yo, so check this out. The redhead's about to switch sides, right? Fionn's in rough shape, and our main dude's holding him up. Even now, Fionn's yapping about betrayal, and Mord's like, dude, I got it. Mord tells him to chill and save his energy. But Fionn's all, tell my dad, Sir Altos, I went out like a boss. Fion's convinced he's a goner, but Mord whips out a golden apple, telling him to chow down and leave no crumbs. The redhead's feeling a bit weird about being force-fed. But then, boom, his abs are back, and he's like, what kind of magic is this? After taking down Elixon, our hero meets this dude calling himself the King of Shadows, Krex. Mord's all, why you here? And the Flame's like, plan flopped, wasn't even me who found this relic. Krex just wants to live forever, no biggie. In the Lucbarian Kingdom, there are two kings, the Warrior King of Shadows and the Politician King of Light. Krex was one of the clan's picks to battle for the King of Shadows title. 8 candidates enter a dungeon, and it's a fight to the finish, winner takes all. But Krex got tired of the endless brawling. He thought the others were just wild beasts. So, he hit the books on magic and became an archmage. This Flame's a piece of Krex's soul, the so-called King of Shadows. Back in the day, he split his soul into bits to stick around longer. Mord's smashed Krex's soul bits twice before, and this one's the third, but it's different. Unlike the other angry bits, this one's chill. Mord's like, we're enemies, you know that, right? The Flame gets the vibe but asks not to be treated like the rest. It's got Krex's past, showing a more human side. Then boom, the Flame turns into a golden apple. This apple's legendary, granting immortality and power to ancient elves. Unlike nectar, which you build tolerance to, the apple's effects stay strong. The fragment knows it wants to dodge its fate but needs stopping for turning into a monster. The hero says wanting power's natural, Krex just messed up wanting to live forever and promises a better future. Back to now, Mord tells them he gave Fion something super valuable. Then he bounces, leaving his crew to watch over the redhead. Farwell's like, Mord's a real one. He admits he'd have hesitated to give Fion the apple so fast. This makes him question his own humility, leaving the redhead deep in thought. Mord calls Fion's name again, telling him to keep his eyes peeled. He's gonna show him the traitor groveling in the dirt. Ulrich always knew he'd face Mord one day, so he charges in, fist ready to unleash all his bottled-up rage. Their fists collide with a massive boom. Carrion expected more from a captain-level fighter. Even with all his power, Ulrich's barely holding his own. But then, both the mage and Helsa notice something. Mord's unlocked his divine blood power in 2 stages. Finally, Farwell jumps in, suggesting they team up against the enemies. Carrion laughs it off and casts a spell to handle the situation. Clones of himself pop up from the ground, ready to rumble. The mage warns Farwell and the crew that he won't go down easy. Mord charges at Ulrich, speed on his side. He channels aura into his fists for a knockout punch, and when he's ready, he lands it square on the captain. Ulrich hits the ground, totally defenseless, groaning in pain. He always knew Mord was built different, even if he was just a sidekick. But calling him a monster still didn't explain why he was such a beast. Bam! The hero's punch wrecks the hall like a boss. Ulrich's down, thinking life's totally unfair. He wishes he had even a smidge of that talent. His life would have been epic. Out of nowhere, a voice pops up, asking the captain to make a choice. It's the silver blood entity, calling itself the devouring demon's will. It wants the captain to merge with it, so he can pay the world back, becoming a demon-eating monster for mad power. For a sec, being a monster seems sus, but Ulrich's greed says, why not? If he can stomp the hero, Ulrich grins, ready to go full monster mode. His transformation unleashes some serious dark vibes. Ulrich starts to get Mord's vibe. The thrill of squashing others with insane power. The captain throws a punch, showing off his new level. Even with his new strength, he doesn't sleep on the hero. He knows beating him means leveling up even more. Mord claps back, saying he doesn't get why the captain went rogue. But whether it was fair or not, it doesn't matter now. From the moment he ditched his crew, he became total trash. Ulrich's ticked off being called trash, asking what Mord knows about his life. He charges, ready to make Mord eat his words with brute force. The captain's all set to land a solid punch, and he does, hitting Mord's guard. The hero's sent flying, and the captain taunts, asking how it feels. Ulrich admits he's still getting used to the Silverblood's power-up. Mord acknowledges the captain's mana is decent, but says that's the best compliment he's got. Ulrich tries to get what that means, but Mord explains with a quick, solid punch. The hero's speed cranks up to a scary level, messing with the captain's head. But maybe because he's a captain, he catches on. Mord hit stage 4 aura and was holding back till now. At this level, the hero strikes the captain's back with no mercy. So much so, Ulrich stops seeing himself as a monster and starts shaking in fear. Turns out, the real beast there wasn't him, but Mord. In the end, even Fion thinks the scene's ridiculous. No way this fight ends without the hero breaking a sweat. Finally, Mord calls Ulrich a fool for thinking he could beat him with borrowed power. He ditched his crew for greed and chose to go monster solo. So, Mord warns he won't go easy on someone like that. Ulrich yells, questioning who the hero is to judge him. His rant would have gone on, but Mord shows no mercy and ends it right there. In the end, Mord almost finds it funny because he can't relate to a traitor's feels. He doesn't care about trash circumstances. They're not worth it. So he just delivers the result of Ulrich's choices. Fionn goes up to the hero, asking if it's done, and Mord's like, yep. The hero says he wanted the redhead to land the final hit, but he couldn't. But Fionn's cool with it, thanking the hero for helping take down Ulrich. In the end, both the captain and he just wanted to get stronger. But Ulrich's envy of natural talent led him down the wrong path. Even knowing all this, Fionn still respects the captain and hopes he can chill in peace. In the side fight, the mage's clones bounce with Helsa. The girls shook Ulrich lost even after going beast mode, but the hero's crew reminds her to focus, cause Farwell and Ariu are closing in. Farwell lets the girl handle the enemy, then Ariu charges into the fight like a missile. Helsa's confidence takes a nosedive when she realizes her fate, and she ends up being a human pinball, bouncing off the walls of the place. With his last teammate KO'd right in front of him, Carrion gets that he's gotta rely on his clones now. Honestly, he admits he didn't think he'd be dealing with such a migraine. His brain's telling him it's smarter to just cut his losses and bail. But then, out of nowhere, someone says there's no need for that. A spooky, dark energy whips up a portal behind all the wizard's clones. That voice totally roasts Carrion for looking so stressed, and tells the wizard to think of it as a refund for the info he got last time. The one swooping in to help is a notorious skeleton. The legendary and feared King of Shadows, the Archmage Krex. Honestly, Carrion spills that he didn't see help coming from him. Then Krex spills he's got another reason, some unfinished. Biz with Mord. The hero's all, how'd you even find me, dude? Then Krex asks if Mord would figure it out if he said he was the King of Shadows. The Archmage explains that the flame the hero found days ago was one of his souls. In his quest for immortality, he split his soul into 7 pieces, including the one with magic skills and the one with mad knowledge that Mord wrecked. But the soul once known as the King of Shadows wasn't super powerful, but it had all the feels from when he was human. Maybe back in the day, emotional stuff would have swayed him, but now he's just got a killer instinct. He's done sitting around watching more of his soul get wrecked. This is now Krex's 4th soul, the one that's all about strength. So, with the wizard and his shadowy crew, the skeleton declares it's Mord's last day and blows up the place with a flick of his wrist. From all the smoke rising, Mord's crew's silhouettes pop back into view. Farwell's got their backs, then the hero's like, even if this soul's all about strength, Krex ain't that strong. Since this dungeon hit level 2, Mord had Farwell set up an emergency signal, so if the squad hit trouble, backup would roll in ASAP. From a portal clear as day, a whole squad rolls out, ready to rumble. Mord didn't think it'd be needed, but the signal brought in homies ready to help out. Finally, familiar faces show up after ages without seeing the hero, and they're all set to pay back all the help they owe Mord with big grins, the same grin the hero's rocking for having such loyal buds. Finally, Louisa says hey to Wizard Carrion after ages, leaving him shook. Last time, she got played by a puppet, but now she's ready to pay back double. Anyway, the hero thanks everyone who showed up for this battle. Even if he could, he's not sure he can repay this debt. But, surprise, surprise, they all say they don't want anything, cause they know they owe him big time. Right then, Mord's heart's racing like it's about to pop. Even if just for a second he felt less like Eom Taeshong and more like Mord himself. So, with everyone hyped, the hero's the first to charge out, and right behind him, all his crew bravely joins to take on Krex and the Silver Blood. With his sword in hand, Cecil slices a lesser demon in one go, no sweat. But everyone sees the baddies just keep coming, like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Revan tells Pulse and Cecil not to overdo it, cause there are tons of demons and if they go wild, they'll take a big hit. Pulse can't really blame the wizard for stressing. Even he admits he's never seen so many demons in one spot. Erna, though, charges into battle with massive bloodlust, and just vaporizes all the demons everyone was whining about with her mirage-breaking punch. Her hands smoking with power and Pulse's jaw drops, then she just winks back at him with a grin. Then she waves goodbye, diving back into the demon fight solo, leaving both Pulse and Cecil speechless. The candidates for the next big boss of the Werner's family were still duking it out for the spot. They battled to prove themselves more and more and, through these fights, carved out their own place in the clan. But lately, one of them started shining brighter than the rest, that being Miss Erna Vernars, who among the 5 heirs was the youngest of the direct line. Finally, a massive demon asks how long Erna thinks she can keep going. The big bad monster says she's getting too cocky. From what he can see, her enemy is at least Baron class, but the girl is totally unfazed by that. After all, no matter his level, all she needs to do is land a solid punch. Just as she says, Erna clocks the demon right in the face with all her might. Even the Baron admits the girl packs a punch that's no joke. However, Erna charges again, saying the monster's got no clue about his place. And since he doesn't quite get it, he explains with a powerful kick that he's just calling him a fool. The kick sends the Baron flying like a rag doll. Ilden claims he's heard her name a lot as a potential Grand Duchess, and now gets why. So, unlike the demon's praise, Erna takes this as a win. Despite her epic growth, Ilden still doesn't trust her to take on the throne, which bums her out a bit. After all, Erna explains she hasn't even shown her true skills yet. And since that's the case, Ilden asks her to show them now, with the two teaming up. The Vernar warriors charge at the enemies, leaving trails like a video game glitch. Pulse and his crew are shook by the existence of such scary people. With her fists glowing with energy, Erna smacks a lesser demon from below and keeps moving, not even sweating the old dude. So Ilden calls her over to chat about something. Ilden spills that the first time he heard about Mord backing her instead of him or someone like Leon, he lost it. But seeing how she handles stuff, he gets it now and wants to know if she's down for his support too. Then, Erna, without even needing to think, just says she's definitely gonna be the next Grand Duchess, making Ilden proud and hyped to see her hustle for it. In another epic showdown, Luisa pulls her blade from one of the clones, feeling all nostalgic. With this, she's already taken down 5 of Carrion's clones, but this would be the last time she'd only be slicing clones. After all, no matter how tough it was, Luisa was set on finding the real mage. Conveniently, Farwell jumps in and luckily spots Carrion. He signals right away and lets them know the real deal is right in front of him and Ariu. So, he asks Luisa to hustle over, since Carrion's known for being a slippery dude. But honestly, he didn't even need to say that, because for her, nothing was more important than getting there. Since the Celestial Sword was all confident, Farwell committed to, along with Ariu, trying to hold Carrion as long as possible. The mage gets all mad for being challenged and whips up more clones to fight for him. With this, Farwell gives a nod to his buddy, who unleashes the Dragon God in full beast mode, and hits each of those copies with the White Dragon's roar, making the clones start to freeze. Farwell notices the puppet's magic is clearly weaker, so he also goes all out with his magic, no holding back. Seeing the puppets drop so easily makes him think Carrion's running on empty. Although he couldn't say it out loud, Carrion knew it was true. But not because of them, but thanks to the pesky Celestial Sword draining his strength. Suddenly, he feels a strong, murderous vibe, and then, from behind the demons, Luisa pops up, slicing them up fast. It's clear to the mage he can't waste mana on just copies anymore. Now he must use every bit of his power to escape, smashing his enemies. Carrion screams like a madman for the pests to move and casts a powerful spell, saying he won't be stopped by them. That hits Farwell's protective barrier, causing a ton of pressure. Even after burning so much mana, the attack was strong enough to overpower Farwell. And the worst part was that this was also a clone, so just thinking about the power the real deal would have made the young man shiver. More attacks come from the sides, this time impossible to dodge. However, hitting only Ariu's sword, the girl tells Farwell to stop getting distracted. Indeed, she says she doesn't get why her buddy hesitated, so he apologizes. After all, the two share the same goal to avenge the Silver Blood and needed to honor Mord, who's giving it his all. Thanks to Mord, Ariu gradually found her roots again and sought revenge. However, no matter his strength, his crew could never be dead weight. Farwell knows this is true, as Mord keeps risking his life. And to stand alongside someone like that, he totally gets he needs to level up big time. Ariu jumps in with this epic promise to grow together, both on their own and with Mord. Right then, it's super obvious Carrion's mana is running on empty. So obvious that Luisa, who just rolled up, jokes if there's any left for her. But knowing there's nada, she warns it's game over for the dude and tells him to quit, totally sure she's got this. Carrion finally hits rock bottom. He figures he's got no other option and charges at Farwell, who seems like the easiest target. The wizard yells at Farwell to move, but the kid just signals to Luisa, who, as soon as she gets the hint, traps Carrion, blocking his escape like a pro, and slices him up, turning him into a real-life jigsaw puzzle. Luisa then thanks Farwell for letting her take down such a slimy snake. At some point, Keel and Leon realize the party's almost over, but Keel's not vibing with the idea of fighting with Leon, which sparks a fight between them over that diss. Anyway, there's someone else there who's way more important than their little spat. It's Datik, Krex's apprentice, who's already ticked off dealing with these two kids. But just as he's saying he'll be their doom, Keel yells asking who's he calling a kid, and Leon tells him to zip it, claiming he's the most annoyed one here. Then, they both tell that jerk to bring it on, because they're gonna show they're on a whole other level. The first two to join Mord's crew were Keel and Leon. Keel was from the Shadow Wolf squad, while Leon was from the Werner's house. As one of the Silver Bloods, they joined Mord's crew with different goals, but even after all this time, they still don't team up well. After they attack and Datik blocks them with a magic shield, Keel calls out his raging buddy, and asks if Leon's eyes are just for show since he's acting without thinking. Then Leon asks if Keel's ears are just for decoration since he didn't hear him. Finally, Datik finds this whole scene totally unreal. He jokes that fighting these two makes him feel like the real clown here, so he casts a mega spell to end these shenanigans. Both Keel and Leon dodge, going in different directions. Because of this, Datik laughs, since they're not good at fighting together, but they're great at running away. He mocks that, at least in cowardice, they're twins. Keel starts getting heated with these taunts, so he calls Leon back to the fight, but Leon warns he's been at his limit for a while. Leon insists he won't be dead weight, just like Keel thought about himself if he didn't level up. But he remembered when Mord comforted him, saying they were in the same boat. Plus, they were the ones who'd been with the hero the longest. Mord asked how much longer Keel planned to fight like this, since he was the one stirring most of it up. Keel knew this, but said something really bugged him. And about that something, Mord suggested maybe Leon reminded him of himself. Keel, born half-elf, half-human, looked down on for being mixed, and Leon, sidelined in the succession race, were alike. And because of this, the hero believed they were projecting onto each other. Keel was super uncomfortable with being like Leon even a bit, but that day he stopped to think and considered the hero's words. Obviously Mord knew Keel wouldn't admit it, but at least asked him to think about it seriously. Finally, back in the now, Keel decides to ask Leon how to handle the enemy in front of them. Leon says smashing sounds good, an answer as silly as Keel expected, so the Verners gets ready to fight again. He starts complaining nonstop, so much that Keel sees the similarity in their ways, and because of this, at least this time, he agrees to do it Leon's way. However, Keel makes it clear if Leon starts belittling himself again, he'll get a smack. So the warrior's not worried, but asks him to trust him. Suddenly they vanish from the battlefield, and the enemy yells asking where all that confidence went. Finally, he expected the kids to be lame, but suddenly he spots them again. And this time, Leon launches Keel at Datik, hurling him with pure brute force. The sorcerer's apprentice barely dodges, feeling the heat like he's in a microwave. He's scratching his head, wondering why these two are suddenly the dream team. Just a few minutes ago, squashing them was a total snooze fest. But now, their attacks are actually landing, like, what? Datik's lightbulb moment. They weren't getting better, they were just holding back. Turns out, those brats could have gone beast mode from the start if they wanted. Now that they're serious, Leon's all, time for Krex's minion to take a nap, and bam, hits him hard. Across the hall, Mord's like, another one bites the dust. He's ready to wrap up the rest with Aiden, facing Krex's power fragment. So, as he told the wind before, now he tells the mage, your time's up, dude. The hero's heart's pounding harder than when he faced Elixin, like a drum solo. This can only mean Krex is the ultimate boss battle. Krex is all smug, saying he didn't think these two noobs would mess with his plans again. Losing Carrion and Datik? Bummer, but hey, they were weak sauce. Mord's like, so your buddies are just throwaway minions? Krex is all, nah, they're different, I don't just talk big. He's close to immortality, so he can respawn them, just like himself. But the hero's not buying it, saying humans only get one life. Even for someone who's ditched humanity, that mindset makes Mord want to puke. So today, he's gonna make Krex see the error of his ways, clear as day. With that, the two warriors charge at the Archmage, full throttle. Krex is like, challenging me? Big mistake, buddy. He promises a world of hurt with his powers now. But the hero dodges, asking if he heard right. When it comes to strength, he's the GOAT, no contest. Mord lands the Mountain Breaker punch right on Krex's chest. Krex is not sweating it, saying that's how it should be. Otherwise, fighting them would be a total bore. As they charge, the Archmage hits them with a massive fire spell. Aiden's tossed back like a rag doll, feeling useless. But Mord's got his back, calling him to join the fight. He reminds Aiden of his promise to take down the Silver Blood, so Krex is no biggie. Mord's sure Aiden can do it, cause the Aiden he knows can do anything. Back when he was Eom Taishong, watching Aiden crush challenges kept him going. That confident look, smashing obstacles, was what Eom admired most. But in the original story, he wrecked everything he built. In his darkest hour, the redhead was his light, and now he wants to return the favor, bringing a miracle that could flip the script. Aiden remembers his promise, ready to charge, saying he'll give it a shot. Krex mocks, asking what a little rat can do. But while Krex is bragging, the redhead zooms in like a bullet. Aiden knows he might be a rat to Krex, but with his spear, even a rat can bite. Mord's shouting from behind, telling Krex to eat another punch, their fighting spirits turning into a raging storm against Krex. Krex unleashes a magic blast, yelling he won't allow it anymore. The magic's so intense, it slams Aiden against the wall, almost KO'd. He knows he needs to help the hero, but his body won't budge. But when Aiden looks again, he realizes he's out of his league. The battle's gone next level, like a video game on hard mode. Aiden watches, trying to wrap his head around the chaos. Mord's fighting style now is on a whole new level. From day one, Aiden felt there was a gap between them, but he believes if he keeps grinding, he'll catch up someday. Right now, his confidence totally tanked, making him think he'd never pull it off. But Aiden wasn't about to just sit there and mope, cause he had a bigger reason pushing him forward, and that reason brought him back to the epic showdown. Once again, the two warriors team up to take on the Archmage. Krex gets all grumpy about being pushed back by two random dudes. In his head, this whole situation is just bonkers. Years of ambition can't be stopped by a couple of no-name kids. Aiden, a bit worried, says that fighting a skeleton feels like battling death itself, but he speeds up, thinking if he dodges everything, he'll be chill. He actually lands a hit with his spear, but Krex just admits they're not total noobs. Holding the redhead's spear, the skeleton says he's got to switch up his game plan. He decides to target the weaker one first, leaving Aiden defenseless with his spear stuck. Before Aiden can figure a way out, Mord tosses him aside and charges at the enemy. The dude's so determined, he doesn't even think of backing down, taking the next magic hit for the redhead. The skeleton's impressed, for real. Facing a spell like that and still standing, Krex says it's what you'd expect from a Vernars, even if Mord's just a piece. With them split up, the Archmage turns his attacks back to Aiden. Mord yells for the redhead to scram, but he's not quick enough. That massive destructive energy crashes down on the young dude. Krex takes the chance to mock the Vernars warrior. The buddy who trusted him just vanished without a trace because he wasn't protected. Mord's teeth grind in growing fury. He declares that the price for ticking him off will be paid with everything the Archmage has got. Meanwhile, Fion's having a rough time, because no matter how many monsters he slices, they keep coming. That was his worry until he stumbled upon the main fight. It left him stunned, questioning if the battle was even real. With another explosion from the clash, Krex laughs like a maniac. He sarcastically asks if he hit a nerve because he's never seen Mord this bad. He also wonders how long the kid thinks he can keep going, especially since it looks like he's already hit his limit. Krex milks every second of the Vernars kid's downfall. He admits that if Mord were just a bit stronger, he might actually win. Then suddenly, Fion shows up, punching the skeleton, saying he won't let Mord die, cause he's everyone's hope. Krex is confused, but for the hero, those seconds were golden. Fion created an opening, the perfect shot for Mord to take down the Archmage. Krex turns to the hero, charging from the side, but now Mord yells it's the end for the King of Shadows. As he gets close, a dense energy builds up and unleashes in a divine sky-splitting punch. A wild card Krex didn't even know existed hits him. So, the Archmage has to admit defeat to Mord Vernars, but he swears it'll be the last time he loses. Right then, Fion jumps back into the fight to save Mord from falling. The hero had fainted, so he had to act fast, but he still congratulates him on the win. In his dreams, Mord wakes up all startled, wondering where he is, cause he was just fighting Krex. He feels a weird sensation running through him, but he realizes it's not a mistake cause he's not in Mord's body, but in Aeom Taeshung's. And surprise, the real Mord's right there. Knowing he can't just chill there, the hero asks how old the other guy is. The real Mord says he's 15, which lets the hero know he hasn't joined the Vernars house yet. Aeom spills the tea that he's part of the Vernars house, serving the Grand Duke as an advisor. He also mentions he's like the age police, checking everyone who wants in. Mord asks if the main dude works with his dad and, remembering Aeom's name, wonders what the house is like inside. He's curious because it's a place he dreams of going to. Then, Aeom drops the bomb that it's a place where discrimination is as common as TikTok dances. Basically, they're just people living their quirky lives like anywhere else. Just like in this world, there are nobles and commoners. Even if someone has Vernars blood, they're still split into VIPs or nobodies, based on their parents. Aeom says this isn't just here, but it's a worldwide thing. But focusing on the Vernars house, it's said to be super proud of being from the lineage that saved the world. Since 15 years is still baby steps, the hero asks if Mord still wants to go. The young dude says his mom wants him to, and he's curious about his dad too, but then he realizes he might have been too chill and apologizes. Aeom suggests the boy build a solid plan first, because an illegitimate kid will definitely get judged. Mord asks how to level up his status, but sadly, it's either by being named a saint of the god of war or joining a unit. Finally, Mord gets that being named a saint could be a way and thanks for the tip. This makes the hero think about how things would change if Mord got such advice. In MWDW, he was just a side character with a tragic ending. But living his life, the hero sees that with loyal friends, Mord could have been the real MVP. And not just him. From Kiel to Ariu, they're becoming the stars of MWDW, writing their own stories. And the hero himself is nearing the moment to fulfill his destiny as Aeom Taeshung, even if he doesn't know when. Back to now, suddenly the main dude wakes up in Mord's body. Kiel and his squad are super worried about him. Kiel was freaking out thinking Mord might not wake up. And that's when the hero remembers the losses from the last battle. Panicking, he yells, asking what happened to Aiden. But Erna says he's in for a big surprise. Even though Aiden's in rough shape, he's alive and cracking jokes, saying he's just a bit sore, even after dodging Krex's attack. Switching gears, Ariu apologizes for letting Carrion escape. Luisa's so bummed she can't even look Mord in the eye. But Kiel's sure that if they keep grinding, next time they'll totally nail it, and that's the mindset the hero rolls with. After all, while chasing the world's fragments, they'll have loads of chances to find the Silver Blood crew. And until then, they should focus on leveling up. Plus, Mord doesn't forget to thank Fion for all the help. Thanks to Fion's guts in distracting Krex, Mord landed a killer blow. So after a heartfelt thank you, the main dude gathers everyone to make the same announcement again. This time, not just for Fion, he thanks all the squad who helped. The next day, things go back to normal, Leon and Kiel bickering like always. But even though Farwell's annoyed, Mord knows it's not the same as before. Finally, Luisa tells the hero she's leaving, but she's still down to help in the future. Mord asks if Erna's also heading back to the fortress with Ilden. She reveals the old man agreed to recommend her for the Grand Duke spot when they return, and she needs to learn a lot from him to grow. Erna says goodbye, promising that next time they meet, she'll be even stronger. But the phrase next time bugs Mord, because even after Krex's fall, more baddies are coming. And even if they're not silver blood, other forces are after the fragments, maybe even the gods. Anyway, the hero's not sweating how strong they are, because from now on, everyone's just gonna keep getting more powerful. At some point, Aiden asks if the hero's scared, because he seems chill even when facing tough enemies. And more than that, he feels like they're from different worlds, which is so spot on that Mord can only respond with a smile. Aiden was all, yeah, fear's a thing. But with epic goals and his squad backing him up, he found the guts to level up big time. So, Mord kept snagging those fragments to save the world from total chaos, flipping the future of MWDW on its head.